Chapter 531. Inside the Jutian Pass, in the main tent. Chu Qing sat high on the Alliance leader's throne. Below him Lu Xiaoyan, Tai Lingyun, and others were reporting on the casualties of the battle. The final tally was 13 lightly wounded, none seriously wounded, and none dead. A completely crushing victory. Chu Qing smiled slightly. This great victory is largely thanks to the holy monk Jiasha. If the holy monk hadn't personally intervened, how could we have killed the Urslaughter Lord and the Martial King, and captured the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion in one night? Cao Qiupu disagreed. However, he never liked arguing, and simply scratched his head. Chu Qing glanced at him, and said with a smile, "Of course, it's also thanks to Hero Chao for finding the horse, otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a rare opportunity." Speaking of this matter, what exactly happened, Master Chao? Lu Xiaoyan asked, seizing the opportunity. Many were also puzzled. After seeing Cao Qiupu remove his disguise and take off his mask, Tai Lingyun circled him 8 times, until Cao Qiupu was dizzy and disoriented. Cao Qiupu was about to explain when Chu Qing interrupted. "You all don't know, Master Chao's skills are extraordinary. Among them is a method of holding his breath and feigning death, which is extremely profound." That night, after discovering Jiasha and the others' scheme, knowing he was no match for them, he simply used this method to make Jiasha believe he was truly dead. Afterwards, fearing that a hasty exposure would alert Jiasha, he maintained this method. It wasn't until I returned that he dispelled the method. I guarded his corpse for an hour, just to keep him alive, so he could recover. Then I learned that Jiasha harbored such wolfish ambitions. While Chu Qing had experienced many near-death experiences recently, the idea of someone coming back to life was still too incredible for ordinary people. If word got out that he could revive Cao Qiupu using the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, it would undoubtedly bring trouble. It was best to keep it a secret. Of course, he couldn't fool everyone. Lu Xiaoyan and Tai Lingyun didn't believe it. They had carefully examined Cao Qiupu's injuries. With injuries like that, talking about holding one's breath and feigning death was utter nonsense. No one who feigns death would look like that. Cao Qiupu was dead then, completely dead. But since Chu Qing was saying it now, they naturally wouldn't contradict him. While everyone praised Cao Qiupu's divine skill, they also joined in the praise. Chu Qing clapped his hands, silencing the crowd, and said, "Bring him in." 2 martial artists from the southern region dragged in a man covered in blood, barely recognizable as a human. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed him into the center of the tent. Jiasha looked up, his eyes lifeless. Meeting Chu Qing, a faint smile played on his lips. In the end, I underestimated the Alliance leader. If you had known this would happen, would you still have colluded with the heavenly evil sect? Chu Qing asked. Jiasha shook his head. At this point, words are superfluous. I beg the Alliance leader to have mercy, and grant this humble monk a quick death. Humph, I knew back at the Heavenly One sect that this monk was no good. Tian Fingzi looked at Jiasha's wretched state, and couldn't help but sneer. Exactly. He framed Master Chao, almost causing his death. And now he wants a quick death? In my opinion, this man deserves to be torn to pieces. He shouldn't be let off so easily. Although our journey was ostensibly to stop the invasion of the heavenly evil cult, we also harbored the intention of venturing deep into the western regions to save the martial arts world there. While he wasn't entirely loyal to Jiasha, he showed no intention of ostracizing or harming us. This monk is a traitor, actually conspiring with the heavenly evil cult to betray us. He truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. In an instant, the entire tent was filled with condemnation. Jiasha, after all, possessed profound Buddhist knowledge and the ability to withstand insults, but all 4 of his limbs were severed, and his injuries, underling phase care, were countless. Faced with the surrounding whispers, he simply closed his eyes and remained silent. Chu Qing gently pressed his palm, and the clamor immediately ceased. Chu Qing said, "Tomorrow is the Battle of Jutian Pass. Needless to say, the earth-slaughtering army master is dead, the Wenxin Pavilion master has been captured, and the Martial King was beaten to death by me. Now, facing Jutian Pass are just 50,000 headless flies. We can win in one battle. However, before the great battle, there must be a flag-raising ceremony. I heard that Master Jiasha is a reincarnated living Buddha, so I think we should use Master Jiasha's head as a sacrificial offering. What do you all think? Actually, before such a great battle, Jiasha's head wouldn't be significant enough to serve as a sacrificial offering. However, since Chu Qing had already said it, could anyone object? They immediately shouted, "The Alliance leader is wise! The Alliance leader is wise!" The shouts faded from inside the tent to outside. After all, Over 100,000 people had gathered here, and many didn't know what was happening, but hearing others shout, they joined in the shouting, just for the fun of it all. The commotion was deafening. Chu Qing was speechless. That's the downside of being the alliance leader. No matter what he said, everyone praised his wisdom. Over time, he couldn't help but genuinely believe he was wise. Power corrupts the heart, and this was a prime example. He waved his hand lightly. Since that's how it is, then so be it. As he waved his hand, a sharp blade flew out, and Jiasha's body trembled, dying on the spot. His body was dragged out and hung on the flagpole. Completed the quest. Successfully killed the true culprit. Obtained a random martial arts treasure chest. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. This quest, at least in his eyes, was over. As for Cao Qiupu's ultimate technique, he didn't intend to take it. Afterwards, the group discussed tomorrow's battle. Meng Qianfan then spoke, Alliance leader, we can also lend a hand in tomorrow's battle. Of the 50,000 men gathered by the slaughtering army lord, more than half are actually from our city, courtyard, pavilion, and manor. Before the battle begins, all we need to do is raise an order, and they will turn against us. Then, with our combined efforts from within and without, it won't be difficult to annihilate the heavenly evil cult bandits. I see. Lu Xiaoyan nodded. No wonder he was able to gather so many men. It turns out you have people among them. But how can you guarantee that they will truly follow your lead after you raise an order? We are confident in that. Meng Qianfan said. Moreover, once tomorrow's battle begins, many wavering individuals will also waver and make corresponding changes. In this way, it will be much easier for the alliance leader to reclaim the lost territory once he takes control of the western regions. Oh! Chu Qing glanced at Meng Qianfan upon hearing this. Who are the people guarding various places in the western regions now? Most are disciples from our original forces, but some are generals under the command of the slaughtering soldier master, Meng Qianfan replied immediately. Chu Qing nodded. If they are merely generals, then they are not a cause for concern. However, it seems that while the heavenly evil sect has a deep foundation, the world is ultimately too vast. It was easy for them to conquer the land, but to hold onto it will likely be much more difficult. However, upon hearing this, everyone except the 5 experts from the western regions displayed rather strange expressions. Chu Qing was taken aback. What's wrong with you all? Do you have something to say? Alliance leader, although I don't want to speak for the heavenly evil sect, but the heavenly evil sect's foundation was actually quite deep. But weren't they slaughtered like this by you? The speaker was Yi Nantian, the leader of the Shaoyan sect. Chu Qing attended the Taiheng sect gathering, but Yi Nantian didn't. Instead, his daughter Yi Wanqiu, with her purple sword and silver ring, went. Therefore, Chu Qing and Yi Nantian missed each other. It wasn't until the Tianyi sect martial arts tournament that they finally met. Along the way, first through the 10 deadly caves, then to the Jutian Pass, they were filled with admiration for this young alliance leader. Now that he had spoken, everyone else nodded in agreement. Chu Qing was somewhat taken aback. Have I killed that many? Alliance leader, that's not fair. Tai Lingyun was both amused and exasperated. Hearing you say that, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels strange. You're clearly very powerful, yet you claim to be ordinary. It's unsettling. Was he referring to himself as Versailles? That's not right. I'm not that kind of person. Chu Qing shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? Lu Xiaoyan said, Alliance leader, haven't you counted how many of the 12 holy kings have died at your hands? Just a few. Chu Qing counted on his fingers. Blood King, Buddha King, Chess King, Plum King, Tomb King. He started off loudly, but his voice trailed off. Because he had counted, including the martial king he killed tonight, there were only 12 holy kings in total, and he had killed 9 of them by himself. Besides the 12 holy kings, the heavenly slaughter soldier lord and the earthly slaughter soldier lord also died at the alliance leader's hands. When Beitangzun said this, his eyes were almost entirely filled with admiration as he looked at Chu Qing. He had initially submitted to Chu Qing, feeling uncertain about his future, but Chu Qing had made rapid and triumphant advances, and now it was only a matter of time before the western regions fell into his hands. If he were to single-handedly control 2 regions, how imposing and awe-inspiring would he be? Whether it's the 12 holy kings or the 4 warlords, they are all experts capable of guarding a region. Too many of the heavenly evil sect's representatives have died at the hands of the alliance leader. Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly at this moment. Alliance leader, after this battle, if we go straight into the western regions, I'm afraid it will be quite dangerous. Are you worried that the heavenly evil sect leader won't be able to sit still? Tian Fengzi looked up at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, although we seem to have the upper hand now. If the heavenly evil sect leader personally takes action, the result? I'm afraid it will be unimaginable. But isn't the leader of the heavenly evil sect currently locked in a power struggle with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the northern region? Oh, Yang Tianqiu said. He might not dare to cause us trouble, right? After all, only 9 of the 12 holy kings have died, and only 2 of the 4 great warlords have died. He felt a pang of guilt as he spoke. He glanced at Chu Qing, hoping to glean some courage from him. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's not all." "What else?" Everyone looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing clicked his tongue. "You don't know? When I went to the abandoned God Valley to rescue Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, I encountered the 6 heads of the Wenqin Pavilion. I killed them all without hesitation." A collective gasp filled the air. Ming Qianfen felt a chill run down his spine. It was practically impossible for the heavenly evil cult leader not to come after him. How many people were in the heavenly evil cult? The 6 heads of the Wenqin Pavilion, the 4 military leaders, the 12 holy kings, including the old pavilion master, and excluding the holy maidens and holy sons whose backgrounds were unknown. There were only 23 top experts in total. Chu Qing alone had killed 17 of them, and captured the Wenqin Pavilion master alive. At this point, the fact that the heavenly evil cult leader hadn't come after him was already a testament to the power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Lu Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, "Alliance leader, how about we temporarily conceal our strength? After repelling the heavenly evil cult at Jutian Pass, let's refrain from entering the western regions for now." Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "Someone, go and invite Hua Jinyan and Mu Tonger here." Immediately, someone went and brought the 2 women over. Both girls were daughters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but their styles were quite different. Hua Jinyan was more androgynous. Although she's now dressed in women's clothing, she still exudes a heroic and spirited aura. The shepherd girl, on the other hand, seems to possess an innate allure, despite her shabby attire. Every smile and gesture is captivating. The 2 women, however, look at Chu Qing with a hint of confusion, wondering why he summoned them at this time. Chu Qing asks Hua Jinyan, "Since I helped you kill the Ghost Emperor, your promise to take the throne from me still stands?" "Of course it stands." Hua Jinyan immediately nods. "This position is a legacy of my ancient family. With my approval as the current successor, you are the new Ghost Emperor. Of course, if you don't want to be the Ghost Emperor, you can be something else." "Not the Ghost Emperor? Then what?" Lu Xiaoyan is taken aback. "The Night Emperor." Tai Lingyun clapped his hands. "It's all the same person anyway. Then issue a decree throughout the martial world." Chu Qing said, "I slew the Ghost Emperor in the 10 deadly caves, obtained the throne, and proclaimed myself the Night Emperor at the Heavenly Pass." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately bowed down. "Greetings, Night Emperor." Chu Qing clicked his tongue, still feeling a little awkward, but it didn't seem to matter. Over time, he had gradually gotten used to the awkwardness. "So be it." Then he said, "The wider this news spreads, the better. It needs to attract the attention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Everyone exchanged glances, thoughtful, then solemnly obeyed the order. Chu Qing then looked at the shepherd boy. "Is your father good to you?" "Of course he's very good." "Am I good to you?" "Not at all." The shepherd boy shook his head resolutely. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "Guards, drag him out and beat him." The shepherd boy was shocked and quickly said, "Stop it. Isn't it enough that you're good to me? That's more like it. When your father comes to pick you up later, remember to keep him here. The waters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are too murky. It's better to keep him by my side. Life will be much more carefree." The shepherd boy frowned. "What scheme are you plotting now?" Chapter 532. What kind of conspiracy could I possibly have? Chu Qing rolled her eyes at her. "You probably know more about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors than I do. The Ghost Emperor is a living example, not to mention the surefire Li Juechen. They've been struggling for so long, and they still haven't managed to kill that day's cult leader, which shows they all have their own ulterior motives. In this situation, your father's love-struck mind is no match for them. It's safer to stand with me." "What is a love-struck mind?" Mu Tonger asked earnestly, feeling it was probably a terminal illness. Chu Qing waved his hand. "That's not important. What's important is, can you keep your father here?" "Keeping my father here is easy, isn't it?" Mu Tonger suddenly smiled. "Go beg my mother. As long as she asks, my father will definitely agree." "That makes sense." Chu Qing nodded, "But I don't know your mother." You don't know, but I do. Mu Tong'er patted his chest and said, although it's an excuse, you're not wrong. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were indeed a mixed bag, and people's hearts weren't united. My father didn't really care about the Xian emperor's position, let alone anything else. A slight misstep, and it really could. She didn't finish her sentence, as the occasion wasn't right. Then where is your mother now? Chu Qing asked. Just now, after thinking about it, he realized with a start that he had almost single-handedly wiped out the heavenly evil cult. Right now, the heavenly evil cult leader might be secretly sharpening his knife at home, waiting to come and tear him to pieces. With Chu Qing's current martial arts skills, dealing with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in a one-on-one fight was a piece of cake. Even facing the heavenly evil cult leader, who could bully even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he still had no confidence whatsoever. He said he still needed to gather reinforcements. The Xian emperor, that love-struck, extravagant shrew, was a powerful ally he could try to win over. The shepherd boy shook his head. I can't tell you that, but I can help you with this matter. Let my father stay by your side, but you have to tell me, why are you doing this? To find an ally. Chu Qing said, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all scheming and can't be trusted, but your father is an exception. I feel I can still trust him. Now I'm at odds with the heavenly evil cult, although the heavenly evil cult leader's main focus is currently on the northern region. But it's hard to guarantee he won't suddenly travel 1,000 miles to fight me to the death. To avoid any accidents, I need a master like your father by my side. Chu Qing didn't completely hide anything, after all, bringing the man's father over meant he intended for the man to fight alongside him. If nothing is said, it will be difficult to explain what might happen to Shang Qiuyu. I see. Mu Tong'er frowned slightly. This matter concerns the leader of the heavenly evil sect. It is indeed of great importance. Time is of the essence. I set off now, and return in 7 days at most. I send someone with you. No need. Mu Tong'er had already left the tent, her figure rising into the air. I'll be right back. She left without a trace. Chu Qing's finger lightly tapped the back of the throne. Once the news of the Night Emperor's ascension to the throne spread, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would surely take action. If Shang Qiuyu could truly stay by his side, the people from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't be too numerous. If they were lucky, and the leader of the heavenly evil sect arrived at the same time, then with his combined forces from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, plus Shang Qiuyu, it might even be possible to capture the heavenly evil sect leader. However, such a coincidence was almost impossible. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at the people inside the tent and chuckled. All right, the battle is over. Everyone go and rest. Yes. Everyone agreed, and then withdrew from the tent. Chu Qing also lowered the curtain, leaving him alone in the tent. He naturally prepared to open the chest. Just as he was about to call upon the system, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the tent. Without waiting to be announced, the person had already entered the tent. Chu Qing turned his head and smiled. You come to practice with me? Wu Qianhuan blushed slightly, then glared at Chu Qing. There were some things I didn't mention in the report inside the tent earlier. They probably think they're trivial matters, but I felt it was necessary to tell you. Chu Qing came up to her and took her hand. What could be more important than our practice? Stop fooling around. Feeling Chu Qing's hand getting restless, she grabbed it and secured it to her waist. Prince Wu's body is missing. What? Chu Qing was stunned. When did this happen? According to the report, it was when they were burying the body that they discovered Prince Wu's body was missing. Could he still be alive? Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing shook his head. He should be dead. He knew exactly how much force he used in that palm strike. With Prince Wu's martial arts, even 1,000 deaths wouldn't have been enough to withstand it. And according to Chu Qing's observation, this person didn't possess anything that could bring the dead back to life. After all, such methods, or even supreme treasures, were few and far between in the world. He couldn't assume that resurrection was some common skill just because he encountered it twice recently. After Prince Wu's death, although Chu Qing was entangled by the Slaughter Soldier Master and the Wenqing Pavilion Master, he still managed to spare some attention for Prince Wu. For so long, he remained in a deathly state, with no heartbeat or pulse. Therefore, Chu Qing believed that this person was truly dead. If he's really dead, why did the body disappear? Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing. It said that when the body was buried, because of Prince Wu's special status, it was placed separately on another side. Later, when they searched again, they couldn't find it. Those who buried the body thought it might be someone else and buried it as an ordinary corpse. So they didn't think much of it. But when the news reached me, I felt there was something wrong. If he really isn't dead, where would he be? If he is dead, who took his body? Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice with you tonight. You're going to look for him? Let's try. Chu Qing said, I take Winru with me. If we find him, that's good. If not, then so be it. All right. Wu Qianhuan said, then I wait for you here. You have to be quick and come back. Chu Qing clicked his tongue. He thought he could finally get some rest tonight, but it seemed he couldn't. He could only nod and leave the tent on his own. He went to find Winru and woke her up. The two of them left the camp and, following the map, quickly returned to the place where they had fought. This place was too conspicuous. The entire Tontian Ridge was lush and green, but here, not a blade of grass grew. After identifying the spot, Chu Qing went to the place where he had fought with Prince Wu. After describing the situation as best he could, Winru sniffed, and then led Chu Qing to another location. This is where they gathered the corpses. There was still fresh blood on the ground, and some unburied limbs. Winru nodded gently. But that person wasn't buried. Could we track him down? Yes. Winru pointed that direction. Chu Qing took out his compass and, after checking, confirmed that's the direction to Jutian Pass. Could it be that this guy really isn't dead? He's dead, Winru said without hesitation. His aura was deathly, not something a living person could exude. Besides, he was taken away. Chu Qing nodded. The Alliance leader's token incident has blown up, and many people have joined us, but these people are a mixed bag. There might be some with malicious intentions. It's just a pity that now is not the time to completely eliminate them. Winru glanced at Chu Qing, but the one who took him away wasn't alive. Huh? Chu Qing was taken aback. Not alive. Was it a ghost? Winru thought for a moment, then came to Chu Qing's side and took his arm. How to describe it? Do you remember, back in Divine Blade City, we met someone? That person, even with his hands and feet cut off, could still stand up and kill. I know. Chu Qing nodded. That was Dong Xingji, who had cultivated the 9 profound divine skill given to him by the playful prince and was tragically framed. But thinking about it, it felt like it was a very, very long time ago. That person had a putrid smell, like a corpse. They were the ones who took away the martial prince's corpse. The smell was basically the same. I reckon they were the corpses, controlled by some method. Puppet show? Chu Qing chuckled. So, tonight there wasn't just one martial prince here. However, as far as I know, the puppet show requires someone to cultivate the corresponding martial arts before it can be completely controlled. Prince Wu's martial arts are already weak, so it's impossible for him to cultivate a method that allows one to be possessed by another. Why did Prince Shi go to all that trouble to take Prince Wu's body away? I don't know. Winru clapped her hands. Continue searching, or stay here? Why stay here? Chu Qing was taken aback. Let's not chase after him. Whether he's dead or alive, he can't cause any trouble. Let's go back. Winru didn't move. Chu Qing was stunned and looked down at her. But Winru simply looked up silently, a hint of shyness in her clear eyes. There's no one around here. Third brother and I will stay here. You can do whatever you want. Chu Qing reached out and tapped her on the forehead. You're not learning anything good. Ouch. Winru quickly rubbed her forehead, saying aggrievedly, I'm already yours. You and Sister Wu practice every night without me, and now that we've finally gotten out, Sister Wu isn't here, and you just went straight back. What a loss. Chu Qing listened to the girl's accusation with amusement, reaching out to pinch her chin. Then what do you think would be a fair loss? To take advantage of you completely. When Winru said this, her lips glistened, seemingly with saliva. Chu Qing was stunned. You really mean eating? If not, why are you drooling? Anyway, I don't care anymore. Winru snuggled into Chu Qing's arms. Back in the 10 deadly caves, you promised me yourself. If you go back on your word now, I won't allow it. I didn't go back on my word. Chu Qing shook his head. But not here. I admit I'm not a good person, but I can't do something like this. It's too unfair to you to be in this open and exposed environment. But when we get back, Sister Wu is still waiting for you. Winru pouted. Chu Qing, taking advantage of the darkness, found the scene quite tempting and lowered his head to peck her. Winru seemed to have her vital point captured, completely unable to move. Then her face flushed, and the blush quickly spread to her ears. Then she suddenly leaped up and hugged Chu Qing like a koala. You took the initiative, so don't blame me. After a while, the two parted ways. Chu Qing reached out to help Winru, who was somewhat short of breath, straighten her clothes. Winru, however, was very dissatisfied. How can you give up halfway like this? Listen to me, this place really isn't suitable. There will be plenty of opportunities later. If two hearts are truly in love, why should they be together every day? Chuqing said, let's go, we should go back. Okay. Winru agreed very gently. Although they hadn't completely achieved their goal, it wasn't a complete loss either, and Winru was quite satisfied with that. They traveled in silence, and Su returned to the main camp. After letting Winru go back to rest, Chuqing returned to his own tent. He glanced at Wu Qianhuan, her breathing was steady, and he didn't know when she had fallen asleep. Chuqing smiled wryly, and didn't wake her. Glancing at the sky, which still showed signs of early morning, he went to sit on the leader's throne. Having taken Winru on this journey, Chuqing learned that it was the puppet master of the playful prince, who took away Prince Wu's body, thus resolving one of his doubts. Moreover, this person didn't simply blend into the southern region's martial arts world. Instead, he went directly to Jutian Pass, seemingly intending to cross over into the western regions. Why the playful prince did this, Chuqing didn't know. But Prince Wu was just a figurehead, whether he was dead or alive. As long as he didn't get in his way, he didn't need to worry about him. If he was dead, that would be the end of it. If he was still alive, at worst, he could just kill him again if they encountered each other in the future. After calming himself down, he stood up, found a basin, and washed his hands briefly. Then he returned to his throne, and with a thought, summoned the system interface. 2 ordinary random martial arts treasure chests. I wonder if they yield anything good, Chuqing muttered to himself before a system notification popped up. 2 random martial arts treasure chests, open? Rubbing his hands together, Chuqing exhaled, open. Chapter 533. Activation successful, obtained extraordinary skill, the art of unforgettable memory. Seeing the notification appear, Chuqing frowned slightly. The art of unforgettable memory. If I remember correctly, this should also originate from the Black Heavenly Book, belonging to one of the 5 supernatural powers. Supernatural power in the brain, photographic memory. But this seems useless to me. In a moment of distraction, he felt a cool sensation in his mind, and then, nothing more. Chuqing's lips twitched. Even the art of absolute wisdom has a method of execution, but the art of unforgettable memory doesn't even have a method. In the end, it's just 4 words, photographic memory. But my memory isn't bad to begin with. Blessed by 2 lifetimes, his talent and comprehension were already extraordinary, and he had also cultivated so many divine skills. Although Chuqing wouldn't dare say he had a photographic memory, his memory was far beyond that of ordinary people. Now, the blessing of the art of unforgettable memory was negligible to him. However, after careful observation, he discovered that this thing wasn't entirely useless. Memories that had been gradually fading suddenly became incredibly clear when he consciously tried to recall them. And everything he would see from now on would be unforgettable. Never mind that, let's keep opening. There were 2 treasure chests in total. One yielded the technique of unforgettable memories. He could only hope the other would contain something different. Otherwise, killing those 2 people would have been pointless. Chuqing silently looked up, awaiting the result. Opened successfully, obtained ultimate skill, Maha Boundless. Maha Boundless. It's that. Chuqing's heart skipped a beat. Wind without form, clouds without constancy, wind and clouds unite, Maha Boundless. In the midst of creation from nothingness, the Maha Boundless mantra had already seeped into his mind. Suddenly, the wind and cloud energies accompanying the yin and yang energies began to stir. Chuqing's mind stirred, and he instantly sank into his inner lake. Looking up, the martial arts steel appeared before him. He had recorded the heavenly ultimate formless divine power into it, and then transformed it into Maha Boundless. The deduction instantly began. However, the main change was in the wind and cloud energies. Maha Boundless was born from the wind and cloud energies. Strictly speaking, it was a mantra, a technique, not an internal energy cultivation method. Therefore, it did not generate internal force itself, but rather fused the wind and cloud energies through the mantra, combining the 2 into one, ultimately transforming into a more powerful force. This was the Maha Boundless. However, Chuqing had already forcibly merged the wind and cloud energies using the great shift of heaven and earth, and the 3-part return to origin chi, unifying them into one. Now, with the introduction of the Maha Boundless, this energy immediately changed. The stable internal energy suddenly became violent, even beginning to draw upon the yin and yang energies. The martial arts steel began to continuously deduce, removing all negative effects and suppressing the Maha Boundless into a peaceful state. It allowed the yin and yang energies, and the Maha boundless to harmonize, and gradually coexist peacefully. Chu Qing, standing here with a high and mighty viewpoint, silently planned the flow of his internal energy. Meanwhile, in reality, Chu Qing sat cross-legged on the Alliance leader's throne. As his energy flowed, streams of qi rose from his body, instantly spreading throughout the entire tent. Wu Qianhuan, who had been fast asleep, opened her eyes, only then realizing that Chu Qing had returned. She clicked her tongue, still puzzled. Why wasn't he in bed after returning? Why was he sitting on that chair? The surrounding gale instantly snapped her back to reality, leaving her speechless. Is it starting again? The gale was gentle. Wu Qianhuan instinctively reached out her hand, only to find that while the gale felt as gentle as Chu Qing's hand as it passed over her, it wouldn't allow her to move forward. Her gaze shifted, and she saw that the gale emanating from Chu Qing had already filled the entire tent. What was happening outside? Wu Qianhuan couldn't bear to imagine. Is it another scene like the 10 Deadly Caves? Remembering the scene of Chu Qing killing the Ghost Emperor and then secluded himself in his tent, drawing swords and blades that swirled and circled above it, Wu Qianhuan felt a chill run down her spine. Compared to that day at the 10 Deadly Caves, less than a month has passed, yet his martial arts have made such a leap forward again. Thinking of this, Wu Qianhuan felt even more resentful. They both practiced the Heavenly Dawn sword technique every night. Although she occasionally lost focus, indulging in pleasure and forgetting the essentials of the practice, Chu Qing was clearly not much better than her. Why did he break through every few days, while her internal energy, no matter how rapidly it improved, only grew further and further behind him? This was truly outrageous. The young girl lay on the bed, so angry she wanted to smash the bed. Little did she know, the commotion Chu Qing caused this time was even greater than before. The entire tent was now enveloped in the aura emanating from Chu Qing's body, and above the tent, initially only a wisp of wind, a line of wind connecting heaven and earth, carrying wisps of cloud and a trace of yin and yang energy. The specific details were still unclear. But as time passed, the wind grew stronger, the clouds thickened, and the yin and yang energies, like intertwined dragons, gradually spread outwards. By the time everyone noticed, they were astonished to find that a massive vortex had formed above Chu Qing's tent. Reaching the heavens and connecting to the earth, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, it resembled a giant funnel. The rolling clouds, and the ceaseless flow of yin and yang energy were palpable. Those who noticed this phenomenon gasped, some stared wide-eyed, and others instinctively clutched their swords. Then they emerged from their tents, looking in Chu Qing's direction. For a moment, they exchanged bewildered glances. Why is he starting again? What kind of martial arts is this? The Alliance leader's abilities are unparalleled. Give him a little more time, and even if the leader of that evil cult came that day, he'd be doomed. Don't jinx it. Those who spoke were all veteran masters of the southern region, leaders of various powerful forces. Having followed Chu Qing from the Heavenly One sect to this point, they were used to it. Especially Tai Lingyun and the others. They were practically accustomed to the sheer scale of Chu Qing's training. Meanwhile, the wandering martial artists who had come to join at the Alliance leader's summons, along with the 5 newly joined masters of the western region, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Could it be a natural disaster? Ming Qianfan murmured, otherwise, how could this be? Song Qinghe, the master of Sanyuan Manor, suddenly said to Duan Qingshan beside him, Miss Duan, can you see the clues in this? Duan Qingshan frowned slightly, quite dissatisfied with Song Qinghe's statement. She was already 30 years old this year, and had been the master of Xiaoxing Manor for 4 years, although she was indeed still unmarried. But calling her Miss Duan was undeniably sarcastic. After all, being unmarried at this age wasn't something to boast about. Master Song, you should call me Master Duan, Duan Qingshan corrected him casually, then her eyes flashed like stars as she unleashed the Little Star Manor's unique skill, stargazing and moon watching. This technique could see through illusions and discern flaws, the very foundation of the Little Star Manor. She had used this technique to exchange 2 blows with Chu Qing without him even touching her, a feat she could be proud of. However, Chu Qing overwhelmed her with his power, his formidable internal energy sending her flying, leaving her no chance to defend herself and resulting in her defeat. Now, she used the same tactic again, raising her eyes to look at the vortex, wanting to see what was going on. But upon seeing it, she let out a muffled groan, staggering back 2 or 3 steps. If Bai Xiuzong hadn't caught her, she would have fallen to the ground. Master Duan, are you all right? Bai Xiuzong asked hurriedly. Duan Qingshan shook his head, but his eyes remained closed. I can't open my eyes. This vortex is incredibly mysterious. formed by the Alliance leader's internal energy. My stargazing and moon viewing technique isn't fully mastered yet. Touching it rashly caused a backlash. However, I feel this vortex is under the Alliance leader's control. If he wanted, he could circulate it. And with a single sweep, who could withstand it? So terrifying. The remaining four gasped upon hearing this. They realized then that Chu Qing had only tested his strength tonight. Even if the earth-slaughtering soldier lord, the pavilion master of the literary heart pavilion, and the martial prince were all combined, they wouldn't be a match for him in a single move. This person's martial arts skills have probably surpassed even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Thinking back to earlier today in the main tent, Lu Xiaoyan and the others worried that the leader of the heavenly evil cult might suddenly appear and cause trouble. At the time, Meng Qianfan and the others thought this was somewhat of an overreaction. But now, they felt that their concern was entirely reasonable. With this Alliance leader's abilities, he might surpass the heavenly evil cult leader in a while. It would be a real pity to be killed by him before then. What kind of person have we submitted to? Qi Liantian, the city lord of Shanghai City, muttered to himself, but a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Chu Qing didn't know what the others were thinking. The changes that Maha Wuliang brought to the heavenly ultimate formless divine power were his primary concern. And now, he already had a general strategy. Maha Wuliang couldn't become the norm, otherwise, even Chu Qing would find it difficult to control this ever-growing and explosive power. The word Maha in Sanskrit means infinite. Once unleashed, if Chu Qing doesn't restrain it, the boundless power within him will be swept up, transforming into an overwhelming force that engulfs everything. This would be Chu Qing's most terrifying killing move to date. But like opening a floodgate, there needs to be a dam. There can be no limit. Otherwise, even Chu Qing wouldn't be able to control it, and he might ultimately self-destruct. Therefore, this method cannot become the norm. The key must be in his own hands. With this in mind, the situation becomes much simpler. Chu Qing decided to try using the combined energy of wind and clouds to ignite the Maha Boundless, then channeling yin and yang energies into it, infusing the entire heavenly ultimate formless divine power. Then he began to continuously explore its limits, returning everything to its origin at the appropriate time. After this entire process, Chu Qing finally grasped the key elements. At this point, the massive vortex above his head gradually dissipated into nothingness. A grand transformation ended silently. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing more to see. Everyone go back and rest. There's another great battle tomorrow. It's over, it's over. Those with experience in the 10 absolute caves began to disperse the onlookers. Since Chu Qing might not even show up to meet them and chat about his seclusion experience, why bother gathering here? Although the others were somewhat unwilling, they could only obediently disperse. Inside the tent, Chu Qing slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he stretched out a hand, unleashing his inner strength. Yin and yang energies swirled like a dragon, followed by the infusion of wind and cloud qi. Like a fleeting spark, the wind and cloud qi ignited the Maha Boundless, absorbing the yin and yang energies, and condensed into a small tornado in his palm. With a clench of his fist, the tornado dissipated, the remaining gusts of wind causing the surrounding candles to flicker. What is this? Wu Qianhuan's voice came from the side. Chu Qing turned to look at her, smiling, and said, Maha Boundless. Another new trick? Wu Qianhuan came to him and snuggled into his arms. Speaking of which, with martial arts skills this high, can't you teach me? Chu Qing chuckled, rare indeed. I never imagined that one day our Miss Wu would have the chance to learn from me. What are you saying? Wu Qianhuan snorted, you're not happy about it. Of course I'm happy. Chu Qing gently flicked her nose, then said, it's just a pity that none of my martial arts can be mastered quickly. However, I can transfer my inner strength to you, allowing your internal energy to advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. That won't do. Wu Qianhuan quickly grabbed Chu Qing's hand. Transferring inner strength is no small matter. In these turbulent times, we desperately need your extraordinary martial arts to suppress the world. Even if I'm fiercely competitive, there's no reason for you to harm yourself for my sake. Let's just take it one step at a time and cultivate slowly. Chu Qing nodded, then let's cultivate slowly. Wu Qianhuan suddenly blinked, right now. I'm worried about one thing. What is it? I'm worried that before my martial arts are fully developed, I'd be pregnant. Wu Qianhuan leaned against Chu Qing. We're not even married yet. If you get pregnant now, how will you explain it to my father? If that doesn't work, you can use your internal energy to force it out later? Internal energy can be used like that? Wu Qianhuan was astonished. Really? I only heard it secondhand. Why don't you try it next time? Chu Qing blinked. Wu Qianhuan reached out and lifted Chu Qing's chin. It's not even dawn yet. Why try again next time? Chu Qing met her gaze, then assessed the situation outside the tent before lifting her up in his arms. If I truly become emperor, you will definitely be a wicked concubine who brings ruin to the country. Why a wicked concubine? Can I be a wicked empress? Chapter 534. Jutian Pass. The hub of the southwest regions. It's the only place with buildings along this branch of the Tontian Ridge. The exact era in which this building was constructed is unknown. 300 years ago, after the fall of the Great Qian dynasty, many things were lost, including the history of Jutian Pass. Judging from the model city walls, and the 3 large characters Jutian Pass on them, similar yet different from modern writing, this pass is undoubtedly ancient. On the west side of Jutian Pass, over 50,000 people are quietly stationed. While their morale appears stable, the leader is actually drenched in cold sweat. If Jiasha were still alive, he would recognize him. This man is Zhang Nu, one of the generals under the Slaughter army commander stationed in Xiangnan City of the western regions. Of course, much of what Jiasha said to Chu Qing was false. He had seen Zhang Nu before, but not necessarily in Xiangnan City. However, these are all minor details. Right now, Zhang Nu is like an ant on a hot pan in his tent. Others may not know, but he does. Last night, the slaughtering soldier, along with the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion and 1,000 elite troops, plus 5 top experts from the western regions, attempted to lure Chu Qing out and kill him. If all went smoothly, they would return by midnight. But now, as dawn breaks and the sun is about to fully rise, they still haven't returned. Something must have gone wrong. Zhang Nu is actually hesitant to imagine what could possibly go wrong with the slaughtering soldier's elaborate setup, and the large number of men he brought. And if they can't even defeat the Southern Region Alliance leader, just how powerful must this person be? So he could only comfort himself, thinking that perhaps an accident was possible, but with the abilities of the slaughtering lord and the old pavilion master, they could resolve whatever unexpected situation might arise. It was simply a matter of time. Once they returned, it would be time to launch a general offensive. Then, they would march straight into the southern region, conquering cities and seizing territories, unstoppable. However, he couldn't help but consider the other extreme. What if they were all dead? This thought occasionally surfaced, making Zhang Nu want to slap himself twice. Such thoughts were too negative, too terrifying. If that person could really do it, then what was the difference between waiting here and waiting to die? Nothing will happen. Zhang Nu reached out and touched his bald head, a hint of caution appearing on his ferocious face. Just then, without warning, shouts of battle rang out. Zhang Nu was startled, thinking he had misheard. It wasn't until someone reported that they realized the battle had truly begun. But the problem was, they had set up numerous sentry posts near Jutian Pass. And their 50,000 troops weren't all clustered together, but rather coordinated using battle formations, supporting each other. How had the enemy moved in so silently, and how had they pinpointed them to launch such a precise attack? Zhang Nu, no longer waiting for D2 Bingzhu and the others, rushed out of his tent. Suddenly, he looked up. A wind had picked up. The wind carried a thin mountain mist, with a fresh scent of grass and trees, but it was also pungent. Zhang Nu's murder sutra circulated within him, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. Poison. This isn't mountain mist, it's poisonous smoke. Poisonous smoke drifted in with the wind. Clearly, it was premeditated. The scale of this poisonous smoke wouldn't necessarily kill them outright, but it would certainly greatly reduce their fighting strength. Then, thinking this, he heard a furious shout. Kill! Eradicate evil completely. Slay the demons of the heavenly evil cult. Leave no one alive. Looking up, he saw a large group of martial artists from the southern region, their faces masked with damp cloth, charging towards them. Despicable and shameless. Zhang Nu never dreamed that these rising outlaws would resort to such treacherous tactics in battle. Shouldn't he, according to the rules of the martial world, engage in a direct, head-on confrontation? This poisonous smoke scheme was utterly absurd. He had already sensed that while the poisonous smoke was indeed unknown, it would cause a certain degree of stagnation in his internal energy, leading to malfunctions. Zhang Nu was confident in his internal strength. The poisonous smoke wouldn't affect him much. But the situation was less certain for the others. War Slave looked around, his heart bleeding. Southern region warriors, emerging from behind the poisonous smoke, were everywhere. He didn't know how they had investigated, but they had somehow pinpointed the location of all 50,000 of them. The enemy's main strategy now was to disrupt their previously coordinated formation, causing them to lose their footing and become unable to defend themselves effectively. They were completely on the defensive. At this point, Warslave had lost all hope. It was clear that Slaughter Lord and his forces had been defeated. But as a general under Slaughter Lord of the heavenly evil cult, Warslave had no intention of sacrificing himself. He raised his voice and shouted, "Combine the formation." A force of 50,000 men, their imposing presence and endless sea of people almost filled everything in sight. At Jutian Pass, Chu Qing, holding a bell-like object, chuckled softly. "It begins." Lu Xiaoyan, standing not far from him, said softly, "They're trying to reorganize their formation. They must be afraid. We know their situation perfectly well, and their attacks specifically target their weak points. Regardless of who's currently leading the heavenly evil sect's army, this person is undoubtedly afraid of us. So he believes we can quickly dismantle the wheels of their formation, turning this invincible heavenly evil sect army into a pile of scrap metal." Chu Qing shook his head. What happened last night frightened him. At this crucial moment, his suspicions against him have grown stronger, leading him to want to gamble everything. But in reality, although we have a numerical advantage, our forces are uneven in quality, making it difficult to compare with the 50,000 men on the other side. Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly upon hearing this. But why are you forcing them to combine their forces like this? You must know that once they combine their forces, the enemy will inevitably launch a full-scale attack on Jutian Pass with unstoppable momentum. They don't have that opportunity. Chu Qing smiled slightly. "Pass down the order, proceed according to plan, and afterwards, all comrades from the southern region should distance themselves from them. I'm afraid some people won't listen. Good advice is hard to persuade these damn fools. In such a war, those who disobey orders deserve no pity." "Yes." Lu Xiaoyan agreed and turned to leave. In reality, assembling an army of 50,000 is not so easy. The process inevitably resulted in casualties. But fortunately, their army was large enough. Even if some died during the process, it wouldn't cripple them. Finally, under the command of the war slave, everyone gathered in one place. They awaited only the order to break through the heavenly barrier. But at that moment, the war slave's expression suddenly changed drastically. He looked up at the sky muttering, "What is this?" As far as the eye could see, a gale swept across the heavens and earth, but it wasn't just wind. There were also clouds. When it appeared, the world was plunged into darkness, endless black clouds obscuring the sun, yet it seemed as if a powerful force had forcibly pulled them down from the sky and merged them into the wind. It created a terrifying scene, like a natural disaster. This situation appeared abruptly, without any warning. By the time it was discovered, it was already upon them. Before he could even make contact with the thing, the oncoming gale almost knocked the warrior off his feet, forcing him to rely on his immense strength to maintain his balance. But it was at this moment that the warrior's heart trembled with fear. The gale. This was a gale generated from internal energy. The fact that this thing could generate such a gale meant it wasn't some natural disaster, but a martial art. What kind of person, what kind of martial art, could conjure up such a terrifying spectacle? He didn't know, he didn't even dare to think about it. In fact, he didn't have time to think about it. The great boundless might was already upon him. Even though the warrior's martial arts were not weak, he was insignificant under the power of the great boundless might. He couldn't maintain his balance for even a moment before being swept away. True despair only began at this moment. Because the foundation of this Maha boundless power lies in the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, where yin and yang energies intertwine. Although it has now been ignited into Maha boundless by the energy of wind and clouds, yin and yang cannot be transformed by the wind and clouds. The flow of these two energies can only increase, not decrease. Furthermore, by using Maha boundless to manifest I am supreme in the 8 desolations and 6 directions, the winds and whirlwinds brought by Maha boundless are filled with sword energy and blade light. Under the Slaughter Soldier Master, even the mighty battle slaves were torn to pieces in less than a moment, turning into a cloud of blood mist and disappearing without a trace. The 50,000 disciples of the heavenly evil cult gathered here could only watch helplessly as this man-made calamity descended. The shrill screams rose and fell. Even the people of the southern region's martial arts world felt their scalps tingle at this scene. Can this still be considered martial arts? The Alliance leader has neither achieved immortality nor possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas. How can it not be martial arts? I wish to become the Alliance leader's disciple. I wonder if he would be willing to accept me as a student. Wishful thinking. Simply dreaming. Chu Qing's Maha Boundless didn't annihilate all 50,000 people. Firstly, Ming Qianfen had said that many of these 50,000 were from their western region's martial arts world, and many were originally disciples of their city, academy, pavilions, and manor. Now that Meng Qianfan and the others had openly pledged allegiance to Chu Qing, these people would most likely turn against him. There was no reason to kill them all. Secondly, killing them all was unrealistic. Maha Boundless was too powerful. Chu Qing used the martial art steel to deduce his own skills, igniting the wind and cloud qi, transforming yin and yang qi to form Maha Boundless, which was truly limitless. It could be said that as long as Chu Qing's internal energy was sufficient, the power of this martial art had no limits. However, with Chu Qing's current internal energy, it was absolutely impossible for him to sustain the Maha Boundless annihilation of over 50,000 enemies. With Chu Qing's current abilities, he could not sustain this technique at its peak for more than 13 breaths. Once it exceeded 13 breaths, Chu Qing would find it difficult to control, causing rivers to flow backward, leaving Chu Qing completely defeated. Even if Chu Qing had the ability to control it, he would inevitably suffer a severe blow. Even so, within that 13-breath time frame, Chu Qing only used 10 breaths, which was enough for him to single-handedly annihilate nearly 20,000 enemies. The disciples of the heavenly evil cult were filled with fear, wishing they could turn tail and run. And at this moment, the martial arts masters of the southern region, who had been surrounding but not attacking, began to truly unleash their power. Meng Qianfan shouted, "Disciples of the western region's 1 city, 1 academy, 3 pavilions, and 4 manors, follow me, Meng Qianfan, in our counterattack against the heavenly evil sect." This shout not only swayed the people of the western region's martial arts world to abandon their darkness and embrace the light, but also gave them a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As long as they turned against the heavenly evil sect, they wouldn't die at the hands of their fellow martial artists in the southern regions. The situation was now largely settled. Chu Qing flashed back to the top of the Jutian Pass, feeling his inner energy rapidly accumulating, and couldn't help but chuckle. Since obtaining the Mingyu skill, he had rarely felt such a significant reduction in his inner strength. Mahayana Boundless. Truly domineering. Chu Qing murmured softly, then heard Lu Xiaoyan beside him say, "Alliance leader, there's news." "Oh!" Chu Qing's gaze shifted, fixed on the direction of the camp. Finally couldn't hold back? Let's go meet this subordinate of the Lord of the World." Inside the main camp in a tent, the Taoist Yaij slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. In the 10 deadly caves, during the battle between the Ghost Emperor and Chu Qing, he delivered a passionate speech, and that very night, he was questioned by Chu Qing. Since then, he had been a prisoner. Chu Qing ignored him, neither coming to see him nor using anyone else to torture him. To be honest, this left Taoist Yaij feeling somewhat bewildered. Chu Qing must have something to ask of him. But what was it? The more Chu Qing remained silent, the more worried Taoist Yaij became. Especially now, he shouldn't be wasting his life here. But he couldn't escape. He could only obediently remain imprisoned. The tent flap was lifted, but Taoist Yaij didn't look. Instead, a voice rang out, "How much does he know?" The voice held an inexplicable strangeness, seemingly penetrating to the very core of one's being. Taoist Yaij abruptly looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. "It's you. You come to save me?" The newcomer wasn't one of Chu Qing's men, but a man dressed in black robes. Beneath the hood, a pair of eyes shone like stars. He slowly spoke, "I ask you, how much does he know? How much did you tell me?" This humble Taoist said nothing. Taoist Yaij was somewhat agitated. "Save me. That's the truth." The man in black robes frowned slightly, his gaze shifting towards the direction of Jutian Pass. "Indeed, we can't keep you here any longer. This man has grown powerful, we can't fight him head-on. We can only use indirect methods. His identity has already been discovered, there's no point in you staying here." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the Taoist priest. "Let's go." He turned to walk out of the tent, but his steps faltered as soon as he stepped outside. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "Gentlemen, where do you intend to go?" Chapter 535. Silence. Silence might not be the Cambridge of tonight, it could also be the end of life. Chu Qing's face held a smile, while the black-robed man opposite him wore only coldness. The Taoist looked at Chu Qing with fear. "You, how did you get here? There's only one reason he'd be here." The black-robed man glanced subconsciously in the direction of Jutian Pass, finally letting out a slow breath. "It's my fault, I overestimated the heavenly evil sect." Chu Qing smiled. "No need to be so self-deprecating. Seeing your attire, I suddenly remembered someone. The wife of the fugitive scholar once said that she and the fugitive scholar had traveled to many places. One day, a person suddenly appeared, bringing someone who wasn't a monk to find her, and then use tricks on her. She would spend the rest of her life relentlessly hunting down the fleeing scholar. Only after the scholar's death did she regain her memories. If I'm not mistaken, this person is you, isn't it? So what? The man in black chuckled. You want to kill me? What do you think, sir? Chu Qing countered with a smile. The fleeing scholar was upright, while his wife was somewhat simple-minded. Neither of them were bad people, yet they were wronged and reduced to this state. Although Chu Qing didn't express any reaction to the matter, he was truly disgusted. Perhaps I have a way to persuade the Alliance leader to show leniency. The man in black smiled and said, now that things have come to this, why don't we talk? You think talking will change my mind? Whether it can be changed is still unknown, but how can we know if we don't try? After all, so far, we haven't truly offended the Alliance leader. But I don't want to waste time with you. The moment Chu Qing uttered these words, the black-robed man opposite him paled drastically. He abruptly looked up at Lu Xiaoyan. Kill him! In that instant, Lu Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A powerful killing intent and hatred surged from the depths of his heart, making him look at Chu Qing as if he were a blood feud. Something was wrong. His remaining rationality made Lu Xiaoyan feel even more tormented. Time stretched endlessly, each day feeling like an eternity. But just then, a scream rang out from the opposite side, and the black-robed man was sent flying. His eyes bulged with blood, a gruesome sight. Just as he was about to fall into the tent, Chu Qing grabbed him with his 5 fingers, pulling him back into Chu Qing's grasp. Let me see. What have you all done? This man also possessed extraordinary skill in spiritual martial arts. However, facing Chu Qing, he was utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, Chu Qing broke through the man's mental defenses. They were not on the same side, and Chu Qing's attack was naturally forceful, causing the man to scream in agony. The excruciating pain in his head almost killed him. But he couldn't die, so he could only endure the agonizing pain. Lu Xiaoyan also regained his senses at this moment. He looked up at the Taoist priest and pointed a finger. The Taoist priest, who had been cautiously observing Chu Qing, was caught off guard by Lu Xiaoyan's sudden attack. Instantly, several major acupoints on his front and back were struck, rendering him completely immobile. Chu Qing pushed open the gates of memory and entered directly. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. At first, he didn't think much of it. It was merely a journey through the land, spreading some of the past glories of the great Qian dynasty. During the process, they subdued forces in various regions. They went everywhere, across the 4 regions and 1 state of the land, using coercion, bribery, emotional appeal, and reasoning. Most importantly, these black-robed men were incredibly wealthy. Chu Qing observed them closely, taking in their actions one by one, and finally, following the man's memory, arrived at a secret chamber. After traversing a long corridor, they finally arrived at a place resembling a natural cave. This appeared to be a gathering place, with seats on both sides, a total of 9 seats. However, these 9 seats were not full, and those seated, regardless of age or gender, were all dressed in long black robes, obscuring half their faces. Only one person, high above, wore a black mask and sat on a dragon throne. Chu Qing wanted to see this person's appearance clearly, but when the black-robed man faced him, he only glanced at him, then lowered his head, not daring to meet the gaze of the person above him. Just as Chu Qing was about to continue reading, a man in black suddenly looked up at him. More precisely, he looked at the black-robed man whose memories Chu Qing was reading. The next moment, the long sword in his hand flashed. Buzz, Chu Qing frowned slightly, and withdrew from the man's mental world. He extended a finger, touched his brow, and suddenly chuckled. Excellent swordsmanship. This man must have left a sword aura within the black-robed man's body. In that instant, Chu Qing was touched by this sword aura, and was forced to withdraw from the mental world. Under heaven, someone who can possess such swordsmanship. Ha, it seems you are not as free-spirited as the rumors suggest. Chu Qing released his grip, and the black-robed man slumped to the ground. He occasionally looked up at Chu Qing, a naive smile on his face. Big brother, let's play together. Lu Xiaoyan grinned. Although he didn't know what had just happened to his nephew, it was clear that the black-robed man had gone mad. Okay. Chu Qing smiled. What game shall we play? How about we pee and play in the mud? Sure, I pee, you play in the mud? Okay. You pee quickly, I go find some mud. After saying that, he turned to leave, but at that moment, Chu Qing flicked his sleeve, and a head rolled down. Did you find something? Lu Xiaoyan finally asked. Chu Qing nodded. I found someone. Who? Sword Emperor Huangfu Chongkong. Looking across the world, Those who could leave a wisp of sword energy in a person's spiritual world were extremely rare. And the person capable of leaving sword energy within another's body, Chu Qing thought for a long time, and could only think of one person. Huang Fuixia. However, Huang Fuixio's abilities weren't enough to extricate him from the black-robed man's mental world. Therefore, the one who drew the sword was most likely the current sword emperor, Huang Fuchankong. Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Does this person know Huang Fuchankong? Chu Qing shook his head. Not that he knows him, but he belongs to an organization. From his memories, I see that this organization is called the Alliance of the World. Its leader is called the Sovereign, and he harbors boundless ambitions, desiring to rule the world and become its supreme ruler. Besides this sovereign, the Alliance has 9 seats, and Huang Fuchankong should occupy one of them. The remaining 8 seats are not full, at least 2 seats are still vacant. Even so, the remaining 6 are by no means ordinary. However, this black-robed man's status within the World Alliance is ordinary. His knowledge is limited. Lu Xiaoyan gasped. Sword Emperor Huang Fuchankong, actually. Qinger, this matter is extraordinary and requires careful consideration. Chu Qing shook her head. There's no need for careful consideration. The World Alliance has already set its sights on our Southern Region Martial Alliance, attempting to incite conflict between us and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, so that the world will be thrown into chaos, and they can then seize the opportunity to rise up. Just today's battle at Jutian Pass saw members of the World Alliance from both the north and south of our southern region, as well as from the sects of the western region. Once chaos erupts, the World Alliance will inevitably seize the opportunity to rise up. The outcome then is unpredictable. Then what do we do? Lu Xiaoyan sighed. On one side was the heavenly evil sect, on the other the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and now there was the hidden World Alliance. It was utter chaos. Chu Qing smiled. Uncle, don't worry. The World Alliance might not be a monolithic entity. The Sword Emperor is involved, and what role he plays is still unknown. As far as I know, the Sword Emperor's son, Huang Fujian, was secretly sent to Nanling by members of the World Alliance. Whether the Sword Emperor knows about this or not, there are probably some subtle nuances involved. I plan to go directly to Zhongzhou to meet this current Sword Emperor after I dealt with most of my current affairs. Perhaps I can find some clues. Of course, if we're lucky, he might come to me without me even having to look for him. Is it the matter you mentioned last night? Lu Xiaoyan thought for a moment. Then we just need to proceed step by step and wait. Chu Qing nodded. That's right. The world is vast, and we can't neglect what needs to be done. No need to hold back. After this battle, we can directly march into the western regions and, using the reputation of those 5 great masters, reclaim our lost territory. We await the arrival of our distinguished guest. We obey the Alliance leader's command. Lu Xiaoyan clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. There's no one else here. Why are we, uncle and nephew, acting like this? Propriety cannot be disregarded. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Chu Qing, then suddenly asked in a low voice, Qinger, do you want to be the emperor? We see, I haven't decided yet. Sometimes, these things don't allow for careful consideration. Lu Xiaoyan shook his head slightly. However, there's no rush. Let's see how things go. I'm telling you this only to let you know that if you want it, I risk my life to make it happen. Straight to the summit of Qingyun. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and gently shook his head. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. The two didn't continue their idle chatter. Having captured the black-robed man and obtained clues about Huang Fuchankong, the Taoist Yaij was no longer of any use to Chu Qing. Chu Qing simply gave him a quick death, and then returned to Jutian Pass with Lu Xiaoyan. The methods Chu Qing used in this battle were not limited to the poisonous smoke that could only be used by taking advantage of the wind. There were many other insidious methods, not simply relying on personal bravery. Such methods often yielded unexpected results. Therefore, when Chu Qing and his group returned, the heavenly evil sect was nearly wiped out. Chu Qing didn't intervene, simply observing until the last heavenly evil sect disciple was hacked to death. Only then did he wave his hand, follow me, and we will enter the western regions. The crowd cheered, praising the Alliance leader's wisdom. Leaving behind those to clean up the battlefield, the army continued its march towards the western regions. A few days later, they arrived at Xiangnan City. The first thing Chu Qing did upon arrival was to disperse the martial artists who had gathered because of the Alliance leader's order. Of course, even without Chu Qing's intervention, these people would have gradually dispersed naturally. After the battle at Jutian Pass, many had already left on their own. Those who followed Chu Qing into Xiangnan City had decreased by 30%, and now, with the further dispersal, fewer than 10,000 remained by Chu Qing's side. This group mainly consisted of key members from various sects and gangs. With this streamlined approach, Chu Qing no longer needed to worry about future military pay. However, after arriving in Xiangnan City, Chu Qing didn't make any major moves, which made the generals guarding the other cities somewhat uneasy. 2 more days passed, and the shepherd boy returned. She handed Chu Qing a letter. "This is a love letter my mother wrote to my father. You mustn't peek at it yourself. My mother said that if you give this letter to my father, he immediately serve you." "So easy?" Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. "How easy? I practically wore myself out trying to persuade him." The shepherd boy snorted and looked around. Chu Qing was currently staying in the city lord's mansion in Xiangnan City, and the place where he met the shepherd boy was the study of the city lord's mansion. With no one around, the shepherd boy suddenly approached Chu Qing. "I want to discuss something with you." Chu Qing shrank back. "This matter is probably not simple. Tell me about it, and I consider it." "It's very simple, and very enjoyable. At least for you, very enjoyable," the shepherd boy said, laughing, and even reached out to grab Chu Qing's collar, pulling him closer. Chu Qing felt a little uneasy. "Wait, you can talk, but why are you getting physical?" "To let you get used to it a little," the shepherd boy said with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense, what is it?" "Let's have a child." Chu Qing's eyes widened, and after a moment of blankness, she suddenly realized this. "Is it to inherit your Mu family, or the Shang family?" "My mother meant the Shang family. When my father married into the family, my mother was actually quite reluctant. Now that the older generation has passed away, no one can make decisions for them, so she wants to make amends to my father." Chu Qing couldn't help but rub her forehead. "That's impossible." "Why is it impossible?" "I don't care about you as a person, and I don't want to marry you," Mu Tonger said. "I just want to have a child with you. 2 are fine too, one surnamed Mu, one surnamed Shang. The one surnamed Mu, boy or girl, is fine. After all, a girl can find a husband to marry into the family. The one surnamed Shang, preferably a boy. I take the child and leave. I won't trouble you at all." "So you're leaving the father behind with the child?" Chu Qing said with a dark face. "Why should I agree to let my Chu family bloodline be scattered abroad?" Chapter 536. What do you mean by being stranded abroad? The shepherd boy rolled his eyes. "Whether it's the Shang family or the Mu family, which one is ordinary? If the child stays with you, you have 2 confidants, and you also have your own offspring. Who knows how many children you end up with? If you don't treat them all equally, you might suffer some injustice. But it's different with me. After all, the Shang family has held the throne for generations, and the Mu family is also a prestigious clan. As the heads of their respective families, they are naturally showered with honor and privilege. Much better than having the child with you. That doesn't seem unreasonable." Chu Qing pondered for a moment before realizing, "No, when did I agree to that? Don't even think about it." Mu Tonger pointed to the letter on the table. "I've done so much for you, and you only ask me for this little thing. And it's such a rare opportunity. You're still making excuses? Are you even a man? Whether I'm a man or not is none of your business." Chu Qing braced himself on the table, moving slightly closer to Mu Tonger, causing Mu Tonger to instinctively back away. But feeling as if Chu Qing was suppressing his aura, he popped out his chest again. "What are you doing? Why are you so close?" Chu Qing smiled. "Can I ask why it's me?" "What? Why you? You are the daughter of the Xian Emperor. Although you didn't inherit the 9 profound divine skill, your beauty is unparalleled. Although she's slightly inferior to Qin Huan and Ro." "Bullshit!" Before Chu Qing could finish speaking, the shepherd boy snapped. "What do you mean slightly inferior? What kind of eyes do you have? Can't you be fair? Don't give me that beauty is in the eye of the beholder nonsense. Gentle is like a demure young lady, Wu Qianhuan is dashing and heroic. Although both are beautiful, when the 3 of us stand together, anyone with eyes can see that I am the most beautiful, okay? Have you no shame? I think you're the one who's shameless. I'm not arguing with you about this." Chu Qing waved her hand. "I want to say, with your beauty and family background, what kind of man couldn't you find? Why did you choose me?" "Because you're so good," Mu Tonger said, counting on her fingers. "Unparalleled martial arts, handsome appearance, and at the age of 19, you already reached the pinnacle of this world. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, individually, probably couldn't compare to you. Looking across the 4 regions and 1 state for the past 500 years, who can compare to you? So, if I give birth to your child, he will most likely be a prodigy with extraordinary talent and comprehension. even more likely to inherit the 9 profound divine skill. This is something no other man can offer. Besides, with our looks, our child definitely won't be ugly. You're trying to optimize our genes. Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated. The more outstanding a person is, the more they want to find someone equally outstanding, or even more outstanding, to marry. The children born this way are very likely to inherit their excellent traits. This isn't hard to understand. There are also some people, for example, those who are short, who want to find someone tall, hoping their offspring won't be short either. Those who are not good-looking hope to find someone beautiful, so their offspring will be more attractive. This is all a method of gene optimization. I just didn't expect that Mutonger would think of such a method. What is gene optimization? Mutonger couldn't understand. Chu Qing shook his head. That's not important. But have you considered that this kind of thing can't be done overnight? If once doesn't work, try twice. If twice doesn't work, try 10 times. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Mutonger pouted. You won't even accept this good thing that's been delivered to your door. You really aren't a man. Chu Qing reached out and gently tapped her forehead. You're just being ridiculous. Wait a minute. You didn't have this idea before you left. Why did you suddenly do this after seeing your mother and coming back? Could it be your mother? So what if she is? Mutonger nodded frankly. Anyway, I reckon I never like another man in my life. With Bayu as an example, no matter what talented young men I meet in the future, they will inevitably be compared to you. I don't even like you. How could these people possibly catch my eye? Rather than wasting time, ending up with no children, or having to settle for someone less capable in the future, I'd rather just be with you from the start. We can go about our business as usual. If I get pregnant, I leave, and the child will have nothing to do with you. If I want another child, I come back to you. What do you think? Chu Qing's face darkened. Do you think I'm a stud pig? This is outrageous. Get out of here, and never mention this again. The shepherd boy didn't leave, nor did he speak. Chu Qing lowered her head, about to continue what she was doing. From the black-robed man's memories, he found many clues about the World Alliance. Now that Xiangnan City was under his control, the reason he hadn't continued to push forward and completely drive the heavenly evil sect out of the western regions was, firstly, he didn't want to take too big a step. Secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to consolidate his understanding, organize the World Alliance's clues, and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Finally, he could wait here for someone. He estimated that someone would come knocking soon. So he was actually quite busy right now, sketching with a brush, when he heard a few sobs. Chu Qing was startled, slightly looking up to see Mutonger with red eyes and tears. Wait, why are you crying? Chu Qing rummaged through his clothes and took out the token Mutonger had given him earlier. Mutonger glanced at it, slightly surprised. You still have this with you? Yes. He had used it to gain Shang Qiuyu's trust when he met the Xian Emperor. Shang Qiuyu had asked Chu Qing to bring the handkerchief back to return to the shepherd boy, but upon returning, he encountered Cao Qiupu's murder, and the matter was temporarily forgotten. Seeing the shepherd boy crying pitifully, he wanted to find something to wipe her tears, so he casually took the handkerchief from his bosom. However, upon seeing the handkerchief, the shepherd boy seemed to feel much better for some reason. At least you still have some conscience. After saying this, he didn't take the handkerchief, but wiped his tears haphazardly with his sleeve. I'm ignoring you, you big bastard, you heartless man, Tui. He then turned and left. Chu Qing was bewildered by the insult, pointing a finger at his own nose. Heartless man. Me? Although he admitted he couldn't be faithful to one person for life in matters of the heart, in this era, it was still quite unfair to be called a heartless man. Leaving aside his current status and martial arts skills, even before becoming the leader of the Southern Region Alliance, if he wanted, he could have been surrounded by beautiful women and countless wives and concubines. To this day, the only person he's truly had a substantial relationship with is Wu Qianhuan. He could already be considered quite chaste. But watching the shepherd boy leave, Chu Qing swallowed his anger. Never mind, I wonder what triggered the girl's reaction after meeting her mother. Could it be that her family arranged a husband for her? Chu Qing stroked his chin, and the plots of those melodramatic dramas he watched involuntarily surfaced in his mind. With the aid of his memory-enhancing technique, these memories were exceptionally clear. Such a sudden and drastic change in a character must be due to some immense trauma. For example, some heroines, angered by their families arranging a marriage for them, impulsively go and marry an honest man. I've seen countless similar plots. Even more extreme, some heroines' elders. A child is required to inherit the family business, so the female lead goes to find someone to have a child with. Could it be that Mutonger is facing the same predicament? So she's planning to have a child with me? Chu Qing thought for a moment, feeling that with Shang Qiuyu's doting fatherly nature, she wouldn't do such a thing. She shook her head, stopping her wild thoughts, and decided to deal with the matter at hand first. Meanwhile, in a fit of anger, Mutonger ran to the pond in the city lord's mansion, sat on the railing, holding a flower she had picked, and started pulling off handfuls of petals as if they were Chu Qing's hair, muttering curses under her breath. Finally, she sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face. Mother, this isn't as easy as you say. This boy is so stubborn. What should I do? Chu Qing's guess was actually somewhat accurate. This sudden turn of events did indeed occur after she met her mother. However, ultimately, the cause of this whole affair lay with Chu Qing. The shepherd girl's purpose in returning was to help Chu Qing keep Shang Qiuyu, seeking her mother's help, and naturally, her mother asked why. The girl's straightforward explanation immediately caught her mother's attention. After a few casual words, she noticed that her daughter invariably brought up Chu Qing in passing. While the words were unintentional, the listener took them to heart. After all, it was her mother, and there was no need to hide anything. She bluntly asked if she had taken a liking to the young alliance leader. Without hesitation, Mutonger shook her head resolutely, indicating she hadn't taken a liking to him at all. Her mother nodded, not wanting to argue, and began to discuss marriage for her. After all, at Mutonger's age, discussing marriage was perfectly normal. Since she hadn't taken a liking to Chu Qing, she should find a decent man to marry. However, several men were suggested, but they were either too weak in martial arts, had poor character, or were unattractive. The unattractiveness of appearance was a concern not only for Mutonger, but also for her mother. Finally, her mother was at her wit's end. She spread her hands and asked, "Girl, how strong do you expect your martial arts to be?" "Good looks, that goes without saying, the more handsome the better. But character is hard to define. Where are you going to find a man like that?" Without hesitation, the shepherd girl replied, "Chu Qing is it. His martial arts are so high, even my father might not be able to beat him. He's handsome too, his face looks even younger than mine. His character is also excellent. For a promise, he traveled thousands of miles, even venturing into dangerous lairs, to fulfill it. For the sake of justice in the martial world, he single-handedly carries the banner of the southern region. It's a pity, he already has someone he loves. You shouldn't meet someone too stunning when you're young, otherwise, you'd just be settling for anyone later." The shepherd girl's mother glanced at her. "I'm asking you, do you want to just get by with this life, or do you want to live it without regrets?" "What do you mean?" The shepherd girl looked at her mother. "I definitely can't marry him. He already has a love interest. If I join him, wouldn't that just cause trouble?" "Then don't join him." The shepherd boy's mother's bright eyes lit up. "Men marry and have children. Women are devoted wives and mothers. Do you understand the key to the problem? It's the child. If you won't go to him and make him marry you, then ask him for a child. Then the father will be gone, the son will remain, and the Shang and Mu families will have an heir." "Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly have a child with him for no reason?" "Then what should we do?" The shepherd boy's mother said, "Look, this young man is so good. Can you find another like him anywhere else in the world? Any talented young man pales in comparison. In the future, whether we let you marry someone else or have our family taken a son-in-law, you won't be interested. Even if you force yourself to find someone, you feel miserable. How can you live a life without marital harmony? If I don't force myself, I might end up alone. Instead of torturing myself, I might as well change my perspective. Have a child with him, you get what you want, and you won't have any regrets later. Having a child by your side will keep you from being bored." "How wonderful. That makes sense." The shepherd boy felt his mother was right. "Then I talked to him about it." Go ahead. The shepherd's mother, always eager for drama, was overjoyed that her daughter had come to her senses and chased her away. Back to the present. Sitting by the pond, the shepherd grew increasingly angry, angrily throwing the bare flower branch she was holding into the water. "You scoundrel, you stinking man. Having a child with me, and you think that's a hardship? Have a child?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. The shepherd recognized the voice, and turned around to see a handsome man in white, with graying temples, standing not far behind her. His handsome face was slightly dazed, his pupils contracted, clearly shocked. "Father?" The shepherd was startled, then overjoyed, jumping up. "You come. You want to have a child? Unbelievable." Shang Qiuyu had just arrived, his joy at seeing his own daughter completely overshadowed. "Have a child." The words vanished in an instant, and upon realizing what had happened, he flew into a rage. You pretty boy surnamed Chu, how dare you? You even lied to me, saying you and Tonger had no relationship, and now Tonger is about to have your child. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I change my name to Xian Emperor." With that, he leaped up and disappeared without a trace, storming off to cause trouble for Chu Qing. Eh? Mu Tonger was dazed for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. "No. Father, dear father. Come back, there's been a misunderstanding." Rushing to the study, he found the doors and windows shattered, and Shang Qiuyu standing inside, utterly bewildered. "Where is that boy?" Chapter 537. The study was empty. Chu Qing was nowhere to be seen. The doors and windows of the study were all shattered. Mu Tonger rushed in and saw Shang Qiuyu standing in the study, looking around anxiously. His expression changed. "You attacked him?" "Attacked what? I didn't see him," Shang Qiuyu said with a dark face. "Tonger, don't worry, your father will definitely get justice for you today, and make this hypocritical brat pay the price." "Come on, you're kidding me. Who knows who will pay the price?" Mu Tonger waved his hand, sensing something was wrong. Since it wasn't his muddle-headed father who tore down the study doors and windows, then who could it be? Even if someone foolish enough to come here and act recklessly, they could never make Chu Qing disappear. "What are you saying?" Shang Qiuyu roared. "You think your father isn't his match?" "It's not that I think." Mu Tonger corrected Shang Qiuyu's choice of words. Seeing Shang Qiuyu's anger turn to joy, Mu Tonger said, "It's the truth." Shang Qiuyu's smile became somewhat sinister. How outrageous. Now, in Tonger's heart, her father was no longer the omnipotent mountain, the most powerful one had become that pretty boy. This was truly absurd. "Father, Chu Qing is missing. Someone must have come to make things difficult for him. Can you find him?" Mu Tonger suddenly realized that her muddle-headed father's judgment was definitely far superior to her own, and if the person who came was truly capable of making things difficult for Chu Qing, then only Shang Qiuyu could help. Shang Qiuyu snorted. "So now you're thinking of asking me for help?" The shepherd boy looked up at Shang Qiuyu. "Father, why are you being so sarcastic? Can you even figure anything out? If you can't, I go find someone else." "Outrageous. How could I not see it?" Shang Qiuyu snorted again, then his gaze swept around the room once more. Suddenly, his expression changed. "How come I didn't notice it earlier? There's a faint sword intent in this room. Wait, this is heaven's will. Oh no, it's Wang Fu Chong Kong." "What?" Mu Tonger's expression changed, but Shang Qiuyu grabbed her shoulder. "Let's go." "Where to?" Mu Tonger asked hurriedly. "To find your little lover." Shang Qiuyu's figure flashed, disappearing from the study with Mu Tonger. When they reappeared, they were outside the city lord's mansion. Shang Qiuyu's eyes gleamed, a swirling light seemingly flowing within them. Then, with a light step, he vanished like a rainbow, drawing the attention of many in Xiangnan City. Those with some knowledge could tell his lightness skill was extraordinary, and they gasped in astonishment, wondering where this great master had come from. This action also alerted the martial arts practitioners stationed there by the southern region's Jianghu Dao. A moment later, it attracted Lu Xiaoyan and his group. Shang Qiuyu continued on his way, leaving Xiangnan City. 23 miles further on, he came to a lake. Two figures stood on the lake, facing each other. Shang Qiuyu suddenly appeared, landing in a corner opposite them. Mu Tonger looked up at Chu Qing, who stood not far away. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chu Qing glanced at Shang Qiuyu. "So it's Senior Shang who's arrived." What? Did my arrival ruin your plans?" Shang Qiuyu's face darkened. Recalling what the shepherd boy had said by the pond earlier, she felt a surge of anger that was about to burst forth. Chu Qing was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, Senior Shang? What else do I need to say?" Shang Qiuyu glared at Chu Qing. "What did you say to me back in the Valley of Abandoned Gods? You said you and Tonger had no relationship whatsoever. And what happened? Now the child is about to be born, and you called it no relationship whatsoever. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" He grew angrier as he spoke, flicking his sleeve, causing a huge ripple to spread across the lake. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man standing in another corner, watching the rippling water and listening to Shang Qiuyu's words, slightly darkened his expressionless face. Then he spoke calmly. "So this young friend is actually Brother Shang's son-in-law. Wang Fu Chong Kong, don't speak nonsense." Shang Qiuyu pointed a finger. "Whether this boy can become my son-in-law is still unknown. Since he already has a child, how can he not be your son-in-law?" Wang Fu Chong Kong was somewhat surprised. This contemporary sword emperor held no sword, and his attire was simple, just a blue close-fitting outfit. His hair was loose, giving him a more profound air. His appearance was somewhat ordinary, but there was a faint aura of sword energy flowing between his brows. But it wasn't sharp. Instead, it gave people a very approachable feeling. A marriage without a matchmaker? What kind of son-in-law is that? Speaking of this, Shang Qiuyu became even angrier. The shepherd boy's face darkened. No, father, don't talk nonsense here. We didn't have a matchmaker. Why are you saying such rude things? What's the big deal? Wang Fu Changkong said calmly. Since there's no matchmaker, how about I act as matchmaker? There's no time like the present. Let's have these two use earth as incense and get married today. Having children afterwards is perfectly reasonable. This? Shang Qiuyu thought for a moment, then looked at Chu Qing. What are you thinking? What am I thinking? I'm not thinking anything. Chu Qing said with a dark face. Mu Tong'er and I are completely innocent. What am I thinking? Senior Shang, a woman's reputation is extremely important. You haven't even figured out the truth yet, and you're already spouting nonsense here, ruining Miss Mu's reputation. How can you bear it? That's right, that's right. Mu Tong'er nodded repeatedly. I already said you misunderstood. Even now, you're still trying to hide it from me. Shang Qiuyu rarely glared at Mu Tong'er. You were the one who said it by the pond that you have his child, and he was still complaining. I heard that clearly. How could it be false? Shut up. Mu Tong'er quickly pulled Shang Qiuyu aside. Seeing her father's angry expression, she could only say, Father, come closer, let me explain. Why can't you say it in public? Shang Qiuyu made it clear that this matter had to be stated openly. If it was discussed covertly, his daughter would definitely suffer in the end. You old man, do you have to be so direct? Are you going to regret it in front of Uncle Huangfu? Mu Tong'er glanced at Huangfu Changkong. Huangfu Changkong crossed his arms, watching with great interest, clearly not intending to avoid the topic. Regret what? Just say it. Shang Qiuyu glared at Chu Qing. If this brat bullies you, father will definitely stand up for you today. Even if his martial arts have truly surpassed father's, isn't your Uncle Huangfu here? When the two of us join forces, can't we take down this little Southern Region Alliance leader? Alright, I talk then. The shepherd boy finally understood. If he didn't make things clear today, his own father wouldn't just be unable to help Chu Qing, he might even become a hindrance. He took a deep breath and said loudly, My mother made me have a child for him, and then go to my father's house. What? When Shang Qiuyu heard my mother made me have a child for him, his mind went blank. He didn't care what he said next, and quickly covered the shepherd boy's mouth. Chu Qing also suddenly realized, so it's because of your mother? But, why would your mother make you do that? Shut up. Shang Qiuyu glared at Chu Qing. Why do you care why she made you do that? Just do it. Chu Qing's gaze toward Shang Qiuyu gradually shifted from calm to disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? That's your daughter. Isn't she her own? This is impossible. No wonder the shepherd boy described Shang Qiuyu as a henpecked husband. When they met at the Valley of Abandoned Gods, seeing how much he cared about the shepherd boy, he thought the boy was just talking nonsense. He was clearly a doting father. Now look at him. Compared to what his wife said, his daughter is nothing. He even agreed to something like this without asking any questions? What kind of nonsense is this? Chu Qing felt his worldview had been completely shattered. Moreover, he had never met the shepherd boy's mother before, so why was she blaming the boy for having his child? His head was itching. He didn't know if his brain was trying to grow or shrink. His worldview had been significantly shaken, feeling as if it were about to shatter. After releasing the shepherd boy, Shang Qiuyu and his father huddled together, whispering to each other. As a Xian emperor, his methods were extraordinary. Ordinary whispers wouldn't escape Chu Qing's notice, but now, somehow, Chu Qing couldn't hear a single word Shang Qiuyu had used. He watched as Shang Qiuyu's expression changed several times. First excited, then calm, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes nodding, sometimes suddenly understanding. Finally, his gaze settled on Chu Qing, a look of certainty on his face. His eyes sent chills down Chu Qing's spine. Damn it! This whole family is after me. When Huangfu Changkong came knocking, Chu Qing hadn't thought much of it. But seeing Shang Qiuyu's expression now, Chu Qing truly had the urge to turn and run. And at this moment, the father and son had clearly finished their secret conversation. Back on the lake, Shang Qiuyu ignored Chu Qing this time, and looked at Huangfu Changkong. Why aren't you staying in Zhongzhou? What are you doing here? Huangfu Changkong seemed used to Shang Qiuyu's audacity, but he wasn't going to let him off the hook. You accepted these two children's illicit affair? What are you talking about? Shang Qiuyu snorted. Mutual affection, how can it be considered an illicit affair? If they're willing, that's fine. Outsiders shouldn't meddle. Wang Fu Chongkong pondered for a moment, then said to Chu Qing, "Have you remembered what I said today?" Of course, I remembered Senior Huang Fu's words. Very well, in 3 days, I will visit the city lord's mansion with the sword emperor Dongfang Jinghong. This junior awaits your arrival. Wang Fu Chongkong gave Chu Qing a deep look, then said, "Farewell." He turned and left. The shepherd boy frowned slightly. What does he want with you? It's not resolved today. And he's coming with Dongfang Jinghong in 3 days? Is he trying to make things difficult for you? Chu Qing shook his head. It's not about making things difficult. Back at Jutian Pass, I obtained the Ghost Emperor's throne, and that news has indeed reached their ears. He came to see me today for this matter. A meteoric rise. Shang Qiuyu suddenly spoke in a deep voice. You agreed? Of course I agreed. Chu Qing smiled. I was the one who started this, there's no reason not to agree. But father, isn't ascending to the heavens in 1 step just a formality? The shepherd boy looked at Shang Qiuyu. I remember you told me this before. Shang Qiuyu's face darkened, and he stroked his chin, saying, That's right, father did tell you that back then. It's kind of you to remember. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors first established their positions, they considered the path of succession. After all, these positions are high and mighty, and cannot remain vacant. The conventional succession methods are father to son, master to disciple, etc. And the ritual to test whether a disciple is capable of achieving it is ascending to the heavens in 1 step. However, the formality father told you about is this conventional succession. With the father's influence, it naturally won't be too difficult. But this pretty boy's method of gaining the position was to seize it after killing the Ghost Emperor. Therefore, a problem arises. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shed blood. So this ascending to the heavens in 1 step must be stained with some blood. What do you mean? The shepherd boy glanced at Chu Qing, a hint of worry in his voice. Could it be that they intend to use this ascension ceremony to kill Chu Qing? That's hard to say. Shang Qiuyu shook his head. Over the years, regardless of whether the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were on good terms or not, only a handful of us were truly on the same level in the martial world. So no matter how you look at it, there's some connection between us. Although as martial artists, we naturally cannot fear challenges. But there are rules of the martial world, and there's also the matter of human relationships. Today someone challenges me, knocks me down to the dust, and he gains the throne. The other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors immediately fawn over him. Wouldn't that be disheartening? As the saying goes, the rabbit dies, the fox grieves, things of one's kind grieve. Today I'm the one who fell to the dust, tomorrow it could be you. Therefore, obtaining the throne through challenges, even by killing one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, always requires undergoing the most rigorous tests. So this pretty boy's meteoric rise this time will definitely not be a simple formality. Perhaps, he really will kill you during this meteoric rise. The shepherd boy's face darkened. The Ghost Emperor clearly deserved to die. You don't even know, that old tried to kill me in the first martial emperor's tomb. Shang Qiuyu nodded. He went too far. Under those circumstances, he naturally wouldn't leave you a way out. He truly deserved to die. Don't worry, in 3 days, your father and your little lover will go together. We can't let him really get into trouble during this meteoric rise. However, have you considered taking him down in these 3 days? I did bring some essential items for traveling the martial world. If that doesn't work, we use some methods. Ahem. Chu Qing coughed. Have you 2 forgotten that I'm still here? Can we please refrain from plotting in person? Chapter 538. Chu Qing was utterly exasperated with Shang Qiuyu's family. The mighty Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu was a henpecked husband and a doting father, to say the least. His wife wasn't exactly normal either, otherwise, how could she possibly encourage her daughter to find a man and have a child? The most outrageous thing was that Mu Tong'er actually listened to her mother's absurd suggestion and actually seriously discussed such a matter with him. Now, the father and daughter were plotting to drug him? And right in front of him, the one in question? He wasn't deaf or blind. Did they think he was dead? Chu Qing's words made Shang Qiuyu feel somewhat embarrassed. He coughed and straightened up. Fine, we discuss it ourselves when we get back. We won't say it in front of you. Chu Qing blinked. Was that what I meant? Mu Tong'er rolled her eyes at him. Can't you just pretend you didn't hear me? So it's my fault? Chu Qing gritted his teeth. The shepherd boy was about to launch into a further argument, to show him what a woman was like, when he heard a series of whooshing sounds. Looking up, he saw Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Lu Jianyan, Ouyang Tianqiu, and others arriving. They led their respective elite disciples, a large and imposing group. Standing by the lake, Lu Xiaoyan led the group in kneeling on one knee. "Greetings, Alliance leader." Wu Qianhuan then asked, "Are you alright?" Chu Qing lightly stepped out of the water and onto the shore, taking Wu Qianhuan's hand and gently shaking his head. "I'm fine, we talk about it when we get back." He then turned to the crowd. "Everyone, please rise." Lu Xiaoyan and the others then stood up. Seeing no enemies around, only Shang Qiuyu, a complete stranger, stood nearby. However, the shepherd boy was standing with him, and they seemed quite close, so they shouldn't be enemies. They asked, "Alliance leader, what happened?" "Nothing serious, just that your alliance leader has attracted the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They plan to come and make things difficult for your alliance leader in 3 days." Shang Qiuyu led the shepherd boy across the lake, but his words caused everyone to gasp. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru simultaneously looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing nodded slightly and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is Miss Mu's father, the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, Senior Shang." Lu Xiaoyan and the others were taken aback, but after Chu Qing's words, looking at Shang Qiuyu and the shepherd boy again, they could indeed find some similarities in their eyes and brows. Immediately, they all clasped their hands in a fist and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Emperor Xian." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were high above, and in principle, a grand ceremony of worship wouldn't be excessive. However, now that they were members of the southern region's martial arts world, with Chu Qing standing before them, they only wanted to acknowledge Chu Qing as their leader. The likes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, after the incident with Ghost Emperor Moto, had to step aside before Chu Qing. Therefore, they greeted him with ordinary martial arts etiquette. Shang Qiuyu didn't care about such formalities, waving her hand dismissively, and then looked at Chu Qing. "This matter could be big or small. What do you say? Let's go back and discuss it." With Chu Qing's words, and considering that Huang Fu Changkong had already left, there was no point in staying. The group immediately turned back towards the southern city. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Chu Qing and Shang Qiuyu sat in the main seats, with the others seated on either side. Chu Qing recounted the whole story. There weren't many details. It was simply that Huang Fu Changkong had suddenly descended from the sky. After attracting Chu Qing's attention, the two exchanged a blow across the distance, after which Huang Fu Changkong turned and left, with Chu Qing giving chase. Upon reaching the lake, Huang Fu Changkong explained his purpose. However, before he could finish, Shang Qiuyu arrived with the shepherd boy. Huang Fu Changkong ate and drank for a while, until he had almost finished, before finally saying what he hadn't finished, and then taking his leave. The whole incident was quite simple. But none of the people present felt relaxed. Wu Qianhuan frowned and said to Shang Qiuyu, "Senior Shang, is it possible to seek help for this one step to heaven?" Shang Qiuyu glanced at Wu Qianhuan, then at Chu Qing, knowing that this was one of his confidants. Indeed, she was a beauty of unparalleled grace. Though slightly less striking than his own daughter, she was still a rare find. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. "It depends on the kind of help. If we're joining forces with him, then naturally it won't work. However, if someone is watching over things, to prevent injury, or even death, it's still possible. Then, Senior Shang, I wonder if you..." Wu Qianhuan hurriedly began, her voice slightly anxious. Shang Qiuyu smiled, waving his hand before she could finish. "I know what you're trying to say, but ultimately, I have no relation to this boy. Why should I help him?" The shepherd boy pinched Shang Qiuyu's arm. "What did you say? Don't blame me." Shang Qiuyu glared at Mu Tong'er. "Isn't this all for you? But you clearly promised to go with him." "I go with him, but I didn't say I had to help him." "You're breaking your promise. A dignified Emperor Xian is acting so frivolously. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the martial world? Do you think your father is the kind of person who's afraid of being ridiculed?" Shang Qiuyu retorted. Mu Tong'er was speechless for a moment. If Shang Qiuyu were the kind of person who worried about being ridiculed, she wouldn't have married into the family. She gritted her teeth, looking at Shang Qiuyu. Growing up, how come she hadn't realized that her own father was such a stubborn, oblivious person? Wu Qianhuan, listening to the father and daughter's conversation, vaguely understood something and couldn't help but glance at Chu Qing. Chu Qing gently patted her hand, telling her to calm down. He then looked at everyone present and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone. I'm quite confident about this ascension. I don't think there will be any major problems. 3 days later, it's simply a matter of dealing with whatever comes our way. So there's no need to discuss this further. However, and to what extent, this battle between me and them 3 days from now is uncertain. Just in case, I also need to make some arrangements. Lord Lu, sect leader Tian Fengzi. 3 days later, I will not be in Xiangnan City. All matters within the city will be handled by the two of you. The arrival of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might be a secret to ordinary people, but it's unlikely to be kept secret from the powerful and resourceful Tianxia sect. To prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos, Xiangnan City needs to be prepared. To prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Everyone immediately clasped their hands in obedience. Shang Qiuyu was somewhat anxious. No, why is there no need to discuss it further? Let's discuss it again, the terms are negotiable. However, no one paid him any attention. Tian Fengzi stepped forward. Alliance leader, I believe that this battle cannot be fought alone. The outcome is still unknown. Someone needs to provide support. The meaning was simple. If Chu Qing won, but was seriously injured, someone needed to bring him back to heal, lest he be taken advantage of while weakened. Chu Qing nodded and immediately discussed the manpower issue with everyone. The final decision was for Ji Yeshua and Sikong Yijian to lead a team of elite disciples from various sects to protect Chu Qing. One was a reclusive cultivation fanatic, and the other a swordsmanship fanatic. The former would be of no use staying in Xiangnan City. She couldn't get involved in governance, and it would be good enough if she didn't hinder the deployment of troops. Rather than staying here in seclusion to please her, it would be better to let her follow Chu Qing and provide some support. Ji Yeshua naturally didn't want to. But seeing Chu Qing nod, she could only obediently agree. As for Sikong Yijian, there was no need to elaborate. Chu Qing was facing the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor. As a swordsmanship expert, how could he miss this great battle? Even learning a few techniques from this exchange would be immensely beneficial. For this, he would even volunteer enthusiastically. Finally, Chu Qing made the decision, and the matter was settled. However, Chu Qing specifically added one more person to the support team. This person was Imo Duxing, the eldest disciple of Cui Bu, the unyielding divine fist of the Tai sect. When Chu Qing went to the 10 deadly caves, Cui Bu didn't take his 2 disciples with him. Later, seeing Chu Qing issue the alliance leader's decree, he readily came to Chu Qing's side. He participated in the Battle of Jutian Pass. Now, Chu Qing specifically requested that Imo Duxing accompany him, naturally because of his relationship with the Sword Emperor. Having risen to prominence in one step, Chu Qing wanted to clarify some things during this battle. After all, the Sword Emperor's visit was unexpected, and naturally, he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After discussing things to the point of exhaustion, everyone dispersed. Shang Qiuyu also took Mutanger back to discuss their grand plan. Chu Qing felt a headache coming on just looking at this person, suddenly realizing that sending Mutanger to seek help from her mother seemed like a bad move. Suddenly, 2 fingers appeared on his temples. Wu Qianhuan stood behind him, gently massaging them. Winra took out her small stool and sat down next to Chu Qing, tilting her head to look at him. How about I massage your legs? I seem to be a landlord from the old society. The 2 girls naturally didn't understand this, but they didn't care. Wu Qianhuan asked softly, I have a feeling the Xian Emperor has some kind of scheme. Why didn't you let me continue earlier? He wants Mutanger to have a child with me. Chu Qing's lips twitched as he blurted it out. Wu Qianhuan and Winru were both speechless, but Winru was the first to react. You mean, having a child? Yes. That won't do. Winru shook her head repeatedly. I haven't even had a child with you yet. Why should she get there first? Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at Winru. Is that the point? Huh? Isn't that the point? Then what is? Winru looked at Wu Qianhuan with a curious gaze. The point is, what were they thinking, doing something so absurd? They must be thinking third brother is handsome. Winru explained before Chu Qing could speak. They definitely have a beautiful, delicate baby, soft and cuddly, smelling of milk, and so adorable. Wu Qianhuan sighed. After all, she had been trapped by the 7 emotions for many years. Even with the unchanging heavenly book, she couldn't easily return to normal. Chu Qing closed her eyes, enjoying Wu Qianhuan's care, and softly said, the situation at Mutonger's family is a bit complicated. Chu Qing then gave them a general overview of Mutonger's situation. Winra seemed a little confused, but Wu Qianhuan frowned. So that's how it is. So, this family has completely set their sights on you? What are you thinking? Thinking of what? Chu Qing opened one eye, and looked up at Wu Qianhuan behind him. However, he had miscalculated. From this angle, he couldn't see Wu Qianhuan's entire face. Wu Qianhuan reached out, and covered his eyes. Don't look. Nothing. I just wanted to say, how could I possibly agree to something so absurd? It's not impossible. Wu Qianhuan suddenly said something startling. However, you can't let her first. With your current achievements, the family genealogy definitely needs to be done separately. Your first son is the eldest grandson of your lineage. He can't be left to wander outside, even if the Xian Emperor personally takes care of him. Chu Qing's eyes flashed with 3 question marks. No, that's not the point, is it? The point is, how did you silently accept it? Chu Qing reached out and took Wu Qianhuan's hand, placing it on his chest. Don't you have even the slightest thought of possessing me? How could I not? Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at him. I also want a lifelong, monogamous relationship, but can you give up Rower? Rower immediately looked at Chu Qing pitifully. Chu Qing sighed. It's my fault. Good to know. Wu Qianhuan gently pinched Chu Qing's cheek. I'm not blaming you for anything. Rower is so well behaved and obedient, even I'm tempted, let alone you? I just think this is quite a good deal for us. Since ancient times, marriage alliances have always been a means to an end. Right now you need people. Shang Qiuyu, as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, needs no introduction in terms of martial arts and reputation. If you agree to his conditions, you can have him by your side, and the benefits are obvious. Besides, the shepherd boy only wants the child, and doesn't intend to stay with you. I think this is quite a good deal. However, I still maintain that she can't be the first to step in. We can agree to it, and then consider her matter after Rower and I have some pregnancy. Chu Qing was silent for a long time, finally pinching his brow, although considering things from a different perspective can yield different results. But, isn't your perspective a bit too novel? Wu Qianhuan snorted. With a wife like me, you should be secretly happy. Don't be so ungrateful. I wouldn't dare. Chu Qing said. Besides, this is absolutely impossible. Wu Qianhuan didn't say anything more after hearing this, and the next 3 days passed relatively uneventfully. 3 days later, Chu Qing, along with Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Muonger, Shang Qiuyu, Ji Yeshua, Cui Bunu and Mo Duxing, as well as a group of skilled martial artists from the southern region, left Xiangnan City to attend a meeting. A meteoric rise to power. Chapter 539. 50 li east of Nancheng, there is a mountain. The mountain is called Yusong. At the foot of Yusong Mountain is a pavilion called Wanshan Pavilion. This is the place where Huangfu Changkong and Chu Qing agreed to meet 3 days ago. 50 li is not a long distance for Chu Qing and his group, and they soon arrived at Wanshan Pavilion. Shang Qiuyu was frowning the whole way, mainly because things hadn't gone smoothly for the past 3 days. Conspiring face-to-face always comes at a price, and Chu Qing was keeping a close watch on him. Chu Qing wouldn't touch anything that passed through his hands. He would go to his room at night to practice martial arts with Wu Qianhuan. Even as a Xian Emperor, he couldn't very well eavesdrop outside the window. He was so anxious every day that he was scratching his head in frustration. Sometimes Chu Qing found his appearance quite amusing. He really didn't know what this man was thinking all day. So he finally decided to have an open and honest conversation with him. Only then did he realize that Shang Qiuyu's initial disagreement stemmed from a feeling that it wasn't appropriate. After all, Chu Qing already had 2 people by his side. How could the daughter of the Xian Emperor possibly submit to such a position? Furthermore, Chu Qing was handsome, and his reputation as a gigolo was well-deserved. It was inevitable that he would think Chu Qing was a smooth-talking, shameless man who preyed on innocent young girls. And such a person, once he possessed martial arts skills, fame, and power, would be incredibly alluring to young girls. Therefore, he had a preconceived notion that Mu Tong'er had been deceived by Chu Qing. That day, he rushed all the way from Lingbei to Xiangnan City, only to overhear Mu Tong'er talking about having children. Combined with his previous thoughts, how could he not be furious? His reason for agreeing was simple. It was because of his wife. In his eyes, his wife was the most important person in the world, and she was always right. If her opinion differed from his, he would definitely listen to her. As a result, his opposition became meaningless with his wife's consent. And he changed his stance without any principle whatsoever. He began frantically trying to help his daughter carry out his wife's plan. Finally, he even warned Chu Qing to hurry up and have a child with Mu Tong'er, and not to be so ungrateful. This infuriated Chu Qing so much that he almost came to blows with Shang Qiuyu in Xiangnan City. These 3 days had yielded nothing, and now they were almost at Wanshan Pavilion. Shang Qiuyu was extremely anxious. She knew that Chu Qing's ascent to the top this time was fraught with danger. A slight misstep could cost him his life. If Chu Qing were truly killed by Dongfang Jinghong and Huangfu Changkong in a joint attack, wouldn't his wife's plan be completely ruined? Would she forgive him once they got home? The mere thought of this possibility made Shang Qiuyu feel as if life had lost all its meaning. Finally, he couldn't help but say to Chu Qing, "Have you seriously considered what I told you?" "No, don't bother me." Chu Qing's rejection was second nature. This old man takes advantage of any opportunity. To prevent him from becoming arrogant, he couldn't give him any hope. Shang Qiuyu gritted his teeth. "You're about to rise to the top in one step. I already told you about the dangers involved. It's safe to say that without my intervention, the chances of you being beaten to death by them are at least 80%. On the contrary, if I were to intervene, not only would your life be spared, but you could also smoothly inherit the throne and truly become one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." "Why not?" "No. You're utterly stubborn, inflexible, heartless, outrageous." Seeing that Chu Qing was unmoved by reason, Shang Qiuyu scolded him with a dark face. Chu Qing simply ignored her. Wu Qianhuan and Mu Tong'er, who were standing to the side, listened to the conversation between the two and were at a loss for words. Wu Qianhuan took Mu Tong'er's hand and patted it gently. "It's all right, don't be discouraged, there's plenty of time." The shepherd girl could only nod. Actually, if she hadn't gone home this time, nothing would have happened. But her mother had opened a new world for her, allowing her to vaguely find a broad road amidst her confusion. From then on, she felt that other paths were unnecessary. These past few days, Shang Qiuyu had been trying to drug Chu Qing and persuade him. The shepherd girl, however, only played with Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. Now, having even received Wu Qianhuan's approval, she wasn't really in a hurry. Her only worry was, Chu Qing's firm refusal might provoke Shang Qiuyu's temper, leading her to refuse to help and potentially harm Chu Qing. That would be disastrous. Suddenly, Chu Qing stopped. Looking up, she saw they had arrived at the Wanshan Pavilion, which was empty. Wang Fu Changkong and Dongfang Jinghong hadn't arrived yet. Chu Qing wasn't in a hurry, and simply sat down in the pavilion. Shang Qiuyu wanted to use this last bit of time to make an effort, but she was pulled away by the shepherd boy, and the father and daughter began whispering to each other again, their eyes glancing at Chu Qing. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, then glanced at Wu Qianhuan beside her. "You're really something. They've practically come to steal from you, and you're still welcoming them with a smile. Isn't that like opening the door to a thief? Ultimately, isn't the key still with you?" Wu Qianhuan glanced at the pavilion. "If you're so determined, what good would it do for me to stop you? I might even end up with a reputation for being jealous. On the contrary, if you're not interested, even if I do nothing, will Miss Mu still succeed? Besides, I already analyzed the pros and cons for you. Actually, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After all, it seems quite inappropriate to break ties with the Xian Emperor over this. I think it's all just a joke." Wenru opened her small stool and sat down beside her, saying, "If Senior Shang doesn't agree to something, he definitely won't help you. But now Sister Mu is definitely trying to persuade him. At least give him a way out, and in the end, she'd still help you if she should. It's hard to say what Sister Mu's feelings are for you. I don't quite understand. Perhaps she has feelings for you, but those feelings are a bit complicated. I understood things these past 2 days. Shall I analyze it for you?" Wu Qianhuan looked at Wenru in surprise. "You can analyze this now. Come, tell me." "I think, when third brother saved her, she already had feelings for him. After all, what she went through back then is still devastating to think about. Third brother not only saved her life, but also her innocence. Although she had someone protecting her back then. If it were a young and handsome man, the outcome would naturally be different. You can tell from how she helped third brother hide his identity and secretly kept an eye on him," she said softly. "However, after Sister Wu came, I stayed by third brother's side the whole time. Even though I couldn't express it, I was already deeply in love. Anyone could see the relationship between the two of us and third brother. How could she, the daughter of the Xian Emperor, not see it? Besides, she and third brother only met once, and they hadn't seen each other for so long. Third brother had other women around him. As the daughter of the Xian Emperor, as Senior Shang said, how could she possibly submit to someone like that? So when we saw her at Tianfu Temple, she resolutely wanted to end this relationship, only remembering the life-saving grace. Even after the battle at Tianfu Temple, she and we parted ways." Wu Qianhuan looked at Wenru with some surprise. She had thought the little girl's analysis was just a casual remark, but she hadn't expected her to be so articulate. Chu Qing was also somewhat surprised and asked, "And then?" "And then? Then it was probably fate. Anyway, if it were me, I'd probably think that way. After all, after we parted ways at Tianfu Temple, we went to attend the Tianisec martial arts tournament, while Sister Mu went to visit her master. The fact that we would meet again at the 10 Absolute Caves was something no one could have predicted. It was just a coincidence." Winra said, "Do you remember what Sister Mu had just experienced when we met her? She crawled out of the ancient tomb, and you stepped on her hand." "Yes, she had a hard time crawling out of there. I guess she thought more than once that she might die in that ancient tomb. And after surviving her near-death experience, the first person she saw was third brother. What do you think she was thinking at that moment?" Winra paused, giving Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan some time to think. Then she continued, "Anyway, I think she might have been thinking, if I hadn't survived this time, would I have any regrets? Are there things in life that I haven't experienced yet? If I could survive, there would definitely be something I want to do. And among these things, major life events would undoubtedly be a very significant chapter." So, she finally survived, and the first thing she saw was the man she had once been attracted to. A completely unexpected reunion. If it were me, even the feelings that had once died would be rekindled. "Hiss!" Wu Qianhuan gasped. "Lil Ro Ro, are you possessed by someone? What you're saying makes perfect sense." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and said softly, "I didn't realize she had such intentions. This is all just your imagination, isn't it? It's just a guess." When Rose stuck her tongue out at Chu Qing. "Later, when you fought the Ghost Emperor, she clearly didn't follow, but inexplicably, the two of you ended up together again in the first Martial Emperor's tomb. This is clearly an absolute coincidence, yet it's a coincidence that's perfectly timed. It's as if there's a pair of hands in the dark that made you two inevitably entangled, unable to be separated. So I think, third brother, if you can't handle it, just accept it. Sister Wu is right, it's not a loss." Chu Qing gently tapped Winra's forehead. "Serves you right for making that weird face and sticking your tongue out. Alright, stop analyzing, they're here." Wu Qianhuan's heart tightened, and she looked around sharply, but saw no one. Shang Qiuyu and Mu Tong'er seemed to have been talking about something. Mu Tong'er didn't react, but Shang Qiuyu's face was rather dark. He looked up and waved his hand. "They're here, so stop playing tricks." There was no flash of light after he made his move. A sword mark suddenly appeared in midair, followed by a figure slowly descending from the sky. "Brother Shang, what's wrong with you today? Such a temper." The one who landed was none other than the Sword Emperor, Huangfu Changkong. The moment Chu Qing saw him, he couldn't help but glance at Mo Duxing not far away. To be honest, he didn't see the arrogant trait that Mo Duxing and Huangfu Ishiu both possessed in the Sword Emperor. His aura was gentle, not the sharpness of a sword, but like clouds in the sky, wind on the riverbank, or fine rain, light and soft, making it easy to feel a sense of goodwill towards him. Both Mo Duxing and Huangfu Ishiu had a bit of a pretentious streak. It was a strange trait that regardless of skill level, one had to put on airs. Even now, when Chu Qing looked at Mo Duxing, he saw him standing with his hands behind his back, one hand on his sword, his lips moving. Chu Qing strained his ears to hear him say, "This person is worthy of a battle." Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated. Mo Duxing was still Mo Duxing after all. Cui Bunu's decision not to let him roam the world alone was truly wise. Chu Qing then emerged from the pavilion, looking up. "I heard the Sword Emperor has also come today, but I wonder where Senior Dongfang is?" "There." Huangfu Changkong pointed, his finger pointing directly to Yusong Mountain not far away. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. "He's gone up the mountain. The Alliance leader's martial arts are unparalleled, no less than our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Having ascended to the heavens in one step today, we naturally dare not be careless. Therefore, Dongfang Jinghong climbs the mountain, intending to create a place for the 3 of us to duel." Huangfu Changkong spoke calmly. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Climbing the mountain, what was he talking about? What kind of duel place did he intend to create? As his thoughts shifted, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. An extreme sword intent condensed in midair, and a conjecture suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be that he intends to? As this thought crossed his mind, a blade of light suddenly swept out. The magnificent blade of light was more dazzling than the sun in the sky, vast and boundless, making one wonder if it possessed the power to cleave the heavens. Aside from Chu Qing, Shang Qiuyu, and Huangfu Changkong, everyone else present gasped in shock. A sharp hissing sound rang out. A peak of Yusong Mountain silently received the flash of blade light. The next moment, a series of explosions erupted from Yusong Mountain. A mountain peak was abruptly cleaved in two, revealing an extremely spacious platform. Chu Qing didn't look at the mountain again, but instead focused on the person slowly descending. This person appeared to be around 40 years old, with a rugged and unkempt appearance. His hair was disheveled, and he reeked of alcohol. What was striking was the sword he carried. A broadsword, a foot wide, felt as light as a feather in his hand. This sword was called Jing Hong, and the owner of this sword, that unkempt drunkard, was none other than the Sword Emperor among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who had just severed a peak with a single strike. Dongfang Jing Hong. Chapter 540. Choose a peak, cleave a plain. Barely. Dongfang Jing Hong took a gourd of wine from his waist, tilted his head back, and took a sip. Then, his figure leaped, like a celestial blade cutting through the air. As his figure disappeared, his voice lingered. What are you waiting for, everyone? Come up. Wang Fu Changkong glanced at Chu Qing. Young friend, please. Please. Chu Qing stretched out his arm to guide him. Wang Fu Changkong wasn't worried about him not coming. He pointed his fingers like a sword at the mountain peak that had been cleaved, and his figure suddenly unfolded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shang Qiuyu came to Chu Qing's side. This emperor will help you one more time. This is for the sake of Tomer. The matter of having children can be considered after this ascension to heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly twisted, and he vanished from Chu Qing's side without warning. Chu Qing chuckled wryly. What kind of time is this to be so unreliable? He turned and glanced at Wu Qianhuan and the others. Wait for me. As he finished speaking, he rose without wind, his hands behind his back, and flowing clouds gathered around him, making him appear like an immortal riding the clouds. Looking at a mountain makes one run itself to death. Yusong Mountain may seem close, and its peaks may not look far, but in reality, it's still quite a distance to get there. Of course, this distance is negligible for these contemporary masters. As Chu Qing arrived on the wind, Dongfang Jing Hong, Wang Fu Changkong, and Shang Qiuyu landed backwards. Looking back at Chu Qing, they couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of nonsense is this cloud riding? We're all martial artists. Have you secretly gone to cultivate immortality? Dongfang Jing Hong almost dropped his wine gourd, and couldn't help but glance at Wang Fu Changkong. You didn't say that this time? The one who ascended to heaven in one step is a god, did you? Wang Fu Changkong remained silent, thinking to himself, if this were truly a deity, why would he need to ascend to heaven in one step? Of course, they didn't know that Chu Qing, having integrated the demonic light heart sutra, had achieved communion with heaven and earth, able to manipulate the flowing light of the sun and moon, and the changing winds and clouds at will. This cloud aura was naturally created using the heavenly extreme formless divine power. While not entirely meaningless, it offered no enhancement to his lightness skill. Its main purpose was to show off and create awe. Now, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were dumbfounded, so the goal had been achieved. He swayed and landed on the newly carved platform. If he sniffed, he could still faintly smell a burnt odor. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship is astonishing. I truly broadened my horizons today. Just a trivial skill. Dongfang Jing Hong waved his hand. You were able to kill that old devil Moto, so your abilities are certainly not inferior. Actually, in my opinion, this ascension to heaven is completely unnecessary. But some people feel it still needs to be tested. They say that in a life or death battle, there are too many unexpected situations, and it might not be able to demonstrate true skill. That's why I went to all this trouble to come here and cause you, young friend. Please don't take offense, young friend. How dare I? Chu Qing slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute. Dongfang Jing Hong nodded, his gaze falling on Shang Qiuyu again. Why are you here too? Why can't I be here? Shang Qiuyu snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If you follow the rules today, during this ascension to heaven, then naturally it's fine. But if you want to secretly kill me, don't blame me for intervening. Wang Fu Changkong glanced at him silently. The one step to heaven rule was jointly decided by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Shang Qiuyu, even as the Xin Emperor, you cannot break the rules established over hundreds of years. Who said I would break the rules? Shang Qiuyu sneered. I only care about this brat's life. In martial arts combat, fists and feet have no eyes, death and injury are inevitable. But if it can be avoided, then so be it. I am here to prevent that possibility from occurring. Wang Fu Changkong was about to say something more when Dongfang Jing Hong waved his hand slightly. Although the one step to heaven rule was established hundreds of years ago, it did not say that spectators were not allowed. The Xian Emperor, being one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, naturally understood the reasoning behind it. So there's no need to say more. He then looked at Chu Qing. Young friend, are you ready? Chu Qing smiled. Please. Excellent. Dongfang Jing Hong suddenly moved, retreating instead of advancing, rising into the air and raising his Jing Hong blade. I possess a blade called Drunken Madness 3000 slashes. If you survive this strike, you pass my test. Huang Fu Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly smiled. In that case, I also agree to a duel with you. Let's settle this with this one move. As he finished speaking, wisps of sword energy rose from his body, his robes fluttering without wind, and sword shadows appeared one after another behind him. Zhang Qiuyu's expression changed slightly. Is this a simultaneous attack, forcing Chu Qing to face both an emperor and a sovereign at the same time? Ironically, this is within the rules, since the original arrangement was for one emperor and one sovereign to verify whether the other person was qualified to become one of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors. Therefore, simultaneous attacks by both are not prohibited. However, in a normal ascension to heaven, the 2 usually attack one after the other. Once the approval of both individuals is obtained, the ascension ceremony is considered complete. This is clearly putting Chu Qing in a difficult position. Zhang Qiuyu's expression darkened, but he suddenly turned and quietly retreated more than 10 zhang. This distance of more than 10 zhang seems far, but for them, it's only a fleeting moment. Zhang Qiuyu wanted to give Chu Qing space to deal with the situation calmly, and if any problems arose, he could immediately intervene to save him. However, the attack methods of these 2 individuals puzzled Zhang Qiuyu. While Dongfang Jinghong's Drunken Madness 3000 slashes might not be his most skillful or powerful move, it was still one of his signature techniques. In contrast, the numerous sword shadows behind Huang Fu Changkong, seemingly imposing, were actually a move called Unpredictable Fate, which, within Huang Fu Changkong's heavenly will sword technique, was not considered a particularly skillful sword technique. Could it be that I misjudged? I thought Huang Fu Changkong, who was the first to appear, intended to kill Chu Qing. Now it seems that Dongfang Jinghong's move was far more decisive. Zhang Qiuyu subconsciously focused more of her attention on Dongfang Jinghong. Chu Qing, facing 2 great masters, showed little change in expression. Only a gust of wind swirled around him, instantly enveloping him. This was his indestructible golden body, but it wasn't entirely indestructible. Now, using heavenly extreme formless divine power, it was enhanced by both yin and yang energies, and protected by the qi of wind and cloud. Its outward appearance was no longer pure gold, it contained flowing red and white hues, and was accompanied by wind and clouds. His figure remained largely unchanged, only his eyes seemed to gleam with the clashing of swords. The clash of the 3 masters unfolded in an instant. The first to strike was once again Dongfang Jinghong. His strike was like that of a madman, a series of sword beams, like startled swans, rising from all directions and converging simultaneously, slashing fiercely down upon Chu Qing. The sword was like a shadow, the energy like the wind, boundless and limitless. The trajectory of each strike was unpredictable, each strike varying in weight. It was as if a drunkard was wildly hacking away, his steps unsteady, yet impossible to control. Often, his actions were unexpected and difficult to parry. It was truly a drunken slash, unrestrained and boundless. At the same time, Huang Fu Changkong's unpredictable fate also struck. Although he held no sword, at his level, grass, trees, bamboo, and stones could all become swords. With a single thought, the sword follows. This is different from Dongfang Jinghong. Dongfang Jinghong is hailed as the current sword emperor, yet he still wields a sword. But in reality, it seems no different. Since grass, trees, bamboo, and stones can all be swords, and with a single thought, the sword follows. Then why abandon the precious sword in hand? Grass, trees, bamboo, and stones are acceptable, but not a sword. There is no such logic in the world. The level of attainment often depends solely on one's understanding. Huang Fu Changkong comprehended that sword and qi are one, so naturally he can no longer be attached to the sword. Dongfang Jinghong seems attached to the Jinghong sword, but wielding it, it is no different from grass, trees, bamboo, and stones. And his move Unpredictable Fate rises with immense power, yet falls silently. It's like someone who has made thorough preparations, intending to plot a great undertaking. Unexpectedly, an accident, a possibility, led to utter defeat. It is truly a case of man proposes, God disposes, fate is unpredictable, and the weather is ever-changing. This sword evolved, its intent ultimately transforming into an invisible slash. Like that choking force of fate, it instantly attacked Chu Qing. These 2 were indeed among the world's greatest masters. With a single move, they unleashed a howling wind and a cacophony of sword cries, instantly shattering the once flat ground. Chu Qing stood amidst this chaos, his face remaining expressionless. But as he raised his eyes, the hidden sword light and shadows within them suddenly materialized. Streaks of sword light, each over 10 feet long, appeared, and strands of sword intent capable of isolating one from the mortal world manifested. Swords and sabers, each fulfilling their duty and functioning independently, seemed unrelated yet perfectly integrated, complementing each other. In an instant, they sealed off the 6 directions, across heaven, earth, front, back, left, and right, their sharpness overwhelming, encompassing the might of the 8 wastelands. This was none other than I am supreme in the 8 desolations and 6 directions. Before him was heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods all bowed down, and behind him was I am supreme in the 8 desolations and 6 directions. The way of swords and sabers had indeed scratched Chu Qing's itch. These two before him were, one the Emperor of Swords, the other the Sovereign of Sabers. Yet, Chu Qing's entire learning was inseparable from the ways of swords and sabers. Now, being able to contend with these two using I am supreme in the 8 desolations and 6 directions was not only to overcome the hardship of this ascension, but also to prove his own skills. In an instant, the spreading saber energy tore through the mountains, and the invisible sword energy pierced the sky. The power emanating from the three's fight made even Wu Qianhuan and the others at the foot of the mountain, who were quite far away, feel as if a great calamity was about to befall them. The sky above was filled with gathering clouds, turning the once clear sky gloomy in an instant. Winter couldn't help but grasp Wu Qianhuan's hand. Even a shepherd boy couldn't help but bite his lower lip, a rare look of tension appearing in his heart. "It'd be all right," Wu Qianhuan whispered reassuringly. Winter didn't speak. Whether it was all right or not, they could only pray. The one who truly faced life and death there was Chu Qing. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a young man was fishing out a fish from the river. He gutted and cleaned the fish, lit a fire, and was about to grill it. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his gaze turned towards Yu Songhan. A conflicted expression appeared on his face. His gaze lingered between the fish in his hand, the fire before him, and the distant mountain. Finally, he smacked his lips and muttered, "I don't think I ever tasted raw fish before." With that, he took a large bite of the dissected fish belly, stood up, and chewed, saying, "The taste of raw fish is, really not good. I deserve to die for making you eat raw fish." He turned, his figure seemingly transforming into a lion, heading straight for Yu Songhan. Clang, clang, clang. On the severed mountain platform, blade energy and blade edge intertwined, sword intent and sword cries sang in unison. Such a scene, such a clash, was truly a rare sight. And Shang Qiuyu, the only witness present, had to admit that even the combined power of Dongfang Jinghong's drunken madness 3,000 slashes and Huangfu Changkeng's unpredictable fate could not suppress Chu Qing's 8 desolations and 6 directions. I am supreme. Does this mean I don't even need to lift a finger today? Shang Qiuyu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to be happy or sad. It was naturally a good thing that Chu Qing had reached such a level of martial arts at such a young age. It was certainly a good thing that her daughter had taken a liking to him. That was something to be happy about. However, this young man had no interest in her daughter, and his martial arts were so high that she couldn't outmaneuver him with schemes or tricks, and even if she forced him with martial arts, she might not be able to win. What should she do? Her wife was waiting to hold her grandson, and she was helpless. How would she explain this when she got home? Just as she was feeling frustrated, his expression suddenly changed. "Huangfu Changkeng, how dare you go back on your word?" The move Unpredictable Fate wasn't considered particularly skillful among Huangfu Changkeng's heavenly will sword technique. Shang Qiuyu had thought he was just making a big show of it, actually holding back, but unexpectedly, Huangfu Changkeng suddenly changed his attack. The will of heaven is unpredictable has transformed into the will of heaven is inevitable. The power of this sword lies not in its sharpness. The sword's movements are mysterious, like the will of heaven itself bestowed upon you. No matter how much you try to deny it, you are powerless against it. This sword is just like that. The ancestor who created this sword once said, "When this sword is fully mastered, no one in the world can stop it." Huangfu Changkeng used the will of heaven is unpredictable to conceal the will of heaven is inevitable, and now he has suddenly launched an attack. Not only was Shang Qiuyu taken aback, but even Dongfang Jinghong had not expected it. His Jinghong blade slackened for a moment, and a streak of light instantly pierced Chu Qing's indestructible golden body. Chu Qing raised his hand, 2 colors of light flowing in his palm, forcefully blocking the sword tip. His body was involuntarily pushed backward by the sword, but at that moment, a masked man in black appeared from nowhere, throwing a powerful punch straight at Chu Qing's back. Chapter 541. The moment the man in black made his move, Shang Qiuyu felt every hair on his body stand on end. It was truly unexpected. For experts at the level of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were gathered here today, yet not a single one noticed a scoundrel lurking nearby. However, how could someone who could deceive them truly be a scoundrel? The source of his punch was unclear, yet it struck like thunder. This wasn't just a description. His fist was genuinely crackling with lightning. The instant he struck, it triggered bursts of thunder, creating layers of tremors. Clearly, he had been gathering momentum for a long time, waiting for this moment to unleash his power. Without hesitation, Shang Qiuyu struck out with a palm strike in midair. He knew this palm strike was probably too late. To his surprise, Dongfang Jinghong also exclaimed, "How dare you, you scoundrel!" The drunken madness 3,000 slashes, which was almost finished, abruptly changed direction, slashing towards the man in black. But ultimately, the man in black's fist was a step faster. Now that Chu Qing's indestructible golden body had been shattered by heaven's will cannot be defied, this punch struck Chu Qing directly in the back without any concealment. Even though Chu Qing's martial arts were almost at the level of unpredictable ghosts and gods, being surrounded by 3 masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, one of whom had planned this attack and launched a sudden sneak attack, at this moment, he was also slightly shaken by the blow. But the next moment, the red and white lights in his palms suddenly crackled with lightning. His feet sank, and lightning rose up along his arm, condensing in his palm, and forcefully climbing up along Huangfu Changkong's sword energy. Bang! The first one to be hit was not Huangfu Changkong, but the man in black behind Chu Qing. In his haste, Shang Qiuyu's palm strike missed the intended block of the punch. It landed on the man in black only after the black-clad man had struck Chu Qing. The man in black was caught off guard and unable to control his own body. His intention was that, with a punch landing on Chu Qing, he would be unable to withstand Huangfu Changkong's unyielding will, allowing him to escape with a single blow. However, his seemingly sure punch landed on Chu Qing without delivering the expected force. Only 1/10 of the force caused Chu Qing's body to tremble. The remaining 9/10 vanished. Even worse, it felt as if there was an extremely strong adhesive force binding Chu Qing's back, making it difficult for him to break free. Shang Qiuyu's palm strike, delivered in haste, was somewhat better. But in an instant, Dongfang Jinghong's blade was about to strike. If he were to take the blow head-on, he would be severely injured, if not killed. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he could no longer conceal himself. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his fist striking down from behind Chu Qing. However, this caused Chu Qing to stumble forward, and he stumbled backward as well. The man in black, disregarding his unsteadiness and his current status, simply used the stumble to perform a lazy roll on the ground. He rose again, his foot tapping the ground, his figure shifting from solid to ethereal, disappearing into the shadows without a trace. At this moment, Chu Qing's palm strike, carrying the force of lightning, finally reached Huangfu Changkong's chest and abdomen. The two forces collided, naturally separating with a jolt. Chu Qing remained motionless, while Huangfu Changkong swayed slightly, about to make a move, when a hand landed on his shoulder. "What else do you want to do?" Huangfu Changkong silently turned back, his face grim as he looked at Shang Qiuyu, who was so close. With a sharp sound, the Jinghong blade fell, its blade embedding itself in the ground. Dongfang Jinghong stood on the hilt, half squatting down to scrutinize Huangfu Changkong. "What were you doing just now?" "What was I doing?" Huangfu Changkong regained his composure and said calmly, "Naturally, I was trying to ascend to heaven in one step." "Then you broke the rules." Dongfang Jinghong took out his wine gourd and took a sip. "Your unpredictable fate has been completely neutralized by this young man, and my drunken madness 3,000 slashes also failed. Logically speaking, he has already passed this test. It can be announced to the world that he has obtained the throne." A meteoric rise, but it wasn't said it would only take one move. Huangfu Changkong coldly replied, "Where has this emperor broken the rules? The rule of meteoric rise may still exist, but do you intend to go back on your word? Anyone in this world can break their promise, except for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." At this moment, Dongfang Jinghong exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Chu Qing glanced at him with some surprise. Although Chu Qing hadn't used his full strength in their previous exchange, it now seemed that Dongfang Jinghong had held back most of his power. "Stop asking unnecessary questions." Shang Qiuyu waved his hand impatiently. "I'm asking you, old man Huangfu, who exactly was that man in black just now? This emperor doesn't know." Huangfu Changkong looked at the hand on his shoulder. "If you don't take it off, this emperor will chop it off." "Bullshit. Others might not be able to tell what kind of martial arts that person used, but do you think we can't? That's clearly 1,000 yuan for one path. All transformations return to one." Shang Qiuyu was furious. What are you all thinking? The heavenly evil cult has invaded the martial world, leaving devastation everywhere you look. As emperors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, instead of fighting and defeating the heavenly evil cult, you're here colluding and murdering a brilliant young talent. Huang Fu Changkong, do you deserve your imperial throne? If Huang Fu Changkong had just stated the facts and directly revealed the martial arts used by the opponent, Shang Qiuyu wouldn't be so angry. Now, he's pretending to be ignorant, clearly hiding something. Shang Qiuyu's true rage stems from this. Why is Huang Fu Changkong hiding this? Who is he covering for? Huang Fu Changkong was the one who initiated this ascension to the top, and now, with the assassin suddenly attacking, he's being evasive. How could anyone not suspect that Huang Fu Changkong, Li Juechen, and even Dongfang Jinghong were plotting to kill Chu Qing? This was the father of his future grandson. How could they allow him to be bullied like this? Huang Fu Changkong remained silent. Dongfang Jinghong, leaning on his Jinghong blade, looked at Huang Fu Changkong with a strange expression, then smiled and looked at Chu Qing. Little brother, you achieved your goal of ascending to the heavens in one step. You secured your position on the throne. As for whether you want to become the Ghost Emperor or adopt a different title, you can think about it. Later, you can have those idle people in Zhongzhou help you forge the Emperor's decree. I do not acknowledge it. Huang Fu Changkong coldly replied, if I do not acknowledge it, Dongfang Jinghong alone cannot convince the masses. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jinghong withdrew his gaze from Chu Qing and returned it to Huang Fu Changkong. You have no right to say that now, until you are cleared of suspicion that you colluded with Li Juechen to assassinate this little brother. Your words will not be recognized by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Shang Qiuyu sneered at Dongfang Jinghong. You don't actually think your suspicions have been cleared, do you? Both of you are implicated in today's events. Chu Qing, who had been observing coldly, as if it were none of his business, suddenly laughed. He felt that Shang Qiuyu's fighting spirit was at its peak today. His aggression was too strong. Dongfang Jinghong was speechless. After all these years, hasn't your wife worn down your bad temper? Nonsense. Shang Qiuyu said coldly, my gentleness is only for my wife. What are you? Do you deserve my kindness? Sometimes I really want to beat you up first, regardless of right or wrong. There was a hint of helplessness in Dongfang Jinghong's tone. He looked at Chu Qing. Young brother, I will give you an explanation for today's events. Chu Qing smiled slightly and gently shook his head. Thank you, Senior Dongfang. Senior Shang, there's no need to be angry. I believe today's events have nothing to do with Senior Dongfang. Don't be naive, kid. There wasn't a single good person among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Who knows what they were thinking behind their cheerful facade? Even the mighty sword emperor could break his promise. Where is their credibility? When Shang Qiuyu lost his temper, he was ruthless, even cursing himself. Chu Qing smiled wryly and looked at Huang Fu Changkong. May I ask, Your Excellency Sword Emperor, has this junior offended you in any way? Given the current situation, this junior really cannot comply with Senior Dongfang's suggestion to go back and investigate. Please tell me the truth, Senior. Huang Fu Changkong said calmly, nothing more than wanting to kill you. There's no love or hate without a reason. If you want to kill me, you must have a reason. But I really can't understand it. Do you have a past with the Ghost Emperor? Is it because I killed him that you want revenge? Apart from that, it seems there's no reason for us to be enemies. Moreover, back in Lingbei, I met your son by chance. While we didn't become close, we did have a certain affinity. He even asked me to help him find his elder brother. I readily agreed. Chu Qing's words carried some truth. He genuinely couldn't understand why Huang Fu Changkong had suddenly turned on him so ruthlessly. Even if he was a member of the unseen Heavenly Alliance, given their current stance, they would never want to kill him. Instead, they wanted to use him to muddy the waters, to exploit his conflict with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the heavenly evil sect. This way, they could reap the benefits. In this situation, for him to collude with Li Juechen to try and kill him, this was truly... It's incomprehensible. You still dare to mention this? Huang Fu Changkong suddenly flew into a rage. Jian was killed by you long ago. I already knew you found a substitute to deceive Xiao, and now you dare to spout such nonsense here. Upon hearing this, Shang Qiuyu and Dongfang Jinghong were both somewhat taken aback. Chu Qing also looked bewildered. Have you lost your mind from practicing martial arts? Where did you hear this from? I have my own sources. I only ask you one question. Do you admit it or not? Huang Fu Changkong stared intently at Chu Qing, his eyes blazing with a fierce, almost imperceptible light. I don't admit it. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Don't try to pin this accusation on me. no matter who it came from. Your son is alive and well. When did I ever use a substitute? When did I ever intend to deceive Huang Fuixiao? More importantly, even if I did do such a thing, what would be the point? Naturally, it's to seize the martial arts of my Huangfu family. Huangfu Changkong coldly looked at Chu Qing. You're young yet ambitious. Even as the leader of the Southern Region Alliance, you weren't satisfied. You used a pretext to kill the Ghost Emperor and seize his throne. You secretly killed my son and then sent an impostor to my side. To seize the Heavenly Will Sword Manual, the next one to kill will naturally be this emperor. He glanced at Shang Qiuyu and Dongfang Jinghong, then added, don't think you can escape unscathed. When the time comes, everyone will likely meet their end. He wants to slay all the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and rule the world. Chu Qing was stunned. When did I ever have such ambitions? Shang Qiuyu silently released her grip on Huangfu Changkong's shoulder and exchanged a glance with Dongfang Jinghong. Their eyes were filled with a dark and unfathomable light. Huangfu Changkong, now free, felt his sword energy surge once more. Chu Qing waved his hand. Wait. I'm just sitting at home, and this trouble comes out of nowhere. Even if you want to fight me to the death today, you should explain where you got this information. Do you have any evidence for this accusation? If this is true, what if I cut off my own head and give it to you? But if you try to slander me, defame my reputation, or kill me, I'm not made of clay. How could I tolerate your arrogance? That person wouldn't lie to me. Huangfu Changkong said coldly, his words are the evidence. So, there's no evidence at all. Chu Qing sneered, truly laughable. You, the mighty sword emperor, actually conclude your son is dead based on a single sentence from someone else. But then again, Huang Fuixia said you weren't even in a hurry to look for your own son when he went missing. You weren't in a hurry for over 20 years, but now you suddenly feel an overwhelming love for your son and want revenge? How laughable. You're here to nurse your dead child, aren't you? You little brat, spouting nonsense. Huangfu Changkong roared, you will surely die today. With that, his sword rose, but before he could strike, a blade flashed, slicing through him and Chu Qing. Huangfu Changkong silently looked up at Dongfang Jinghong beside him. You want to stop me? So what if I do? Dongfang Jinghong said calmly, what you said has many suspicious points. Since there's no concrete evidence, I naturally cannot allow the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to kill each other. Hearing this, Chu Qing suddenly felt something was off. It seemed that Dongfang Jinghong's statement of approval wasn't just empty talk. Shang Qiuyu also approached Chu Qing. I'm curious, who exactly is this person you're talking about? Why do you believe this person so wholeheartedly? That's right, I want to know too. Another voice spoke up, by the way, do you eat fish? Raw the kind? Chapter 542. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Huangfu Changkong. So much so that although everyone heard what the person who interrupted said, they didn't react for a moment. After a brief recollection, they were all stunned. Eating fish? Who would think of eating fish at a time like this? Raw? Wait, when did another person appear here? In an instant, everyone, including Chu Qing, stepped back. In the blink of an eye, only a young man holding a fish remained in the room. The fish was indeed raw, and it looked like someone had taken a bite out of it. The young man casually held it, ignoring everyone's reaction, looking at the fish in his hand with a troubled expression. He glanced up at the crowd. It was so hard to catch. How about we start a fire and roast it, then taste the difference between raw and cooked fish? Dongfang Jinghong and Huangfu Changkong's pupils contracted sharply the moment they saw him, and they exclaimed in unison, go! Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. These two, one a sword emperor and the other a blade emperor, reacted to this young man by turning and running. Looking across the world, there was no one else they could be so wary of. The heavenly evil cult leader. At this moment, the thought raced through Chu Qing's mind. That day at Jutian Pass, after calculating how many heavenly evil cult experts he had killed, he knew this person would come knocking sooner or later. To deal with this, he accepted the throne at Jutian Pass and spread the news, aiming to attract the attention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At the time, he was unaware of the ascending to heaven in one-step ceremony, but he figured that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would not have agreed to his killing of the Ghost Emperor and the acquisition of the throne so quietly. It's possible they might send someone to retaliate. And the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, regardless of their individual motives, should at least outwardly appear united against the heavenly evil sect. Furthermore, Shang Qiuyu has resolved the invasion from another portal in the southern region, and will undoubtedly come looking for him. With multiple 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gathered, along with himself, he might not be without a fighting chance even against the Heavenly Evil Sect leader. There's actually another factor at play. If the Heavenly Evil Sect leader is currently targeting the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then whatever news they hear, they won't have time to attend to Chu Qing's side. But if they actually come, it means the Heavenly Evil Sect leader isn't currently targeting them, and might very well take advantage of any free time to settle scores with him. Things are developing much as he expected. Huang Fu Changkong came to his door, proposing a meteoric rise. This surprised Chu Qing, but considering that the Blade Emperor Dongfang Jinghong would also be there, he was naturally happy to see it happen. His original plan was that he would certainly agree to the offer of a meteoric rise to power, and afterwards, he could use this as an excuse to keep Dongfang Jinghong and Huang Fu Changkong there. This is also why he brought Mo Duxing along. In Chu Qing's mind, peerless swordsmen were often aloof and proud. Ordinary reasons wouldn't be enough to keep such people, but when his own son was involved, even the most arrogant would waver. However, he didn't expect that during this meteoric rise to power, first his indestructible body was shattered by Huang Fu Changkong's heaven's will is hard to defy move, and then he was ambushed by martial Emperor Li Juexian. Fortunately, Chu Qing's martial arts were unparalleled. In a direct confrontation, even if Dongfang Jinghong and Huang Fu Changkong truly joined forces to fight him to the death, he might not be afraid. Although Emperor Wu's punch was powerful, it only slightly shook Li Juexian's meridians. With a slight activation of the heavenly extreme formless divine power, he recovered completely. Furthermore, the force of Li Juexian's punch was redirected to Huang Fu Changkong. This also allowed Li Juexian to receive a palm strike from Shang Qiuyu. Chu Qing was somewhat helpless about this person's departure at the time, but knowing who it was enough, there would always be a chance to get revenge. While Chu Qing was surprised by Huang Fu Changkong's subsequent words, he didn't feel truly troubled. On the contrary, he felt the conflict came at just the right time, saving him the trouble of finding an excuse later. However, he hadn't expected that the entanglement between him and Huang Fu Changkong was still unresolved. The Heavenly Evil Cult leader has actually arrived. This is perfect timing, however. Upon hearing Dongfang Jinghong and Huang Fu Changkong's immediate and decisive leave, he sneered inwardly. Leave? Where do they think they're going? He had finally gathered 2 emperors and 1 sovereign, and with himself added, he could finally have a proper fight with this Heavenly Evil Cult leader. He had to deal with this battle no matter what. Otherwise, how could his southern region martial arts sect dare to continue its growth and expansion? He had to use this opportunity to demonstrate his martial arts skills and abilities, so that the Heavenly Evil Cult leader wouldn't dare to cause trouble easily, and at the same time, he had to let the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors truly understand his power. Lest conflict arise with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors before eliminating the Heavenly Evil Cult. Internal stability must precede external defense. Although it was impossible to completely eradicate the internal destabilizing factors now, even a peace built on the fear of harming others was better than a chaotic 3-way war. Therefore, he absolutely could not let Dongfang Jinghong and Huang Fu Changkong leave at this moment. But just as Chu Qing was about to take action, the Heavenly Evil Cult leader moved first. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Jinghong and Huang Fu Changkong, who had already retreated, immediately stopped. The Heavenly Evil Cult leader asked with a puzzled expression, "Where are you going? Didn't I say we wanted grilled fish? This fish is big, it's enough for all of us." Dongfang Jinghong's face darkened, and a flash of blade light appeared behind him, as if severing some kind of restraint. Huang Fu Changkong, however, had been subdued by the Heavenly Evil Cult leader's internal force. Although his feet hadn't left the ground, his body was involuntarily moving towards the leader. He wasn't one to simply wait to die. He raised his index and middle fingers together, and sword marks shot out. The technique he used was Heavenly Will following the wind from the Heavenly Will sword technique. The sword rose and moved with the wind, its momentum unrestrained and free. However, when this sword energy struck the Heavenly Evil Cult leader, it inexplicably vanished without a trace. Just as Huang Fu Changkong was about to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Evil Cult leader, Dongfang Jinghong suddenly roared, "Azure Heaven Overlord Blade!" Darkness instantly enveloped the earth, dark clouds appeared overhead, and thunder roared down. Everyone looked up and saw Dongfang Jinghong raise his Jinghong blade, pointing it towards the sky. An invisible blade of energy pierced through the dark clouds, and with a fierce slash, the Jinghong blade in Dongfang Jinghong's hand descended. A gigantic blade of light, hundreds of feet long, stretched across the sky, cleaving the dark clouds in two, and crashed down. Upon closer inspection, one could even see that the shape of this blade of energy was exactly the same as the Jinghong blade in his hand, only magnified and immeasurably more powerful. The blade of energy, carrying clouds, rain, and thunder seemed to be cleaving the heavens in two. Its imposing power was unparalleled since Chu Qing's debut in the martial world. This was indeed incomparable to the drunken madness 3,000 slashes from before. This also shows that Dongfang Jinghong only intended to test Chu Qing, not to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, he would never have held back such a deadly move. The heavenly evil cult leader slightly raised his eyes and chuckled, "This move again." He then extended a finger, raising his hand towards the sky. Although Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Tyrant blade appeared to come from the sky, it was actually based on the Jinghong blade in his hand. Therefore, the moment the heavenly evil cult leader raised his hand, the blade's light had already landed on his head. The force emanating from it caused the platform beneath their feet to crack loudly. Neat cracks, bypassing the heavenly evil cult leader's position, cleave the mountain in two, the crack spreading downwards from the platform. It could be said that without the heavenly evil cult leader's intervention, this strike could have easily cleaved the mountain in two. Yet, this very strike ultimately stopped at the heavenly evil cult master's fingertip. Clang! A soft, inconspicuous sound, yet it prevented Dongfang Jinghong from striking down. A wisp of white mist rose above Dongfang Jinghong's head, clearly indicating that he had pushed his power to its limit. The heavenly evil cult master remained calm, but unexpectedly, he was struck in the back by a palm strike. This palm strike contorted his body. He glanced down, slightly surprised. This is the 9 profound divine art? It truly is extraordinary. This palm strike actually displaced all my internal organs? Unfortunately, it's not enough to kill me. He murmured softly, and the contortion vanished instantly, his displaced internal organs returning to their original positions, each fulfilling its function. Shang Qiuyu groaned, staggered, and vanished from his spot. A loud explosion erupted from where he had been standing. Shang Qiuyu reappeared 2 zhang away, only to vanish again in a flash, followed by another explosion. This continued for over 10 flashes, leaving 10 deep craters in the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see a fishbone embedded in each crater. Watching him wield Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Tyrant blade with a single finger, using his inner force to capture Huangfu Changkong, and then using the fish in his hand to hunt down Shang Qiuyu, it was as if a malignant tumor was clinging to his bones. With every move, he manipulated the 2 emperors and 1 king at will. But at that moment, the heavenly evil sect leader suddenly uttered a sound of surprise. The next instant, the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade above his head vanished without a trace, and Huangfu Changkong exhaled a sharp breath, finally free. Shang Qiuyu, forced to the edge of the cliff, finally regained her footing. The heavenly evil cult leader shifted his position, still clutching the fish, and looked at Chu Qing with a strange expression. "What are you going to do?" Chu Qing remained silent. He was going to kill. But just as his attack was building, the heavenly evil cult leader sensed it. The heavenly evil cult leader didn't seem to care about Chu Qing's answer, but instead said, thoughtfully, "Actually, I wanted to see you for a long time. Since you appeared in the martial world, you killed far too many of my heavenly evil cult's masters. Those old trash, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even if they were all tied together, they couldn't kill as many as you alone." Huangfu Changkong's face darkened instantly, while Dongfang Jinghong glanced at Chu Qing thoughtfully. Although Dongfang Jinghong's attention was still focused on his blade for a moment, he knew it wouldn't be enough to defeat the heavenly evil cult leader before him. Huangfu Changkong, having lost the initiative, was completely suppressed by the heavenly evil cult leader, unable to unleash any sophisticated techniques. Shang Qiuyu was too conservative. Facing the heavenly evil cult leader for the first time, his palm strike, though powerful, wasn't at its full strength. This led to him being suppressed by the heavenly evil cult leader with a fishbone-like attack. In this situation, the 3 of them were practically being ground to the ground, and the heavenly evil cult leader's sudden abandonment of this advantageous position clearly indicated that Chu Qing had indeed intended to use some method. But the heavenly evil cult leader noticed, thus releasing the 3 of them to evade Chu Qing's attack. Could it be that I still underestimated him? Dongfang Jinghong's heart trembled slightly. "So you want to kill me?" Chu Qing raised his eyes to meet the heavenly evil cult leader's gaze. "Killing isn't urgent." The heavenly evil cult leader shook his head. "Besides, killing you wouldn't make up for the losses my heavenly evil cult has suffered. But, a life for a life, a debt for a debt, I understand the basic principle. So before I kill you, I want to ask you, do you want to pay with your life? What's the difference? It's simple. Killing you means you're gone. Paying with your life means giving me your life in return, and from then on, you follow my lead." The heavenly evil cult leader said with a smile, "That way, you won't die, and my losses will be compensated. If you perform well in the future, I might even give you a high position, second only to me within the heavenly evil cult. How about it? Dongfang Jinghong's expression changed. Ignoring everything else, he hurriedly said, "Don't agree to him. The words of the heavenly evil sect are not to be trusted. Your martial arts are unparalleled. You cannot associate with such a demon." The heavenly evil sect leader, upon hearing this, didn't show anger, but simply looked at Dongfang Jinghong. "What is a demon? Why do I dislike hearing your words? What I want is nothing more than this world. After all, this world is dilapidated, dull, boring, and half-dead. I want this world to make some interesting sounds, whether joyful or painful. If it could make its cries more pitiful, wouldn't that be interesting? A colorful life is what makes life vibrant. Don't you like a world full of life? Where did this madman come from?" Shang Qiuyu's face darkened. "Want to make the common people scream? Why don't you scream first? This person is the heavenly evil sect leader." Dongfang Jinghong gritted his teeth and said, "His martial arts are unpredictable and impossible to defeat by force. My 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors fought him many times before, and if it weren't for our numerical advantage, we would have been defeated long ago. Boy, how many members of the heavenly evil cult have you killed? So he came specifically to find you?" "Not many," Chu Qin said. "I just did the math a few days ago. The 12 holy kings, the 4 great warlords, the Wenqin pavilion. I counted them, and I only killed about 20. That's too hasty." Dongfang Jinghong laughed and cried at the same time. "If I had known you had such a record, why did you even try to ascend to the heavens in one step?" The heavenly evil cult leader frowned. "Hey, did you hear what I just said? Give me a straight answer. If you agree, you come with me. If you don't delay my grilled fish." Chapter 543. It stopped. I wonder what the outcome is. What happened in the sky just now? That blade. It was terrifying. A meteoric rise to power, truly worthy of the name. After this battle, the alliance leader will become one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At the foot of the mountain, in the Wangshan pavilion, Wu Qianhuan and the others silently watched the battle unfold. However, the situation of this battle far exceeded their expectations. Previously, the sky was filled with the flashing light of blades and swords, their energy stretching for dozens of miles. Even from this vantage point, they could feel extremely sharp and fierce blades and sword energy flying overhead. Just feeling the power of those blades and sword energy gave them a sense of crisis, as if a blade had circled their hearts. If they were to truly clash with it head-on, it would be certain death upon contact, or injury upon a mere graze, but then the situation changed. They couldn't see the specifics from here, but Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Overlord blade was truly terrifying. Even from this vantage point, the 100-foot-long blade of light was clearly visible. Especially the mountain peak beneath their feet, which had been nearly cleaved in two by that single strike. The residual force had shattered countless rocks and trees. In their eyes, this was a strike far beyond human capability to withstand. Yet, such a strike ultimately vanished without a trace. And based on what they knew, the only one who could have dissolved that strike was Chu Qing. But Wu Qianhuan felt a strange unease. A vague sense of foreboding arose within her, though she couldn't pinpoint its source. "Sister Wu, you're nervous." Wenru spoke softly. Wu Qianhuan slowly exhaled. "How did you know?" "Your palms are sweaty," Wenru said softly, "but we should believe in third brother. No matter who he faces, he will definitely win." "You're right." Wu Qianhuan looked at Wenru's adorable yet resolute little face, and couldn't help but smile, then reached out and pinched it. "Nice skin, feels good?" But when her gaze shifted, Mudonger was nowhere to be seen. When did he leave? Mudonger had actually been gone for a while. Just now, watching the flashing swords on the mountain, she suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She felt as if she had been bewitched these past 2 days. She knew that the source was actually her mother. If her mother hadn't suddenly made that suggestion, she would never have had such thoughts. That day, she went to Chu Qing and told him about her grand plan to save the child and abandon the father. After Chu Qing refused, if she had remained silent for a while, perhaps the matter would have passed. But just as she was calmly reflecting, Shang Qiuyu arrived. In the days that followed, she was constantly being manipulated by Shang Qiuyu, unable to carefully consider the feasibility of this plan. Until just now, when everyone's attention was focused on that mountain peak. Looking at the astonishing fluctuations of inner energy and the soaring aura above, she finally realized. She actually wanted someone capable of fighting alongside emperors and kings to this point, to give her a child without any legal status. I must have lost my mind. How could he possibly agree to something like this? The thought crossed her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. She decided to go for a walk to clear her head. Anyway, she had already agreed with Shang Qiuyu that no matter the outcome of this battle, Chu Qing absolutely could not be harmed. She couldn't help with anything else anyway, so she might as well get some peace and quiet. Using her light-footed skill, she strolled along and arrived at the edge of a lake. Looking at her reflection in the water, she gently patted her cheek. With your beauty, why would you worry about getting married? Your family is illustrious, the daughter of the Xian Emperor. Countless talented young men would come seeking your hand in marriage. But most of them don't even qualify to marry into the family. Why should you humiliate yourself like this for a random man? It sounds nice to say you're leaving your father for your son, but in reality, it's just a lack of courage, a lack of confidence. All you want is his child. Shepherd boy, oh shepherd boy, you're truly pathetic. The water rippled, as if echoing her words. Shepherd boy smiled wryly. But even if so many people want to marry me, how many of them are truly sincere? Even if there are sincere ones, how many can shine as brightly as him? Under heaven, in the 4 regions and 1 state, there will never be another Chu Qing. However, what's not yours is not yours. You can't force it. Let go. Let dad stay here to help him, go back to mom. At worst, I never marry. If you have someone in your heart, how can you be willing to be with someone else? This is unfair to the newcomer, and it's also unfair to yourself. Even if you force yourself into marriage, the person hidden in your heart will inevitably be discovered, and in the end, you both hate each other, leaving a lifetime of regret. He harmed others, and he harmed himself in the process. Why bother? If only I hadn't stolen the chaotic god blade that day. If only it hadn't been him who saved me that day. The shepherd girl sighed softly, a hint of sorrow seeming to rise again on the ripples of the water. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Why are you sighing, niece? Has someone bullied you? Come and tell your uncle. Your uncle will help you get revenge. The shepherd girl's pupils contracted slightly, but the change in expression was only momentary before she regained her composure. She turned around and glanced back, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Who is it? It's Uncle Li. Uncle Li, you're wearing black clothes in broad daylight. Are you planning something bad? Standing not far away was a middle-aged man, dressed in black, with a black headscarf, but his face was uncovered, revealing a rather dignified face. However, his face was slightly pale, and there seemed to be traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look at the broken peak and chuckled. Indeed, it's something insignificant. I apologize for making you laugh, niece. Although the shepherd boy's family's personalities were somewhat different from normal people, they were by no means stupid. Li Juechen's glance immediately changed her expression. You went to the step to heaven? Did you see my father? Yes, I did. Li Juechen was blunt, but he was injured. He's no longer on that broken peak. Really? The shepherd boy's expression changed slightly. Where is he? Uncle Li, please take me there. All right, come with me. Li Juechen turned to lead the way. The shepherd boy pretended to appear behind him, a dagger already in his palm. He thrust his blade directly towards Li Juechen's waist. But a sharp clang rang out as the blade struck something incredibly hard. It seemed as if Li Juechen was wearing an extremely tough suit of armor. Not only was the armor incredibly hard, impossible for Mu Tong'er to pierce, but an immense force also rebounded, causing Mu Tong'er to groan as his wrist snapped, sending him flying backward. He flew 3 to 5 zhang, approximately 10 to 15 meters, before landing in front of a large rock. Before he could even get up, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Juechen silently turned around. Niece Tong'er, are you trying to play a joke on me? Mu Tong'er's face was pale. Shaken by his internal energy, she felt her internal organs were aching, but she forced a smile. Uncle Li really understands me. He knows I'm joking with you. This kind of joke isn't funny. Li Juechen said calmly. If handled poorly, it could be fatal. Then Uncle Li, do you want my life now? Mu Tong'er's face gradually darkened. You're injured? By the 9 profound divine palm, this palm strike was from my father. Your bones, meridians, like. Now I fear you already lost your balance. How much of your inner strength remains? You want to capture me? To threaten my father? You're dressed in black. Who attacked you? You always been a clever child. Li Juechen smiled slightly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. So, 8,000 yuan's path. 10,000 transformations return to one probably won't hide it from your father either. Don't blame your uncle for being heartless. Who told you to come here on your own? Otherwise, your uncle wouldn't have thought of threatening your father with you. Don't worry, your uncle won't hurt you. As long as you behave, your uncle will release you after everything is over. You're delusional. The shepherd girl struggled to sit up. I am the daughter of Shang Qiuyu and Mu Xianding. I will never be threatened by anyone, much less captured by anyone. Uncle Li's skills are unparalleled. Of course, I'm no match for him. However, Uncle Li, I advise you not to move now. If you move even slightly, I will die here. Although I haven't practiced the 9 profound divine skill, you should know that I can control my own life and death. You can't use me to threaten my father, and you even taken my life. My father will go mad seeking revenge on you. Her voice suddenly lowered as she said this. I just don't know what he'd do if he hears of my death. Li Juechen frowned slightly, genuinely sensing her predicament. The Shang family possessed more than just the 9 profound divine skill. Having been the heir to the Xian Emperor for so many years, the Shang family had countless unique skills. Who knew if one of them could instantly sever a person's life force? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did it have to come to this? You and your father have the exact same temper. Better to be a broken jade than a whole tile. But many times, taking a step back would open up a whole new world. Retreat? Why should we? The shepherd boy sneered. Since you're moving forward, why should we retreat? Li Juechen wanted to say something more, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked sharply at the broken peak, his pupils slightly contracting. How could this be? This was a perfect opportunity. The instant Li Juechen turned his head was the best time to escape. But the shepherd boy didn't run. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. Li Juechen's 1,000 elements, 1 path, 10,000 transformations returned to 1 technique was already at its peak. The shepherd girl's attack, intended to catch him off guard, had been unexpectedly countered. Now, not only was her wrist broken, but most of her internal meridians were also severed. Fortunately, her heart meridian wasn't damaged. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have survived. Therefore, she couldn't stand up at all, let alone escape. However, she saw Li Juechen's reaction, looked towards the broken peak, and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Impossible. How could he be here? Li Juechen's voice trembled slightly, an unclear mix of fear and excitement. But his face was grim, and he muttered, No, it's not the right time, too early, far too early. Absolutely not. What are you saying? Mu Tonger couldn't help but ask again. Li Juechen suddenly turned to look at Mu Tonger, his eyes shifting several times before finally settling into a soft sigh. The heavenly evil cult leader has appeared. Now we see what fate holds for your father and the others. If they survive today, I take you away. If they don't survive, this place will be your burial ground. Mu Tonger felt a wave of disbelief. The heavenly evil cult leader, he really came. The timing was so perfect. Mu Tonger knew this and guessed Chu Qing's thoughts, which was why she had gone to such lengths to keep Shang Qiuyu by Chu Qing's side. She was worried that the heavenly evil cult leader would harm Chu Qing. This situation, in Chu Qing's expectations, should be the best possible outcome. The Blade Emperor Dongfang Jinghong, the Sword Emperor Huangfu Changkong, the Profound Emperor Shang Qiuyu, and now, the Night Emperor Chu Qing. With their combined abilities, could they defeat the heavenly evil cult leader? Mu Tonger didn't know, but now she could only fight with all her might. However, looking at Li Juechen standing not far away, hands behind his back, gazing upwards, Mu Tonger couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. Even if Chu Qing and the others won today, so what? She would surely end her life here immediately. In this life, she would never have a chance with Chu Qing again. If I had known it would end like this, I wouldn't have bothered with it. It's just about humbling myself before Wu Qianhuan. What's the big deal? Who told me the man I liked to like her first? Now, it's all over. The shepherd girl took a deep breath, contemplating suicide immediately, but looking at the broken peak, thinking of the person atop it, she couldn't die before the battle was decided. She wanted to know if he was safe. On the broken peak, the heavenly evil cult leader awaited Chu Qing's answer. And Chu Qing's answer was predetermined from the very beginning. I have absolutely no possibility of colluding with your heavenly evil cult, Chu Qing said calmly. Whatever tricks the heavenly evil cult leader has up his sleeve, we will face them. Dongfang Jinghong burst into laughter. What spirit? Just as expected? Huangfu Changkong sneered. A scheming and treacherous fellow, yet he manages to feign righteousness. Only Shang Qiuyu silently grinned. Didn't these two hear what Chu Qing said? He would never collude with the heavenly evil cult. This was originally his own business, but now it's our turn to face him. What a clever diversionary tactic. No wonder my daughter has chosen him. Chapter 544. Chu Qing's answer was not beyond the heavenly evil cult master's expectations. The reason he asked was merely to try. If he succeeded, wouldn't he gain something? If he failed, there would be no loss. What a pity. The heavenly evil cult master sighed softly, In that case, we shall meet again in the next life. Since Chu Qing refused, the heavenly evil cult master did not persist. He chose to kill Chu Qing directly. Buzz! A roar instantly arose around them, the energy flowing, spanning all directions, connecting the 6 directions. Chu Qing felt that in that instant, the surrounding air became abnormally sticky, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his blood circulation was much slower than usual. Not only Chu Qing felt this way, but Dongfang Jinghong, Huangfu Changkong, and Shang Qiuyu also felt the same way. Shang Qiuyu was somewhat surprised, while Dongfang Jinghong and Huangfu Changkong were already used to it. Be careful, this technique is called heavenly imprisonment of the 8 desolations. Dongfang Jinghong spoke, a flash of sword light suddenly flying out. It requires one's own internal energy. Before he could finish speaking, the heavenly evil cult master had already made his move. Heavenly imprisonment of the 8 desolations was merely a starting move. He raised 2 fingers together and pointed them towards Chu Qing. As this finger spread out, a desolate world instantly appeared before his eyes, filled with wailing cries. A sense of despair arose instantly from his heart. This finger was not within the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects of the heavenly evil cult. It was created by the heavenly evil cult master himself, named Elegy of Heaven and Earth. As this finger was reflected in Chu Qing's pupils, heavenly extreme formless divine power suddenly activated, his inner and outer energy merging with heaven and earth, instantly binding the surrounding forces, which vanished completely. He spun around, his aura surging naturally, yin and yang intertwining like a coiled dragon, wind and clouds billowing in the air. The sounds of swords and sabers rose abruptly, a rain behind him as if in the heavens. I reigned supreme over the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. Unlike his previous attacks against Huangfu Changkong and Dongfang Jinghong, Chu Qing unleashed almost his full power in this strike. While seemingly dazzling, the details within the chaos were orderly. The overall composition remained within the framework of the 16 styles of the shocking evil saber, a blend of orthodox and unorthodox techniques, incorporating the over 10-foot-long saber beam of the 6 secrets of Ayan, and the boundless sword energy of the innate, formless sword chi that shatters the body. Furthermore, he incorporated the sword intent of Tai Chi swordplay, the sharpness of a single sword cutting through worlds, the ruthlessness of a divine saber strike, and many other martial arts mysteries. This attack slightly surprised the heavenly evil cult leader, while Dongfang Jinghong and Huangfu Changkong were utterly dumbfounded. Chu Qing's attack far exceeded their expectations. Its power, judging by its momentum, even surpassed the heavenly evil cult master's Elegy of Heaven and Earth. Dongfang Jinghong's spirit soared, while Huangfu Changkong remained sullen, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about such things. Dongfang Jinghong raised his Jinghong blade high, roaring, heavenly tyrant blade. A thunderous boom echoed, and the already overcast sky grew even darker. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, a massive blade of light, over 100 feet long, parted the sea of clouds, carrying boundless lightning as it descended from the sky. Its sharpness surpassed even the previous strike. Dongfang Jinghong was going all out this time. When he first saw the heavenly evil cult master, he hadn't even considered fighting him. In previous battles against the heavenly evil cult master, although his side had a numerical advantage, and each member possessed extremely powerful martial arts, but each time, they narrowly escaped death. The heavenly evil cult leader was a monster. Every gesture he made possessed immense supernatural power. When he fought seriously, he could easily drive his opponents to their deaths. The experience from their previous encounters told Dongfang Jinghong, this man was not to be trifled with. Their survival before was due to the combined efforts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which forced the heavenly evil cult leader to retreat, leaving neither side able to gain the upper hand. Therefore, upon seeing this man's arrival today, he didn't hesitate and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape. His change of heart occurred the moment the heavenly evil cult leader became wary of Chu Qing. Only then did he realize that the heavenly evil cult leader's long journey to Yusong Mountain was definitely not for him or Huangfu Changkong. The person he wanted to kill was Chu Qing. Chu Qing had grown from an unknown youth to someone even the heavenly evil cult leader feared, and was forced to kill him. After learning that Chu Qing had killed so many heavenly evil cult experts, he decided to fight back. Chu Qing was so young. He couldn't afford to die easily at the hands of the heavenly evil cult leader. His future was promising, and as the Blade Emperor, he had a reason to clear the obstacles in his path for such a young man. With this conviction, his swordsmanship's power increased by 3-fold. Compared to Dongfang Jinghong, Huangfu Changkong's expression was much more complex. However, he also understood that he had no choice but to fight today. If the heavenly evil cult leader killed Chu Qing, he, Dongfang Jinghong, and even Shang Qiuyu would not be able to leave this place alive. The heavenly evil cult leader would never let go of such an opportunity to weaken the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, when Dongfang Jinghong unleashed the Azure Heaven Overlord blade again, Huang Fu Changkung's robes fluttered even without wind. However, the power and impact of his move were far less astonishing than the heavenly Overlord blade. He merely raised 2 fingers and softly uttered, "Heaven's will." Whether it's heaven's will is unpredictable or heaven's will is inevitable, it all boils down to the word heaven's will. In Huang Fu Changkung's heaven's will sword technique, only these 2 words truly matter. And what he is using now is his ultimate, unparalleled technique, heaven's will. No one in the world can defy heaven. Under heaven's will, all schemes are in vain. Therefore, this sword strike is unbreakable. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword energy manifests the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, outlining the wheel of heaven's will in the void. The wheel of heaven's will is intricately linked, connecting the heavenly evil cult master to his entire being. Everything in the world operates under the power of heaven's will. No matter how strong the heavenly evil cult master is, heaven's will still determine his life and death. Every step he takes, every gesture he makes, is propelling him toward his doom. Finally, there is Shang Qiuyu. He too has begun to unleash his full power. With a sudden burst of power, one pitch-black vortex after another appeared behind him, 13 in total, connected end to end, slowly rotating behind him. The next moment, his body tilted back, instantly merging into the vortex behind him. But then, his figure suddenly appeared directly above the heavenly evil cult leader, darkness without sunlight. A gigantic vortex seemed to appear in the sky as well, the 13 vortexes joined together. As Shang Qiuyu's palm struck, a colossal hand appeared within the massive vortex in midair. This hand was pitch black, yet shimmered with iridescent colors. Vast and imposing, like the hand of a god, its 5 fingers spread wide, easily covering the entire mountain. A wave of oppressive power emanated from it, the very air around it distorted the moment the palm struck. From the objects in the surrounding environment, one could see, a stubborn rock, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly began to twist and inexplicably fold in half, yet it didn't break. It merged with the surrounding branches and fallen leaves, becoming one with them. It looked as if branches had grown from the rock, and wild grass had sprouted from those branches. Ultimately, under the force of the palm, it vanished into nothingness. In that instant, Dongfang Jinghong, Huang Fu Changkung, Shang Qiuyu, and Chu Qing, each displaying their abilities, simultaneously attacked the heavenly evil cult leader. The heavenly evil cult leader held the raw fish in his hand, standing with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the surrounding wind, his hair flew wildly, and occasionally a small stone would fly past him, leaving a thin scratch on his face. The wound healed completely before it even bled. He remained calm, showing no sign of tension despite the devastating attacks of the 4 masters. Instead, he looked around with great interest, as if he had seen something interesting. Finally, he seemed to have seen enough, and then suddenly took a step forward. With a deafening crash, the Azure Heaven Overlord blade struck him, producing a thunderous roar. Heavenly will descended upon him, tearing apart his elegy of heaven and earth. The sword's cry aimed straight for his heart, yet it could not penetrate. Darkness without sunlight struck him squarely on the head, causing his features to contort and his eyes to widen, but the light shining from his pupils was surprisingly clear and curious, as if he wanted to understand all the truths of this world. Chu Qing's 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, was added last. Only then did the heavenly evil cult leader pluck a flower with his right hand and softly utter, "Great tranquility Zen sect." Like the Buddha descending, it instantly enveloped him. Dongfang Jinghong's blade, Huang Fu Changkung's sword, Shang Qiuyu's palm, Chu Qing's aura, none of them could break through his great tranquility Zen sect. Only ripples of golden light remained. A strange and unpredictable stalemate ensued. Buzzing, booming, banging, rumbling. Invisible waves of energy spread from the point of their clash, causing the ground beneath their feet to collapse and rocks to crumble. The ground trembled for miles, sending rocks flying and waves crashing across the land. Inside the Wanshan pavilion, everyone felt the earth rumble and shake. Wu Qianhuan's expression changed drastically. No. This is definitely not a one-step ascension to heaven. A one-step ascension shouldn't have such a spectacle. What kind of master could create such a display? Even Ji Yeshua, who was usually oblivious to her surroundings, couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The mountain collapsed. Not only did the mountain collapse, but the ground cracked. The mountain that Dongfang Jinghong had just cleaved in two with a single strike crumble before their very eyes. Actually, this wasn't surprising. When Dongfang Jinghong first used Azure Heaven Overlord Blade, that mountain was already showing signs of weakness. And now, not only was Dongfang Jinghong unleashing his full power, but there was also Huangfu Changkong's Heavenly Will and Shang Qiuyu's Darkness without sunlight. Plus, Chu Qing's 8 Desolations and 6 Directions, I am supreme. Multiple forces clashed simultaneously, striking the Heavenly Evil Cult leader. Now, for terrifying forces clashed against the Heavenly Evil Cult Master's Great Tranquil Zen sect. Such a formation was truly terrifying, as if those fighting were not human, but rather a group of immortals capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and seizing the moon. As far as the eye could see, starting from the collapsed mountain peak, cracks spread and expanded across the ground, stirring up dust that blotted out the sun, the tremors carrying for miles, causing birds to take flight and beasts to run wild. It was as if an apocalyptic catastrophe was unfolding. How could this be? Wu Qianhuan felt her heart pounding like a drum, fear uncontrollably creeping over her. Even Winter couldn't sit still on her small stool. Instinctively, she wanted to move forward, to see what was happening there, but in the end, no one moved. They couldn't go through. The fact that Wanshan Pavilion had survived such turmoil was already a miracle. If they rashly stepped forward and fell into the fissures, they would surely die. So all they can do now is wait. Wait for this battle to end. Boom! The mountain platform, which had been there, is now suspended in midair. A deafening roar suddenly erupts from the spot where the 5 masters clashed. The great Zen sect shatters, its terrifying force, indescribable, sweeping in all directions. 4 figures are simultaneously sent flying backward. Huangfu Changkong coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming. Dongfang Jinghong also lets out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily plummeting towards the ground. Shang Qiuyu, on the other hand, is launched into the air, but is instantly drawn into a vortex, her figure flashing several times before appearing 50 or 60 feet away. Only Chu Qing, having traveled more than 10 zhang, used his feet to shift rapidly in midair, completely dissipating the force. At that moment, the Heavenly Evil Sect leader suddenly looked up at Chu Qing. His figure coiled, and a dragon's roar resounded. This man truly lived up to his reputation as the Heavenly Evil Sect's greatest genius in hundreds of years. His knowledge spanned ancient and modern times, encompassing the strengths of countless schools of thought. His martial arts prowess was unprecedented. Even with 4 masters attacking simultaneously, he fought 4 against 1, remaining unscathed and holding a significant advantage. At this moment, the formation unfolded, like a black dragon soaring through the sky, heading straight for Chu Qing. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, his gaze calm and steady, as if everything that had happened so far was entirely within his expectations. His figure coiled, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly falling to his side. A whirlwind swirled, accompanied by dark clouds, and the yin and yang energies transformed into red and white light. The momentum grew from nothing to something, reaching the heavens and the earth in the blink of an eye. What kind of martial art is this? Dongfang Jinghong and the others were still reeling from the shock. They had assumed that the Heavenly Evil Cult leader's initial attack on Chu Qing meant his certain death. But they hadn't expected that Chu Qing's attack just now wasn't even his limit. What was this calamity-like move? Even from a distance, they could feel the terrifying power brewing within, seemingly even surpassing that of the Heavenly Evil Cult leader. But how could this be? Little did they know that Chu Qing, using the Heavenly Ultimate Formless Divine Power, ignited the wind and cloud chi, incorporating yin and yang chi to create the Maha Boundless, possessing boundless and terrifying power. However, this move only lasted 13 breaths. If it wasn't used effectively, the Heavenly Evil Cult leader would simply flee, leaving Chu Qing helpless. The impressive display created by the 4 of them working together was partly due to Chu Qing's deliberate manipulation, intended to make the Heavenly Evil Cult leader believe he had exhausted all his options. Taking advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack, thinking they had succeeded, little did they know. This was Chu Qing's trap. Chapter 545. The Heavenly Evil Cult leader was violent and eccentric, bloodthirsty from childhood, and unlike ordinary people. Extraordinary people also possess extraordinary talents. This man was hailed as the Heavenly Evil Cult's greatest genius in hundreds of years. He could master all the supernatural arts and techniques of the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects with a single glance. All the extraordinary skills and techniques in the world that he saw, he could understand, and even those he couldn't see, merely described, he could guess at most. His method of attacking Shang Qiuyu with a fishbone, seemingly strange, was actually derived from Chu Qing's sword capturing technique. Chu Qing used the sword capturing technique many times in Ling Bei, and someone from the heavenly evil cult drew a picture of him controlling the sword with his qi and presented it to the heavenly evil cult leader. Through that drawing, he grasped 3/10 of the essence of the sword capturing technique. This allowed him to use his true qi to control the fishbone and pursue Shang Qiuyu even when his hands were full. He only grasped 3/10 of the essence, lacking true understanding, thus failing to achieve mastery. This necessitates activating a second fishbone after each attack. However, the fact that the fishbone landed in the pit demonstrates his ability to manipulate it mid-air, otherwise, it would only leave straight, direct attack marks instead of descending from the sky. With unparalleled talent, he integrated the strengths of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, incorporating the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound schools into his own, ultimately creating a school of thought unparalleled throughout history, named the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking precious record. The several unique techniques used today all originate from this. The elegy of heaven and earth was integrated into the song of burial, evoking universal sorrow and penetrating all directions. Later, the great Samadhi Zen sect was incorporated into the heavenly Buddha kingdom, unifying all Buddhas, achieving Zen Samadhi, unshakable by the world. This allowed him to remain unmoved amidst the onslaught of 4 peerless masters, unaffected by the winds from all directions. Now, he transformed into a dragon, his energy coursing through the heavens. He used his body as a form of magic, channeling his own inner energy to create a divine dragon stretching across the sky, incorporating the sonic power of the sorrowful cloud's melody, causing the dragon to roar across the heavens, its sound shaking the entire land, astonishing the world. This move is called Dragon's Roar across the 9 heavens, its power surpassing even elegy of heaven and earth. However, when Chu Qing countered with the Maha Boundless, even the heavenly evil cult leader was momentarily horrified. The higher the level of skill, the more one can sense the opponent's strength. Whether it's Chu Qing or the heavenly evil cult leader, a saying suits them perfectly now. Ordinary people who don't practice martial arts, seeing them is like a frog in a well seeing the moon. But those who have practiced martial arts, seeing them is like a speck of dust seeing the blue sky. At this moment, the heavenly evil cult leader could clearly feel the terrifying power of Maha Wuyong's attack, precisely because he himself was exceptionally talented and possessed unparalleled martial arts skills. But at this moment, he had no time to hesitate. Transforming into a dragon, soaring through the heavens, his attack was unstoppable. Even if he wanted to retreat, Chu Qing wouldn't allow it. A powerful tearing force arose from Maha Wuyong. Rather than be afraid, he chose to fight with all his might. He summoned a dragon's roar that shook the world, traversing the heavens with a fierce crash. The next moment, Maha Wuyong, like a natural disaster, instantly engulfed the heavenly evil cult leader. Contrary to the heavenly evil cult leader's expectations, he had thought that with his martial arts, even if he couldn't completely shatter Maha Wuyong, he could at least shake it. Then he could find Chu Qing within and kill him with a single blow. This would naturally resolve the crisis facing Maha Wuyong. Unexpectedly, the instant he transformed into a dragon and charged in, he was engulfed by the violent force within, instantly losing control of his own body. How is this possible? An unprecedented fear surged through his heart. This was an experience the heavenly evil cult leader had never had before. His life had been smooth sailing. Though he was tyrannical in his youth, as the holy son of the heavenly evil cult, the next leader, no one dared disrespect him. Later, his talent shone through, making him invincible among his peers. He killed without hesitation, and no one dared to stand in his way. Then the previous leader died at his hands, his power dominating the entire heavenly evil cult. From then on, he was high above, and no one dared to disobey him in the slightest. From childhood until now, nothing had ever escaped his control. So this sudden loss of control triggered an unprecedented panic. And this panic, in a short time, transformed into excruciating pain. The Maha Boundless was incredibly violent. Every wisp of wind within it was transformed from Chu Qing's innate, formless sword energy, containing the true meaning of a sword that transcends worlds. A single wisp might be insignificant, but they were densely packed and endless. Amplified by the Maha Boundless, it was like the most terrifying meat grinder in the world. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly evil cult master's protective energy was torn to shreds. Great Zen sect. The heavenly evil cult master roared, but his voice was filled with unprecedented fear, rage, and unease. Intense fear made even the flow of his true energy difficult. Yet he still managed to unleash this attack. But even so, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the Maha Boundless. The great Zen sect only lasted 7 breaths before completely collapsing. Chu Qing could only control the Maha Boundless technique for exactly 13 breaths, given all his skills. Beyond 13 breaths, it would cause a flood, greatly increasing its power, but also draining his vital energy. Since the heavenly evil cult leader was caught up in it, exactly 10 breaths had passed. In the 11th breath, his skin tore completely apart, revealing the muscles beneath. In the 12th breath, the muscles shattered, revealing the stark white bones. In the 13th breath, the bones crumbled everywhere, annihilation happening in an instant. But at this very moment, the Maha Boundless dissipated, and Chu Qing appeared in midair. His face was slightly pale, and for the first time, less than 30% of his once formidable inner strength remained. However, when he saw the white bones slowly drifting down from midair, a hint of excitement flickered across Chu Qing's face. The heavenly evil cult leader. The most skilled martial artist Chu Qing had ever encountered since his debut. Now, looking like this, he's practically dead, isn't he? Leaving aside Chu Qing's excitement, Dongfang Jinghong and Huangfu Changkong were utterly dumbfounded. They had fought the heavenly evil cult leader many times, never imagining that one day they would actually be able to kill him. This man was like a ghost, unfathomable and profound. Every time they fought him, his martial arts improved, yet they couldn't kill him, forced to watch helplessly as he grew stronger. Dongfang Jinghong accepted Chu Qing so easily not only because of his own upright character, but also because he knew that although Chu Qing had killed the Ghost Emperor, leaving the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors without a great general. However, this also allows for the replacement of a more powerful expert, thereby strengthening the overall power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although the Ghost Emperor ranks last among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although he has never placed his hopes on Chu Qing. Even a small increase is valuable, and now, even the slightest difference must be cherished. He would not tolerate Huangfu Changkong and Li Juechen killing Chu Qing at this time. However, he never expected that today, on their first collaboration with Chu Qing, they would actually kill the heavenly evil cult master. If the heavenly evil cult master knew that this was the fate awaiting him today, he probably wouldn't have come at all. Dongfang Jinghong wanted to laugh, but having just been injured by the great Zen sect, he was afraid of aggravating his injuries and ultimately didn't laugh. Huangfu Changkong looked at Chu Qing, his eyes shifting uncertainly, especially at his slightly pale face. If it weren't for the fact that his internal energy was currently depleted, he would have found it difficult to suppress his killing intent. Only Shang Qiuyu laughed wildly. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being the man my daughter has chosen. With this man dead, the world will be at peace. Chu Qing took a deep breath. Even if such a person is reduced to nothing but bones, one still cannot feel at ease. He must be completely annihilated, burned to ashes. Only then can one feel at ease. No wonder Chu Qing was uneasy. There were too many precedents. He wasn't one to forget past mistakes. All the past experiences were his lessons. He had never made the same mistake before, and even if he had, he would never repeat it. If conditions allowed, he would have preferred to use the Maha Boundless to completely annihilate him, but ultimately, he fell short by a single breath. No matter. Chu Qing drew a circle with one hand and thrust out with the other, a dragon's roar rising. This palm strike contained the mysteries of yin and yang, carrying the power of wind and clouds. If it were to strike the original heavenly evil cult master directly, it might have little effect. But shattering these bones would be more than enough. But just as this palm strike was about to hit, Chu Qing felt a buzzing sound in his ears. The 10 directions, heavenly prison of the 8 desolations. Chu Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, his inner and outer breaths merging, connecting with heaven and earth, but it was still a step too late. Boundless red light emanated from the bones, instantly enveloping all directions. Strands of blood-red light condensed from all directions in the void. These were all the flesh and blood that Chu Qing had torn from the heavenly evil cult master's body with the Maha Boundless power. At this moment, it was as if time had reversed, and the heavens had been turned upside down. They were all growing back onto the heavenly evil cult master's body, bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a naked heavenly evil cult master appeared before everyone. Chu Qing's face turned ashen. Blood Demon True Scripture. Although it wasn't the same as the Blood King's Blood Demon True Scripture, Chu Qing had the most dealings with the Blood King among the 12 holy kings. Therefore, he was certain that the martial arts used by the heavenly evil cult master at this moment, even if not the Blood Demon True Scripture, must be a unique skill derived from it. With only a third of his strength remaining, Chu Qing gritted his teeth and used all his might, unleashing a powerful dragon roar, as he slammed into the opponent. At that instant, the heavenly evil cult master opened his eyes, his gaze filled with boundless terror. He cried out in alarm, "Don't come any closer." With a sweep of the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record, his body collided with Chu Qing's regretful dragon technique, and the two figures were sent flying in opposite directions. Dongfang Jingheng watched this unfold, his expression suddenly changing. No, this guy is trying to escape. If not for this, even if the heavenly evil cult leader were to be resurrected, his internal energy damaged, he wouldn't have flown this far, especially since his eyes were filled with panic, like a frightened bird. Could it be that he was killed by this young man once, and is now terrified? Dongfang Jingheng glanced at Huangfu Changkong. Chase him. Huangfu Changkong's eyes widened, unsure if he himself had gone mad, or if Dongfang Jingheng had. He wants to leave. Let him leave. Why chase him? If we catch up, will you kill him or I kill him? Will you die or I die? Dongfang Jingheng didn't care about any of that. With one hand, he grabbed Huangfu Changkong's wrist, leaped up, and chased after the heavenly evil cult leader in the direction he had gone. Shang Qiuyu looked this way and that way. Zhu Xiaobai should be alright. He has deep foundations. He definitely won't die. The heavenly evil cult leader running away naked. This is something you probably never see again, heaven and earth. I can't miss this spectacle, he thought to himself, finding it all quite amusing. After all, who was that person? The heavenly evil cult leader, hailed as the greatest genius of the last few centuries. His martial arts skills were unparalleled in recorded history. Such a person, after fighting Chu Qing, was beaten and ran away naked. Putting everything else aside, just this news alone would make all the experts of the heavenly evil cult ashamed to show their faces. Although he wasn't killed, it's still hilarious. Shang Qiuyu ran after the heavenly evil cult leader to see the spectacle. If Chu Qing knew at this moment that this old man was so unruly, he probably would have wanted to beat him up regardless of right or wrong, right? His body lurched backward, not because he couldn't withstand the impact, but because he had seen the heavenly evil cult leader flee. The heavenly evil cult leader was defeated. While this outcome was far less desirable than simply killing him, Chu Qing had achieved his goal. Now, his internal energy was completely depleted. Although the previous palm strike hadn't damaged his internal energy in the slightest, and had even enhanced it due to the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, the Maha Boundless had indeed dissipated most of his true energy. If the heavenly evil cult leader hadn't fled, he wouldn't have had the strength to use Maha Boundless a second time. So even if he chased after him, it would be useless. On the contrary, being able to scare him back was already a stroke of luck. Who knew how much internal energy the heavenly evil sect master still had? He was currently panicked. If he reacted, Chu Qing wouldn't be able to unleash a second attack. The consequences would only be more terrifying. Rather than that, it was better to rest a little. His figure fell with the wind, drifting down. During the process, his internal energy naturally returned. However, judging from the speed of this natural recovery, it would probably take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to return to full strength. He could already see leaves around him. Chu Qing turned around and could see a lake. There was someone by the lake. Chu Qing was startled. His lightness skill flowed naturally, and in one step, he was already at the lakeside. Looking down, his brows furrowed slightly. Aren't you at Wanshan Pavilion? What are you doing here? The shepherd boy, seeing Chu Qing descending from the sky, had his despairing eyes instantly filled with tears. Her lower lip moved, but she couldn't speak. She could only bite her lip, reach out her unbroken hand, and grab Chu Qing's sleeve, sniffling as she said, "He bullied me." Chu Qing's gaze fell on her broken hand. Turning his head, he met Li Jueqin's slightly scrutinizing gaze. A glint of sword light flashed in his eyes. "You're the one who hurt her." Chapter 546. Li Jueqin stared at Chu Qing, who had seemingly descended from the sky, and felt his mind reeling. How did he end up here? Shouldn't he be fighting the heavenly evil cult master? And ultimately, be killed by him? This location was simply too far from the battle's edge. Even Li Jueqin could hardly see the details of the fight, only sensing the situation through the aftershocks. However, he had caught a glimpse of Chu Qing's Maha Boundless, and the heavenly evil cult master's dragons roar 9 heavens due to their immense power. But with the dissipation of Maha Boundless, the details were now difficult to grasp. Even more unexpectedly, the heavenly evil cult master had lost a life to Chu Qing's Maha Boundless, and after being resurrected, he didn't even have the courage to face Chu Qing, instead turning tail and running. Chu Qing, forced back by the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record, had no will to fight and drifted backward, eventually ending up here. This caused a turmoil in Li Jueqin's heart. Chu Qing's martial arts were even more advanced than he had anticipated. Although he didn't know the details of the Maha Wuliang attack, he knew it wasn't Shang Qiuyu's skill. Nor was it the martial arts of Dongfang Jinghong or Huangfu Changkong. A simple process of elimination revealed it was Chu Qing's doing. Even the heavenly evil cult leader would have been defeated by that move. With his own martial arts, if Chu Qing used the same trick again, he would surely die. But that move was incredibly powerful and overwhelming. How much internal energy did Chu Qing have left after using it? Could he use it again now? If not, wouldn't this person be at his weakest? With his martial emperor cultivation, could he possibly kill him? A faint pain throbbed in his shoulder. It was the wound inflicted by the 9 profound divine palm. The 9 profound divine art was incredibly profound, and the 9 profound divine palm was even more irrational, seemingly capable of reversing the order of heaven and earth, shattering ritual and music, and destroying all order. The blow he had received wouldn't heal anytime soon. Dealing with a shepherd boy was a piece of cake, but facing Chu Qing, he had absolutely no confidence. Now, hearing Chu Qing's question, Li Juechen pondered for a long time, then smiled slightly. So what if it is? Look at him. The shepherd boy grabbed Chu Qing's sleeve, glaring angrily at Li Juechen. It was like a bully child finding their parent, and with someone backing them up, they started to complain. The actual situation was pretty much the same. Before Chu Qing arrived, the shepherd boy was in despair. She had already made a plan. After Chu Qing and the others finished their battle, she would immediately commit suicide, giving Li Juechen no chance whatsoever. But the moment she saw Chu Qing descend from the sky, all her despair transformed into a deep sense of grievance. She didn't even know why she felt so wronged. In the martial world, danger was inevitable. Mu Tongan never considered herself the kind of woman who would cry and whine at the slightest danger, even a life-or-death situation. She was supposed to be strong enough. She was prepared for anything. But when Chu Qing appeared beside her, all that strength became insignificant. Looking at Mu Tongan like this, Chu Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. He instinctively reached out and patted her head. "It's all right, it's okay, I'm here." It was just a simple sentence, less than 10 words, yet it instantly gave Mu Tongan boundless confidence. She nodded fiercely. "You helped me fight him." "Okay." Chu Qing didn't hesitate at all. The battle with the heavenly evil cult leader, though seemingly dangerous, had actually left him unscathed, and he even managed to take the heavenly evil cult leader's life. Now, although his internal energy was less than 40%, he was probably no match for Li Juechen. But as long as the opponent couldn't kill him, with the ebb and flow of power, he could quickly recover to his peak condition. At that time, Li Juechen would be dead without a doubt. He remembered he had a quest related to Li Juechen, and was about to retrieve it to collect a new wave of martial arts techniques. But then he heard Li Juechen smile calmly. "Today, this emperor does not wish to fight you. Farewell." Trying to leave, Chu Qing pointed his fingers like a sword, and with a flick of his wrist, he struck out. With a whoosh, a sharp sword aura, intertwined with the yin and yang energies, surged like a dragon, its power even greater. Without a ripple, his 2 fingers pierced through Li Juechen's brow. But Chu Qing's face showed no joy. Sure enough, the figure vanished instantly, like a shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Juechen had used this same martial art to escape on the Broken Peak platform earlier. Chu Qing wasn't entirely unfamiliar with it. Back then, the assassin who suddenly appeared behind Song Chengdao at Xia Hewen was likely using this martial art. It's one of the techniques from the 5 Ghosts, Heavenly Corpse Order. His figure becomes ethereal, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Even with Chu Qing's cultivation level, it would be difficult to detect his movements. Now that Li Juechen has personally used it, it's naturally even more unpredictable. However, Chu Qing wasn't entirely unable to find his opponent. His gaze shifted, and he considered giving chase, but after glancing at the shepherd boy, he stopped. Li Juechen was destined to die. Even if not today, he wouldn't live much longer. In comparison, Mu Tongan's situation was more important. "He's gone?" Mu Tongan blinked. Chu Qing stroked his chin. "He probably didn't leave unscathed. But I couldn't completely keep him here." His finger strike wasn't for nothing. If Li Juechen had clashed with him head-on, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, Chu Qing's internal energy was depleted, far weaker than before. But since the other party wanted to leave, he would definitely have to pay a price. Chu Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wasn't someone who could come and go as he pleased. "It's all right." Mu Tongan didn't seem to care. "It's good that he's gone." "Chu Qing, I can't stand up. So many of my meridians are broken." Chu Qing immediately took her meridians, his face slightly grim. "Is it 8,000 elements, 1 path, 10,000 transformations returned to 1? He asked softly. The shepherd boy nodded. "He lied and said my father was injured, So I lied and said I wanted to go with him to see him. When he turned around, I tried to ambush him from behind, but he had a layer of armor under his clothes. And this 1,000 yuan Dao, 10,000 transformations returned to one, was also released silently. Before I could react, I was already blasted away. You got guts. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. What cultivation level do you have, daring to ambush the current martial emperor? I'm already like this. Can't you at least say something nice to comfort me? The shepherd boy glared at Chu Qing angrily. Are you like this when you're with Wu Qianhuan and Wenru? Chu Qing thought carefully for a moment. They're not that stupid to put themselves in danger. After saying this, Mutong'er became even angrier. I didn't come here willingly, okay? Then what are you doing here? Chu Qing asked. If you had stayed obediently in Wanshan Pavilion, Li Juechen wouldn't have come looking for you, would he? I came out to clear my head. Is that not allowed? Mutong'er's eyes flickered. She didn't want Chu Qing to know that she had come here to persuade her to let go. She also wouldn't tell Chu Qing that she had regretted it when facing Li Juechen in that life-or-death situation. Don't you even know where you are? You just came here to clear your head. Chu Qing muttered, straightening her body and assuming a five-heart-facing posture. All right, enough talk. I heal your injuries. Will he come back? Mutong'er asked again amidst her busyness. He wouldn't dare. Chu Qing left those 3 words, slowly placing her palm on Mutong'er's back. Li Juechen would never admit that he didn't dare to go back. But Chu Qing was right. His single-minded focus on leaving had indeed come at a price. And that price was in his left arm. His left arm had been pierced by Chu Qing's finger. Now, his entire arm was completely unresponsive. Shang Qiuyu and Chu Qing. Li Juechen let out a soft breath, tapping his left shoulder with his right hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Today's trip had been a crushing defeat. His primary objective in coming here was, in fact, Chu Qing. He possessed the Mirror of Karma, and all the information within it was readily available. And Chu Qing no longer concealed his identity. The disguises of Knight Emperor and Third Young Master had all crumbled, returning him to his original state. From the moment he debuted, many things could no longer be hidden. Especially for the Mirror of Karma. Li Juechen knew that this rising star was originally a rogue assassin from the Mirror of Karma. He naturally understood that only one of them could survive, Chu Qing. Rather than waiting for Chu Qing to fully develop his power before causing trouble, it was better to strike first. Wang Fu Changkong happened to be interested, and the two of them conspired, leading to today's trip. However, he hadn't expected Chu Qing's martial arts to have reached such a level. Even his surprise attack from the shadows hadn't killed him. Meeting Mutong'er was an unexpected turn of events. But this trip had already offended Shang Qiuyu, and Mutong'er could be used to control him. But he also hadn't expected the heavenly evil cult leader to appear today. The battle between Chu Qing and him, and now it seems Chu Qing actually won? This is simply unbelievable. The reason he paid such a price to escape from Chu Qing wasn't just because he feared Chu Qing. More importantly, he knew that Dongfang Jinghong, Shang Qiuyu, and Huangfu Changkong were all alive. He just didn't know that these 3 had gone to hunt down the naked heavenly evil sect leader. On the contrary, he felt that they would soon come looking for Chu Qing. At that time, Chu Qing, riding the wave of his great victory, wouldn't be able to help him immediately. If they joined forces, he would be certain to die today. With these thoughts running through his mind, Li Juechen felt that the price he paid was still worthwhile. However, with his current cultivation level, if I give up this opportunity, it will probably be impossible to kill him again next time. Li Juechen's brow furrowed. After a long while, he took out a booklet from his robes. He looked at it with a troubled expression, finally seeming to have made a decision. For most people, the damage to Mutong'er's meridians would take at least several months to heal. But for Chu Qing, with the help of the heavenly limitless formless divine power, her injuries had already healed by about 70 to 80% in just half an hour. Even her broken wrist had recovered considerably. After another half-month of recuperation, she would be fully recovered. Chu Qing opened her eyes, her inner energy slowly gathering, and slightly raised her head, hearing 3 whooshing sounds. Shang Qiuyu, Dongfang Jinghong, and Huangfu Changkong appeared before her. The faint smile that lingered in Shang Qiuyu's eyes vanished the moment he saw Mutong'er. Tong'er! What happened? What's wrong? Father. I'm fine. Mutong'er glanced at Shang Qiuyu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I just had a fight with Li Juechen and got some minor injuries. Chu Qing's lips twitched. You really dare to say that? Outrageous. Shang Qiuyu roared in fury. That old Li Juechen dares to fight my daughter? Daughter, don't worry, Your father will absolutely not let him off. Chu Qing was stunned. You really believe that? What kind of martial arts does Li Juechen have? If he really fought Mu Tong'er seriously, Mu Tong'er would have been reduced to ashes long ago. He coughed. What happened to the evil cult leader that day? Dongfang Jinghong sighed upon hearing this. He didn't catch him. Chu Qing nodded. This was within his expectations. Although the resurrected heavenly evil cult leader's stay here was brief, Chu Qing saw an unprecedented terror in his eyes. To be honest, it was a look Chu Qing had never seen before. He seemed utterly terrified. He didn't use his martial arts skills for revenge, only to escape. And with his cultivation level, if he was determined to leave, who could catch him? So Chu Qing didn't stop Dongfang Jinghong and the others from giving chase. It was a good opportunity to probe their strength. Now it seemed this mighty heavenly evil cult leader was utterly terrified. Chu Qing looked up at Huang Fu Changkong. You only said half of what you wanted to say earlier. Who exactly told you I killed your son? Huang Fu Changkong silently glanced at Chu Qing, finally shaking his head. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead today. I won't avenge that child today, but don't think this matter ends here. One day, I will take your head to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. If your son is really in heaven, he make you so angry he fly down and give you 2 big slaps. Chu Qing helped the shepherd boy up. Come with me, I don't know who instigated you. But whether it's your own child or not, you should know for sure by seeing it with your own eyes. With that, he leaped forward, heading towards the Wanshan pavilion. Shang Qiuyu followed closely behind. Dongfang Jinghong patted Huang Fu Changkong on the shoulder. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. There are too many things in this martial world that are hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Unlike your 3-foot-long sword, which is so direct and straightforward. Huang Fu Changkong glanced at him. Do you think I should believe him? With his martial arts skills, would he need to lie to you? Chapter 547. The anticipated scene of father and son recognizing each other never materialized. The reason was simple. Mo Duxing had vanished. Chu Qing was dumbfounded. None of them were any easy to deal with. The shepherd boy ran away and ended up encountering Li Juechen. Mo Duxing also secretly ran away, missing his chance to reunite with Huang Fu Changkong. Chu Qing glanced at Huang Fu Changkong and spread his hands. Your son ran away, but I didn't lie to you, he was here before. Words are no proof. Since you say my son is here, can you explain his name and status? Huang Fu Changkong's face was pale. His injuries, which hadn't been treated and had been dragged hundreds of miles by Dongfang Jinghong, only felt worse now. What's so difficult about that? Chu Qing said, his current name is Mo Duxing, he resides in the Tai sect, and is a disciple of Cui Bu Nu, the unyielding fist master. Senior Cui is right here. Should we summon him to confront you? Mo Duxing. Huang Fu Changkong frowned, pondered for a long time, and then suddenly said, very well, I will accompany you back to Nancheng. If he is truly here, you can bring him to me, so we can recognize each other. However, if you deceive me, I will not let you off the hook with my 3-foot-long sword. Chu Qing nodded indifferently. All right. Without further ado, the group returned to Nancheng. On the way, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tong'er began to question Chu Qing about the details of the battle, wondering how such a large-scale conflict could have occurred. Chu Qing recounted the events, leaving Wu Qianhuan and Wenru speechless. Completely unexpectedly, while they waited at the foot of the mountain, Chu Qing had already ascended and fought against the world's #1 martial arts master. And he had won. If it weren't for the heavenly evil cult's unpredictable martial arts, which could actually bring its leader back to life, the heavenly evil cult's grand plan to unify the world would have failed today. However, when they heard that the heavenly evil cult leader had been resurrected and hadn't even bothered to put on his clothes before running away, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or not. The heavenly evil cult leader fled naked. This must be publicized widely. Let it be spread far and wide. Let the whole world know. Shang Qiuyu, never one to shy away from a good show, said, the heavenly evil cult has been invading the martial world for so long, stirring up countless bloody storms. Once this news spreads, all the masters in the martial world should know that even the so-called heavenly evil cult leader is not some 3-headed, 6-armed god or demon. He is a person who can be afraid, can die, and feels pain. The shepherd boy glanced at his father, speaking so grandly, aren't you just trying to make a scene? It won't delay anything. Shang Qiuyu shrugged. Dongfang Jinghong said, the Xian Emperor is right. The heavenly evil cult leader's defeat at Yusong Mountain is indeed something worth recording in detail. The martial world has suffered under the heavenly evil cult for too long. This great victory should lift spirits, and prevent people from turning pale at the mere mention of evil. Chu Qing glanced at the two men. They were planning to use him as a morale booster, using him to restore confidence to the martial world? It was indeed a good idea, but had they considered how much the heavenly evil cult leader would hate him after finding out? If he came in a rage, wanting to fight him to the death, could they still stand by him and defend him? At this moment, what Chu Qing needed most was time. Having repelled the heavenly evil cult leader this time, if he were given just a little more time, he was confident that when he saw him again, even if the leader were to rise from the dead, he would be able to utterly obliterate him. Hundreds of miles away, a figure traversed mountains and crossed rivers, crashing into a rock wall with a resounding boom. He raced forward, carving a path through the mountains. He ran frantically, as if some terrifying creature was relentlessly pursuing him. But he never looked back. After running nearly 1,000 miles, he finally stopped. Looking back, he saw no one. Looking ahead, there was no smoke rising from any chimney. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, slowly crouching down, his arms wrapped around himself, trembling. At this moment, neither the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil cult, nor the 4 warlords, anyone who stood before him could imagine the terror filling the eyes of this young man. It was their lawless, wicked, and utterly unscrupulous leader. How can there be such a person in this world? How can there be such martial arts? He muttered to himself, still filled with dread, feeling as if Chu Qing could suddenly leap out from the bushes, behind the trees, at the bottom of the river, anywhere, and without a word throw a powerful attack at his head. No. I can't just sit here and wait to die. He just used such martial arts. His internal energy must be running low. That's right, that must be it. I have to find him, kill him, then I won't have to fear anything. Thinking this, he hardened his heart and turned to turn back. But before he could take that step, he squatted down again. But I can't. What if I guess wrong? What if he kills me again? How terrifying. How scary. He hugged his arms, buried his head, and suppressed sobs escaped from between his arms. An old man carrying firewood came down from the mountain and saw him. He was a little puzzled. Where did this strange man come from? Why was he squatting here crying without clothes on? Fortunately, this place was secluded. If it were the village's young women and wives. I see it. What should I do? He coughed. Young man. The heavenly evil cult leader ignored him, so the old man went to him and gently patted his arm. Young man, why are you crying? The heavenly evil cult leader was startled and looked up sharply. Seeing a woodcutter who couldn't even kill a chicken, he stammered, I'm scared. Scared of what? The old man smiled. I lived at the foot of this mountain my whole life, and I never been frightened to tears by it. You child, why are you crying like this? Wipe your tears quickly, or people will laugh at you. Why would they scare me? Because you're a coward. The old man said with a smile, but child, I'm telling you, don't be afraid. Neither this mountain nor anyone else, don't be afraid. Even if you can't conquer this mountain right now, you should get close to it, understand it, and eventually you can conquer it. Otherwise, just crying here won't do any good. The leader of the heavenly evil cult looked up at the woodcutter, the fear in his eyes lessening considerably. Whether it had vanished or been hidden deep within was unclear. He simply felt that the old man's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Approaching was fine, but he needed to understand his opponent, and more importantly, his martial arts skills. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy can one achieve victory. As the leader of the heavenly evil cult, how could he hold back because of fear? He nodded repeatedly. Grandpa, you're right. Thank you. You figured it out? Stopped crying? Haha, young man, that's good. I see you're out of clothes. Why don't you come home with me first? I find you some clothes. Okay. The leader of the heavenly evil cult nodded repeatedly. The old man immediately shouldered the firewood and led the way towards his home. He had only taken 2 steps when a hand pressed down on his head. With a mere tap, the woodcutter died instantly, without uttering a sound. You saw me in such a wretched state. How could I let you leave alive? The heavenly evil cult leader slowly exhaled, then sat cross-legged. Although the Mahawulyang was violent and instilled fear in the heavenly evil cult leader, now that this martial art had caught his eye, he was determined to learn it. He would then work his way up, and one day, he would uncover the secrets of this martial art. At that time, he would no longer need to fear Chu Qing. He had always been a man of strong will. Once he had this thought, he sat cross-legged and began to study the Mahawulyang. He gradually circulated his internal energy. This circulation lasted for 2 hours. Footsteps approached from afar. Without even looking up, he knew it was a few idle peasants who knew no martial arts. An elderly woman could be heard saying, "My husband usually comes home by this time. But today there's been no sign of him. I'm troubling you all to come with me up the mountain to look for him." She stopped abruptly, her heart jolting. She immediately saw the old man lying on the ground. Her mind went blank, the world spun, and she nearly collapsed. Several people nearby quickly helped her up. Some pinched his philtrum, while others glared at the heavenly evil cult leader, angrily demanding, "Who are you? Did you kill my second uncle?" The heavenly evil cult leader, according to what he had seen, was comprehending the Maha Wuliang, though without a clue. His internal energy circulation was at a crucial moment. He had no time to pay attention to these villagers. Pretending to be deaf and dumb, he's no good. Greasy hair, and no clothes, it's indecent. He must have killed my second uncle. A life for a life. Let's kill him. In righteous indignation, several villagers grabbed pitchforks and hoes and attacked the heavenly evil cult leader. With a loud bang, a hose slammed down on his head. The blow sent a jolt through the heavenly evil cult master. He was practicing his cultivation technique to replicate the Maha Boundless as he had predicted, but he found himself unable to grasp its essence. His internal energy flow was like walking on thin ice. The hoe blow to his head had completely disrupted his internal energy flow. He abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could speak, he coughed up blood. Several villagers were startled, but then enraged, and rushed forward to confront him. But what kind of person was the heavenly evil cult master? Why would he waste words with them? With a flick of his sleeve, heavenly prisoner of the 8 desolations, this move, when applied to Chu Qing and the others, would merely make them feel suffocated, unable to breathe, and their limbs stiff, which they could break free of using their own internal energy. But for these villagers, the immense pressure was overwhelming. Several loud bangs rang out, and those wielding pitchforks and hoes were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist, dead on the spot. The remaining villagers, and the elderly woman, who had just woken up, watched in utter horror, their eyes wide with terror. The heavenly evil cult leader didn't even glance at them. With a flick of his hand, the remaining villagers followed suit. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't I deduce it? Could it be that my talent is insufficient for me to comprehend his ultimate technique? No, impossible. They all say I am the heavenly evil cult's greatest genius in hundreds of years. There is no martial art in this world that I cannot comprehend. Having said this, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His brows furrowed. He knew he had suffered a chi deviation. He needed to stabilize his true chi and guide it back to its source. But looking at his surroundings, he stood up and headed towards the heavenly evil sect's headquarters. This wasn't a good place for meditation. He needed to find a quiet place to slowly deduce and cultivate. I'm not afraid of you. Once I deduced your divine skills, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Next time I see you, I will definitely beat you to death. Use your blood to wash away the shame on my body. Inside the South City, Dongfang Jingheng and Huangfu Chongkong both decided to recuperate at the city lord's mansion for the time being. Shang Qiuyu, needless to say, although his injuries weren't as severe as the other two, they weren't pleasant either. With the shepherd boy still by Chu Qing's side, Shang Qiuyu naturally had to stay. After arranging rooms for Dongfang Jingheng and Huangfu Chongkong, Chu Qing went to find Mo Duxing. However, after looking around, he discovered that although Mo Duxing had secretly left, he hadn't returned. Could something have happened? Chu Qing had a vague sense of unease. He simply summoned Lu Jianyan and asked him to send people to look for him. Having experienced this great battle, although his internal energy had fully recovered, he felt quite exhausted, so he went straight back to his room. But as soon as he reached the door, his brow furrowed slightly. When he opened the door, he saw a person with their back to him, silently drinking tea. Chu Qing's lips twitched. I've been looking for you almost frantically, and you're in my room? Mo Duxing said calmly. I guessed right. You brought me to Wanshan Pavilion, because of Huangfu Chongkong. Chu Qing's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He turned and closed the door, then slowly walked to the table and sat down. Senior Cui shouldn't have told you about this. No. Then how do you know Huangfu Chongkong? Because when I was taken away, I already remembered things. Mo Duxing spoke in a very indifferent tone, saying something that made Chu Qing's heart skip a beat. His finger lightly tapped the table. What happened back then, do you know? Mo Duxing glanced back at Chu Qing. Could you help me kill someone? Who? Jianjiu. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Don't tell me the truth is as I think? The truth might be as you think. Mo Duxing said softly. I will recognize him tomorrow. After that, I leave it to the alliance leader. Chapter 548. After seeing Mo Duxing off, Wu Qianhuan arrived quickly. Leaving aside the night's cultivation, the sun was already high in the sky. After finishing breakfast, Chu Qing found Mo Duxing and took him to see Huangfu Changkong. Huangfu Changkong's expression was not pleasant when he saw Mo Duxing. He mocked Chu Qing, saying that she knew he already knew about his plan, yet she still brought this impostor along, wondering who she was trying to annoy. Chu Qing was furious and argued with him for a long time. This attracted Dongfang Jinghong and Shang Qiuyu, who advised Huangfu Changkong to calm down and consider the truth of the matter. Finally, after discovering a birthmark on Mo Duxing that proved his identity, Huangfu Changkong's attitude softened. They then talked about the past. Although Mo Duxing was young when he was abducted, he should have some vague memories. After exchanging information, Huangfu Changkong gradually accepted the fact that Mo Duxing was his son. Tears streamed down his face. Chu Qing silently observed, then left Mo Duxing with Huangfu Changkong. Huangfu Changkong, disregarding his own injuries, went to thank Cui Bunu. After all, Cui Bunu had raised his child. How could he not express his gratitude? However, Chu Qing no longer cared about such matters. He had many other things to do. With the heavenly evil sect leader defeated at Yusong Mountain, and with the assistance of those 5 great masters, it was only a matter of time before the western regions were completely under his control. Even though the cities and regions of the western regions had generals under the earth-slaughtering soldier, such generals were no longer a threat. What Chu Qing needs to do now is to plan the complete expulsion of the heavenly evil sect from the western regions, and the total reconquest of this region. However, during this process, he learned something from Shang Qiuyu. During the battle at Jutian Pass, Shang Qiuyu was at another gateway in the southern region, confronting the 7 executioners. Although he inflicted a crushing defeat on the heavenly evil sect's forces, he ultimately failed to find any trace of the 7 executioners. This matter wasn't insignificant, but it wasn't trivial either. If Chu Qing hadn't known, it could have caused real problems. But now that Chu Qing knows, there shouldn't be any major issues. He only needs to have people keep an eye on the eastern region's movements and send back information regularly. It seems the 7 executioners knew that the Xian Emperor was unbeatable, hence his desperate attempt to cut his losses. With almost the entire eastern region under the heavenly evil sect's control, he only needs to continue his activities within the eastern region, gather manpower, and it won't be difficult for him to make a comeback. However, this will take time, and once they take action, Chu Qing will be aware in advance, so he won't be caught off guard. Of course, Chu Qing also needs to take precautions in advance. During the Tianyi Sect martial arts tournament, Chu Qing had already arranged for people to infiltrate the eastern and western regions to gather intelligence. This has already been very effective. Furthermore, the 2 gateways to the southern region, east and west, have long been patrolled and guarded. The side closely adjacent to the central plains doesn't need to be worried too much. Tontian Ridge is tens of thousands of feet high, and ordinary people can hardly cross it easily. But if a large number of people want to cross it, the best route is Shengyang Pass in the northern region. This is why the Tianxia sect has not yet invaded the central plains. They need to cross the northern gateway to launch a large-scale invasion, otherwise, sending in 2 or 3 people would be completely meaningless. Chu Qing made numerous markings on the map, assigned tasks, and relayed orders. These tasks took a considerable amount of time, so much so that when Huangfu Changkong and Mo Duxing came to bid farewell, Chu Qing realized that almost 7 days had passed since the heavenly evil cult leader's defeat at Yusong Mountain. Brother Chu, it was my fault before. I acted rashly without clarifying the truth. Please forgive me, Brother Chu. You found my son. Such a great favor will be repaid even if it means my death. Huangfu Changkong's arrogance vanished, his words filled with solemnity. Chu Qing waved her hand. There's no need to dwell on the past. But I'm curious, who exactly said those words that you believe so wholeheartedly? This? Huangfu Changkong sighed. To be honest, that person is the head manager of Wan Beilu. The head manager of Wan Beilu. Chu Qing had heard Huangfu Yishi mention this man before. He was a middle-aged man, always smiling and somewhat unserious. But he held a high position. He had once visited Huangfu Changkong's home, and Huangfu Changkong had treated him with the utmost courtesy. Chu Qing nodded. No wonder Senior Huangfu trusts him so much. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly believe him without question. That's right. Huangfu Changkong glanced at Chu Qing with some gratitude, then said cautiously, however, what this person told me may not be his true intention. After all, Wan Beilu is a large and powerful company, and it's inevitable that some people will try to sabotage it. I suspect that the head manager may have been deceived. Chu Qing smiled upon hearing this, not taking it seriously. He was joking. If the head manager of Juan Bailu were so easily fooled, he would have been a figurehead long ago. Juan Bailu was indeed a large and powerful enterprise, but precisely because of this, its internal rules were inevitably extremely strict. How could information that hadn't been repeatedly verified possibly appear on the head manager's desk? However, at this moment, Chu Qing didn't intend to dwell on this too much. From the moment Mo Duxing approached him, he had chosen to turn a blind eye to many things. Of course, he still had to maintain a proper attitude. Chu Qing said solemnly, "I will definitely find out the truth about this matter. If the head manager has truly been deceived, then it means that someone with ulterior motives has already risen to a high position within Juan Bailu. Conversely, such actions are tantamount to deliberately sowing discord, and we must be cautious." Huang Fu Changkong nodded repeatedly. "Brother Chu is right." Saying this, he glanced at Mo Duxing and said with a smile, "My son and I have been bothering you here for quite some time. Dongfang Jinghong has already gone ahead to Zhongzhou to report on the matter of his meteoric rise. I imagine Brother Chu will soon have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors decree. I also wish to take a sword home first, to make up for the debts I owed over the years. Then I take my leave." Chu Qing glanced at Mo Duxing, his eyes still calm, as if nothing mattered to him. A little amused, Chu Qing nodded, "All right, since that's the case, I won't linger. This parting may not be until the northern region." "Exactly." Huang Fu Changkong nodded. "With you here, if the heavenly evil cult leader dares to appear again, he surely die a horrible death." After a few words of conversation, Chu Qing had someone bring some dry rations and silver for them to take on the journey. Huang Fu Changkong declined several times, but finally, unable to refuse any longer, he packed his belongings and left the city lord's mansion in Xiangnan City with Mo Duxing. After a few more conversations with Cui Bunu at the gate, the two set off. Once they left Xiangnan City, Huang Fu Changkong grabbed Mo Duxing's shoulder, flicked 2 fingers, and like a sword piercing the sky, headed straight north. Only after exhausting his inner energy did they stop to rest. Neither of them were talkative, but Huang Fu Changkong would occasionally ask Mo Duxing if he remembered the sword techniques he had taught him as a child. Mo Duxing would simply shake his head. After several unsuccessful attempts to answer, Huang Fu Changkong finally began to teach Mo Duxing sword techniques. They learned as they went, resting when tired and sleeping when sleepy. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived in the northern region, entered the gate, and continued along the southern side of the northern region for 5 more days, before finally entering Tongtian Ridge. Huang Fu Changkong's home is currently in Zhongzhou, but in the Tongtian Ridge, which connects the northern region to Zhongzhou, lies the Sword Emperor Palace. Huang Fu Changkong spends 2 months a year in Zhongzhou, and the remaining 10 months are spent overseeing the Sword Emperor Palace. Unlike ordinary residences, the Sword Emperor Palace is not guarded by stone lions, but by 2 enormous stone swords. Upon stepping through the gates, one can immediately sense the intense sword intent permeating the entire Sword Emperor Palace. Every brick, tile, blade of grass, bamboo, and stone here is imbued with sword intent. "Sword Master, are you familiar with this place?" Huang Fu Changkong asked Mo Duxing softly, as he walked through the aisles lined with disciples within the Sword Emperor Palace. Mo Duxing thought for a moment and replied, "I seem to have some recollection, but it's been too long, I can't remember." "It's all right," Huang Fu Changkong said with a smile, "we have plenty of time, we can take our time." "Okay," Mo Duxing nodded. Finally, led by Huang Fu Changkong, they arrived at the main hall of the Sword Emperor Palace, Heavenly Will Pavilion. There were no servants inside the Heavenly Will Pavilion, but the moment Mo Duxing stepped inside with Huang Fu Changkong, he saw someone. That person stood silently in the center of the Heavenly Will Pavilion, his back to everyone, dressed in white, his hair fluttering in the wind. This aloof figure felt strangely familiar. And when that person turned around, Mo Duxing's pupils contracted slightly. This person had a face exactly like his own. Mo Duxing glanced silently at Huang Fu Changkong. Could he be my younger brother? Huang Fu Ishiu. No. The one who answered him wasn't Huang Fu Changkong, but the person who looked exactly like him. He said softly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Fu Ijian, father's eldest son." Mo Duxing's expression changed instantly. He subconsciously took a step back and looked at Huang Fu Changkong. "He's your eldest son. Then who am I?" "Just a prisoner." As Huang Fu Changkong spoke, a palm struck out. Mo Duxing had no power to resist, and was captured in Huang Fu Changkong's hand. "Father?" Mo Duxing couldn't believe it. The smile on Huang Fu Changkong's face had long since vanished. At this moment, his eyes were cold, and the smile on his lips was also cold. "I am not your father." However, I will take you to see your father." He then glanced back at the other Huang Fujian, who nodded and gently turned a mechanism beside the throne in the Heavenly Will Pavilion. The throne shifted, revealing a hidden passage. Huang Fu Changkong dragged Mo Duxing, like a dead dog, into the passage. They descended deeper and deeper, their destination unknown. The surrounding environment, initially man-made, gradually began to resemble a natural cave. The sound of dripping water rose from the darkness. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they could see that the water was dripping from stalagmites on the cave's ceiling. After traversing a long cavern, they arrived at a rather narrow space. The rattling of chains echoed, and an aged voice rang out, "You still dare appear before this emperor?" The voice was indifferent, carrying an arrogance that disregarded the world. It also carried an air of aloofness, as if no one in the world understood its power. Huang Fu Changkong chuckled, "You, a piece of trash, dare to call yourself emperor? Even now, with one hand over you, you are no match for this emperor. Humph, you dare to challenge me." The aged, hoarse voice spoke coldly, giving the impression that he genuinely felt the other party was unworthy to fight him. Even though he was now imprisoned, even though he was doomed, he was still no match for Huang Fu Changkong. Huang Fu Changkong took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing his anger, glanced at Mo Duxing in his hand, and suddenly smiled. "I didn't come here today to engage in verbal sparring with you. I come to deliver something to you. You gave him away back then, and now I retrieved him for you. No need for thanks, it's only right." As soon as these words were spoken, several sounds rang out, and the surrounding braziers instantly burst into flames. The man bound by chains was revealed. His face was aged, his white hair sparse, and the chains, used for years, made the areas where his hands and feet were bound appear thinner than the rest. Those whose features still bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Huang Fu Changkong. Only, one was aged, the other in his prime. His gaze, however, now fell upon Mo Duxing, his pupils contracting as he gritted his teeth and asked, "How could this be?" "This is naturally all thanks to one Bailu. They found him, and I, too, used them to find him," Huang Fu Changkong said calmly. "It was just a miscalculation, almost a missed opportunity. Fortunately, I was clever enough to turn things around, and I kept Chu Qingxing completely convinced. Even if he is exceptionally intelligent, he couldn't have imagined that the Sword Emperor's son is real, but the Sword Emperor himself is fake. However, I can't say that, after all, I am now the genuine Sword Emperor. And you're nothing but an old dog waiting to die here. If you don't want your son to die here immediately, hand over the complete Heavenly Will Sword technique, otherwise, you know the consequences. Don't even think about it." The bound old man took a deep breath and said, "My eyesight is failing, who knows if the person you brought is real or fake? Even if you kill him right in front of me, don't even think about tricking me out of the complete technique. Stubborn to the end." Huang Fu Changkong smiled calmly, "But it doesn't matter, I leave him with you, so you can see if he's real or fake." With that, he chained Mo Duxing up with the same chains, so that the two could meet, but not touch each other. Then Huang Fu Changkong turned around, leaving behind the words, "We have plenty of time, we can take it slow." After saying that, he strode away, leaving the old man and the young man standing there, facing each other in the underground cavern. Just then, footsteps sounded after Huang Fu Changkong left, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Glancing at Mo Duxing, Chu Qing said helplessly, "Next time you want me to kill someone, just be quick about it. This business of both saving and killing is really troublesome." Chapter 549. Inside the cave, the two people who had been staring at each other had become three. The old man bound by chains, the true Sword Emperor Huang Fu Changkong, looked at the two who had suddenly appeared with a detached and wise gaze. His eyes were filled with a faint mockery. However, neither Mo Duxing nor Chu Qing paid him any attention. "Help me untie these chains," Mo Duxing said first. Chu Qing nodded, came to his side, and gently tugged at the chains, but they didn't budge. Something's there." Chu Qing was slightly surprised, but not entirely unexpected. This elicited a cold laugh from Huang Fu Changkong. "Clumsy. Sword 9 doesn't think that by using two poorly acting young people, he can make me believe that one of you is my sword, and the other is my sword's friend. To save me, one of you willingly ventured into the lion's den, while the other acted in secret, right? Leaving aside how he found Jenner, if your so-called friend truly possesses such power, how could these mere black prison chains possibly hold you?" Snap! Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing snapped the chains in two. "They do have some skill, but not much." Chu Qing ignored Huang Fu Changkong, and after breaking the chains on Mo Duxing's other hand, he examined the shackles on his wrists. He wasn't skilled at lockpicking. Breaking the shackles by brute force wouldn't be difficult. He was just worried about Mo Duxing getting hurt. Mo Duxing flexed his wrists, said nothing, and went directly to Huangfu Changkong. Despite Huangfu Changkong's recent humiliation, his face showed no unusual emotion. His aloof and indifferent eyes revealed the swordsman's solitary pride. Chu Qing finally understood who Mo Duxing resembled. He had previously felt something was off about Huangfu Changkong outside. Now he understood. Whether it was Mo Duxing or Huangfu Yixiao, they both possessed a pride flowing in their blood. A pride unique to swordsmen. However, Huangfu Yixiao's pride was supported by powerful martial arts, while Mo Duxing's pride often seemed somewhat empty and laughable. But their pride, and that of this elderly version of Huangfu Changkong before him, was fundamentally the same, identical. Not just similar, they were exactly the same. Mo Duxing didn't bother with any difficult self-justification, but instead began, entering the true way, one is neither born nor dies, without coming or going, eternally abiding in stillness, perfectly penetrating the dark chamber, responding to the heavens, embracing creation, without difference between above and below, acting according to what is received, only then can one attain the way. As Mo Duxing spoke, Huangfu Changkong's expression stiffened. Before Huangfu Changkong could react, Mo Duxing asked directly, "How many things did I say wrong just now?" 6 things. Huangfu Changkong said softly, "It's not entering the true way, but entering the true constant way. It's not without coming or going, but without coming or going. It's not perfectly penetrating the dark chamber, but perfectly penetrating the still chamber. It's not embracing creation, but embracing creation. It's not without difference between above and below, but different between above and below. It's not Fang Shida Dao, but it's Fang Shui Dao." At first, his voice remained steady, but as he spoke, tears welled up in his cloudy eyes and began to flow uncontrollably. His voice trembled as he finished speaking. "Jiener, are you truly my Jiener?" Mo Duxing knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times with a thud. "The time wasn't right. I couldn't find an opportunity to save you. I didn't even know how to save you. I knew he was looking for me, and I knew that once he found me, he would likely bring me before you. But without any certainty, even if I saw you, it would only be a reunion of father and son before my death. Fortunately, now there is young Master Chu, finally giving us the chance to continue our father-son bond." "Young Master Chu?" Huangfu Changkong turned to look at Chu Qing beside him, his eyes filled with tears, and couldn't help but ask, "Is he capable? Let me put it this way, half a year ago, I could still put up a fight with him. But now, even with you at your peak, it would be difficult to win," Mo Duxing said earnestly. "Looks like he truly is a top-tier expert." Huangfu Changkong's gaze towards Chu Qing became serious. Chu Qing's lips twitched. Well, he initially thought Mo Duxing was the only one with a mental illness, but now it seemed they were indeed of the same ilk. These two probably both have serious ailments. He gently shook his head, walked up to Huangfu Changkong, and snapped the so-called black prison chains. Then he spoke, "To be honest, I'm still a bit confused. What's going on here? Isn't that the Sword Emperor outside? His name is Jianjiao?" "That's right." Before Huangfu Changkong could speak, Mo Duxing explained to Chu Qing, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors weren't all alone. For example, the Ghost Emperor had his own disciples, and many of them. Our family's martial arts, though passed down only within the family, and rarely taught to outsiders, are not without disciples. These disciples are often orphans, adopted from a young age, and taught the sword-hard technique to prevent betrayal. You followed us secretly all this way, you must have discovered hidden masters upon entering this place. These are all disciples of the Sword Emperor Palace. Back then, Jianjiao was like that too. Mo Duxing was indeed old enough to remember things when he was abducted. At least he remembered Jianjiao. According to him, this person was one of the few intelligent among the disciples. Furthermore, his unwavering loyalty to the Huangfu family earned him special favor from Huangfu Changkong. However, unexpectedly, this person harbored malicious intentions. With the help of someone unknown, he unlocked the sword-heart secret technique, turning against Huangfu Changkong. Mo Duxing's knowledge was ultimately limited, so Huangfu Changkong continued the conversation. Back then, he sensed Jianjiao's growing power, but couldn't pinpoint the root cause. To be on the safe side, he secretly sent Mo Duxing away. It wasn't exactly abduction, but rather Huangfu Changkong specifically sought out the monk Bushir Hashang to take Mo Duxing away. So, the so-called abduction of the Sword Emperor's son was all a self-directed act? Chu Qing frowned slightly, But something doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? Huang Fu Changkong looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing asked directly, "Do you know about the World Alliance?" The World Alliance. Huang Fu Changkong paused, then nodded. "I know, but before I was imprisoned here, the World Alliance hadn't truly taken shape. It was merely a group of like-minded people who wanted to break free of their shackles and gathered together." Shackles. Chu Qing looked thoughtfully at Huang Fu Changkong. The shackles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Huang Fu Changkong paused slightly, then sighed. "That's right. With your martial arts skills, you should know these things." Indeed. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were first established, they were simply a group of experts who, seeing the suffering of the people, wanted to quell the turmoil in the martial world and thus stepped forward to stabilize this chaotic era. But I don't know when it started. The heroes of yesteryear gradually changed. The power in their hands, the wealth around them, their control over the martial world, they didn't want to give up either of these things. Even worse, if any genius threatened the position of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they would secretly eliminate them. In the past 300 years, countless wise men have died because of this. Although I am one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, I do not wish to see such a situation. The martial world is divided and governed, seemingly harmonious, but in reality, the tragic events have never truly subsided. It merely maintains a relative stability. I, the Emperor, dare not presume to possess great talent, nor the ability to unify the world and bring blessings to all people. But I am willing to use my cultivation to do something for the people of this world. Hearing this, Chu Qing finally understood the gist of it. Firstly, Huang Fu Changkong had ideals and ambitions, and together with a group of insightful individuals, he wanted to break free from shackles. And this group was the precursor to the World Alliance. The monk Not-So-Monk also shared this pursuit. Therefore, at that time, Huang Fu Changkong had already met the monk Not-So-Monk, and considered him someone he could trust. When he discovered a huge conspiracy surrounding him, he entrusted Mo Duxing to the monk Not-So-Monk to take away. This explains why Mo Duxing was abducted to the southern region by the monk Bushi Heshang and became a disciple of the Tai sect. However, this still doesn't make sense. Chu Qing frowned slightly. The monk Bushi Heshang clearly joined the World Alliance a long time ago, and that Huang Fu Changkong outside also joined. Logically, these two should be on the same side. That Huang Fu Changkong outside has been searching for Huang Fu Jian. Now it seems, it's because he wants to obtain the complete Heavenly Will Sword technique. But shouldn't he have already learned about this from the monk Bushi Heshang? The monk Bushi Heshang wouldn't tell him. Huang Fu Changkong gently shook his head. Although I don't know exactly what happened outside over the years, I can guess. Jianjiu joined the World Alliance because of me, but his identity shouldn't be hidden from some people. Among them is the monk Bushi Heshang. Back then, the monk Bushi Heshang took Jian away because he knew I would be in trouble. Afterwards, although Jianjiu joined the World Alliance with my appearance, that monk could easily tell his true identity at a glance. So he would never reveal Jian's whereabouts to him. You seem to have quite a bit of confidence in him? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. You have a grudge against him? Not exactly a grudge. Chu Qing shook her head slightly. However, he's already dead at my hands. Why? Huang Fu Changkong was taken aback. Chu Qing said softly, he killed the fleeing scholar, and the fleeing scholar's wife came to me for help. There were many details involved, and Chu Qing gave a brief account of the fleeing scholar's situation. After listening, both Huang Fu Changkong and Mo Duxing fell silent. After a long while, Huang Fu Changkong sighed, this matter has no right or wrong, only differing perspectives. You had some connection with the fleeing scholar, and knowing he died at the hands of the monk, it's only natural to avenge your friend. The monk killed the fleeing scholar for the sake of the World Alliance, also for his ideals from back then, to protect the World Alliance. So he wasn't wrong either. The only mistake was that they couldn't coexist. The fleeing scholar couldn't accept the World Alliance, yet he knew things he shouldn't have known. I believe the monk struggled for a long time before making his move. It doesn't matter whether he struggled or not, only whether he made his move. Since his hands are stained with blood, then his death is no one's fault but his own. Chu Qing spoke calmly, his stance on this matter clear. The fugitive scholar was a good man, he shouldn't die. Perhaps the monk wasn't a good man either, but he killed another good man, stained his skin with blood, and incurred debt. The moment the fugitive scholar's wife begged him for help, the monk's death was already sealed. As for why the monk didn't explain Mo Duxing's situation to Jianjiu, that's not hard to understand. Even within the same camp, not everyone shares the same ideals. The monk didn't acknowledge the impostor Huangfu Changkong, he always acknowledged the true sword emperor, now imprisoned. As for why he didn't expose Jianzhou's identity, or why the World Alliance tolerated Jianzhou's existence, these are things outsiders cannot know. Human beings are multifaceted. Many things cannot be simply categorized as black and white. Given this, insisting on a clear-cut black and white view of some matters is fundamentally impossible. Chu Qing could only judge whether someone deserved to die based on his own subjective perception. And in his view, the monk wasn't innocent. Furthermore, Chu Qing felt that even the alliance of the world mentioned by Huangfu Changkong might not be what he initially perceived it to be. At least, he discovered from the black-robed man's memories that the alliance of the world was far less noble than Huangfu Changkong believed. Their methods to achieve their goals were also dirty. However, Chu Qing could understand this. Just as Huangfu Changkong didn't know why the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who stood up for the world back then had all changed. Time always subtly changes many things. Especially when one holds a high position, after gaining power, wealth, and fame. Standing atop this pinnacle of humanity, who would willingly fall? Thinking this, Chu Qing didn't continue the conversation, but instead asked, after the monk took him oduxing away, what happened next. And Jianzhou, how exactly did he lock you up here? With his martial arts skills, it probably wasn't easy for him to do that. Chu Qing's words caused Huangfu Changkong's eyes to flicker with uncertainty. He silently raised his head, his eyes seemingly piercing through endless time and space. Finally, he sighed softly. Someone is secretly helping him. Unfortunately, I don't know who is helping him. But they stole all my martial arts skills. Chapter 550. The events didn't unfold openly. So by the time Huangfu Changkong realized the gravity of the situation, it was almost too late. The only thing he could do was send his eldest son away. By the time Jianzhou revealed his true intentions, Huangfu Changkong's internal energy was almost completely depleted. However, this wasn't a true theft. Jianzhou had given him a slow-acting poison. To this day, Huangfu Changkong still doesn't know the name of that poison. After being defeated by Jianzhou, he expected Jianzhou to kill him, but unexpectedly, Jianzhou brought him here and imprisoned him. Because he didn't know what Jianzhou wanted, a glimmer of hope had initially risen in Huangfu Changkong's heart. No matter what kind of poison he had been poisoned with, knowing he was poisoned, given enough time, he might be able to force the poison out. Therefore, during his initial period of imprisonment, he remained calm. On the 10th day of his imprisonment, Jianzhou appeared before him once more, but this time, Jianzhou's face was wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only his eyes, which silently gazed at him. It was a calmness Huangfu Changkong had never seen before, yet it stirred a deep unease within him. I have treated you well. Why are you like this? Having been wronged to this extent, Huangfu Changkong was naturally resentful. Jianzhou sneered, well treated? If you truly hadn't treated me well, would your father have instilled the sword heart secret technique in me? Once you disobey your orders, the sword heart will backfire, causing you to suffer the torment of being distracted by 10,000 swords. From the moment your father implanted the sword heart into my body, all the so-called kindness of raising me, the kindness of passing on his skills, have become a joke. Outrageous. Huangfu Changkong roared in fury. If it weren't for his pitiful act, you'd still be fighting for food with stray dogs in the streets. We brought you back, provided you with food and clothing, and taught you the Huangfu family's sword techniques. You grew up with me since childhood, and I considered you a brother. I even taught you much of the sword techniques from the Heavenly Will Sword Manual. How could you be so heartless? In Huangfu Changkong's view, adopting Jianzhou wasn't purely out of kindness. In this respect, the Huangfu family had already done everything they could. Adopting these orphans saved them from freezing and starving to death on the streets. They provided them with clothes to wear and food to eat. Moreover, from the very beginning, they weren't without opportunities. All those who mastered the sword heart secret technique chose to learn the Huangfu family's martial arts. 4. To prevent the family's secret techniques from being passed on to outsiders, they used sword heart control. Those children who didn't want to learn martial arts weren't subject to such restrictions at all. The Huangfu family owned many businesses. They could learn the relevant skills from the Huangfu family's private school and eventually be assigned to help in various businesses. The money they earned was enough for them to live a very comfortable life. Marrying and having children were all within their reach. Therefore, they should have known what the consequences would be when they made their initial choice. How could a person want both? Now they dare to use this as an excuse to turn against their master? You truly consider me a brother? Jianzhou's tone suddenly turned calm, with a hint of probing in his words. At this point, Huangfu Changkong naturally could no longer consider him a brother, but at this moment, he was under someone else's control. If he could appease Jianzhou's emotions and give himself more time, that would be even better. He immediately nodded earnestly. I naturally consider you a brother. That's good. Since that's the case, we brothers should be one. So what's yours is mine. Right? Jianzhou's tone carried an indescribable madness. Wang Fu Changkong's expression changed slightly. What do you want to do? Wang Fu Changkong, have you ever heard of a martial art? What martial art? The heaven-stealing demon art. Wang Fu Changkong's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. The heaven-stealing demon art has long been lost. How could you have it? Legend has it that there was once a heaven-stealing venerable in the martial world. He created the heaven-stealing demon art, which allows one to steal another's cultivation for one's own use. At his peak, he stole the cultivation of 5 top masters in the world, causing them to fall from grace overnight. Unfortunately, although the heaven-stealing demon art can steal another's cultivation and take all their knowledge for oneself, yet he couldn't neutralize the differences between various cultivation methods, leading to the heavenly thief's rampage through the martial world for only 3 months after completing this major feat before he suffered a cultivation deviation. Ultimately, he was besieged and killed by various martial arts masters. Jianzhou said calmly, Wang Fu Changkong, you and I cultivate from the same lineage. Now I possess the heavenly thief demonic art, which will allow me to seize your cultivation. I will surely be able to reach a higher level, far surpassing your peak. With that, he reached out with his 5 fingers and gripped Wang Fu Changkong's head. Feeling his cultivation continuously draining away, Wang Fu Changkong cursed in his struggle, you will not have a good end. The extraordinary aspect of the heavenly thief demonic art is that it steals more than just internal energy. Instead, it was the martial arts he had cultivated his entire life. Internal energy, swordsmanship, even combat experience, all could be stolen. However, Wang Fu Changkong's cultivation hadn't fully recovered, so one theft wasn't enough for Jianzhou. Therefore, every so often, he would come here to use the heaven-stealing demonic art to steal everything Wang Fu Changkong had learned. If this method only targeted one person, and their cultivations were of the same origin, there would be no hidden dangers. In this way, it took nearly 2 months. Jianzhou not only stole Wang Fu Changkong's cultivation, but even his essence and spirit were taken away, aging him by more than 10 years overnight. Only then did Jianzhou remove the gauze from his face before Wang Fu Changkong, revealing a face exactly like Wang Fu Changkong's. Wang Fu Changkong then understood that Jianzhou wanted to steal not only his martial arts, but also his identity. He wanted to take everything from the Wang Fu family's assets, the positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, I don't know if his heaven-stealing demon art has any flaws, or if the technique itself is inherently flawed. Although he stole all of my knowledge, he never obtained the complete heavenly will sword technique. Without this mental manual, even if he stole the heavenly will sword technique from me, he would find it difficult to unleash its full power. Returning to the present, Wang Fu Changkong recounted the events of that year to Chu Qing in detail. Therefore, in all these years, he initially tried constantly to steal the complete heavenly will sword technique. But it was difficult to achieve, so he simply began to interrogate me. He used all sorts of methods, torture, starvation and deprivation of water, yet he also feasted in front of me. He even brought several beautiful women, but after discovering I remained unmoved, he beheaded them all. I see. Mo Duxing said softly, no wonder, he didn't actually know I remember these things. Whether he found me or not was unimportant. But to you, I am a bargaining chip that makes you hesitant to act. And along the way, he has been testing me, asking if I still remember what I'd learned back then. Chu Qing stroked his chin. This is interesting. Senior Huangfu, in my opinion, Jianzhou is nothing special. The one truly worthy of fear is the person hidden behind Jianzhou. This person was able to obtain the heaven-stealing demonic art, single-handedly facilitated Jianzhou's substitution, and even found a renowned healer to completely transform Jianzhou's appearance. To achieve such a perfect imitation in every aspect, the power behind this is not to be underestimated. What are you trying to say? Wang Fu Changkong understood Chu Qing's implied meaning. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then instead of answering, asked, Senior Huangfu, who were those people who shared your interests back then, and who was the leader of this group? And what about the relationship between you? Wang Fu Changkong gave Chu Qing a deep look and said softly, you suspect they are the person behind Jianzhou. Although that person is indeed incredibly powerful and extraordinary. I believe he would never do such a thing. Believe? Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated, suddenly realizing that Wang Fu Changkong, who had been imprisoned for half his life, was still so naive. Is this something inherited from the Huangfu family? Shaking his head slightly, he said softly. Senior Huangfu, some things aren't as simple as just believing them. If you have a close relationship with them, they know you inside and out. Even if Jianjiu impersonated you and joined the World Alliance, over time, they would discover the differences between Jianjiu and you. Just like how, although I haven't spent much time with you, I noticed all the unique aspects of your personality. And how could those who have spent so much time with you not know this? You don't understand. Jianjiu grew up with me since childhood. If he wanted to impersonate someone, even the closest people would find it hard to detect. Huangfu Changkong frowned, trying to refute Chu Qing. But after saying this, even he himself was somewhat skeptical. The saying goes, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. The stealing demonic skill stole his martial arts, not his character. Huangfu Changkong was never good at hiding himself, just like his sword, always straightforward, its blade flashing with a mocking light, reflecting his swift and decisive nature. Even if Jianjiu initially tried to conceal himself by imitating him, after all these years, hasn't anyone noticed Jianjiu's problem? Chu Qing spoke slowly. Back then, before the Alliance of the World was formed, you thought you shared their ideals. But is it possible that you were never truly on the same path as them from the beginning? The Alliance of the World can indiscriminately kill innocent people for their so-called secrets. It's not that the monk's martial arts skills are limited, his status within the World Alliance is limited. What he can see and access is perhaps only what the World Alliance allows him to see and access. You said that when the monk killed the fleeing scholar, he must have hesitated and struggled. How could the World Alliance bear to let such a person do something against his conscience? To be honest, I realized this when I killed the monk. He had already been abandoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding alone in an ancient tomb in the 10 deadly caves, healing his wounds. The World Alliance forced him to kill an innocent person who discovered their secrets, and then discarded the monk who did it like trash. Is this still the Alliance of Heaven you believe in? Huangfu Changkong's expression changed slightly. What you said, is it all true? Why would I lie to you? Chu Qing glanced at Mo Duxing. Your father doesn't believe me, but do you? Of course I believe him. Mo Duxing looked at Huangfu Changkong. He killed the Ghost Emperor in the 10 Absolute Caves a while ago, and half a month ago, he achieved a meteoric rise to power at Yusong Mountain outside Xiangnan City. He even joined forces with Dafang Jinghong, Jianjiu, and Shang Qiuyu. He repelled the current #1 martial arts master, the Heavenly Evil Cult Master. His martial arts are so high that he has long been considered among the top in the martial arts world. In this world, I'm afraid that apart from that Heavenly Evil Cult Master, no one can rival him in a one-on-one fight. A person like him has no reason to lie under these circumstances. Huangfu Changkong listened, stunned. Although he didn't know who the Heavenly Evil Cult Master was, or why he could be called the #1 person in the world. However, he knew who the Ghost Emperor was, and he knew what it meant to rise to the top in one step. He also knew how perilous it was for Chu Qing to achieve his position by killing the Ghost Emperor, and to try to ascend to the top in one step. He hadn't expected him to possess such abilities at such a young age. No wonder his son regarded him as a savior. A complex mix of emotions welled up within him. On one hand, he didn't want to believe it, but on the other hand, he felt that the current World Alliance was completely different from what he had imagined back then. At least the World Alliance that he had once longed for would never kill an innocent person for some so-called secret. Why does the World Alliance, which he once looked forward to so much, seem to have changed? Could it be that the World Alliance in your heart hasn't changed, but rather that from the very beginning, the World Alliance wasn't what you imagined? Chu Qing said softly. Your ideals conflict with theirs, so they secretly supported a Sword Emperor who could support their ideals. This explains why, even though the real Sword Emperor had been imprisoned here, the Sword Emperor replaced by Jianjiu was still able to successfully join the World Alliance and become a crucial member. Huangfu Changkong was in turmoil. Mo Duxing sighed and said to Chu Qing, why don't we leave here first? Chu Qing nodded. It's alright, but actually, even if Senior Huangfu didn't say anything regarding this person's identity, I now have some guesses. A person with such great power is rare indeed. I guess this person is either one of the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or the head manager of Wan Beilu. The moment the words head manager were uttered, Huangfu Changkong abruptly looked up. Chu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. His thoughts were written all over his face. No wonder he was so easily manipulated. Chapter 551. Chu Qing felt that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all quite mysterious. The Shang Qiuyu family, whether it was the shepherd boy or the Shang Qiuyu couple, all had somewhat eccentric personalities. To put it nicely, they were free-spirited and unconventional. To put it bluntly, they were a bit dim-witted. Then look at the Huangfu Changkong family. They were inexplicably simple-minded. All the talent points of the father and 3 sons were spent on showing off. Perhaps only Mo Duxing, because of his turbulent childhood, felt that if he used up all his talent points, he wouldn't be able to survive. That's why he put a little bit of talent into being shrewd. That allowed him to conceal his identity for so many years. The other 2 hadn't even bothered to cultivate their shrewdness. Huangfu Changkong was even tricked out of his vitals by a casual remark. So, the leader of the World Alliance and the head manager of Wanbeilu are the same person? Chu Qing asked thoughtfully. This isn't actually hard to guess. In this world, only a handful of people stand at the pinnacle of the martial world. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are one Wanbeilu, which is highly regarded by them, is another, and then there's the currently powerful Tianxia sect. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors themselves need no introduction. Aside from ambitious figures like Huangfu Changkong in the past, the others should simply stick to their existing small groups. Already at the top of the martial world, why stir up more trouble? As for the Tianxia sect, they are the trouble themselves, so why would they secretly create another alliance? Ultimately, the only one worth suspecting is Wanbeilu. Speaking of which, Chu Qing was unaware of what happened after Huangfu Yixio and Jiangli were kidnapped by the Tianxia sect and returned to Zhongzhou. We can go up and ask Jianzhou about the aftermath of this matter later. Huangfu Changkong heard Chu Qing's words, but didn't respond, changing the subject instead. What's this heavenly evil sect you mentioned earlier? Mo Duxing knew he had been imprisoned here for many years, and knew nothing about the outside world, so he briefly explained the situation of the heavenly evil sect. However, when mentioning the heavenly evil sect leader, his expression became somewhat complicated. Because the heavenly evil sect leader was indeed currently enjoying immense power and influence. Their invasion of the martial world, and the resulting upheaval were common knowledge in the martial world. But ordinary people didn't know much. However, the story of the heavenly evil sect leader's defeat at Yusong Mountain, fleeing naked, spread throughout the country overnight. Even the children urinating and playing in the mud at the village entrance knew about this incident. Truly, he became famous overnight. And the instigator of all this was right before his eyes. Chu Qing was quite worried about this. After all, the heavenly evil cult leader's identity was extraordinary, and his martial arts skills were truly exceptional. Although he didn't know the name of the heavenly evil cult leader's Supreme Emperor's world-shaking chapter, during their encounter that day, neither Dongfang Jingheng's Azure Heaven Overlord Blade nor Jianzhou's Heavenly Will could harm him in the slightest. If Chu Qing's Maha Boundless hadn't been so outrageous, he and others would likely have been beaten to death by the heavenly evil cult leader that day. Huangfu Changkong was once again stunned. He hadn't expected that such a thing would happen in the martial world while he was imprisoned here for so many years. Especially hearing that the heavenly evil cult leader could single-handedly withstand the combined might of numerous masters, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder his son called this man the #1 martial arts master in the world. But this young man before him had actually managed to unite several masters, and forced the leader of the heavenly evil cult to retreat. At such a young age, with such martial arts skills, and such a mind, truly, his future is limitless. He looked at Chu Qing. You have a grudge against the World Alliance? It's not exactly a grudge. Chu Qing smiled faintly. I just look down on their methods. Those cunning and treacherous individuals who stir up trouble in the shadows, I doubt they even have the courage to stand before me, so how could they have a grudge? Huangfu Changkong suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He didn't know why his once spirited companions, who formed the World Alliance, had become rats in the gutter. Could it really be as this young man said, that the person who helped Jianzhou back then was the Grand Manager? Was the World Alliance he envisioned, and the World Alliance they envisioned completely different things? Still reeling from the shock, the path had come to an end. A click sounded. The mechanism activated, letting in a sliver of light. Huangfu Changkong's pupils contracted slightly. So many years had passed, he had finally seen the light of day again. Unfortunately, the once spirited Huangfu Changkong, who had never cared about anyone or anything in the world, was long dead. Now, the one who had escaped death was nothing more than a frail, incompetent, and decrepit old man. A voice reached his ears, and Huangfu Changkong looked up. Instantly, he saw a young man in white robes, his clothes fluttering, his bearing graceful and elegant, exuding an indescribable aloofness, like a sword immortal detached from the world. At that moment, Huangfu Changkong felt as if he were seeing his younger self. But upon closer inspection, the man's face was clearly that of his own sword. In an instant, he understood what was happening and flew into a rage. You. But before he could finish, the man interrupted him. You actually managed to come out? How is this possible? With that, he shrugged, about to point his sword. You dared to be so insolent before me? Chu Qing coldly snorted, merely glancing at the man. A wisp of sword energy shot out, and with a clang, the sword energy the man had just condensed was extinguished by Chu Qing's single glance, shattering into 5 strands. Each strand struck one of the man's 5 major acupoints on his chest, sending him flying backward, blood gushing out. His injuries were secondary. Chu Qing's martial arts skills caused his expression to change drastically. You, who are you? Didn't your parents tell you? Chu Qing raised his hand, and with a whoosh, the man was instantly captured in his palm. I heard your arrogant words when you came. I give you one more chance. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Huang Fu. Before he could finish speaking, a shrill scream escaped his lips. Chu Qing's inner energy poured into his body. Following the Xian Tian Wu Jin palm technique, the pain was unbearable. Just then, a buzzing sound arose all around, accompanied by the clash of swords. The disciples hidden around the Tianyi pavilion, sensing something amiss, immediately intervened. Swords rose, like a tide. Although the swords came from all directions, they coordinated perfectly, their blades dense and continuous, like waves surging from 8 directions into one. Huang Fu Chongkong sneered, don't panic, listen. He was the true sword emperor, intimately familiar with the martial arts of his retainers. This battle, which would be an unsolvable problem for others, was, in his eyes, riddled with flaws. He was about to instruct Chu Qing on how to counter the attack. But after uttering only 4 words, Chu Qing flicked his sleeve. In that instant, the surging waves of sword shadows, like a child's scribbles, were swept away by his sleeve. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was not the case. The swept-away waves did not disappear, instead, they appeared behind Chu Qing. Moreover, with a slight thought, the swords in his retainer's hands involuntarily flew out and merged into the sword shadows behind Chu Qing. The next moment, Chu Qing simply pressed down with one palm. Buzz! Waves surged in all directions, carrying away the long swords along with them. These retainers were first pierced by sword energy, then by the actual blades, their bodies impaled and nailed to the walls surrounding the Heavenly Will Pavilion. Though the story sounds complicated, from the moment these retainers attacked to their deaths, it was merely a matter of a breath. What Chu Qing did, seemingly complex, was nothing more than a wave of his hand and a press of his palm. It was all over. Then he looked at Huang Fu Chongkong. Senior, did you have something to say just now? No. Huang Fu Chongkong silently shook his head, then glanced at Chu Qing. Not bad martial arts. Thank you for the praise. Chu Qing nodded slightly, not being modest, and turned to move the mechanism, restoring the Sword Emperor's throne to its original position. Mo Duxing looked at Chu Qing. What's next? Next. Sit down. Chu Qing gestured to the throne. Senior, please rest. I taken on a business deal with your son, and plan to handle it first. All right. Huang Fu Chongkong nodded. Then my son, and I will wait for you here for a while. Chu Qing smiled, glancing at the Huang Fu sword in his hand. He had dealt with a retainer earlier, but hadn't let up on this man. However, the Xiantian black gold palm was not easy to endure. This man was now like a lump of mud, not dead, but close. Chu Qing sighed. Sorry, I forgot about you. What did I ask you just now? Never mind, it's not important. I ask you something else. Where is Huang Fu Chongkong now? Huang Fu Chongkong subconsciously replied, I am here. I wasn't talking about you. Chu Qing glanced back at him irritably. Huang Fu Chongkong suddenly realized, you mean Jianjiao? Chu Qing ignored him, and threw the man on the ground. The man twitched slightly, the intense pain made his muscles and bones unresponsive. He managed to say, he's not in the Sword Emperor Palace. Where did he go? I don't know. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, did he come back to say anything? No. He said those 2 simple words fluently. Chu Qing nodded, about to ask more, when the sound of rustling footsteps appeared before the Heavenly Will Pavilion. It seemed the remaining guests had all come running. But when they entered and saw Huang Fu Chongkong sitting on the Sword Emperor's throne, some were stunned, some frowned, and some were furious. The elderly among the retainers were stunned. They saw a familiar shadow in Huang Fu Chongkong's features. Those with furrowed brows also felt he looked familiar. Those who were furious felt that an old man had taken the Sword Emperor's throne, a great disrespect, an offense. But before they could speak, Chu Qing said, Gentlemen, I will give you a chance to live. The retainers looked at each other in astonishment, not knowing who this young man was, or how he could have such a boastful tone. They came because of the incident at Tianyi Pavilion. They came to settle the conflict and quell the dispute. How did it become him giving everyone a chance? But just as they were thinking this, Chu Qing took a step forward. The heavenly extreme formless divine power naturally activated, yin and yang like a wheel, rising from behind him with a roar. A violent force swirled around him, accompanied by wind and clouds, making the person before them appear like an immortal descended to earth. At the same time, an immense pressure suddenly erupted from Chu Qing, as if a mountain had appeared within the entire heavenly pavilion. This mountain pressed down on the heads of all of them. The weaker their cultivation, the less pressure they felt. The stronger their cultivation, the greater the pressure. Thump, thump, one after another, figures knelt on the ground, their expressions beyond mere horror. Chu Qing pointed at Huangfu Chankong. Many years ago, my retainer Jianjiu committed treason, secretly poisoning the then Sword Emperor and imprisoning him beneath the Sword Emperor's palace. The Sword Emperor's eldest son, Huang Fuijian, requested my intervention. Through feigned cooperation with Jianjiu, we finally discovered the Sword Emperor's location and brought him out. You are all retainers of the Sword Emperor. Though there are distinctions between old and new retainers, you should all possess the ability to distinguish right from wrong. I only ask you one question. Do you still recognize your old master? The kneeling retainers, unable to control their own bodies, had been trembling since Chu Qing uttered his first words. Some even desperately tried to raise their heads to see who was sitting there. But Chu Qing, despite asking if they still recognized their old master, was so oppressed by his inner force that they couldn't even lift their heads. Then one spoke up. Young master. Is it really you? Chu Qing glanced at the man, noticing he was over 50, and assumed he would recognize him. With a thought, the pressure on him vanished. The man immediately looked up, and Huangfu Chankong met his gaze. Finally he sighed, Jian San. Is it really the young master? The retainer called Jian San burst into tears. Heaven has not forsaken the Huangfu family. Young master, it's so good that you're still alive. Chu Qing glanced at him. You recognized him? With the young master before me? How could this old servant not recognize him? Jian San said, still somewhat angry at Chu Qing. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Since you recognized the Sword Emperor before you, then all these years, haven't you realized that the so-called Sword Emperor was an impostor? I didn't dare to think about it in my early years, but the more I thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. By the time I realized something was amiss, it was too late. I didn't even know where the young master was. I've been secretly searching for him for years, but I never expected that he would be right here beneath the Sword Emperor's palace. Jian San knelt on the ground, his voice filled with sorrow. This old servant is incompetent. Please punish me, young master. Get up. Huangfu Chankong waved his hand. You put in a lot of effort. Chu Qing glanced at him, seeing his complex and somewhat touched expression, and couldn't help but secretly grin. He believed her already? Chapter 552. Chu Qing didn't necessarily think Jian San was untrustworthy. But according to his thinking, he definitely needed to verify things properly. How could someone believe everything they heard just from a few words? Especially since Huangfu Chankong had already suffered such a huge loss in this regard. Even if he wasn't so extreme as to never trust anyone again, gaining his trust should have been much more difficult than for most people. And yet, after being imprisoned for so many years, he's still such a naive and innocent person after getting out. Chu Qing remembered that when he was imprisoned, he wasn't so easily trusting either. When Imo Duxing first met him, he was determined not to believe that this was his son. It wasn't until Imo Duxing recited the entire mental cultivation method of their family's secret technique, Heavenly Will Sword Art, that he believed it. Imo Duxing had deliberately added a few errors to the mental cultivation method to confirm his father's identity. In this respect, the father and son weren't entirely without guile. But now, could it be because of the father-son reunion that he felt there was still love in the world, so they quickly forgotten their past misery and are ready to embrace this wonderful world with open arms? Chu Qing couldn't help but mentally criticize this father and son. They were typical examples of forgetting past grievances. But he had to admit, people with such personalities were actually quite endearing. Moreover, Jian San's words weren't necessarily a bad thing for Chu Qing. Regardless of whether the man was sincere or not, at least he had made a choice at this moment. Therefore, before Huangfu Chankong could speak again, he directly said, although you still acknowledge this master, do you know if this Sword Emperor Palace is still the same Sword Emperor Palace it once was? Are you still the same retainers as before? Jian San's expression faltered, then he immediately said solemnly, we have never betrayed our master. Please, young master, understand. Over the years, they have only been deceived by Jianjiu. Moreover, for some reason, Jianjiu has wielded the heavenly will sword technique with unparalleled skill. If not for that, we wouldn't have been so easily fooled. Unparalleled skill? Huangfu Changkong sneered. He doesn't deserve that title. That makes sense again. Chu Qing waved his hand. That's not important. What's important is, according to you, is the Sword Emperor Palace still the same Sword Emperor Palace as before? And you never truly betrayed Senior Huangfu? In that case, let me ask you, where is Jianjiu now? He had asked this question once before. Huang Fuijian told him that Jianjiu had gone to Zhongzhou and didn't know when he would return. Now, if Jian San and Huang Fuijian's answers differed, then there was naturally a problem. But Jian San's answer was exactly the same as Huang Fuijian's. Jianjiu went towards Zhongzhou, and his return date is uncertain. He should be going to find young Master Ishiu. Huang Fuishiu. Chu Qing asked, is Huang Fuishiu currently in Zhongzhou? Yes. Jian San didn't know Chu Qing's background, but the fact that he could suppress so many Sword Emperor Palace disciples with his own strength was terrifying. Furthermore, given the current situation, Huangfu Changkong has clearly entrusted many matters to Chu Qing. Therefore, he answers all of Chu Qing's questions. Ever since the last gathering at the Wanbeilu in the southern region, young Master Ishiu has been forced to kneel in the ancestral hall by Jianjiu and hasn't emerged since. Chu Qing frowned slightly. What's the reason? The second manager of Wanbeilu was kidnapped by the Tianxia sect. Jianjiu said that young Master Ishiu was clearly present but failed to stop it, which tarnished the reputation of the Sword Emperor's son, so he was punished. Insolent. Huangfu Changkong was immediately enraged. Although I don't know the specifics of what happened, what does this have to do with Ishiu? My Huangfu family isn't Wanbeilu's dog. Why should Ishiu be punished after his return when their second manager was kidnapped? This is truly outrageous. Chu Qing said, thoughtfully, he's been ignoring Huangfu Ishiu all this time. But now that he's found Imo Duxing, he immediately went to find Huangfu Ishiu. He's probably using this as his last trump card. If the outcome, this time, isn't satisfactory, I'm afraid he forced you three to recognize each other. Huangfu Changkong immediately considered this possibility upon hearing this. Over the years, Jianjiu had never used Huangfu Ishiu to threaten Huangfu Changkong, not for any other reason than because Huang Fuijian hadn't been found yet. Therefore, even if he killed Huang Fuishi in front of Huangfu Changkong, it wouldn't gain Jianjiu anything other than increasing the enmity. After all, a trace of the Huangfu family bloodline still existed, preventing the lineage from dying out. But now that Imo Duxing had appeared, with Huangfu Changkong's bloodline right beside him, if both of his sons were to perish before his eyes, it was hard to say whether he would still be able to stubbornly guard that main chapter. Thinking of this possibility, Huangfu Changkong trembled, his heart filled with lingering fear. He couldn't help but glance at Chu Qing again, although his eyes didn't show anything, he couldn't help but feel grateful. If it weren't for the immense confidence he gave Imo Duxing and his secret accomplice in finding this place, all of this would have been truly irreversible. Chu Qing nodded slightly to him to reassure him, then turned to Jian San and said, I want you to do something. Can you do it? Jian San immediately looked at Huangfu Changkong, and seeing him nod, said, Young master, what do you want this old servant to do? I don't care what method you use. Suppress all the disciples within the Sword Emperor Palace for me. From now on, no matter what happens within the Sword Emperor Palace, not a single word is allowed to reach the ears of Jianjiu of Zhongzhou. If anyone secretly sends a message, or secretly leaves the Sword Emperor Palace, such double-dealing individuals will be treated as traitors. Then, what should we do? Jian San asked hastily. Chu Qing frowned. Since he's a traitor, he should naturally be executed. Yes. Jian San nodded hastily, but glancing back at the other disciples still kneeling on the ground, he said somewhat apologetically to Chu Qing, Please, young master, withdraw your divine power. Chu Qing glanced at him again, before nodding. The internal energy of the heavenly extreme formless divine power returned to his body, and everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief. A moment of unease arose. Some, like Jian San, were thrilled to see Huangfu Changkong again, but others had flickering eyes, considering whether to outwardly comply, but inwardly defy Chu Qing's suggestion. Chu Qing took in all of this, but only looked at Jian San. Jian San stretched out his hand, and immediately a large number of people responded. He said, By order of young master, the Sword Emperor Palace is closed from this day forward. No one is to enter or leave, no one is to send messages, and no one is to disobey orders. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Guards, remove your swords and seal your acquaintance. After removing their swords and sealing their acupoints, the guards were taken away. For the time being, these people would reside in their rooms within the Sword Emperor Palace, and were not allowed to leave freely. Those who sided with Jian San were all supporters of Huangfu Changkong. Whether they could be trusted was unknown to Chu Qing. But he didn't need to know. Even if Jian San was just putting on an act, he didn't care. What he needed was simply to keep the situation within the Sword Emperor Palace a secret for the time being. So, seeing Jian San take the people away, Chu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief and glanced back at Huangfu Changkong. Speaking of which, Senior Huangfu, didn't you have some secret sword technique to control these people? Yes, but I lost all my internal energy and can't activate it. Huangfu Changkong then glanced at Mo Duxing. I wonder how much your martial arts have improved over the years, Jian? Mo Duxing stood with his hands behind his back, his hair swaying gently in the wind. I can stand proudly among heroes. Really? Chu Qing looked up and glanced at him. Mo Duxing looked at Chu Qing indifferently and snorted. You're not exactly among heroes. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, feeling that something about those words was off. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. He said softly, Jianjiu isn't here? What do you two say? Mo Duxing hesitated, while Huangfu Changkong looked at Chu Qing. Of the three of us, you have the highest martial arts skill, so naturally you should take the lead. You put Jian Xian in charge of the Ghost Emperor Palace, and forbade any information from leaking out. You obviously have your own plans, don't you? Chu Qing nodded slightly, then grinned, Mo Duxing. Or rather, Huang Fuijian entrusted me to kill Jianjiu, and afterwards, he would impart his family's heavenly will sword technique to me in its entirety. Senior Huangfu, do you agree to this? Huangfu Changkong's eyes widened as he looked at Mo Duxing. Selling his father's land without a care in the world, huh? This spendthrift child. However, after only a glare, Huangfu Changkong took a deep breath and said, I agree. What difference is there between what my son says and what I say? Since the kid said it, I, as his father, have to accept it and take responsibility. That's a father's duty. Besides, if it weren't for me, this child wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Thinking of this, Huangfu Changkong felt guilty. He had misjudged Huang Fuijian, causing him to hide his talents for so many years, leaving his hometown. Now, to save him, he even gave away the heavenly will sword technique without hesitation. It was truly too much for him. Chu Qing grinned inwardly upon hearing this. The reason he didn't say this at this time to get Huangfu Changkong to admit to the matter. He knew just how important the heavenly will sword technique was to the Huangfu family. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish, and besides, he and Mo Duxing were friends. He was also his second brother's senior brother. There was simply no reason for him to steal someone else's family's secret technique. So, he made his point clear, hoping Huangfu Changkong would offer some kind of reward. After all, Mo Duxing had nothing, but the Sword Emperor of yesteryear wasn't entirely without possessions. And the old man was quite kind, immediately admitting it. These two are truly honest people. Chu Qing sighed inwardly, looking at the quest notification that appeared before him, but remained unclaimed. Finally, he clicked on the claim button. He didn't actually intend to take their family's secret techniques. After all, that wasn't his goal. But accepting the quest first was enough. Everything else could wait. There were many things to consider regarding the reward, and a lot of room for maneuver. If he refused now, he'd have to make the father and son reconsider the reward, and things could backfire, and he might lose the quest altogether. That would truly be a loss. After his battle with the heavenly evil cult leader, Chu Qing felt his internal energy was still lacking. He desperately needed the quest reward to close the gap between himself and the heavenly evil cult leader, to avoid failing to completely eliminate him in their next encounter. Alright. Since neither of you has any objections, would you be willing to come with me straight to Zhongzhou and slay Jianjiu? The father and son were unaware of Chu Qing's thoughts. However, upon hearing Chu Qing's words, the two exchanged a subconscious glance, and then Mo Duxing said calmly, It is my wish, but I dare not ask. This was indeed a fitting response. Huangfu Changkong laughed heartily. Enter Zhongzhou and slay Jianjiu. What spirit! My Huangfu family's heavenly will sword technique has not been disgraced by falling into your hands. Good, I will go with you. Let's not delay, let's go. Chu Qing said no more, reaching out to grab the two men's shoulders, and with a flicker, he left the Sword Emperor Palace. Under Huangfu Changkong's guidance, they headed towards Zhongzhou. This journey was not merely to kill Jianjiu. The reason Huangfu Changkong only sent Huang Fuijian away back then was not simply because Huang Fuijian was the eldest son. Furthermore, Huang Fuixia was too young. He couldn't withstand the hardships of wandering. he was likely to die on the road. His eldest son was already older and more resilient. Both children were his own flesh and blood. Therefore, besides killing Jianjiu, he also had to rescue Huang Fuixia. Meanwhile, atop a mist-shrouded mountain, inside a magnificent palace, a young man sat cross-legged, circulating his inner energy, two whirlwinds swirling around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, clasped his hands together, and the two whirlwinds instantly merged into one. Before the whirlwinds could change, the young man shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face grew even paler. Damn it, damn it! The young man gritted his teeth. Why is it still not working? How can this be? The wind is too weak, too slow. How can he make the wind so violent? And I can't. This is truly outrageous. His voice echoed through the magnificent palace, but no one could answer him. Only when footsteps approached did he look up, seeing a man kneeling on one knee, reporting to the master, Chu Qing has not been seen in Xiangnan City for over 10 days. The heavenly evil sect master took a deep breath, stood up, and was about to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and sat down again. No, that's not right. Even if he hasn't been seen for over 10 days, it doesn't mean anything. This might be a trap. He's waiting for me to go. To kill me. This person is despicable, insidious, vicious, and ruthless. We must be wary. He issued an order, summoning heavenly evil sect disciples from all over the western regions to converge on Xiangnan City. He wants to deceive me. But I won't let him have his way. Let's see if he can still sit firmly on his throne when the army is at the gates. Yes. The man turned to give the order and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heavenly evil cult leader touched his chest. Since his return, his internal injuries had not only failed to heal, but had actually worsened due to his forced comprehension of the Maha Boundless Sutra. His expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, but he closed his eyes again. His talent was unparalleled. How could he be timid and hesitant to move forward? Chapter 553. The absurdity of the great demon lord brought immense shock and fear to him. Therefore, although he had been closely monitoring the movements in Xiangnan City, when he heard that Chu Qing hadn't appeared there for over 10 days, he couldn't believe the other party had truly left. Until he was confident in dealing with the great demon lord, he dared not cross the line. The main purpose of summoning a large army to press the border was to force Chu Qing to reveal himself. Although once Chu Qing appeared, those summoned would inevitably meet a bad end. The heavenly evil lord never cared about their lives. He simply wanted to prove himself right. As long as he could prove it, what did it matter if a few died? What they were originally meant to do was to cause deaths. Chu Qing was unaware of what the heavenly evil lord was thinking. He led Huang Fu Changkong and Mo Duxing south from the Sword Emperor Palace, heading straight for Zhongzhou. Of the 4 regions and 1 state in the world, Zhongzhou actually occupied the smallest area. Yet it was the core of the entire world. The land is fertile, the environment pleasant, and it couldn't be more prosperous. As Chu Qing crossed the Tontian Ridge and officially entered the Central Plains, he could clearly feel the difference. This feeling was even stronger after comparing it with the northern region. The northern region was a vast battlefield, a desolate wasteland. Even the wind blowing against his face carried desolation and bleakness. But the Central Plains, though separated only by the Tontian Ridge, felt as gentle as a lover's hand. Huang Fu Changkong told Chu Qing that since ancient times, the Central Plains had often produced exceptionally talented individuals. Therefore, although the Central Plains had few sects and their territory wasn't very vast. However, the sect's foundation is extremely profound. Especially the reclusive and renowned First Taoist sect, the primordial path scripture passed down within their sect is unfathomably profound, considered by many to be the origin of all martial arts in the world. However, he told Chu Qing about these things as a secret, unaware that Chu Qing already knew. The First Tao sect's leader, Song Chengdao, also had an agreement with him. This agreement concerned the martial emperor Li Juechen. However, after the battle at the broken peak of Yusong Mountain, he felt that this martial emperor Li Juechen wasn't as extraordinary as he had imagined. If this person were currently in Zhongzhou, perhaps he could consider dealing with Jianjiu's matter and then incidentally eliminating this person as well. Besides the First Tao sect, Chu Qing also learned about 4 other major sects from Huang Fu Changkong. These were the Flower Pavilion sect, the Jade Gate sect, the Yuang Pavilion, and the Tianyang Music Bureau. These 4 sects sounded unremarkable, and none of them possessed masters capable of threatening the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but they had been passed down for many years, possessing extremely profound foundations. In terms of sheer depth, it was comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But what Huang Fu Changkong feared most was the Wanyu sect, one of the 4 major sects. According to Huangfu Changkong, the martial arts practiced by the Wanyu sect were hardly respectable, and they were shameless. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, and roughly understood the characteristics of this sect. However, Huangfu Changkong's face seemed to flush slightly when he mentioned this. He wondered if he had suffered a loss at the hands of the Wanyu sect in his youth. Jianjiu had headed toward Zhongzhou some time before Chu Qing. Chu Qing had increased his speed along the way, but not to catch up with him. If he encountered them on the road, killing them directly wouldn't be a problem. But if he didn't, he could first go to Five Emperors City, then enter the Sword Emperor's mansion, rescue Huangfu Yixiao, and then wait for Jianjiu to come and die. Therefore, although he hadn't encountered Jianjiu along the way, Chu Qing didn't care at all. Under Huangfu Changkong's guidance, in less than 2 days, Chu Qing had already traversed half of the central continent and arrived at Five Emperors City, the capital of the central continent. This city has 8 corners. It's likely that a master laid out the layout before its construction. The entire city, including the streets, forms a bagua, 8 trigrams pattern. At the very core of Five Emperors City are 5 palaces that are mutually protective yet independent of each other. This is the Five Emperors Mansion. The city is called Five Emperors City, and the mansion is called Five Emperors Mansion. Chu Qing was somewhat curious about where the 3 emperors' positions were. Huangfu Changkong didn't hide anything and directly told Chu Qing that the 3 emperors were also within Five Emperors City, but not openly. It was located within the 3 emperors' palace. The 3 emperors' palace was indeed within this city, but finding it wasn't easy. Chu Qing understood Huangfu Changkong was intentionally keeping him in suspense, not planning to tell him the truth. He didn't mind, anyway. This trip wasn't about finding the 3 emperors. Besides, he calculated that he had already met more than half of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. The Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, the Ghost Emperor Ma Dua, the Sword Emperor Huangfu Changkong, the Martial Emperor Li Juechen, and the Blade Emperor Da Fang Jinghong. The remaining 3 were the Dao Emperor Xian Song, the Fist Emperor Luo Kongming, and the Ancient Emperor Yi Sheng, 3 he had never met. He wondered if this trip to the Five Emperors City would allow him to meet them. Chu Qing and his group entered the city through the north gate, not using their lightness skills to directly reach the Sword Emperor's mansion, but instead proceeding along the main street. Along the way, the Five Emperors City appeared extremely prosperous. Even a casual passerby exuded an extraordinary air of elegance. Looking around, besides the Five Emperors' palace, a particularly striking golden pavilion stood out. Without Huangfu Changkong's introduction, Chu Qing knew it was the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Jiangli had set up at the river bend was created using mechanical arts, but the one in the distance was likely not. Chu Qing's gaze shifted from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, and under Huangfu Changkong's guidance, they quickly arrived at the gates of the Sword Emperor's palace. Though called a palace, its grandeur was in no way inferior to any imperial palace. As soon as they approached, someone rushed forward and shouted, "Sword Emperor's mansion gates, idlers retreat, those who dare to trespass, behead." Mo Duxing glanced at Huangfu Changkong, who coldly replied, "Get out of the way." This was no longer the Huangfu Changkong of years past. Now, Huangfu Changkong was old and frail, his essence, energy, and spirit severely damaged. This appearance not only failed to deter the Sword Emperor's mansion's members, but also ignited their anger, insolence. "Seize them!" With a series of swift movements, figures suddenly rose to their feet. Chu Qing took a step forward, and with a deafening roar, those who had just taken flight were instantly crushed from midair by the immense pressure. They all crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Chu Qing smiled slightly. "Sword Emperor's mansion, so what? Today, I will enter the mansion for a look. Who among you dares to stop me?" As he spoke, he walked step by step into the Sword Emperor's mansion, Huangfu Changkong following behind, supported by Mo Duxing. His face remained calm and composed. After all, his family lineage was undeniable. But inwardly, a wave of lamentation washed over him. How long ago was it that, as the mighty Sword Emperor, he was revered and worshipped wherever he went, and no one would ever allow him to be unable to return home, having to rely on a powerful junior to guide him in. However, Chu Qing's high-profile actions and the storm he stirred up in Five Emperors City suggest his journey won't be entirely smooth. But since things have come to this, he won't stop Chu Qing, nor is there any reason for him to. The bigger the commotion, the better. And so far, Jianjiu hasn't shown himself. Judging from the situation, they must have arrived first, ahead of Jianjiu. Chu Qing, leading Huangfu Changkong and Mo Duxing, marched straight into the Sword Emperor's mansion. No one was allowed to approach within 10 zhang of them, otherwise, no matter how skilled they were, they would have to kneel on the spot. This created an extremely strange situation. As Chu Qing advanced, the tenth members of the Sword Emperor's mansion immediately knelt down as he approached, and then got up again as soon as Chu Qing left their Tinjong range. They wanted to attack him from behind, but as soon as they got close, they knelt down again. The comings and goings drew countless followers, yet none of them made a move. It seemed as if Chu Qing and his followers were acting arrogantly and domineeringly. After ascertaining the location of the Huangfu family ancestral hall from Huangfu Changkong, Chu Qing didn't hesitate and headed straight for the hall, though he couldn't help but grumble along the way. Who would build such a high ancestral hall? It took some time to reach the hall. The expert guarding this place was far stronger than the ordinary followers. The followers who had followed Chu Qing and his group here were also waiting for the expert to appear. After all, this was a sacred place. How could they allow outsiders to cause trouble? Sure enough, as Chu Qing and his group approached the hall, they saw an old man in a gray robe slowly walking towards them. His gaze was indifferent, a sword's edge flickering deep within his eyes. Without a doubt, he was a master. However, when Chu Qing approached within 10 zhang of this man, his expression changed. His once nimble limbs suddenly became clumsy. Although he didn't kneel, he was completely immobilized. He let Chu Qing and his group brush past him. But when he saw Huangfu Changkong standing behind Chu Qing and approaching beside him, his pupils contracted. He felt this man looked too familiar, but before he could figure out where he had seen him before, he heard a creak. The ancestral hall door was pushed open. His expression changed, but he was as heavy as a mountain, and no matter how much he used his inner strength, he couldn't break free of the restraints, and naturally, he couldn't stop anything. Chu Qing, however, had already stepped into the ancestral hall. The place was cool, and there were many memorial tablets. And before these tablets, a person was kneeling. Even kneeling, the man's back remained ramrod straight, like a sword bowing low in submission. Despite his weakened state, judging from his breathing and heartbeat, he refused to bend his back even slightly. Chu Qing gently patted him. Still kneeling? Wang Fuishi was momentarily dazed, thinking he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he hear the third young master's voice in his own ancestral hall? Only when the figure before him flickered did he slowly raise his head, his gaze blank as he looked at Chu Qing. His dry lips moved slightly, and he murmured, "You, it really is you? How could you be here?" His voice was hoarse, each word uttered with great difficulty. This sight caused Huangfu Changkong, standing behind him, to feel a pang of anguish. He spoke in a deep voice, "Get up." Hearing the voice, Wang Fuishia couldn't help but turn around again. "Old man, who are you?" "No, third young master. Is this your friend? What's going on? You came to the Five Emperors city of Zhongzhou to find me? Do you remember? I promised you something before?" Chu Qing countered. Wang Fuishiu immediately nodded. Of course he remembered. This matter was crucial. How could he forget? "It's done." Chu Qing pointed at Mo Duxing. "This is your brother Huangfu's family." Wang Fuishia's mouth slowly opened. If it weren't for the skin holding it together, his jaw would have fallen to the ground. But when he saw Mo Duxing standing there, his expression aloof, only glancing at him out of the corner of his eye, he immediately knew Chu Qing was right. He possessed that kind of aura too. He hurriedly pushed his chin back down, trying to get up, but lacked the strength. Mo Duxing, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to help him. Wang Fuishiu smiled as if coming back to his senses and said, You're my brother?" "Yes, without a doubt," Mo Duxing said calmly. "That's wonderful." Even though Wang Fuishia's face was pale, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. This is truly wonderful. Third young master is indeed incredibly resourceful, worthy of being the leader of the Lingbei Alliance. You found my brother so quickly. I really don't know how to thank you. You actually came all the way to Zhongzhou for him. A great kindness needs no words of thanks. My Huangfu family will remember this favor. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. I didn't come here to help you find your relatives. Wang Fuishi was taken aback. What do you mean? Chu Qing took his water pouch and tossed it to Wang Fuishio. Wang Fuishio shook his head. Father punished me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall, but he never said I could drink water or rice. I can't drink this water. After being raised by him for so many years, he's actually so obedient and well-behaved? Huangfu Changkong was somewhat surprised. Chu Qing pointed at Huangfu Changkong. This is your father. Wang Fuishio subconsciously frowned. He admired Chu Qing's abilities, and was willing to befriend him. But for no reason, why was he suddenly talking nonsense? He gently shook his head, about to stop Chu Qing from saying something disastrous, but when he saw Huangfu Changkong, his heart inexplicably tightened. especially when he met the other's eyes. Huang Fuishu didn't know how to describe the feeling at this moment. It was complex and heart-wrenching. Especially with such a face, Huang Fuishu was at a loss for what to do. Thinking of Chu Qing's words just now, could he really be his father? But how could he have aged so much in just a few days? Huang Fuishu could only turn to Chu Qing for help. What happened? Chu Qing was about to explain when he suddenly looked up outside the ancestral hall, and a sharp blade of energy slashed across the ground. Immediately afterward, a voice shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in 5 Emperors City?" Chu Qing stepped out of the ancestral hall, and with 1 foot landing, the blade of energy instantly vanished. A figure appeared before Chu Qing, somewhat surprised. "Alliance Leader Chu? What are you doing here?" Chu Qing glanced at the Sword Emperor Dongfang Jinghong, then suddenly turned Huangfu Changkong around. "Do you recognize this person?" Dongfang Jinghong was puzzled, but upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Brother Huangfu? You met with misfortune?" Chapter 554. This was, after all, the 5 Emperors City. With the Sword Emperor's mansion in trouble, it was only natural that the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who were stationed here would come upon hearing the news. However, looking at Dongfang Jinghong, whom he hadn't seen for many years, but who still looked young, Huangfu Changkong couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. But the Huangfu family's bloodline was extraordinary, so his inner thoughts were another matter. His expression was as calm as a chrysanthemum. "This emperor misjudged people, and it's only natural that I ended up like this. But I never expected that you would also be so blind." Dongfang Jinghong's lips twitched. He wondered what was wrong with Huangfu Changkong. In his youth, he was foul-mouthed and arrogant, as if everyone in the world except for his Huangfu family were insignificant ants. Later, he slowly changed. Although he still retained some arrogance, at least his mouth wasn't so unbearable anymore. Had he suffered some kind of shock? He looked old, but why did his mouth seem to have reverted to a youthful state? He subconsciously looked at Chu Qing, hoping to find an answer from him. Chu Qing didn't hide anything and explained the situation in a few words. The matter wasn't complicated to begin with. Jianjiu betrayed him, the Sword Emperor suffered, and Mo Duxing feigned madness for many years, but because he met Chu Qing, he had the opportunity to save his father. Ultimately, he rescued Huangfu Changkong, allowing him to see the light of day again. After hearing this, Dongfang Jinghong was speechless. He hadn't expected this situation at all. Jianjiu's stealing heaven demon art was indeed remarkable, stealing Huangfu Changkong's entire cultivation. It couldn't be said to be a perfect imitation. In fact, apart from the complete heavenly will sword technique which he didn't possess, all of his martial arts were genuine. Even among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was a 60-year cycle between them, making it impossible for them to be fully aware of the abilities of these old comrades. Therefore, Jianjiu was able to deceive them for so many years without a complete narrative. But after his initial astonishment, a complex feeling arose in his heart. Chu Qing rescued Huangfu Changkong, but instead of fleeing far away, he brought them to the Sword Emperor's mansion in 5 Emperors City. His purpose was obvious. It seemed that 5 Emperors City was about to be in turmoil. Huang Fuishu, however, didn't have as many distracting thoughts as Dongfang Jinghong. His current condition was poor, his body was very weak. But his spirit, under these circumstances, had become extremely agitated. He listened to Chu Qing's words with perfect clarity, but felt a constant roar in his head. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Huangfu Changkong was imprisoned shortly after his birth. Logically speaking, it's better to raise someone than to give birth. But the problem is, who gave him the right to raise him? If it weren't for Jianjiu, how could he have been separated from his biological father for so many years? Yet, the memories of Jianjiu personally teaching him the heavenly will sword technique from childhood are unforgettable. Thinking of this, Huang Fuishu felt a complex mix of emotions. But then he thought, wouldn't his own father have done these things? Ultimately, Jianjiu was neither his biological father nor his adoptive father. He was an enemy. Huang Fuishu knelt on the ground with a thud. Your unfilial son has actually recognized a thief as his father for so many years. Even with the powerful bloodline of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Changkong was moved to tears. He quickly reached out to help Huang Fuishu up. Get up quickly, it's not your fault, it's your father's fault. Back then, you were just a tiny little thing, a chubby, pink bundle of joy. Father couldn't bear it, and dared not send you away. Besides, although father suspected something, I wasn't entirely sure. I harbored a sliver of hope, which is why you ended up in Jianjiu's hands. It's not that you recognized a thief as your father, it's father's fault. Dongfang Jinghong sighed softly, as he watched the father and son reunite, then turned to Chu Qing. What do you plan to do about this? Chu Qing raised his head slightly, then smiled. I was entrusted by Mo Duxing to come here and await Jianzhou's return. Then, I will take his life. Senior Dongfang need not worry. Taking lives in my 5 Emperor City, you have quite the nerve. These words weren't spoken by Dongfang Jinghong, because as soon as he finished speaking, a massive fist-shaped imprint descended from the sky. This fist was incredibly powerful, following the righteous path, carrying overwhelming force, its landing causing everything to bow down. Dongfang Jinghong's expression changed. Wait! Before Chu Qing could even react, he had already raised his hand and swung his blade. With a hissing sound, the fist-shaped imprint and the blade's light cancelled each other out and disappeared. Unseen. Only the howling wind made the surrounding trees rustle and sway incessantly. A slightly burly man landed on a nearby artificial hill, standing with his hands behind his back, his face displeased. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Fist King Luo Kongming? This is the fearless King Fist. Young friend, you have sharp eyes. If I am not mistaken, you should be Chu Qing, the Southern Region Alliance leader who is renowned throughout the Southern Region and caused the heavenly evil cult leader to flee to Yusong Mountain, right? Another voice came from behind. Chu Qing turned to look and saw a handsome young man in a moon-white Taoist robe, his white hair flowing freely, sitting on a nearby wall, looking at him with a slight smile. Such a self-address. I suppose you must be Tao Emperor Xian Song? Chu Qing smiled and returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute. Xian Song looked very young, unlike Luo Kongming. Luo Kongming wore a felt hat, was tall and robust, with a resolute appearance. Although not exactly handsome, he possessed an imposing presence and dignified air. Due to his profound internal energy, although he was clearly in his 50s, he looked only in his early 30s. But Xian Song was not only handsome, he also looked only in his early 20s. If it weren't for his white hair, no one would guess that he was nearing 70. It was said that he was the oldest of the 5 emperors. When he ascended the throne, the other 5 emperors had already ruled for half their lives, ultimately watching them abdicate and pass away, allowing new 5 emperors to slowly rise. Because of his background and seniority, many people believe that Xian Song should be the head of the 5 emperors. Young friend, you are right. I am Emperor Xian Song. Xian Song chuckled. We, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, have long heard of your name. When the Blade Emperor returned, he asked us to create the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors tokens for you, and we are currently working diligently to complete them. We were planning to deliver them to you as soon as possible to congratulate you on your ascension to the throne. But I didn't expect to see you today, your murderous aura shaking the 5 emperors' city. Indeed, seeing is believing. Shaking the 5 emperors' city. Chu Qing shook his head. I, Chu, do not possess such ability. I am merely doing what I should do, killing those who deserve to be killed. Chu Qing. Watch your words. Luo Kongming spoke in a deep voice. His voice seemed to carry the wrath of thunder, which Chu Qing initially thought was sonic manipulation. Later, he realized it wasn't. It was simply the nature of his voice. Chu Qing's identity had already been exposed, and he hadn't concealed it from Dongfang Jinghong and the others. Therefore, the 3rd young master label was long gone. Luo Kongming directly called him by name. The person you want to kill is the current Sword Emperor. Before Chu Qing could speak, Huangfu Changkong turned to look at Luo Kongming. Luo family bastards, still so stubbornly clinging to the past. With me here, who dares to call themselves the Sword Emperor? Luo Kongming glanced at Huangfu Changkong with a hint of mockery. With your current appearance, you dare to call yourself the Sword Emperor? The 3rd young master. When did the 5 emperors become so worthless? Outrageous. Luo Kongming. Are you looking for a fight? I am standing right here, ready to fight at any moment. What can you do to me? The two were about to explode when Xian Song gently waved his hand. Don't argue, don't argue. You're both over 100 years old, arguing in front of a child. Aren't you ashamed? Besides, the new Night Emperor is right here. Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of the child, or embarrassing yourselves in front of the Night Emperor? Chu Qing's expression remained calm, indifferent. He simply looked silently at Xian Song. Xian Song knew Chu Qing was waiting for an explanation, so he didn't keep him in suspense. The heavenly evil sect master's martial arts are astonishing. Now is the time to use his talents. The matter of Jianzhou has been exposed to the world since Chang Kong appeared. For this one matter alone, Jianzhou indeed deserves to die. But now, we must prioritize the greater good. As long as the heavenly evil sect master lives, you cannot kill Jianzhou. Wang Fu Chongkong sneered, "You old fogies, you're getting more and more regressive with age. In the past, I thought you were clinging to your power, so I simply closed my eyes and covered my ears, ignoring the cries and screams of the people. Now why have you even shrunk your courage? A mere Jianjiu. Is he really worth your attention? You're now a cripple. What right do you have to spout such nonsense?" Luo Kongming's eyes were full of mockery. Jianjiu may be insignificant, but now is precisely the time to gather all the capable people to turn the tide for this world. You never seen the heavenly evil cult leader. If you had, you would know how terrifying he is. Besides, is this something I should discuss with you? He paused slightly, then turned to Chu Qing. I know you want to kill Jianjiu out of a sense of righteousness. Jianjiu's actions certainly deserve death. But the martial world isn't just about vengeance and revenge. How about this? As long as you leave with them today, all past grievances will be wiped clean. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at Luo Kongming, and suddenly smiled. Fearless royal authority, quite impressive. You just delivered a punch. Coincidentally, I also have a punch. I'd like to ask your majesty for your appraisal. Luo Kongming's face darkened, but Chu Qing didn't wait for him to speak. The yin and yang energies surged, but with yin as the primary element and yang as the secondary. This action didn't extinguish the yin chill, instead, it intensified the coldness, gradually entering a state of extreme yin giving rise to yang. A massive fist shadow rose with the wind and clouds, accompanied by the roar of dragons, moving with the momentum. This punch contained far too much. Based on the heavenly thrust fist, it incorporated several of Chu Qing's own unique skills into one. For anyone else, the primary and secondary elements would likely be confused, greatly diminishing the power. But Chu Qing, through repeated deductions using the martial arts steel, was nearing the pinnacle of mastery. The moment the fist struck, frost blanketed the sky, destroying everything in its path, leaving only desolation. Luo Kongming roared in fury, "How dare you!" He swung his arms, clasped his hands together, and raised them high above his head. A colossal figure appeared behind him, its body shimmering with golden light, its fierce aura seemingly capable of shattering the heavens with a single blow. The massive figure slammed down, with Luo Kongming's hands. The imposing, overwhelming force of the fist seemed capable of leveling the entire Five Emperors city in one fell swoop. In fact, at this very moment, the entire Five Emperors city was already trembling. This place was no ordinary place. It was the core of the four domains and one state. For countless years, nothing like this had ever happened. In an instant, everyone, from commoners to the experts stationed here from the four major sects, turned their attention to the Sword Emperor's mansion. Atop the golden pavilion, a middle-aged scholar, sipping tea, uttered a soft "eh?" and his gaze shifted slightly, turning towards the point of conflict. Luo Kongming, who is he fighting? As he murmured, someone went to investigate. Before the scholar could even put down his teacup, two incredibly powerful forces collided. With a deafening boom, the window was violently blasted open. Looking into the distance, the scholar saw two overwhelming forces clashing, one golden and one white, their true energy creating a colossal curtain that swept across Five Emperors City in an instant. His pupils contracted slightly. This internal force. This person has already arrived in Five Emperors City? The battle took place at the Sword Emperor's mansion, but the pressure from those two fists pressed down on far more than just the mansion. Throughout Five Emperors City, anyone with even slightly weak martial arts skills was enveloped by the invisible force, involuntarily kneeling on one knee. Ordinary people were pressed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Seeing the houses sway and the curtains flutter, they felt an imminent calamity, their hearts filled with boundless fear. Fortunately, this fear came and went quickly. The force pressing down on them vanished in an instant, and looking into the distance, the two streams of true energy, one golden and one white, had returned to calm. A lingering sense of dread instantly washed over everyone. Who exactly is fighting? How terrifying. I thought I was going to die. Five Emperors City is about to change. Conversations rose and fell, while inside the Sword Emperor's mansion, Chu Qing slowly withdrew his hand. The last trace of frost on his fist dissipated. Luo Kongming's face was no longer merely ashen, his features were slightly distorted, and the chilling aura coiling around each of his 10 fingers refused to dissipate. It took a full 3 breaths for the chilling aura to completely dissipate. He had lost half a move with that punch. It seemed that Chu Qing had intentionally held back, not pushing his luck, otherwise, the outcome would have been even more unpredictable. Chu Qing took a step forward, and Luo Kongming's heart tightened instinctively. As the saying goes, a master's skill is immediately apparent. This punch left Luo Kongming, the mighty fist king, completely uncertain. Chu Qing ignored him and instead looked at Dao Emperor Xian Song. Could I, alone, be worth 2 sword nines? Xian Song was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Yes. He couldn't deny that although Chu Qing hadn't killed Luo Kongming with that punch, he had held back. Is it a choice between abandoning Chu Qing for the sake of Jianjiu, or abandoning Jianjiu for the sake of Chu Qing? This isn't even a multiple choice question. Since that's the case. Chu Qing spoke, each word distinct. I invite you two to remain neutral and observe. Chapter 555. The Five Emperors City wasn't originally called the Five Emperors City. During the Great Qian Dynasty, this place was called the Imperial Capital. However, the location and construction of this city weren't done by the Great Qian Dynasty, but by someone much earlier. Therefore, many years ago, this was the core of the 4 regions and 1 province. The people living here are known for their extensive knowledge and experience. They also have an added layer of being used to everything. Therefore, although they had just witnessed the Fist King Luo Kongming fighting someone with tremendous force, as if he were about to smash the entire Five Emperors City to pieces, they quickly recovered from their initial shock after it was all over. What's the big deal? It was just Luo Kongming fighting someone, right? Now it's over, isn't it? As for winning or losing, that's completely unimportant. The fact that the fight didn't continue means Luo Kongming won. Of course, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. The Five Emperors City isn't just inhabited by one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although Emperor Wu, Li Juechen, wasn't here, Emperor Dao, Xian Song, and Emperor Dao, Dongfang Jinghong, were still there. At worst, if the ancient Emperor Yisheng intervened, whatever happened could be quelled. Unless the leader of the heavenly evil sect personally arrived. However, he couldn't yet invade the Central Plains, the battlefield between the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and then remained in the northern region. So nothing serious happened, and the music and dancing continued. Everyone quickly returned to normal, those who were hawking their wares continued, those who were strolling the streets continued, and those who were listening to music in brothels continued. Only the middle-aged scholar inside the Golden Treasure Pavilion had a grim expression. His men who had gone to scout had already returned, and the result was as he had expected, but it wasn't what he wanted. But this was no time to dwell on such things. After his men returned, he dispatched them once more. The middle-aged scholar knew very well that Chu Qing shouldn't be in Five Emperors City right now. Based on his guess, Chu Qing shouldn't even be meeting with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors at this time. Not long ago, when Chu Qing suddenly and publicly proclaimed that he had obtained the Ghost Emperor's throne, he had a bad feeling. That's why Dongfang Jinghong and Jianjiu went to Xiangnan City. He thought this matter would end with the ascension to the heavens, but now, Chu Qing, who had finally stabilized the situation, instead of continuing to expand his gains, rushed to Five Emperors City in his busy schedule, going nowhere else but to the Sword Emperor's mansion. There were some things the middle-aged scholar understood very well, so he cared more than anyone else. Therefore, the subordinate he sent out was only to do one thing, to inform Jianjiu not to return to Five Emperors City. However, he didn't know if it was too late. He could only do his best, and leave the rest to fate. Most importantly, this matter couldn't be discovered by anyone else, especially the others among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. So, if Jianjiu had already arrived in Five Emperors City, then the person who had just delivered the message wouldn't be able to get even a step closer to him. The middle-aged scholar's fingers lightly rubbed the teacup in his hand, his eyes, looking towards the Sword Emperor's mansion, revealing an indescribable sinister glint. Jianjiu was already outside Five Emperors City. His lightness skill was indeed inferior to Chu Qing's, but the stealing heaven demon art that had taken Huangfu Changkung's cultivation was undeniable. And over the years, he had been diligently practicing it. Although his natural talent and comprehension were far inferior to Huangfu Changkung's, diligence could compensate for his shortcomings. Though not by much, he had still made some progress over the years. Therefore, his speed wasn't too slow. Chu Qing, starting later, arrived first, reaching the Sword Emperor's mansion before him. Less than half an hour later, he was already at the gates of the Five Emperors City. As the current Sword Emperor, entering the Five Emperors City was naturally very convenient. However, he didn't use his lightness skill within the Five Emperors City. This was an unwritten rule. Within the Five Emperors City, no one was allowed to use lightness skills to leap across rooftops. Of course, traversing the air was also forbidden. This wasn't an order from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but it was a sign of respect from the martial arts world towards them. Over time, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors themselves were unwilling to use lightness skills within the Five Emperors City. Therefore, After entering the Five Emperors City, he relied on his 2 legs to walk. Thanks to the common people of Five Emperors City, accustomed to grand occasions and unfazed by anything unusual, neither their faces nor their actions showed the slightest abnormality. Therefore, Jianjiu didn't notice anything amiss. Walking the streets, no one recognized him as the current Sword Emperor. After all, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors always possessed a certain mystique. They wouldn't inexplicably mingle with the common people. However, a hint of unease lingered on Jianjiu's face. Am I overthinking it? I have a feeling that before entering Five Emperors City, someone was watching me. However, after entering Five Emperors City, this feeling disappeared. Jianjiu slowly exhaled. He was a top-tier expert. This feeling wouldn't be without reason. He was almost certain that someone was secretly watching him. He had thought that entering Five Emperors City would lure the other party out, but unexpectedly, the other party had hidden themselves. He pondered for a moment, but didn't take it seriously. When his gaze lifted towards the Sword Emperor's mansion, his heart burned with even greater fervor. Especially thinking about what he was about to do, his breathing became heavier. This was his dream for many years, and the closest he had ever come to his goal in all these years. If he succeeded, he would be the true Sword Emperor. No longer the Jianjiu who sold himself for a bite to eat, branded with the Sword Heart secret technique, his life and death in his own hands. His strides were long, each step measured as if by a ruler. And with each step closer to the Sword Emperor's mansion, his heart lightened a little. But when he reached the gates of the Sword Emperor's mansion, his heart suddenly skipped a beat for no apparent reason. No one was there. This was unprecedented. Fortunately, there was no smell of blood in the air. Clearly, no one had died. Then why this sudden turn of events? Jianjiu's brows furrowed as he slowly walked into the Sword Emperor's mansion. He wound his way uphill, and soon he saw the gathering of people. Outside the ancestral hall? Having lived here for so many years, Jianjiu naturally knew every blade of grass and tree in the area like the back of his hand. But he didn't understand why so many people were gathered outside the ancestral hall. Could something have happened to Huang Fuixiao? At this thought, his heart skipped a beat. Without time to think further, he leaped over the Sword Emperor's disciples and entered the circle. Then he immediately saw Chu Qing sitting in front of the ancestral hall, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him, Huang Fuixiao was sitting on a small chair, stuffing himself with food. Beside Huang Fuixiao stood a gaunt old man, looking at him with a kind gaze. Upon seeing this old man, Jianjiu felt a sudden surge of fear. He had just seen him 2 days ago, at the Sword Emperor's palace. Why was he now in Five Emperors City? The answer was obvious. Because Chu Qing was sitting there. Mo Duxing was in the ancestral hall, offering incense to the ancestral tablets. A bad premonition grew rapidly, but when he saw Dao Emperor Xian Song, his heart suddenly relaxed. Especially when Dao Emperor Xian Song nodded at him. You're back? Although it was a pointless question, Jianjiu still answered earnestly, I'm back. Why is Dao Emperor here? Your Sword Emperor's palace has a guest. After Xian Song said this, Jianjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Although Huang Fu Changkong was now an old and frail man, his face remained unchanged. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of yesteryear would surely recognize him at a glance. Then they must already know what he had done back then. They must also understand Chu Qing's intentions. But even under these circumstances, Xian Song's words, your Sword Emperor's palace, meant that in Xian Song's eyes, he was still the undisputed Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's palace was still his. It was obvious. A cripple in prison for so many years, and a Sword Emperor in his prime. Under the immense pressure from the heavenly evil sect leader, choosing was not a choice at all. Jianjiu completely relaxed. He looked at Chu Qing and smiled slightly. Alliance leader Chu, we meet again. Chu Qing nodded, seemingly unconcerned by the relaxed expression on Jianjiu's face. He simply said softly, do you know why I come? To kill this emperor. Jianjiu slightly raised his head. Huang Fu Changkong finally shifted his gaze from Huang Fuixiao to Jianjiu. You dare call yourself this emperor? This emperor is the current Sword Emperor. How could I not dare to call myself emperor? Jianjiu coldly looked at Huang Fu Changkong. You're incredibly stupid. You managed to escape, but didn't leave this place to fly away. Are you still fantasizing that Alliance leader Chu can help you take back everything? But, don't you even look at yourself now? To be honest, even if Alliance leader Chu could take everything back, could you hold on to it? What's stolen is ultimately just stolen. One day it must be returned. Chu Qing's sleeve flicked slightly, and a throwing knife appeared in his palm. Shaped like a willow leaf, as thin as a cicada's wing. It wasn't forged from any extraordinary material, and Jianjiu didn't take it seriously. He knew Chu Qing possessed formidable throwing knife skills. He had even killed Ghost Emperor Moto with this small knife. But he wasn't Ghost Emperor Moto. A throwing knife that could kill Moto might not be able to kill him. Moreover, with a throwing knife that could be bought anywhere in this blacksmith shop, it probably wouldn't even break through his protective aura. Therefore, his expression remained calm. You cannot kill me. Give me a reason not to kill you. Chu Qing toyed with the throwing knife in his hand, never looking up at his face. Because in this 5 Emperor city, no one will allow you to kill me. Jianjiu's expression was somewhat arrogant. The heavenly evil cult master's martial arts are unparalleled. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are harmed, they will be unable to withstand his unparalleled divine powers. The current world will be overthrown in an instant. The people will be immersed in his iron-fisted rule, and then there will surely be scorched earth and endless wailing. As the Sword Emperor, I should consider the fate of the world and join the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in resisting the heavenly evil cult master. I also believe that by gathering the martial arts of all the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even the heavenly evil cult master will be defeated. Therefore, you kill the Ghost Emperor and seize the throne. But because you are there to replenish the ranks, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can tolerate you. But if you kill me, without my support, if we cannot kill the heavenly evil cult master, then it will usher in the darkest period of history. If things develop in this direction, whether it's you or the current 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, you will become sinners for all time. They won't tolerate such a thing happening. Especially since it's to help a completely crippled person. Which is more important, one person or the world? Alliance Leader Chu, you are a young hero. You can't be unaware of this principle. Chu Qing clicked his tongue upon hearing this. Before I kill you, I have a question for you. Who is it that helped you do this back then? Xian Song's eyebrows twitched slightly. He glanced at Chu Qing, then turned his gaze back to Jianjiu. Jianjiu frowned, caught in an internal struggle. Chu Qing smiled. You can't expect me to have come all this way for nothing, can you? Does this mean revealing the person behind it all, even if it comes at a price? They leave? This is a concession. But can he say that name? Jianjiu made his decision quickly, letting out a slow breath. I will transmit my voice to you secretly. Chu Qing nodded, appearing to listen. Soon, he nodded again, then looked up and asked, Who is Wang Gushan? Xian Song closed his eyes slightly, letting out a faint sigh. Then he held up 2 fingers, making a gesture. Huangfu Changkong's face, however, was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He stared at Jianjiu, seemingly trying to find some evidence on his face. But all he found was panic. The panic of being exposed in public by Chu Qing. Finally, Huangfu Changkong sighed. Wang Gushan is the head manager of Wan Beilu. Chu Qing smiled upon hearing this. See, what did I tell you before? You still didn't believe me? Huangfu Changkong fell silent. Jianjiu suppressed his panic and gritted his teeth, saying, You can leave now. The fact that Chu Qing had mentioned Wang Gishan's name meant the situation might not be good afterward. But as long as he and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were on the same side, many things might not reach a dead end. No rush, Chu Qing said with a smile. Why don't we talk about Wang Gushan properly? Don't push your luck. Jianjiu's face darkened further. Chu Qing didn't care. He stood up and slowly said, The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors fought against the heavenly evil cult master in the northern region for the sake of the martial world. Wang Gushan founded the World Alliance, secretly carrying out treacherous deeds, plotting to seize the world. Jianjiu, don't you understand yet? Back then, Wang Gushan helped you seize the Sword Emperor's position, and now you revealed his name to the public. From now on, he won't tolerate you. If you want to live at his hands, you must tell him everything you know, so that other members of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, such as Dao Emperor Xian Song, or even Blade Emperor Dongfang Jinghong, can truly accept you. Only then can you secure your position as Sword Emperor. Or, if you explain everything clearly, even if I don't kill you out of respect for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, at least you can get revenge on the person who helped you back then, and vent your anger for my friend's father. Chapter 556. Dao Emperor Xian Song stood silently to the side, listening to Chu Qing's heartfelt words, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Jianjiu. Seemingly concerned for Jianjiu's life, he was actually digging a pit for him. His words revealed that under the pressure of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he couldn't kill Jianjiu, but he needed to find the culprit. The key point he pointed out was that Jianjiu had mentioned the name Wang Gushan, so Jianjiu, having betrayed Wang Gushan, would naturally face Wang Gishan's revenge. And since Wang Gushan had secretly helped Huangfu Changkong, leading to his current predicament, It was only natural for Chu Qing to want to help him get revenge and find the culprit. Ultimately, if Jianjiu revealed everything, Chu Qing would go after Wang Gushan without the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors even lifting a finger. Once Wang Gushan was dead, Jianjiu's life would be saved. Besides, there was something ambiguous in Chu Qing's words. For example, the statement, out of respect for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even if I don't kill you, was very vague. It subconsciously made Jianjiu feel that Chu Qing had already reached an agreement with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and wouldn't kill him, confirming Jianjiu's initial guess, yet not providing a definitive answer. After all, it said even if I don't kill you, not I won't kill you. Although there was only a 2-word difference, the meaning was completely different. One was like words floating in the air, open to any interpretation, the other was like words already on the ground. And in today's situation, if Chu Qing had said such a thing and done something contradictory, although he might not care, his reputation would inevitably have suffered some damage. Young people these days are terrifying. Xian Song knew Chu Qing wasn't even 20 yet. Thinking back to his own age, did he possess such a cunning and treacherous mind? Absolutely not. Compared to him, he seemed as innocent as a white flower. Jianjiu was also caught in a mental struggle. He knew he'd been tricked, though he hadn't realized how deeply. But he could see that when he uttered the words Wangui Mountain, he had inevitably fallen into Chu Qing's trap. Now, the internal struggle was useless, he only had one choice left. So Jianjiu's inner turmoil didn't last long before he exhaled. What do you want to know? Let's talk about the World Alliance. Besides you, who's sitting in those other chairs in the World Alliance? Chu Qing didn't hesitate much before asking his question. Jianjiu didn't hide anything. At this point, hiding it was pointless. Betrayal is betrayal, there's no such thing as partial or complete betrayal. Things have reached a dead end, hence his detailed explanation. This revelation surprised even Tao Emperor Xian Song, who couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Among the experts gathered by the World Alliance, although only Jianjiu was a fake sword emperor, the others were masters from various sects and schools. Not only were there figures from the 4 major sects of Central Continent, but even someone from the first Tao had secretly defected to the World Alliance. These individuals held significant positions, either possessing exceptional martial arts skills or holding high-ranking positions. It could be said that if the World Alliance were to plot something, and all its forces were mobilized simultaneously, the entire Central Continent would be engulfed in chaos. If, at this crucial moment, when the heavenly evil cult invades Zhongzhou, they were to suffer such a betrayal from behind, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be powerless to stop them. Thinking of this, Xian Song's expression darkened slightly. Chu Qing then inquired about the World Alliance's plans. Jianjiu had deep ties with the World Alliance and knew a great deal about their plans. He rattled off several points as if they were second nature, making Xian Song's expression even more unpleasant. Jianjiu knew this was a sensitive matter, especially in front of Xian Song. He gritted his teeth and said to Xian Song, as for the follow-up matters, as much as you want to know, I can tell you. This is all still unresolved, there's still room for maneuver. As long as we haven't truly fallen into a desperate situation, everything can be salvaged. And what does it mean to truly fall into a desperate situation? Returning to the Sword Emperor's mansion unprepared, plunging headlong into the trap Chu Qing had prepared for me, that's a desperate situation. Fortunately, I'm clever, I know how to survive in a desperate situation. Otherwise today, only death awaits me. Xian Song tried hard not to make his face too gloomy, slowly nodding, all right. Chu Qing glanced at Xian Song out of the corner of his eye, then said, now, do you want to talk about what happened back then? As he said this, he also glanced at Huangfu Changkong. After all, back then, Huangfu Changkong and Wang Gushan were like-minded, sharing great ambitions, they were like-minded individuals. However, their great ambition was to overthrow the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and to have a true supreme ruler emerge in the 4 regions and 1 province. Asking this question in front of Xian Song could very well bring trouble to Huangfu Changkong. So, while his question seemed to be directed at Jianjiu, it was also a search for Huangfu Changkong's opinion. Huangfu Changkong offered no opinion, only gritting his teeth as he looked at Jianjiu. Back then, how did you collude with Wang Gushan, and when did you develop rebellious intentions? Jianjiu glanced at Xian Song with some hesitation, then resignedly replied, I had been in contact with Wang Gushan for a long time. As for developing rebellious intentions, that happened when Wang Gushan found me. He founded the World Alliance, needing someone to make their voice heard among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But what he wanted was more than just breaking the shackles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and finding someone who could truly benefit the world. What he wanted was to sit on the pinnacle of power. In this respect, his ideals differed from yours. So he knew long ago that you could never be used by him. Once the alliance of the world is established, you will inevitably part ways sooner or later. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might turn against him. Therefore, he needed a sufficiently cooperative partner. He chose me. Jianjiu was narrow-minded. Such people often think differently from ordinary people. He was originally a beggar on the street, living hand to mouth, his fate uncertain. He might die in a stinking ditch at any moment. The Huangfu family adopted him, raising him alongside Huangfu Changkong. They taught him the Huangfu family's secret techniques. But he didn't consider what they had done for him. Instead, he only considered how they had wronged him. He showed no gratitude for their adoption, only thinking of the sword heart secret technique, ignoring their kindness and passing on their skills, only thinking of himself as a dependent. Even though Huangfu Changkong treated him like a brother and was extremely kind to him, he only thought Huangfu Changkong had wronged him in some way. Even if there was nothing wrong, he would still amplify his suspicions and breed hatred through trivial matters in their daily interactions. So when Wang Guishan found him, he agreed without hesitation. What happened back then was simple. Wang Guishan didn't give him much. A bottle of slow-acting poison, a copy of the heaven-stealing demonic art, a renowned healer. And then, there was a vicious plan. Ultimately, it led to the current situation. Actually, you shouldn't blame me. Jianjiu suddenly looked at Huangfu Changkong. Wang Guishan's original purpose was to kill you. I spared your life. Although I spared your life for the sake of the Heavenly Will Sword Technique Complete Manual, I still managed to keep you alive until now. You should be grateful. Chu Qing felt a little amused, and couldn't help but glance at Huangfu Changkong. He wondered if this naive old sword emperor would find anything reasonable in what the other man said. The result was quite gratifying to Chu Qing. At least Huangfu Changkong wasn't easily fooled by these few words. His face was grim. You spared my life for the sake of the Heavenly Will Sword Technique Complete Manual, otherwise, I would have died hundreds of times over. You want to use this to make me grateful? It's utterly shameless. That's how the Huangfu family is. A little favor, and you expect others to risk their lives for you. You don't care about any kindness shown to you. Jianjiu flew into a rage. So being imprisoned by me for so many years is your retribution. Being separated from your own son for so many years is also your retribution. Chu Qing suddenly asked, why did the fugitive scholar have to die? Who was that? Jianjiu looked up at Chu Qing, his eyes filled with confusion. It was clear that Jianjiu genuinely didn't know. Chu Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It's probably not that the monk was truly undervalued. The secret the fugitive scholar discovered might not have been that significant. Otherwise, why wouldn't Jianjiu know about this? Yet, for a seemingly ordinary secret, the World Alliance forced the monk to kill the fugitive scholar, and then casually discarded the monk. This one Gui Mountain gave Chu Qing the feeling that it viewed all living beings as mere pawns. Alright, I asked all the questions I needed to ask. Chu Qing waved his hand. Everyone, is there anything else you'd like to know? I have nothing to ask. Xian Song said calmly. Alliance leader Chu, please feel free to ask. Huangfu Changkong didn't speak, only shook his head slightly. Huangfu Yixiu's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, he completely shut his mouth. Seeing this, Jianjiu asked Chu Qing, can you leave now? Chu Qing nodded. Jianjiu was overjoyed. Goodbye. Please come visit often in the future. I will certainly treat you as an honored guest. No rush, no rush. There's one last thing. What is it? Jianjiu was taken aback. He had already said everything he should and shouldn't have said. What else did Chu Qing need to do? What else could he do? Unbeknownst to him, Xian Song's gaze held a faint hint of disgust. He had stopped Chu Qing from killing him earlier for the sake of the world, for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and for the fight against the heavenly evil cult leader. Now, seeing him beaming with joy because Chu Qing had spared him, he suddenly felt as if he had truly been blind all these years. A smooth-talking, cowardly wretch had actually usurped the Sword Emperor's position for so many years. He was utterly disgracing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chu Qing, still fiddling with the throwing knife in his hand, answered the question with utter decisiveness. Kill you. Jianjiu's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly looked at Xian Song. Seeing that Xian Song showed no reaction, he couldn't help but ask, Senior Xian Song? Xian Song simply replied silently, I already said that Alliance leader Chu should proceed. Jianjiu, you have usurped the Sword Emperor's position for so many years. it's time to pay it back. No, that's not right. That's not what you said earlier. Jianjiu hurriedly said, didn't you say you couldn't let this person kill me? If I die, who will fight against the heavenly evil cult master with you? Alliance leader Chu was able to defeat the heavenly evil cult master at Yusong Mountain once. I believe that if the heavenly evil cult master dares to invade again, he will surely be buried in Tontian Ridge. And you? Jianjiu, you are simply not worthy of the throne. The halls of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot tolerate a clown like you. Xiansong's words were very impolite. Every word struck Jianjiu's heart, making his heart sink deeper and deeper. Then, as if he had found a lifeline, he looked at Chu Qing. You said before that you wouldn't kill me for the sake of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When did I ever say I wouldn't kill you? Chu Qing retorted. Jianjiu wasn't stupid, on the contrary, he was quite shrewd. Now, recalling Chu Qing's words, he realized he hadn't given a single definitive answer. It was all just his own speculation. Thinking of this, Jianjiu couldn't help but tremble. He felt anger, despair, and boundless rage. You're setting me up. Jianjiu, you're very clever. Chu Qing nodded. I am setting you up. What can you do about it? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you can dodge this attack, I might give you one. As he spoke, he raised the 3-inch throwing knife in his hand. Jianjiu knew this was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't care less about anything else. He gathered his palms together, and a buzzing sound filled the air. The entire Sword Emperor's mansion seemed to come alive under his influence. A series of sword cries rose from all directions, and Jianjiu laughed loudly. Chu Qing, you're still wrong. You wanted to kill me, but you shouldn't have chosen to do it in the Sword Emperor's mansion. This is, after all, my residence, imbued with years of accumulated power, brimming with countless sword energies. Elsewhere, I might not dare to predict the outcome, but here, you are doomed. Like the Sword Emperor's palace, the Sword Emperor's mansion was also filled with countless sword energies. It's just that this is a consumable item. Each use reduces its quantity. Jianjiu would never use it unless absolutely necessary. He was about to unleash his trump card. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would choose Chu Qing over him, naturally because Chu Qing's martial arts were superior. But if Chu Qing died here today, he could fill the void. This was the true way to survive. In an instant, endless sharpness converged, like 10,000 streams flowing into the sea. Countless sword energies condensed behind him, instantly blotting out the sky. The sheer scale of the attack surpassed even that of Luo Kongming earlier. The boundless sword energy, gathering like a sea, was held high above Jianjiu's head, visible to everyone in the 5 Emperors' city. But at that moment, Chu Qing also raised his hand. A wisp of light, a flying knife, instantly piercing Jianjiu's brow, causing the overwhelming sword energy to dissipate completely in the blink of an eye. Chapter 557. Commission completed. Successfully assassinated Sword Emperor Jianjiu, obtained 1 crimson treasure chest. Chu Qing pondered the word assassinate in the system notification for a long time, but ultimately decided that as long as the system was happy, that was fine. Looking at Jianjiu lying lifeless on the ground, Chu Qing turned and glanced at Huangfu Changkong. Does your Huangfu family's heavenly will sword technique contain any secret methods for bringing the dead back to life? Huangfu Changkong ignored him. To be precise, he didn't even hear what Chu Qing was saying. Because Jianjiu was dead. Chu Qing simply raised his hand, and Jianjiu was dead. This sounds simple, but the problem is, that was Jianjiu. Although he stole his martial arts, identity, everything. The problem is, this cultivation level was real. Otherwise, he couldn't have been living freely with his own face until now. And the result? This immense cultivation couldn't withstand a mere wave of Chu Qing's hand? What kind of flying knife was that? It lacked the terrifying power to blot out the sky, yet possessed the most unpredictable trajectory and unimaginable sharpness. It could easily tear through any protective aura, annihilating any expert in the world. Huangfu Changkong finally understood why Mo Duxing held Chu Qing in such high regard. Such a person, who wouldn't admire him? Not to mention Huangfu Changkong's current shock, he couldn't even muster the time to speak to Chu Qing. Even Dao Emperor Xiansong felt a sting in his eyes at this moment. It seemed that Chu Qing's slightly gleaming blade had not only taken Jianjiu's life, but had also pierced his eye. Chu Qing's prowess was already evident in the news Dongfang Jinghong brought back not long ago. What about the heavenly evil cult master? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had fought him countless times, yet they had never gained the upper hand. Instead, his opponent grew stronger with each encounter, plunging the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors into deep despair. And the result? A single Maha Wuyong strike instantly killed the heavenly evil cult master. Although he was resurrected using a secret technique, he dared not fight Chu Qing a second time. Therein lies the question. Could Chu Qing kill the heavenly evil cult master a second time? The heavenly evil cult master hadn't considered this question because he dared not think about it, dared not take the risk, he was terrified. But the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could consider it. Although this was actually unimportant. Because the news of the heavenly evil cult master's defeat at Yusong Mountain, fleeing naked, was something they were delighted to see. But now, Xian Song suddenly felt that even if the heavenly evil cult leader still had the courage to stand before Chu Qing, he would probably only face certain death. Such flying knives, such methods. Perhaps they were not even of this world. Because they simply couldn't be explained by common sense. After a long while, Xian Song finally let out a long breath and looked up at Dongfang Jinghong not far away. This King Luo Kongming had stormed off in a huff after Xian Song agreed to Chu Qing's request. Now, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, besides Chu Qing and Huangfu Changkong, only the 2 of them remained. So the 2 subconsciously exchanged a glance, both seeing the light in each other's eyes. That wasn't fear, but hope. This time, they had gambled correctly. Let alone whether 1 Chu Qing could be worth 2 Jianjiu. Even 10, 100 Jianjiu wouldn't be able to compare to Chu Qing. No wonder the heavenly evil cult leader was so frightened by Chu Qing that he ran away naked. All of this now has a perfect explanation. Ahem. Chu Qing's cough reached everyone's ears. To get their attention, he slightly used his internal energy. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing only looked at Huangfu Changkong and asked the same question again. Does your family's martial arts have the ability to bring the dead back to life? Huangfu Changkong shook his head repeatedly. No. That's good, he must really be dead. Chu Qing nodded upon hearing this, then pointed his fingers like a sword and swept them across the air. The already dead Jianjiu was instantly cut into 6 pieces. Have someone set up a fire and burn him. Okay. Huangfu Changkong nodded repeatedly, feeling that Chu Qing was avenging him. As for dealing with someone like Jianjiu, utterly crushing him to ashes was the most reasonable course of action. He immediately gave the order, and disciples of the Sword Emperor's palace stepped forward. They had already heard the whole story, and knew that the deceased was a fake Sword Emperor, and the one standing here was the true Sword Emperor. Since Chu Qing gave the order, and Huangfu Changkong agreed, they naturally had to obey. Chu Qing didn't glance at the corpse again, but said to Xian Song, a trip to Wanbeilu? Having dealt with Jianjiu, there was still 1 Gushan to deal with. Chu Qing naturally wouldn't forget the instigator. Xian Song nodded without hesitation. Please. I will also go. Dongfang Jinghong hurriedly followed. The 3 of them left the Sword Emperor's mansion immediately, heading straight for Wanbeilu. However, they were a step too late. Wanbeilu was still open, but no one was inside. The head manager was nowhere to be found, and all the staff were gone. Some were missing, and some were dead. Chu Qing and his group searched around, finding nothing. It wasn't exactly disappointment, but rather that they had expected it. 1 Gushan has been operating in the 5 Emperors' city for many years. He probably has people in the 5 Emperors' mansion as well. The matter at the Sword Emperor's mansion has caused such a stir, he must have received the news long ago and fled beforehand. Chu Qing said, glancing at Xian Song. Actually, I'm a little curious. Do you really not know about the World Alliance? Or are you pretending not to know? The World Alliance? Dongfang Jinghong shook his head. I truly know nothing about it. Xian Song, however, didn't give such a quick answer. Instead, he said, I didn't expect this. This was quite interesting. Chu Qing curled his lip. So you dare to tolerate evil? Xian Song silently lowered his head, a hint of shame on his face. Chu Qing didn't dwell on the matter. There was no need for deep conversation with someone you barely knew. He simply clasped his hands in a fist salute. The matter here is settled. I hope you will all look after Huangfu Changkong. Although he has returned, the title of Sword Emperor is no longer worthy of his name. Mo Duxing will likely need more time to grow stronger. Therefore, I ask you all to give him some time. With the Night Emperor's words, how could Xian Song dare disobey? Xian Song readily agreed, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Chu Qing nodded, not lingering there, nor going to the Sword Emperor's residence, lest Mo Duxing actually bring him the Heavenly Will Sword Manual. He turned and strode north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xian Song watched his retreating figure, then chuckled wryly after a long pause. He wreaked havoc in 5 Emperors' City, and then just walked away? You still want to stop him? I really don't dare. Xian Song gave a wry smile. They say the younger generation surpasses the older, but this younger generation is a bit too terrifying. So what do you plan to do about the Huangfu family? Dafeng Jinghong asked. I already made my promise. How can I, a Dao emperor, go back on my word? Xian Song turned and left the Wanbao Tower, saying as he walked, investigate the Wanbao Tower thoroughly. Even if you have to demolish it, don't overlook a single detail. Dafeng Jinghong frowned. Where are you going? The Sword Emperor's mansion. Xian Song wasn't lying, he really was going to the Sword Emperor's mansion. Putting everything else aside, he needed to reassure Huangfu Changkong. Upon arriving, before exchanging even a few words, the three men realized that Chu Qing had already left Five Emperor City. Mo Duxing frowned slightly. Huangfu Changkong glanced at him, and nodded gently. Go. He doesn't want it. Mo Duxing understood Chu Qing's meaning. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have left like this. Why should the Huangfu family care about what others think? What is said must be done. Even if he takes it, and uses it for latrines or as a table leg, it's none of our business. Huangfu Changkong was giving Mo Duxing a lesson by example. Xian Song grinned. The Huangfu family really has character. Most importantly, Mo Duxing nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. In that case, I'd like to take a step. He paused slightly, looking at Huangfu Ishiu. Big brother? Huangfu Ishiu said, a little embarrassed. Mo Duxing gently patted his shoulder. I'm entrusting father to you. Yes. Huangfu Ishiu nodded quickly. Mo Duxing didn't say anything more, taking a step forward like a sword being drawn, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xuanzong's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled. Sword Emperor, farewell. Won't you stay a little longer? Huangfu Changkong looked up at him. There's nothing more to discuss, so I won't bother you any longer. When your son returns home, don't forget, ascend to the heavens in one step. Xian Song looked at him, his eyes full of smiles. Huangfu Changkong sighed. He's still a little lacking. We can't worry about that now. Xian Song waved his hand, said no more, and vanished in a flash. Huangfu Ishiu looked bewildered. Wasn't it said that his elder brother had been practicing martial arts under Cui Bu Nu of the Tai sect? Moreover, he didn't practice any martial arts, only swordsmanship. So Cui Bu Nu didn't know swordsmanship, and therefore his elder brother had achieved nothing. But how could he have achieved nothing? Your elder brother obtained the heavenly will sword technique from a young age. How could he really be mediocre? Ishiu, come and kneel before your father. Huangfu Changkong's voice came. Huangfu Ishiu didn't understand, but still knelt down, and heard Huangfu Changkong say, what comes from my mouth will enter your ears. Huangfu Ishiu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately nodded solemnly. Then Huangfu Changkong spoke softly, entering the true and constant way, one is neither born nor dies, neither comes nor goes, eternally abiding in serene stillness, perfectly enlightened in the quiet chamber. Responding to the heavens, absorbing the causes of creation and transformation, noting the differences between above and below, acting according to what is received, only then can one attain the way. Mo Duxing chased Chu Qing all the way out of Five Emperor City, but found no trace of him. He then headed towards the Sword Emperor Palace, a journey that took 3 days, but everything within the palace seemed normal. He asked Jian San if Chu Qing had been there, but the answer was also negative. However, he still recounted what had happened within the Sword Emperor Palace. Now that the situation was settled, there was no need to continue the information blockade. All the disciples could move freely. Jian San was naturally overjoyed, and the Sword Emperor Palace once again regained its former vitality. Mo Duxing, however, chased Chu Qing all the way out of Tontian Ridge, but still couldn't catch up. He then turned west from Tontian Ridge, intending to head straight for the southern city. But as he crossed into the western regions, he discovered unusual activity in various cities, all seemingly heading toward Xiangnan City. Could it be that Chu San's departure from Xiangnan City has been discovered? Mo Duxing had a bad feeling and dared not delay any longer. However, no matter where he went along the way, he couldn't find any trace of Chu Qing, making him increasingly uneasy. Just as Mo Duxing was making his way to Xiangnan City. In a secluded pavilion within the Five Emperor City, a man was drinking alone, his expression unpleasant, especially when he picked up his wine cup. A chill crept from his fingertips into the cup, making the wine even colder. His heart was heavy with pent-up emotions. After finishing his wine, he finally couldn't resist slamming the cup down on the table. Your Majesty's skill has surpassed that of the past, a cause for celebration. A voice rang out, but Luo Kongming didn't even look up. Li Juechen, what brings you here today? Not for anything else, but for the Night Emperor. Li Juechen sat down opposite Luo Kongming. Luo Kongming's face darkened. You dare mention this person before me? What kind of Night Emperor is he? Your Majesty may not admit it, but in reality, a flying knife killed Jianjiu, and a punch left your Majesty still unable to completely expel the cold energy from your body. These 2 points alone make the title of Night Emperor truly deserved. Li Juechen spoke leisurely. Perhaps, the heavenly evil sect's affairs really need this person's help to have any chance of success. He's worthy? Luo Kongming snorted, opened another wine cup, poured himself another cup, and drank it down before looking up at Li Juechen. What do you want to say? To be honest, my enmity with this person runs deep. We must make plans early. Li Juechen had already spoken frankly, seemingly certain that Luo Kongming would help him. Unexpectedly, Luo Kongming's face darkened. Whatever your grudges with him, don't even think about harming him. Li Juechen remained unmoved, chuckling lightly. I believe you two have already formed a grudge. Personal grudges are insignificant compared to the fate of the world. Luo Kongming said coldly. His throne was bought with the lives of Moto and Jianjiu. It's extremely secure. I advise you not to harbor any delusions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. What if I insist on his death? Li Juechen poured himself a cup of wine as he spoke. You dare. Luo Kongming abruptly stood up, his aura surging. Li Juechen, however, paid no heed, and suddenly said, Do you know the name of the poison one Gushan gave Jianjiu to administer to Huangfu Changkong? Luo Kongming was taken aback. What do you mean by that? This poison is called Jiga. Jiga is martial arts, and combined with Tao Tian. Does your Majesty think it complements him well? When Li Juechen looked up again, his eyes were filled with fierce light. Luo Kongming's expression changed drastically. You. At the same time, in the northern region, at Dafeng Tower. With her footsteps landing, Chu Qing slightly raised her head. Where is Bai Tian? Please show yourself, and face your death. Chapter 558. Heading to Nancheng. With Chu Qing absent, all matters were left to Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, and others to discuss and handle. Although Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, was still stationed there, he remained to assist Chu Qing because of Mu Tonger and Mu Xianbing. Of course, while he was said to be assisting, he was essentially acting as a powerful enforcer. Therefore, he did not participate in any decisions regarding Nancheng. In fact, a secret letter had already been delivered to Lu Xiaoyan, and the others the moment Chu Qing set foot in Zhongzhou. They knew that there were unusual movements in various cities and regions of the western regions at this very moment. 2 days later, they learned that these people were heading towards Nancheng, and in large numbers. Spies made several trips back and forth, and the information became increasingly clear. It was the heavenly evil sect's garrison in various cities, led by the generals under the command of the Lord of War, along with heavenly evil sect disciples from various regions, as well as various sects and factions that had already submitted to the heavenly evil sect, and all sorts of gangs and cults. A rough estimate suggests that if all these people were gathered together, the number would be at least 200,000. 200,000. This number might not seem like much. But in reality, it's not. Once you have 1,000 people, you can't see the end. Once you have 10,000, it's endless. 200,000 on a plane, from a high vantage point, you wouldn't be able to see the horizon. As far as the eye can see, there would be nothing but people. This is an extremely terrifying number. Once they arrive in Xiangnan City, they could flatten the city without even using any special methods. After Lu Xiaoyan and the others gathered this information, they didn't bother to consider why the heavenly evil sect had suddenly created such a large-scale disturbance, or whether it was related to Chu Qing's sudden departure from Xiangnan City. The saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Faced with this situation, the only thing to do is to respond. To address this matter, the group met several times and devised 3 strategies. The first strategy was defection. While the 200,000-strong force seemed numerous and powerful, the vast majority were members of the Western region's martial arts world. High-level experts were relatively few, at most 30%, with the remaining 70% consisting of small, local families, or even gangs organized by local thugs. Although numerous, they were mostly weaklings. The defection would primarily target the experts, focusing on the 5 greatest masters of the Western regions. Leveraging their prestige, the goal was to disintegrate the 200,000-strong army from within. The second strategy was encirclement. Once the defection succeeded, the plan could be arranged. They wouldn't immediately leave the area. Once the 200,000 troops were at the city gates, they could then coordinate with the martial arts experts of the southern regions within the city to launch a coordinated attack from within. It would appear as if the enemy was at the city gates, and a crisis was imminent. In reality, the decisive battleground lies just south of the city. The third strategy is decapitation. According to scouts, the Western region's heavenly evil cult is currently leaderless. Those in charge were all wiped out by Chu Qing at Jutian Pass. Initially, the Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion and the Earth Slaughter Soldier Master gathered 50,000 heavenly evil cult members, but dared not confront Chu Qing directly. Instead, they attempted to use the holy monk Jiasha and others from the Great Sumeru Zen Temple to assassinate Chu Qing. The attempt failed. Not only were they all slaughtered by Chu Qing, but the battle at Jutian Pass also wiped out all 50,000 plus heavenly evil cult members, except for those from the one city, one academy, 3 pavilions, and 4 manors who had already defected. The people gathered now are mainly led by generals under the command of the Earth Slaughter Soldier. If these generals are killed, they will inevitably be leaderless. However, the timing of the decapitation strike needs to be carefully considered. Should they strike ahead of time, launching a long-distance raid to scatter these people beforehand? Or should they wipe them out before the battle at Xiangnan City, on the eve of the impending conflict? Choosing the former would be relatively safe. There would likely be no problems within Xiangnan City, but it might alert the other generals, causing them to hesitate and not dare to return. Conversely, choosing the latter would be quite risky. However, it would wipe out the remaining forces of the Western region's heavenly evil cult, saving considerable time in conquering the Western regions. But for Lu Xiaoyan and his group, this wasn't really a choice. Once they decided on the 2 strategies above, there was no need to choose anymore. They directly chose the latter, that is, to carry out the decapitation plan when the heavenly evil cult's forces arrived at Xiangnan City. Let their morale plummet, then encircle them from both sides, finishing them off in one fell swoop. At this juncture, it would be even better if Chu Qing were here. He alone could be worth 1,000,000 soldiers. However, since Chu Qing is unavailable, Shang Qiuyu can be used. Lu Xiaoyan and Tien Fengzi specifically sought out Shang Qiuyu for this matter, ultimately obtaining the approval of the current Xian Emperor. There was no other way. His wife had this idea, and his daughter shared the same sentiment. As the saying goes, a lifetime of debt to children, half a lifetime of being a wife's slave. Shang Qiuyu is a family-oriented man, so it was only natural that he agreed to help. In fact, at this point, the situation was considered secure. With Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, taking action, let alone the generals under the Lord of War's command, even if the earthly slaughter Lord of War himself were to attack, they would be doomed. Next, they awaited the full-scale attack of the heavenly evil cult. In fact, according to Lu Xiaoyan and the others' plan, the possibility of a great victory in this battle was extremely high. However, as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes, and besides, the opponent was, after all, a group of people, not a herd of cattle to be slaughtered. Standing under the butcher's knife, would they still foolishly eat grass? Therefore, when the day actually arrived, the situation still deviated. Firstly, there was a lack of unity. Although most people seemed to agree to the defection, and the whole process went smoothly, the prestige of the 5 great masters of the Western regions had already greatly diminished since they submitted to the heavenly evil cult. Furthermore, these generals were aware of the current situation in the Western regions, and knew the prestige of these 5 great masters, yet they still dared to use them, naturally because they held their lives in their hands. Many of their families were under their control. Therefore, on the day the enemy army besieged the city, although some were still willing to cooperate in the encirclement, their numbers were far fewer than expected. Of these experts, only half followed the plan. The other half continued to collude with the heavenly evil cult. Even worse, the plan had been leaked beforehand, causing the entire process to go extremely wrong. Before the battle even began, the Western region experts, who had been turned, had already suffered heavy losses. Thus, the first 2 strategies devised by Lu Xiaoyan and his group were practically half-failed. Shang Qiuyu's decapitation plan also went poorly. The heavenly evil cult's generals were well aware of their situation. They knew their advantage in this battle lay in their numbers, but when it came to top-tier combat power, they had none. Even without Chu Qing, Xiangnan City still had the current Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. Once their group showed themselves, who could withstand a single blow from the current Xian Emperor? None. Therefore, they created a diversion, setting up dozens of central command tents. Shang Qiuyu couldn't escape one, nor could he escape another. After he swept through these dozens of central command tents, he discovered that the generals weren't even in the central command tents. Although he could rampage through hundreds of thousands of troops, unstoppable wherever he went, killing so many people, even as the current Xian Emperor, it was difficult. His hands would probably go numb from killing. even with inexhaustible true energy. Killing so many people wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. Therefore, he could only continue searching for the hidden generals. Judging from the slightest clues, the location of this group was determined. Thus, all three strategies were rendered useless. As expected, the Heavenly Evil sect acted unconventionally. Their method of attacking Xiangnan City was to use an advanced force composed of the elderly, women, and children, making the people inside Xiangnan City hesitant to attack. After all, they were all heroes of the martial world. If they were to turn their blades against the elderly, women, and children, how could they be worthy of the title of heroes? This is the difference between martial artists and true, hardened soldiers. Warfare is based on deception. Sometimes, any means are justified to win. Although many of those who roam the martial world are wicked and cruel, most of them are here on the orders of their leader, wanting to do something for the common people. How could they bear to harm women and children? Therefore, their passivity in this battle far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, during this time, Lu Xiaoyan and others, using Chu Qing's alliance leader's order, crossed the Jutian Pass and summoned many experts from the southern region to jointly defend Xiangnan City. Otherwise, Xiangnan City would likely have fallen in a single encounter. Even so, this battle was fiercely fought. The reason it wasn't easily overwhelmed by the Heavenly Evil sect was due to the sheer number of 200,000 people. Among them, the Heavenly Evil sect members constituted a minority, and truly powerful experts were few. The vast majority were people from all walks of life. To those defending Xiangnan City, these people were no different from chickens and dogs. The only difficulty was their sheer number. And if these people hadn't seen the situation as overwhelmingly favorable, seemingly able to conquer Xiangnan City with a little effort, they would have long since fled in terror at the sight of such an opponent. Thus, the battle remained in an extremely delicate balance. All the experts from the southern region of Xiangnan City participated in the battle. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyan, Tai and Fengzi, or those who made the decisions, or Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Hua Jinyan, Mudonger, they all appeared and fought. In the midst of the battle, Wu Qianhuan wielded her injured concealed sword with incredible speed. Her internal energy, cultivated daily with Chu Qing using the Tianming sword technique, was now vastly different from what it had been at the beginning. Wherever she went, few could withstand a single blow. Wenru followed closely behind, also wielding a sword. Her left hand moved in a corresponding manner, sometimes displaying the Tai Divine Fist, sometimes the Nine Heaven Star Finger, while her right hand wielded her long sword with effortless Tai Chi swordplay. She reaped the remaining opponents of Wu Qianhuan one by one. Suddenly, Wu Qianhuan's long sword whirled, its light like the moon. In a sweeping motion, a Tianxia sect disciple, appearing like a ghost behind Mu Tonger, was instantly wounded by her sword energy. Mu Tonger turned around and saw the Tianxia sect disciple suddenly burst into blood and die. Only then did she look thoughtfully at Wu Qianhuan. The two exchanged a glance, then looked away. Wu Qianhuan knew this woman harbored ill intentions towards her fiancé. Mu Tonger, after that day by the lake, had also made up her mind, but while she wanted to humble herself, she didn't know how. Their relationship remained frozen. Having been saved by Wu Qianhuan in the battle today, should she take this opportunity to curry favor? For a scoundrel, was it worth it? I owe him. Mu Tonger gritted her teeth, turning back to show a smile, but at that moment, her expression changed. Get out of the way. Even faster than her voice was her movement. She was a disciple of the legendary thief Yuzong, possessing unparalleled lightness skills. In the blink of an eye, she was beside Wu Qianhuan. She waved to push Wu Qianhuan away, but it was too late. A massive iron hammer, as large as a water vat, swung down from midair. This clumsy weapon, though used for a sneak attack, was incredibly fast and powerful, far beyond anything ordinary could match. Even Wu Qianhuan hadn't expected this move. Hearing the shepherd boy's voice, she turned around without hesitation. With a flick of her sword, she lowered her stance and thrust her sword forward. A clang rang out. The tip of her sword collided with the iron hammer. The combined force caused the hammer to press down heavily, bending Wu Qianhuan's sword. At the same time, the ground suddenly shifted, and two figures leaped out from underground. Each wielded a curved sword, their blades aimed at Wu Qianhuan's vitals. A sword light suddenly shot out diagonally, its sharp edge deflecting two of the four curved swords, redirecting them towards the other two. With two clangs, the curved swords in the left and right hands of the two men were knocked away. Wenru also let out a muffled groan and flew backward. Her internal strength was vastly inferior to these men. To be able to use Tai Chi swordplay to redirect the attack was already an extraordinary feat. Under the clash of internal energies, she naturally found it difficult to maintain her balance. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. Winru was startled, looked up, and was immediately surprised. Second senior brother? At this moment, her sharpness suddenly intensified. Iron Hammer was repelled by Wu Qianhuan's sword, and with a swift movement, 2 clangs were heard. She had already exchanged a palm strike with the 2 experts wielding the curved swords. The 2 figures swayed slightly, and Wu Qianhuan was sent flying backward, but as she retreated, she scooped up the shepherd boy in her arms. This retreat brought her to Winru's side. 2 figures passed them by. One was Cui Bu, the fist of unyielding divine fist, and the other was Biancheng, the second brother. They had been nearby, and Biancheng, seeing his junior sister being driven back, naturally came to help. Without caring about the origins of their opponents, the master and disciple attacked together. Wu Qianhuan's expression changed, and she quickly said, "You too, you mustn't." While Cui Bu and Biancheng were not ordinary, the 3 opponents were likely generals under the command of the earthly slaughter soldier master. Their martial arts were far superior. Sure enough, after only 1 exchange, Cui Bu was alright, but Biancheng had been sent flying. If Cui Bu hadn't pulled him away, he would probably be beheaded. The Tai Divine Fist, when wielded by Cui Bu, was naturally far more powerful than anything else. However, facing the combined might of the 3 great generals, he was no match. In just a moment, he was already at a significant disadvantage. Wu Qianhuan, who had just exchanged a blow with those 2 masters, was also experiencing a surge of qi and blood. Now, seeing Cui Bu in danger, she disregarded everything else, and was about to rush forward to help. But at that moment, a sharp light descended from the sky. With a whoosh, in an instant, the 3 great generals and Cui Bu were separated, and a figure dressed in white, surrounded by sword energy, slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. Biancheng rubbed his eyes. I must be dreaming. Chapter 559. If it wasn't a dream, how could he possibly see his senior brother descending from the sky, enveloped in sword energy? Biancheng knew his senior brother well, or rather, who in the entire Tai sect didn't know him. Duxing, a Tai sect disciple who was completely unskilled in swordsmanship, yet he had fallen in love with the sword. Not only that, he was immersed in his own world, believing his swordsmanship to be superior, looking down on all his peers. As a result, he was beaten to the point of near death the moment he stepped outside, and carried back to the sect. To prevent him from getting into trouble, Cui Bu changed his name to Duxing, and from then on, he was inseparable from Biancheng. Everyone knew that Cui Bu's second disciple was there to protect the eldest disciple. Biancheng understood this as well, but he never cared. Because he knew very well, his senior brother might not be highly skilled in martial arts, and might often be immersed in his own world, forgetting his true self. But he was still that very, very good senior brother. Biancheng would never forget those early years after joining the sect. Because of the great upheaval he had just experienced, he was hostile and wary of everyone around him, hurting his senior brother more than once. But it was always his senior brother who protected him, which slowly opened his heart and helped him emerge from despair step by step. Biancheng had long ago made a decision. This wonderful senior brother, even if he had to spend his whole life immersed in his own world, he was willing to protect him for the rest of his life. So, when everyone was excited that their senior brother had found his biological father, and that his identity was the son of the Sword Emperor, only Biancheng was worried. After so many years apart, did father and son truly have any affection for each other? Would his senior brother, now backed by the Sword Emperor's side, be doing poorly? Without his protection, would anyone bully him? But what was happening now? Was he being told that the one immersed in his own world was never his senior brother, that they simply didn't understand him Duxing, and that his senior brother had never needed his protection? Biancheng was confused, bewildered, and utterly shocked. No. Senior brother, are you serious? How did this bring such a huge shock to little Biancheng? Duxing turned and glanced at Biancheng. He was dressed in white, appearing exceptionally dashing even amidst the thousands of troops on the battlefield. His robes fluttered in the wind, his hair danced lightly, and in his hand lay a sword, its blade pointing sharply. Senior brother, shut up. Those 3 are here. The senior brother, who preferred to immerse himself in his own world, was far more so than Biancheng. He pointed to the opposite side. The 2 men wielding twin swords had already retrieved them, and with a flicker, disappeared below the horizon. The ground trembled violently, as the burly man wielding a giant hammer strode forward, his footsteps creating a deafening roar. Each step seemed to shatter the earth. The hammer swung, carrying a fierce wind. Just listening to it felt like one's bones would be crushed. Yet, this man wielded his weapon with surprising speed, making it seem as if the giant hammer had no weight at all. Mo Duxing stood proudly alone, his sword energy brimming at the blade, then suddenly pointed. Heaven's will is like a sword. With Heaven's will as its sword, its sharpness is unmatched. Who can withstand it? With a sharp crack, without any pause, the giant hammer in the giant man's hand was cleaved in two. His body was also split in two. One of the generals under the Slaughter Soldier Master died, with a single sword strike. Dian Chung gasped, they're really going for it. The next moment, Mo Duxing spun around, leaping into the air, flipping in midair, and landing headfirst. The sword pierced the ground with two clangs, and two figures leaped up from a few feet away on either side, simultaneously attacking Mo Duxing. But at that moment, countless figures appeared. They were countless Wu Qianhuans. The two had intended to attack Mo Duxing together, but as the saying goes, the opponent was a human, not a decoration. Unwilling to obediently follow their plan and play along with the script, Wu Qianhuan suddenly attacked, catching the two off guard. In a split second, Mo Duxing's figure flashed, his sword rising, creating 1,000 waves. The warrior on the left, wielding twin swords, was instantly cleaved in two, his two severed bodies splattering blood on the battlefield. The other warrior, wielding twin swords, swung repeatedly to counter Wu Qianhuan's sword. But her swordplay was endless, relentless and dense. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat, and ultimately, he was left wide open. Wu Qianhuan pierced his heart with her sword, his body falling dead to the ground. After killing these three, the group gathered. Actually, while Mo Duxing and Wu Qianhuan were fighting the three, Cui Bu knew, and the others hadn't been idle either. Enemies were everywhere, endless. Impossible to kill them all. After everyone gathered together, Wu Qianhuan asked, where is he? The question seemed abrupt, but everyone knew who it was referring to. While others didn't know when Chu Qing left Xiangnan City, they all did. Especially Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, who had first-hand intelligence. Chu Qing had been secretly following Mo Duxing. How come Mo Duxing has returned, but Chu Qing hasn't? Mo Duxing was also surprised. The third young master Chu hasn't returned yet. As they fought and talked, Wu Qianhuan twirled her long sword, a bright moon appearing in the air, its light chilling. Layer upon layer of sword light emerged from the moon overhead, sweeping across all directions, causing rivers of blood to flow. She frowned. He hasn't returned. Mo Duxing remained aloof. Strange. After rescuing my father, he took us back to Five Emperor City. In the Five Emperor City, his fist shook the fist Emperor Luo Kongming, and his flying knife killed Jianjiu. Afterwards, he bid farewell to the Tao Emperor and the Sword Emperor, and left the Five Emperor City. I only returned after learning this news. At his speed, he should have returned to Xiangnan City before me. The group listened in stunned silence as they fought, then began to grimace. How many days has Chu Qing been gone? How come he's already fighting the Fist Emperor Luo Kongming, and getting involved with the Tao Emperor and others? And who is Jianjiu? Cui Bu knew, hearing someone he hadn't heard of, couldn't help but ask. Mo Duxing didn't hide anything. He's the Sword Emperor you met. Dead? Killed him with a single flying knife. Mo Duxing sighed. In the world today, I'm afraid only young Master Chu can make me wary. Go away. Dianqing, already seething with anger, turned even more furious upon hearing this, his face turning ashen. He wanted nothing more than to lash out, and tell his senior brother to get lost. Mo Duxing didn't care. He and his fellow disciples had long enjoyed this way of getting along. The shepherd boy, who was wandering around, killing people as opportunities arose, suddenly spoke up. Could he have run off somewhere to play? Everyone thought for a moment, and shook their heads, deeming it impossible. As the dignified leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance, even if he had business to attend to, he wouldn't be so idle as to abandon them all here to enjoy himself. Wu Qianhuan, who understood Chu Qing better, asked, You went to the Five Emperors City on this trip. Is it possible he went to the first path? Or, when he returned, could he have gone to the northern region? What would he be doing in the northern region? Cui Bu asked in surprise. This time, before Wu Qianhuan could speak, Winter said, Master, you don't know, he promised Wan Chunhua to kill Bai Tian, the leader of the Great Wind Pavilion in the northern region. For him, this was just a side matter. He probably made a quick trip to the northern region on his way back, and probably didn't expect it to take long. The group discussed this, and felt they had a general idea of Chu Qing's whereabouts. But for now, even if they knew, they couldn't possibly go to the northern region to find him. Until this situation is resolved, nothing else matters. With limited true energy and inexhaustible internal strength, they would inevitably run into trouble in this surging tide of people. Of course, They weren't without options now. They could simply abandon Xiangnan City and leave this vortex first. They could then return and fight their way back after Chu Qing's comeback. Looking back at Xiangnan City, she found this approach unacceptable. The heavenly evil sect was cunning and ruthless. It was hard to say whether they might massacre the entire city of Xiangnan to enhance their murder scripture skills. Just as she was struggling with this dilemma, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The attacking group hadn't even reacted before their bodies twisted, and in the blink of an eye, only sets of clothes remained on the spot. Shang Qiuyu descended from the sky. Has a general appeared here? He had seen him from afar, and had been searching for him. Wu Qianhuan and the others nodded. Then Shang Qiuyu said, "They seem to want to make Chu Xiaobai hesitate. Which of you is that pretty boy's woman?" Wu Qianhuan pulled Wenru forward, while Mu Tong'er stood hesitantly behind them. Shang Qiuyu rolled his eyes at his daughter. He had raised her to be confident and open-minded, yet she was so timid and hesitant over a man. Wu Qianhuan noticed the shepherd girl behind her and simply took her hand. "The three of us." Shang Qiuyu was overjoyed. It seemed there was a reason why this pretty boy Chu liked Wu Qianhuan so much. Truly the demeanor of an empress. She's worthy of that pretty boy. However, this feeling came and went quickly. He suddenly realized that as the shepherd girl's father, his thoughts seemed a bit biased. He coughed. "The three of you have come with me. What does Senior intend to do?" "Fishing." Based on the actions of the three generals just now, Shang Qiuyu guessed that they hadn't appeared here for no reason. The target is likely Wu Qianhuan and her group. The goal is to capture them, and use them to threaten Chu Qing. Whether this is the heavenly evil cult leader's plan, Shang Qiuyu doesn't know, but it's definitely the general's objective. So using these three as bait might force the hidden generals to reveal themselves. Wu Qianhuan and the other two didn't hesitate. In fact, Mu Tong'er was a little excited. She felt like she had been accepted. However, Wu Qianhuan told her not to be too happy yet. While she could agree, if Chu Qing didn't give his consent, it wouldn't matter. Mu Tong'er nodded repeatedly, indicating she understood. Wenru tilted her head and looked at Mu Tong'er several times, then suggested, "How about we go find him to sleep together tonight?" Mu Tong'er was quite surprised. "Why don't you go by yourself?" "I'm too scared to go alone." Wenru's words were firm and resolute. Shang Qiuyu's face darkened. Damn it, she's seen pigs rooting for cabbages, but cabbages so eager to root for pigs. That was truly rare. And what was this situation? Could these little girls even handle this? Was this the place to discuss this kind of thing? They really didn't treat themselves like outsiders. Shang Qiuyu mentally scoffed, but looking at her daughters, she suddenly felt she wasn't an outsider after all. In the midst of battle, things changed rapidly, and time waits for no one. Wu Qianhuan and the others, of course, remembered the important matter. Their casual conversation didn't delay their actions. Shang Qiuyu vanished from their side, disappearing into the shadows. And surprisingly, this tactic worked quite well. Shang Qiuyu's guess was correct. This was indeed another objective of these generals within the battle formation. They always knew that capturing Xiangnan City wasn't their primary goal. Chu Qing, standing behind Xiangnan City, was the key. However, Chu Qing's martial arts were too high. They had no confidence in their ability to win. But if they could use this battle to capture Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, even killing one and capturing the other, it would make Chu Qing hesitant to act. In his quick thinking, Shang Qiuyu used this tactic of luring the enemy out, which yielded unexpected success. It caused the generals to reveal themselves, attempting to capture and kill Wu Qianhuan and the others. Shang Qiuyu killed one of them. Their keen intelligence also made Shang Qiuyu realize that these people likely possessed a method of concealed communication on the battlefield. Therefore, he concealed himself even more deeply. As for when this decapitation campaign would end, it's actually quite simple. As long as the enemy's offensive rhythm faltered, it meant there was no longer a leader in command. At that point, the decapitation plan would be complete. Just as Shang Qiuyu had predicted, after killing 7 or 8 generals in one go, the heavenly evil cult's offensive indeed lost its rhythm. This brought a sigh of relief to Lu Xiaoyan and the others. The second strategy, which had initially failed, was once again successfully revived. Without a commander interfering, they were now a disorganized mess. The entire war situation began to reverse, because a large number of heavenly evil cult members deserted in the face of battle. These were all ragtag individuals, of varying quality, used to make up the numbers. The opposing forces' numbers began to dwindle rapidly. The morale of the Xiangnan City side surged dramatically. Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tong'er exchanged glances, all seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Just then, the shepherd boy suddenly yawned widely, and the next moment, he collapsed into sleep. Wenru was taken aback. Sleeping here will make you catch a cold. Wake up, let's go back. Before she could finish speaking, she too yawned and slumped to the ground. Wu Qianhuan's expression changed. She looked around abruptly and discovered that everyone, whether from Xiangnan City or the heavenly evil sect, had all fallen asleep, some breathing evenly, others snoring loudly. They were all asleep. She quickly bit her tongue, trying to wake herself up. But ultimately, she couldn't resist the sleepiness. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and the world spun around her as she drifted off to sleep. At that moment, a figure descended from the northern region, his gaze immediately filled with shock. What's going on? Why are so many people sleeping in front of Xiangnan City? Chapter 560. The sun was high in the sky, the sunlight perfect. In the city lord's mansion of Tianwu City, Wu Qianhuan awoke from a hazy state. She sat up abruptly, instinctively reaching up to touch her neck. Her skin was delicate and smooth. A look of confusion crossed her face, then she let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a dream. She glanced back at the other half of the bed. The mattress was cold. Her husband had clearly already gotten up. Married for 3 years, she had grown accustomed to her husband's daily routine of rising before dawn to attend to state affairs. After all, he was now the city lord of Tianwu City. 3 years ago, witnessed by their elders, she, the dignified young lady of Tianwu City, finally married the third young master of the Chu family. It was a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Originally, it was she, not her husband, who should have inherited the position of city lord of Tianwu City. But regardless of intelligence or martial arts skills, Wu Qianhuan considered herself far inferior to Chu Qing. Wu Ganqi only had her as a daughter, and rather than make things difficult for herself, she preferred to fulfill her husband's wishes. Therefore, Chu Qing naturally became the city lord of Tianwu City. In recent years, under Chu Qing's rule, Tianwu City has grown increasingly powerful. Surrounding forces have either allied with or annexed it, and its territory has continuously expanded. This increasingly aggressive approach has even shown signs of aligning with the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor. Now, in the martial world, who wouldn't give Chu Qing a thumbs up and call him exceptional? But sitting here today, reflecting on the past, I don't know why, but those memories feel blurry, like fleeting smoke. I know clearly, yet upon closer thought, I feel I can't recall anything. Mother. A childish voice reached her ears, and Wu Qianhuan quickly got up. She saw a 2-year-old boy with a pigtail running across the threshold into the room, coming to her bedside and snuggling up to her. A smile spread across Wu Qianhuan's face. They had their child in their first year of marriage. Chu Qing named him Qiyang Sunrise, the first ray of sunlight in the morning. She doted on him immensely, yet was not without strict discipline. Good boy, Yong'er. Wu Qianhuan reached out and touched his little face. It was chubby, soft, and very endearing. Young master, please don't disturb madam's rest. A maidservant followed behind, specifically there to accompany and care for Chu Chaoyang. Wu Qianhuan smiled and looked up. It's nothing, But when her gaze fell on the maid's face, she suddenly shuddered. Xiao Ruru. The 3 words escaped her lips, but a look of confusion immediately followed. Who was Xiao Ruru? The maid was young, especially short, petite and delicate, and very gentle. She first bowed to Wu Qianhuan, then bent down and picked up Chu Chaoyang. Wu Qianhuan, however, felt her mind was a mess. She looked at the maid's face, a familiar feeling constantly assaulting her mind. It felt so familiar, so very familiar. But it wasn't the familiarity between a mistress and a maid. Their relationship didn't seem to be like that at all. No matter how hard she tried to recall, she couldn't remember what their relationship should be. The more she thought about it, the more exhausted she became. In her hazy state, she saw a serious expression on both Chu Chaoyang's and the maid's faces. When will mother's illness get better? Alas, young master, don't worry. Master has already gone to the Yin-Yang forest to invite the Yin-Yang hermit. He owes master many favors, and is a renowned healer. He can surely save madam. Yin-Yang forest, the Yin-Yang hermit? Yes, it's that senior who lives in the Yin-Yang forest. She had heard her husband mention that senior had the ability to revive the dead and heal the wounded. He went to invite this Yin-Yang hermit for my illness? But when did I fall ill? As the thought swirled in her mind, she felt pain all over her body. It seemed she was indeed extremely ill. But why did she have no recollection of any of this? If she was this ill, how could she not know? Did she need someone else to remind her? Wu Qianhuan felt something was wrong. Something seemed off. She struggled to sit up. I want to go for a walk. Okay, mother. Chu Chaoyang said excitedly. Yong'er will go with you. Wu Qianhuan put on her coat, fastened it, and led Chu Chaoyang out the door. The sun was shining brightly. The temperature on her skin was very comfortable, giving her an indescribable feeling of ease. In weather like this, finding a shady spot to lie down and take a good nap would definitely be very comfortable. But Wu Qianhuan didn't sleep. She felt like she had forgotten something. In fact, she realized that she had forgotten many things. When did Chu Qing return from running away from home when he was young? When did she and he exchange feelings? How had they spent these 3 years of marriage? How did she fall ill? The more she tried to recall, the less she could remember. She led Chu Chaoyang to the back garden of Tianwu City. Looking at the blooming flowers, she stopped. "Mother, what's wrong?" "I was thinking, what season is it when plum blossoms bloom?" "Late winter, early spring." Chu Chaoyang said with a smile. "Mother is so silly. Even I know this, but you don't. If I hadn't told you, you would still be in the dark." He laughed smugly. But Wu Qianhuan didn't laugh. She pointed to a peach tree in full bloom in a corner of the garden. "What month is it now?" The smile on Chu Chaoyang's face vanished, replaced by a sigh. "Why are you always so clever and perceptive about such trivial matters?" A sudden fear gripped Wu Qianhuan's heart, and she looked down at her 2-year-old child. His face was filled with a sinister and malicious expression. Wu Qianhuan stared in astonishment at the child who could display such a sinister smile, suddenly realizing more inconsistencies. Even if she were sick, Chu Chaoyang wouldn't have such a serious expression. That wasn't an expression a 2-year-old could make. Something was wrong. This Chu Chaoyang was wrong, this back garden was wrong, and the past 3 years she had lived through were wrong. Many details were missing from her life. It seemed like many people were missing. Who? Who was missing? Wu Qianhuan looked at the maid beside her, a girl with a lovely face and clear, unfathomable eyes, and the image immediately came to mind. Wenru! Why did Wenru not marry Chu Qing after I married him? He wouldn't let down the girl who's followed him all the way through the martial world. Wait, all the way through? Yes, Chu Qing has been on the move. He's the leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance. How could he possibly return to Tianwu City as a mere city lord? As these thoughts arose, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic change. The once bright and sunny sky became overcast, and although it didn't rain, gusts of cold wind swept through. Little Chu Chaoyang stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed. Don't you like it? I thought you should like it. Like what? Wu Qianhuan's eyes held an unprecedented seriousness and wariness. Like the dream I woven for you. Chu Chaoyang stopped in his tracks. He was still that 2-year-old toddler with his hair in a topknot. But the expression on his face wasn't that of a child's innocence and simplicity. It was the anger of an adult. He looked at Wu Qianhuan. No woman wants to share her man with another woman. And no woman doesn't want her husband by her side day and night. So I woven you a beautiful dream where no other woman is there, and he's always protecting you. Don't you like it? Don't you want to be lost in this dream? I have happiness waiting for me in reality. Why should I be lost in a dream you woven? Wu Qianhuan subconsciously reached out to touch Shangyin, but Shangyin wasn't beside her. She had nothing of value, no sword in her hand. What a pity. Chu Chaoyang sighed softly, his chubby little hand flipping over, revealing a dagger. He glanced at Wu Qianhuan. Sit down. A powerful force descended, and Wu Qianhuan sat down on the ground without any resistance. Chu Chaoyang walked step by step to her, grabbing her hair with one hand, and without hesitation, plunged the dagger into her neck. Thud, blood splattered, but not Wu Qianhuan's. It was the maid with the exact same face as Wenru. Her face was expressionless, her eyes empty and lifeless. But she had bravely blocked the blow. Wu Qianhuan's eyes instantly turned red. Little Ruru. Her voice couldn't wake anyone. She could only watch as Chu Chaoyang unhesitatingly pulled out the dagger, then plunged it back in, repeatedly, more than a dozen times, until the maid's body finally collapsed to the ground. Overestimating yourself. Chu Chaoyang's icy voice rang out. Wu Qianhuan's face was filled with shock and grief. Then she suddenly looked at Chu Chaoyang. You. Before she could finish speaking, the dagger that had just killed the maid was plunged into Wu Qianhuan's neck, crimson blood flowing down the blade. Chu Chaoyang's face remained expressionless. He simply circled the dagger around her neck. In excruciating pain, Wu Qianhuan watched helplessly as Chu Chaoyang severed her head. Her mind went blank, and she gradually lost consciousness. Through a hazy daze, Wu Qianhuan slowly opened her eyes. As consciousness returned, she sat bolt upright in bed. Subconsciously, she reached up and touched her neck, then inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. The moment she uttered those simple 6 words, a shiver ran through her body. It seemed that at some point, in the same place, she had said the same words. So what was that dream? She looked at the other half of the bed. The person who should have been sleeping there was no longer there. Yes, he was now the dignified lord of Tianwu City. 3 years of marriage. Wu Qianhuan suddenly frowned. Why did these words feel so familiar? It was as if something similar had happened before. She turned her head blankly, looking towards the bedroom door. The sound of clattering footsteps quickly reached her ears. Wu Qianhuan's pupils contracted as she saw a 2-year-old child step over the threshold and enter the room. Mama, Mama. The child called out in a sweet, childish voice, coming to the bedside and acting coquettishly. Wu Qianhuan's breathing was slightly heavy. She remembered, she had experienced this before, and more than once. When did it begin? Every time she woke up, it was in this bed, recalling the past 3 years, though it was essentially a blank slate. But each time, it felt like she was going through a process of recollection. Then the day began, and finally, Chu Chaoyang severed her head. This was a dream woven by Chu Chaoyang, to be precise. His name wasn't Chu Chaoyang. In the previous dream, he referred to himself as this king. Therefore, he was one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil cult. Prince Ming. Chu Qing had once obtained information about the 12 holy kings, one of whom was Prince Ming. His specifics were unknown, but if this was a dream, then this was the only one who fit the description. Chu Chaoyang looked up at Wu Qianhuan. Mother. What's wrong? Don't you like your child anymore? Wu Qianhuan slowly shook her head, then smiled slightly. How could mother not like you? Younger is the best. Young master, please don't disturb madam's rest. A maidservant followed her into the room. Wu Qianhuan looked up, her pupils contracting slightly again. It's different. The maidservant who came this time looked different from the last one. Last time, it was a gentle face. This time, it's a stranger's face. Wu Qianhuan didn't reveal her suspicions, but secretly pondered. It seems that not everything is constant in this dream. She silently circulated her inner energy, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Her inner strength was still there. But was inner strength in this dream meaningful? Wu Qianhuan had no experience in this area, but regardless, at least it gave her some peace of mind. Mother? Chu Qiang. The call came again. Wu Qianhuan sneered inwardly. The dignified 12 holy kings had actually lowered themselves. Calling her mother? Acting like her son? Did they even deserve it? But her face remained expressionless, her smile still gentle. She said softly, Mother is all right. Younger, go and fetch the sword hanging on the wall for mother. Chu Qiang seemed somewhat surprised, tilting his head to look at the wounded hidden sword hanging on the wall. But I can't reach it. That's right, my Younger isn't grown up yet. Wu Qianhuan stood up, put on her outer robe, went to the wall, and took down the hidden sword. The sword from her dream. Could she still use it? She turned to look at Chu Chaoyang. Come on, mother will teach Younger swordsmanship today. Really? Chu Chaoyang clapped his chubby little hands, jumping and skipping. Great. Great. Mother is going to teach me swordsmanship. That's right. Lead the way, let's go to the training ground. Chu Chaoyang didn't hesitate at all, turned and walked towards the door. But just then, a long sword suddenly pierced his back. He looked down at the sword tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 561. Although Wu Qianhuan wasn't proficient in martial arts related to the spiritual realm, Chu Qing was an expert in this area. Since the two were together every day, they naturally discussed this topic frequently. Chu Qing had once told Wu Qianhuan that things in the spiritual world could be divided into reality and illusion. Some things seemed real, but were actually false, and vice versa. The boundary between reality and illusion was unclear. Ultimately, it all came down to 2 words: willpower. Believe, and it's real; disbelieve, and it's illusory. In the spiritual world, some people could have bodies as thick as mountains, pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon, wield the sun like a meteor hammer, and split the heavens and earth with a single blow. If you believed, facing such an opponent, no matter how skilled you were, you would only face death. Conversely, these things were like fleeting shadows, unable to cause any harm. Of course, there were also masters who could do this. Even if you didn't believe it was real, they could pry open your heart and make reality and illusion change in an instant. It's like in the spiritual world, someone is carrying a mountain and smashing it down. Even knowing it's fake, watching the collapsing mountain, the piercing wind, the collapse of everything. All these changes subconsciously make one feel that it's real. The result is, reality and illusion are instantly reversed, and the one who gives all this real power is the one being attacked. Wu Qianhuan had even asked Chu Qing if, at his level, he would also have to fight in the spiritual world in this way. Chu Qing shook his head, indicating that for someone at his level, reality and illusion are only a thought away, independent of the opponent's will, and he could even strip away the opponent's will, manipulating their thoughts at will. The methods used were so sophisticated that they were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. But Wu Qianhuan didn't need to understand any of this, she only needed to know that she was currently in a dream. Everything in the dream was false, deliberately woven for her by someone. Although different from the spiritual world, the principle was the same. The only thing she needed to do now was to transform the other party's reality into falsehood, while everything she possessed was real. Therefore, when she obtained the sword, she kept telling herself that this sword was real. This sword could kill the dream prince. Now, this sword had indeed pierced the other party's heart. Whether it succeeded or not, she didn't know, but at least there was a possibility. In fact, Chu Qiyang was truly astonished. The shock on his face was genuine as he watched the blood dripping from the sword tip onto the ground. He turned to look at Wu Qianhuan. At first, Wu Qianhuan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Before death, people always want to see who killed them. But when that head turned a full 180 degrees, she realized something was wrong. This was a monster. Could her sword kill him? The thought flashed through her mind, and Wu Qianhuan immediately sensed danger. But before she could react, Chu Chaoyang had already disengaged from his sword, his wounds vanishing in the blink of an eye. He looked up at Wu Qianhuan, his smile turning sinister and malicious once more. You remember? Why? Wu Qianhuan didn't know why, and she didn't want to explain to the person before her. Gathering her will, she spun her sword, the moon rising over the vast sea, its light cold and sharp. Everything around her suddenly began to vanish. The sun overhead, the azure sky, Tianwu City, and the city lord's mansion all disappeared without a trace. The solid ground beneath her feet was no longer hers. It had transformed into a surging sea. A bright moon rose behind her, as large as a mountain, perfectly round and crystalline. Wu Qianhuan stepped out from within the moon, her sword's sharpness seemingly capable of cleaving the entire sea in two. Swoosh! This time, Wu Qianhuan felt no hesitation. The long sword fell, instantly cleaving Chu Chaoyang in two. The remaining sword energy flew through the air, causing the sea to crack and waves to surge. It's done! Wu Qianhuan dared not hesitate for a moment, lest she repeat her previous mistake. The next moment, she felt herself rising upwards, as if something was pulling her away from above. Was this a sign of waking from a dream? Her consciousness gradually blurred, and in a hazy state, she opened her eyes. She felt she had slept very well. She sat up in bed, feeling refreshed and full of energy. She put on her coat, and was about to leave the room, but just as her foot was about to step out, she suddenly felt a little dazed. What am I going to do? Go find someone. Who? 2 questions, 1 answer, yet she fell into even greater confusion. But an endless chill suddenly crept up her spine. It was a wave of fear emanating from the depths of her heart. Fragments of memories suddenly flooded her mind, and then she heard a voice suddenly come from behind her. Mother, let's practice swordsmanship. Wu Qianhuan's heart tightened. She tried to turn around, but couldn't. Behind her, a sinister, malicious voice spoke again. Shouldn't this sword be practiced like this? A chill condensed into a single point, ultimately transforming into excruciating pain, slowly piercing her heart, and then surging out of her chest. Wu Qianhuan looked down at the half-sword tip protruding from her chest, and gritted her teeth. It's fake. But the pain was real. She felt truly struck by the sword. Fake? The voice behind her was mocking. Look, where in front of you are any fake doors and windows? The scent you smell, everything you see, aren't they all real? Then why do you think this sword piercing your heart is fake? Although I don't know how you awoke from this great dream sutra, and regained your previous memories. But haven't you noticed that your will is growing weaker and weaker? Weakness, dizziness, vertigo, then utter powerlessness, and eventually you find yourself like a humble shadow. So light and thin, a gust of wind and you dissipate. Tell me, at that point, will you be alive or dead? The voice was sinister and cruel, yet also twisted with an indescribable smugness, each word leading Wu Qianhuan toward her doom. But Wu Qianhuan remained unmoved, instead laughing. So it seems you're nothing special after all. What did you say? The voice behind her was rough, the anger and dissatisfaction barely contained. Wu Qianhuan said softly, I said, you're nothing special after all. These methods couldn't kill me, and even weaving a dream is riddled with flaws. He said that if someone is truly a master of mental martial arts, their spirit will be annihilated once they are killed by them. But look, how many times have I died at your hands? even if what you just said has some merit. So many deaths have only worn me down to this point. How long do you plan to kill me here? Aren't you worried that what happened in the last dream will happen again? You can wear down my will, and I can wear down yours. In the end, who will win is still unknown. Rebellious traitors, how dare you be so arrogant? The Dream Prince no longer used Chu Chiyang's childish voice. His slightly aged roar was his true voice. But these words didn't hurt Wu Qianhuan at all. Instead, they made her understand something even more. Your impotent rage cannot change the status quo. I don't know if your skills have reached their limit, or if there's another reason. At least in my opinion, your abilities are indeed lacking. You can't even create different characters to affect me. A maid I never seen before, a child I never met. All your actors. But I don't know either of them. I think I know them, but that's just what you told me. Then can I guess that you can't even see my memories? You can only shape this dream based on your perception. The reason I can see the gentle face isn't because of you, but because of me. That's why the little maid with that gentle face would risk her life to shield me from a knife. The same logic applies. Because you lack the ability, I never seen Chu Qing in this dream. It's not because you don't want the dream to be more realistic, but because you can't. How pathetic. If you truly want me to be trapped in this dream, at least bring Chu Qing out. Without him, how can I be trapped? The Dream King fell silent, but soon his cold voice rang out again. The dream may be fake, but is the pain fake too? Girl, don't you really feel any pain? Pain. Excruciating pain. Wu Qianhuan could only keep telling herself it was fake, that she wasn't actually injured, so that she could occasionally escape the pain. But the dream continued. She had to do something to break the dream. The heavenly bright sword technique circulated within her body, her surging internal energy flowing through her meridians. The next moment, Wu Qianhuan's eyes brightened slightly. She took only 2 steps forward before freeing herself from the longsword. Turning around, her wound instantly healed. Looking at Prince Ming, who still resembled Chu Chaoyang, she suddenly laughed. It seems your abilities are truly limited. You can't even prevent my inner energy from flowing abnormally, otherwise, how could my inner energy easily bypass your sword's edge and circulate through my meridians? Prince Ming suddenly laughed. Everyone knows Chu Qing, but no one knows you, Wu Qianhuan. Truly, a woman who rivals any man. Wu Qianhuan smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. The world doesn't need to know me. Knowing him is enough. Unfortunately, you're about to die. When I knew nothing about this place, you couldn't kill me. Now that I understand it, what makes you think you can? You're wrong. The Dream King shook his head slightly. I didn't initially intend to kill you. Someone else should have killed you. What I wanted to do was simply drag you into an endless nightmare, so you could never wake up again. But now, thinking about it, such a method seems too gentle, which is why a junior like you can point fingers at me and spout nonsense. So now, I'm no longer fixated on dragging you into a nightmare. I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianhuan turned and ran without a second thought. Dreams are incredibly mysterious. A single thought can reverse right and wrong. Wu Qianhuan believed she had some understanding of this, even some mastery. But she didn't intend to use this to fight the Dream King. Because this was a last resort. How could a novice, newly entered into a dream and remaining conscious, possibly comparing herself to a master of manipulating dreams for years? Wu Qianhuan was well aware of her own limitations. What she needed to do now wasn't to kill the Dream Prince. As it turned out, that was futile. It would only lead to the next cycle. And initially, she wouldn't even awaken her previous memories, allowing the other party to continuously gain the upper hand. What she needed to do now was run, to leave this place, to survive as long as possible, and to grasp more details of this dream. So that in the near future, she could completely seize the initiative. Using this dream, which perhaps originally depended on her, she could annihilate this intruder. This idea wasn't just Wu Qianhuan's wild fantasy. At least she had some evidence that this place was based on her own dream. After all, she was Chu Qing's fiancée, and she had dreamt of her future life with him more than once. Perhaps they would have a lovely child. After many years of marriage, how would Chu Qing treat her? What would her future look like? These thoughts and feelings inevitably led to dreams. These dreams resonated with her own experiences. There were many similarities between her dreams and this one. Therefore, if this was truly her dream, she was determined to take control of it. However, just as she set off, a tremendous force bound her. Although there was nothing in the void, it felt as if an invisible hand was firmly trapping her in midair. Looks like I failed. Wu Qianhuan wasn't annoyed. In several cycles, she discovered that her memories were returning faster and faster. Prince Ming couldn't hold her for long. Therefore, she could calmly look at Prince Ming floating before her and pull out his dagger. Hurry up. Wu Qianhuan tried to break free using her willpower, but to no avail. Perhaps her willpower wasn't strong enough, or perhaps this was one of Prince Ming's tactics. So she simply offered her neck for execution. We meet again soon. I will kill you 100 times, 1,000 times, until you completely vanish. The dagger was thrust forward, but there was no sound of it piercing flesh. Wu Qianhuan, who had offered her neck for execution, waited a short while. Seeing no movement, she opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was 2 beautiful fingers. Following the fingers upwards, she saw the person she had longed for day and night. She pouted, her cheeks puffed out, somewhat annoyed, but tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes, and her voice, slightly choked with sobs, rang out. I was almost there. Why did you take so long? Chapter 562. Chu Qing looked at the girl, bound in midair like a lamb to the slaughter, still stubbornly insisting she was about to win. Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated. I don't see how close you are to winning. I am close to winning. Wu Qianhuan snorted. This was actually a bit unreasonable. After all, she herself didn't know when she would actually win. Whether she would be completely worn down or turn the tables was still unknown. But perhaps because she was used to reasoning, Wu Qianhuan really didn't want to reason at this moment. She really wanted to tell Chu Qing that this **** had killed her many times. The pain of having her head chopped off was just like the real thing. Those experiences, now, were somewhat blurry in her memory. After all, dreams have a characteristic. They are easily forgotten. Even the most vivid dreams, even if vividly remembered the moment one wakes up, still retain every detail. But if she doesn't tell anyone, often in the blink of an eye, everything she just remembered vanishes from her mind. The reason Wu Qianhuan can still remember so much is mainly because she hasn't fully woken up from the dream. Before seeing Chu Qing, she could bravely face all hardships. But when this guy suddenly appeared beside her, the pain she had endured turned into resentment, and even a strong-willed girl like Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but have her eyes fill with tears. She wanted to be unreasonable in front of him. Tell the person in front of you that you were bullied by that **** across the street, and you have to stand up for me. Unfortunately, Wu Qianhuan still wasn't used to complaining to her own man. Her lips moved for a long time, but she didn't say it. But there was no need to say it. The extent of her grievances, enough to make her fiancé cry, was already imaginable. All right, stop crying. Chu Qing released his grip on the dagger and gently stroked Wu Qianhuan's nose. Wu Qianhuan was startled at first, but then she realized that the dagger didn't attack again after Chu Qing released his grip. It simply remained suspended in midair. No matter how much the Prince Ming grimaced, he couldn't budge it an inch. Sensing Chu Qing's slightly indulgent gesture, he blushed deeply. There are outsiders here. Then don't treat him like a human being. As Chu Qing spoke casually, Prince Ming suddenly seemed to be struck by something, plummeting from midair to the ground. With a deafening crash, the ground shattered, leaving him with a twisted mouth and distorted eyes. Then, he was lifted back into the air by an invisible force, and kneaded and molded at Chu Qing's will. In no time, he was tortured beyond recognition. Looking at his miserable state, Wu Qianhuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Prince Ming, it seems you're not so good after all. Didn't you say you kill me 1,000 times over? How come? You become like this now? Prince Ming was speechless. This dream was indeed one he had woven. His intention was to make Wu Qianhuan sink into its depths. However, he hadn't expected Wu Qianhuan to always sense something amiss in the dream, causing her to wake up in fright. Therefore, he could only deepen the dream layer by layer, constantly waking Wu Qianhuan from one dream within a dream. The result, however, inexplicably restored Wu Qianhuan's previous memories. Now he had changed his mind and wanted to completely annihilate Wu Qianhuan, but Chu Qing arrived. How he invaded this deep dream realm, the Dream King didn't know. He only knew that when facing Wu Qianhuan, he was the king of the dream. But facing Chu Qing, he was like a lowly ant, utterly powerless to resist. Now he was controlled by Chu Qing, unable to even open his mouth from beginning to end. From the moment the other party appeared, all his movements were no longer under his control. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He wants to kill you 1,000 times? Although Wu Qianhuan hadn't intended to complain, like a bullied child going to their parents. She had already said it, and there was no reason to deny it, so she nodded. Chu Qing's expression was somewhat gloomy. Killing 1,000 times, this was certainly not the first, nor the last. Before he arrived, how many deaths had Wu Qianhuan already experienced in this dream? He turned to look at the dream prince, whose face immediately paled. Although Chu Qing's expression wasn't ferocious, he sensed danger within it. Then he saw the surrounding courtyard vanish. It was as if a hand had forcefully erased it. Afterwards, a frame resembling a doorway appeared before him. His body involuntarily floated onto the frame, his hands and feet bound first, followed by his collarbone. Iron hooks pierced through the chains, securing every bone in his body that could be anchored. Then he heard the sound of machinery operating. He rushed to look and saw many wheels with sharp blades appearing around the door frame like shelf. They began to move closer to him. Amidst the Dream Prince's terrified expression, flesh and blood began to splatter. This cruel mechanism first severed his hands and feet, then slowly shredded his body into pieces, leaving only his head rolling to the ground. Throughout the entire process, he was extremely conscious. A force not of his own was empowering his mind. It allowed him to clearly feel how he went from existence to non-existence. Only when his consciousness faded into darkness did the Dream Prince feel as if he had escaped from purgatory. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, when he opened his eyes again, he was still bound to that shelf, and looking down, he could even see his own severed head beside it. The familiar grinding sound of gears returned. No, no! The Dream Prince instinctively opened his mouth, only then realizing that he could speak again. But then a sharp pain struck, and the words he tried to utter turned into pitiful screams. But this was only the beginning of his nightmare. He continued to experience death and rebirth repeatedly. Until his spirit could no longer withstand this dream invasion, he finally vanished into Wu Qianhuan's dream. It seems like it's not 1,000 times yet. Chu Qing counted the heads on the ground, over 500 times. Can I continue after I find his true form? Wu Qianhuan snapped out of her daze, and quickly said, we've been delayed here too long. Xiangnan City was invaded by the heavenly evil cult, and Senior Shan led us to kill those generals. Now, however, I've been suddenly ambushed by Prince Ming. I wonder what the situation is like outside. Chu Qing gently patted her back. Don't worry, the fact that I'm here means there's nothing wrong outside. Besides, time is different in dreams than in reality. What's 10,000 years here might be just a thought outside. Let's go, I take you out. As she spoke, everything around her began to shatter. Then Wu Qianhuan saw the turbulent sea. This scene was from the previous dream, when she had gained a slight advantage, and used the Xiaoye Guhan sword technique to kill Prince Ming. Wu Qianhuan thought the scene had disappeared, but it was still there. But the next moment, this scene also began to crumble and disappear. She and Chu Qing appeared in the back garden of the Tianwu City Lord's mansion. This was where her head had been severed. How could this be? Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing with some surprise. Prince Ming's martial arts are quite peculiar. He can enter other people's dreams and interfere with them. Prince Ming's martial arts are somewhat mysterious. He can enter other people's dreams and interfere with them. However, his intervention ability is limited. He can barely create something from nothing, but it's not particularly skillful. He can temporarily obscure your memories, but he can't use them for his own purposes. Most of what you know in your dreams actually comes from your own earnestness and imagination. He can change very little. He doesn't even dare to impersonate someone close to you, because you notice something amiss. So every time you're harmed, he weaves a completely new dream for you, dragging you into a deeper nightmare. And the result of doing this is, it makes it a bit difficult for me to find you. I traverse countless layers of dreams to find you. Chu Qing didn't need to elaborate. The shattering scenes of each dream had already given Wu Qianhuan a clue. A nameless fear gripped her heart. Even if she could somehow turn the tables on the Dream King, would she be able to escape this dream world? She felt she was highly unlikely to escape. More likely, she would be trapped in this dream world forever. Fortunately, Chu Qing arrived. The world crumbled layer by layer, everything collapsing. In a daze, Wu Qianhuan felt Chu Qing's speed increasing, everything around her becoming bizarre, and her mind becoming hazy. Finally, her head lolled to the side, and she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, the stench of blood filled her nostrils. Wu Qianhuan looked around blankly and found herself lying on Wenru's body. Around them was the battlefield before Xiangnan City, where the corpses of several generals, who had been killed not long ago, lay silently. Wenru also awoke at that moment, rubbing her head. I think I had a strange dream? I even dreamt that my third brother came to save me in my dream. Wu Qianhuan nodded repeatedly. Me too. But now, thinking back, I can't remember what I dreamt about. Me too. I can't remember anything at all. Mu Tong'er quietly raised her hand in agreement. Not only them, but everyone around them woke up. They all remembered having a dream not long ago. But the things in the dream were blurry. They couldn't remember. However, a vague feeling lingered that it wasn't a good dream. Tong'er, are you alright? Zhang Qiuyu's voice came, and Wu Qianhuan and the others turned to look. Sure enough, they saw the Xian Emperor rushing towards them. Mu Tong'er shook his head. Father, did you have a dream? Father didn't have a dream. It was that dream prince who put you to sleep. He has the ability to make you enter his dreams, but he doesn't have the ability to make father enter mine. Shang Qiuyu said, How is it? Don't you remember anything that happened in your dream? How do you know? Chu Xiaobalian told me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. He really came back? He came back. You had just fallen asleep when he returned. Shang Qiuyu said, He's the one who dragged you out of your dreams. The reason you can't remember the dream is because he tampered with it. Prince Meng is ruthless. You probably all died more than once in your dreams. He was worried these memories would harm you, so he simply made you forget all those dreams. Senior Shang, where is he now? Wu Qianhuan asked. He went to find Prince Ming. He had barely finished speaking when a gust of wind blew. Turning around, he saw Chu Qing had returned, shrugging, couldn't find him. Chu Qing. Third brother. You big jerk. The three exclaimed in unison, but Chu Qing looked at Mu Tong'er with some confusion. Why was he being scolded for no reason? Wu Qianhuan and Wenru threw themselves into Chu Qing's arms, one on each side. Chu Qing could only gently pat their shoulders, comforting them. After calming them down, he said, Prince Ming's methods are indiscriminate. I pulled you out of the dream, but Prince Ming didn't free those others. Have someone screen them. Leave no one of the heavenly evil sect disciples alive. The others are temporarily immobilized with pressure points and detained, to observe their behavior. After conveying the orders to Lu Xiaoyan and the others, the newly awakened martial arts experts of the southern region immediately began to arrest them. Meanwhile, in an extremely secluded corner, a person dressed in a half-black, half-white robe was curled up in the corner, clutching their head and groaning in pain. Chu Qing had killed him over 500 times in an instant. Even though that wisp of woe meant nothing to him, the pain he experienced returned accurately when the profound power was withdrawn. It caused him unbearable agony. Chu Qing. I will avenge this. Then he continued to wail, clutching his head. He had been tormented terribly by Chu Qing in his dreams. Meanwhile, after giving the order, Chu Qing quickly had batches of men bound. The rest were either killed or buried. After cleaning up the battlefield, the city lights were already on. Chu Qing fed Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, then sent them back to their rooms. He washed his hands, sat cross-legged, and prepared to open the chests. On his way back, he had also made a trip to Dafeng Tower and retrieved Bai Tian's head. Adding Jinjiu's, he now had a crimson treasure chest and a random martial arts chest. He planned to open them tonight. With a thought, Chu Qing first wanted to open the crimson treasure chest. The default setting was undoubtedly internal energy cultivation. With a few more internal energy cultivation techniques, fused into my heavenly limitless divine power through the martial arts monument, the next time I deal with a heavenly evil cult leader, I might be able to kill him without any external force. Preset successful. Open the crimson treasure chest immediately. Open. Chapter 563. Sudden knock on the door. The car, speeding at 100 miles per hour, slammed on the brakes, jolting Chu Qing awake. After regaining his senses, he slowly exhaled, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Instinctively, he thought it was Wu Qianhuan. After all, the little girl had been obsessed with practicing martial arts lately, pestering him every night. He had thought she had just experienced a fierce battle today, and her dreams had been extremely exhausting, so she would probably fall asleep afterward. But here she was, knocking on the door? Thinking this, as he got up, he noticed something was off about her breathing. His internal energy was superb, his hearing and vision exceptional. Even though she was outside the door, he could hear her breathing, and even her heartbeat and pulse. Wu Qianhuan cultivated the pointing moon profound skill, and the heavenly bright sword technique, her internal energy cultivation method forming a unique style. Her daily walking and breathing rhythms differed from ordinary people. Chu Qing was already used to it. But this one was clearly not Wu Qianhuan. It was Wenru. Chu Qing suddenly felt a little thirsty, his heart slightly warm. This little girl was usually very well behaved. Why would she come over in the middle of the night? He calmed himself down. With Wu Qianhuan, it was because she was eager to practice her skills. They were both young men and women, practicing the heavenly bright sword technique every day, their close proximity unbearable. Regarding Wenru, although the two had already made a commitment in the 10 absolute caves, they hadn't yet gone too far. Although Chu Qing was engaged in the life of a scumbag, he didn't actually want to be a complete scoundrel. Therefore, he was quite cautious in this regard. Wenru rarely came to see him in the middle of the night. Could it be? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but he was already at the door, pulling it open. Sure enough, Winru stood quietly watching him from outside. "Third brother," Winru said softly. Chu Qing smiled. "Why are you here at this hour? Can I come in?" "Of course." Winru immediately smiled, ducking under Chu Qing's arm and slipping into the room. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then closed the door. He hesitated for a moment about whether to lock the door, then decided against it. Turning back, he saw Winru sitting on his bed. He had been so focused on her face that he hadn't noticed what she was holding. A pillow. "What's this?" Chu Qing felt his blood rush again. "I can't sleep," Winru said succinctly. "I'm a little scared." "Scared about what?" Chu Qing asked, somewhat oblivious to her charm. "I'm afraid that while I'm sleeping soundly in my room, someone will suddenly break into my dream and keep chasing me," Winru said, her face slightly pale. The Dream Prince's methods were indeed quite dangerous. Although Chu Qing had erased Winru and the others' memories of the dream, the incident itself could still cause considerable psychological trauma. After all, it was far too difficult to guard against. Chu Qing sat down beside her and pulled her into his arms. "Don't be afraid, third brother is here. He won't be able to act so arrogantly." "Then, can I sleep with third brother tonight?" The little girl looked up, her large eyes fixed on Chu Qing, a mixture of coquettishness and pleading in them. It was hard to refuse. But this was agonizing for Chu Qing. Before he and Wu Qianhuan had taken that step, he could still restrain himself. Now that he had tasted the sweetness, just smelling the meat but not being able to eat it, that would be too unbearable. He was filled with inner turmoil. Winru gently tugged at Chu Qing's sleeve. "If Sister Wu can do it, why can't I? You promised me back in the 10 deadly caves. Weren't you sincere at all? Just to appease me?" "No." Chu Qing shook his head and said, "Third brother meant what he said. He just couldn't bear to hurt you." "I didn't feel it was hurting." A gentle hand climbed up Chu Qing's arm to his neck, her cheeks so close they were almost touching his breath. "Tonight, will you stay with me, third brother?" What old-timer could withstand such a test, since they were already mutually attracted, and the girl had gone this far to refuse now? Would that even make him human? Chu Qing lowered his head, about to capture those two rosy lips. The knocking sounded again. Even the most skilled martial artist can sometimes make a mistake. Chu Qing felt he had been a bit careless tonight. On one hand, the treasure chest had opened, and on the other hand, there was Winru. Why hadn't he heard anyone coming this way twice? The two people on the bed jolted and quickly separated. Winru's face was completely red, and she was somewhat flustered, her eyes darting around looking for a place to hide. Chu Qing got up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. Can't you even recognize me?" The shepherd boy's voice came from outside the door. "If you're not asleep, then I come in." Winru was terrified, not even knowing what she was afraid of. In her haste, with nowhere to hide, she simply rolled onto the inside of the bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Although she knew such concealment was worse than nothing, even playing the ostrich was better than facing death directly. Mudomer, being impulsive, didn't give Chu Qing a chance to open the door, pushing it open directly. She saw Chu Qing standing by the bed and was slightly taken aback. "Are you going to sleep?" "Yes." Chu Qing nodded quickly. "Why did you come over so late?" "I have something to tell you," Mudomer said, closing the door behind her and locking it. Chu Qing's heart tightened. What was going on? Have you all planned this in the middle of the night? Why are you locking the door when you're just talking? Thinking to himself, he saw Mutonger turn around, and seeing Chu Qing's expression, he immediately chuckled. What's with that expression? Like a refined young lady encountering a lecherous thief? What kind of analogy is that? If you can't use an analogy, can you just shut up? His lips twitched slightly. Is there any difference between you and a lecherous thief? Mutonger's face also flushed, knowing that Chu Qing was thinking about what he had told her before. He immediately bit his lip and said, Ever since what happened at Yusonghan, I've been thinking about it for a long time while I was recovering. I feel I still need to make things clear to you. What do you want to say? Chu Qing sat down at the table, subconsciously glancing at the bed. And Winru, wrapped in the blankets, also perked up her ears, intending to hear what Mutonger had to say to Chu Qing. I think I should apologize to you. Mutonger approached Chu Qing, clasping her hands in a fist salute. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. What do you mean? You know, it's about wanting you to have a child with me. Mutonger's face flushed slightly. Wenro actually knew about this, but she was still surprised to hear it. Wu Qianhuan's opinion on this matter was that it wasn't a bad deal. Wenro didn't care either. But what did Mutonger mean now? Was she giving up? Chu Qing laughed. Okay, I accept this apology. Don't be in such a hurry to accept it. Mu Tong'er waved her hand, telling Chu Qing not to rush, then said seriously, I haven't actually given up on this idea, but I feel that my way of putting it was too disrespectful to you. So? Chu Qing looked at Mu Tong'er in astonishment. The shepherd boy coughed. So since you're not faithful anyway, why not add me to the list? Do you think this is a group trip to the outhouse? Add you too? Chu Qing's face darkened again. This girl always managed to say something nonsensical and infuriating. He took a deep breath and said, Miss Shepherd, you are very beautiful. I'm sure enough. Suitors would be lining up to break down your door. Why be so fixated on me? Besides, the difference between humans and beasts lies in humans' sense of propriety and shame. If there's no mutual affection, how can one act so recklessly? I see that you don't reciprocate my feelings. Why demean yourself like this? Chu Qing was angry, and his words became harsh. The shepherd girl's eyes instantly reddened. She appeared decisive and efficient, but was actually tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Hearing Chu Qing's last words, despising yourself, truly saddened her. Large tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Qing was speechless. You're the one who came over and said all this nonsense. Don't you have any shame, young lady? How come you're the one crying after saying a few words? Who's right to cry? He was furious, but seeing such a beautiful girl crying so pitifully in front of him, Chu Qing felt a pang of pity inside. Don't cry. I don't want to cry either. Hearing him speak, the shepherd girl felt even more aggrieved. She went up to him and pinched his arm hard. I know I'm annoying. But I can't help it. Who asked you to save me? If I had known, even if that beast from the Divine Blade Hall had violated me that day, I would have just committed suicide. It would have been better than this dull, agonizing torture. You heartless bastard. I even helped you hide your identity, and I even had people secretly protect you. You're right, I am indeed despicable. Chu Qing grabbed her wrist, stopping her from pinching. The shepherd girl struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free, so she glared at him angrily. Let go. Do you think I'm stupid? Let go so you can pinch me. Your skin is thick and tough, you can't hurt me. That's no reason for you to pinch me. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, glanced at her, and asked, What did you mean by that just now? What did I mean? So, the time the Divine Blade Hall saved you. Was that important to you? Of course. A life-saving grace. Mu Tong'er snorted. In all my life, this was the first time I faced such a crisis, and the first time someone had saved me like that. How could a little girl like me not be moved? And you said I didn't like you. Like me? If you didn't have a fiancé, I would have already come to you and pestered you. Mu Tong'er said bluntly. Chu Qing felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing this, and suddenly remembered Winter's grand speech in the Wanshan Pavilion. Unexpectedly, this little girl was right. Chu Qing sighed. Miss Mu, I think you should calm down. To risk your whole life for a moment of gratitude is too impulsive. Do you really think it's just a moment of gratitude? Mu Tong'er snorted. But you're not wrong either. My feelings started to flutter at that moment, but the more I understand you, the more I realize how amazing you are. They all didn't know your identity. I was the one who carefully concealed it for you back then. So, even before the world knew that the third young master was the third son of the Chu family of Tianwu City, I already knew. I watched you climb step by step to the pinnacle of the martial world. Every single thing you did was witnessed by me. Do you think? Among all your peers in the world, who can compare to you? No one in ordinary martial arts sections. Even among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who among your peers can rival you? Since I've taken a liking to you, and witnessed your many achievements, is it strange that I'm attracted to you? It's only because you have a fiancé that I thought I shouldn't get too close to you. But my main concern was that you put me in a difficult position. And then you big jerk, inexplicably appeared at Tianfu Temple, and then started stirring up trouble again. Even after I hid in the 10 deadly caves, you still followed me. Tell me, is this all really my fault? Whether you're indifferent to me, or don't want to marry me, I can accept it. But what am I supposed to do in the future? Find a man I don't even like, and torment myself like this for the rest of my life? I don't want that. I'm settling for second best. I want you to give me a child. Is that too much to ask? I just wanted that even if we're not meant to be in this life, I could have a child with blood ties to accompany me, so that I wouldn't be alone when I'm old. She spoke pitifully, and under the lamplight, her already beautiful appearance became even more endearing. However, at this moment, Chu Qing's thoughts were on that day behind Yusong Mountain, by the small lake. With a severed hand, the shepherd boy looked at him with a face full of grievance. At that moment, Chu Qing truly felt a pang of heartache. His mind wandered, his thoughts drifting, his eyes naturally appearing somewhat vacant. The shepherd boy had been recounting his sorrows, but seeing his expression, it seemed he didn't even notice him, and was even lost in thought. In a moment of anger, with his hands held captive, she simply lowered her head, and bit down hard on his neck. Chu Qing instinctively jolted, but stopped his natural internal energy protection to avoid breaking her small, white teeth. However, despite her anger, the shepherd boy seemed reluctant to actually hurt him. The touch of her lips on his shoulder carried a touch of tenderness, and a tingling sensation instantly washed over him. Suddenly, there was a whoosh, and the covers were pulled back. The two, one sitting and one standing, were startled awake, and heard a gentle voice from the bed. "I can't take it anymore, I'm suffocating." Chapter 564. Chu Qing and Mu Tong were like two wild lovers, who had been beaten apart, immediately taking 3 steps back in fright. Their hearts were filled with panic and helplessness. In her panic, Mu Tong pointed to the headboard. What are you doing here?" After suppressing her panic, Chu Qing was puzzled. She had been pinched and bitten, but hadn't done anything shameful, so why was she panicking? "And you, little Wenru, you're not an ordinary person, how could you not breathe under the covers?" If she remembered correctly, there was a method for exchanging internal and external breathing in the unchanging heavenly book. If she really wanted to hide it, she could hide underwater for half a day without any problem. This was obviously intentional. Faced with Mu Tonger's questioning, Winter didn't care at all. "I came to find third brother to sleep with me." Her righteous indignation left Mu Tonger speechless. The shepherd boy considered himself bold enough, deserving the nickname Bold Shepherd, but this one's boldness seemed to be no less than his own. The problem was, Wen Side had already received the shepherd boy's approval, and her relationship with Chu Qing was deep and solid, her stance very firm. While this was bold, it wasn't entirely unfounded. Helpless, the shepherd boy had to find another way. "Then why are you hiding?" Wen Side paused, thought for a moment, and said, "It's my first time doing something like this, I was subconsciously a little guilty." She spoke her mind, causing the shepherd boy's lips to twitch, and he snorted, "Then why didn't you call me along?" This wasn't unfounded. The two of them had discussed this matter before. Winter felt inexplicably guilty. "Then next time?" Seeing that Mudonger didn't speak, she coughed. "How about we do it together today?" Mudonger was immediately tempted, glancing back at Chu Qing. Although she didn't speak, her meaning was clear. Chu Qing felt his blood pressure soaring. What kind of mess was this? "You two split me up like this?" Half an hour later, Chu Qing sat in a chair, looking bewildered, turning to look at Winru and Mudonger, who were fast asleep on the bed. How did things turn out like this? Chu Qing certainly hadn't done anything to them. If it were only Winru here today, who knows what might have happened. But with Mudonger added, Chu Qing naturally couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. These two girls split me up like that, and at first, he really wanted to throw them both out. Later, he didn't know how things had escalated to the point where both of them had to stay overnight. Completely disregarding Chu Qing's wishes, the two of them went to bed on their own. Chu Qing could come up if he wanted, or sleep on the floor if he didn't. After hearing this, he almost questioned his existence. Only after looking left and right to confirm that this was indeed his room, did he truly begin to question his life. Ultimately, they were both exhausted after a long day of commotion. The two of them fell asleep almost immediately, leaving Chu Qing sitting there alone, sulking. However, he still had important things to do, so he couldn't dwell on his anger and continued with what he hadn't finished. Sitting cross-legged, a thought flashed through his mind. A system notification appeared before him. Preset complete. Open the Crimson Treasure chest? Having been interrupted earlier, he naturally had to continue. Open! Opening successful. Obtained inner strength. One principle through all. One principle through all. Chu Qing understood the 4 words, but as a martial art, he was unfamiliar with it, and didn't know its origin. But there was no need to worry. The next moment, the inner strength formula flowed through his mind. At the same time, an extremely resilient inner force began to grow within his dantian. Then Chu Qing felt his dantian gradually undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Without time for further thought, he plunged into the inner lake of his mind. At this moment, he understood the full scope of one principle through all. Then he realized one thing. The inner strength generated by this martial art could never easily merge with his current heavenly ultimate formless divine power. This is a divine skill, brimming with unwavering determination, rock-solid resolve, and fearlessness. However, such characteristics make it extremely difficult to coexist with other martial arts. In a single thought, Chu Qing imprinted this unwavering principle onto the martial art steel. With a surge of mental focus, he instantly entered the state of divine enlightenment. As his spirit soared, the various key techniques of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power naturally appeared on the martial art steel. Time seemed to freeze in that brief instant. At this moment, Chu Qing had to make a choice. Unwavering determination, unparalleled ferocity, and relentless advance. It emphasizes unstoppable momentum, reaching new heights step by step. To put it bluntly, it's single-minded, charging straight ahead. Ignoring all detours, just charging forward. However, while this internal energy could be increased, Chu Qing could not. Given his current state of heavenly ultimate formless divine power, where internal and external forces are in harmony, almost reaching a state of oneness with nature, the sudden intrusion of such a single-minded force could easily shake his overall framework. Of course, compared to Chu Qing's current heavenly ultimate formless divine power, the difference in strength between this martial art and the latter is self-evident. The problem is that this martial art possesses extremely remarkable characteristics. It can integrate the power of the entire body, gathering essence, energy, and spirit to form an extremely strong will, continuously generating stronger and more abundant internal energy. If Chu Qing cannot control this characteristic, allowing it to become an anomaly within his current cultivation method, it will inevitably cause enormous contradictions within his body. Although his internal energy might increase, the effectiveness it can exert will be greatly weakened. Therefore, Chu Qing must thoroughly dissect and break down this entire unifying divine art, removing the unimportant elements and anything that could shake the overall framework, leaving only the purest part. It can be incompletely integrated with the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, just like the Maha Boundless. But it absolutely cannot become a hindrance to oneself. Of course, all of this sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to actually do. The Maha Boundless is different from the one-way connection. The former can be considered a move, a mental technique. Without inherent internal force, it is a means. Chu Qing used this to ignite the wind and cloud qi, then incorporated his own yin and yang qi. Under its outward release, it formed the endlessly violent Maha Boundless. As long as there is sufficient internal energy to support it, the power of the Maha Boundless will be limitless, continuously increasing. But the one-way connection is different. It is itself an internal skill. When activated, it needs to be combined with one's own internal energy to integrate the power throughout the body. When Chu Qing was making his choices, if he removed the internal energy component and only retained the essence, this was indeed achievable. However, this would render the one-stop principle merely a facade. It would be much less effective, and its power greatly reduced. Conversely, retaining the internal energy component would make it difficult to integrate with the heavenly ultimate formless divine power. The two would inevitably separate. The one-stop principle could contain Chu Qing's essence, energy, and spirit, forming an unparalleled will to enhance its power. But without the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, even its power, however high, would be incomparable to the heavenly ultimate formless divine power. That would be a complete waste of this martial art. Therefore, the best solution was to integrate the heavenly ultimate formless divine power and the crucial principles of the one-stop principle into one, allowing the heavenly ultimate formless divine power to possess all the elements of the one-stop principle, making the use of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power equivalent to using the one-stop principle. By further integrating his essence, energy, spirit, and will into one, and maintaining an unwavering focus, Chu Qing's martial arts power would steadily increase. In this way, the overall power of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power could be elevated to a completely new level. However, the exact extent of this elevation is difficult to predict. After all, once separated, it's difficult to fully preserve all the consistent mysteries. This aspect requires careful control from Chu Qing himself. Fortunately, Chu Qing possesses the martial arts steel. By entering a meditative state, combining it with the martial arts steel, and further aided by the system, he can leverage the power of these three forces. To be honest, even Chu Qing felt that his cheat-like abilities were somewhat outrageous. Even the heavenly evil cult leader, hailed as the greatest genius in the heavenly evil cult for centuries, hadn't used cheat-like abilities to this extent. While others ponder for years, he often only needs a fleeting moment. Such a difference is beyond comprehension. The text on the martial arts steel began to scroll repeatedly. Chu Qing seemed to have become a machine unaffected by any emotion, weighing only advantages and disadvantages. His mind was extremely calm, his thinking incredibly sharp, able to perceive all possibilities in an instant. He easily extracted what he considered useless from the core principles. Then, without hesitation, he dispersed the heavenly ultimate formless divine power. Instantly, a raging storm erupted within his body. Various kinds of true energy split apart in his dantian, Mingyugong, 9 Yang Divine Gong, innate body-breaking formless sword Qi, heavenly dragon 8 sounds, heavenly frost fist, wind god leg, cloud dispelling palm, 3-part returning origin Qi, and so on, causing his entire dantian to rumble and nearly shatter. Chu Qing observed coldly, unconcerned. No destruction, no construction, destruction precedes construction. This too implicitly contains the core principle. The heavenly ultimate formless divine power requires a complete fusion with the one unifying force, a union where the two are indistinguishable to shatter once. Then the one unifying force is poured into it, completely blending them into a single entity. The process is painful, but Chu Qing remains calm. He maintains a delicate balance, ensuring everything proceeds smoothly. However, in his moment of carelessness, he inadvertently causes great alarm to Mutonger, Wenro, the city lord's mansion, and indeed, everyone in Xiongnan City. Mutonger and Wenro are naturally the first to be affected. They were sound asleep when they suddenly felt a sudden shift in temperature. Opening their eyes, they find Chu Qing sitting cross-legged, his body sometimes glowing red, sometimes white, sometimes radiating sword energy, sometimes enveloped in a whirlwind. The room alternated between scorching heat, as if it were about to burst into flames, and freezing cold, like being in a vast glacier. This caused the two girls to huddle together, staring at Chu Qing, the instigator. "What's going on?" Mutonger couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Wenru, more experienced and knowledgeable, gently patted her shoulder. "Don't panic, third brother has gone into seclusion again. We sit here and protect him." "Protect him?" Mutonger couldn't understand for a moment. What she couldn't understand wasn't the word protect him. She wasn't unaware of what Chu Qing's seclusion looked like. After all, she had seen him in the 10 deadly caves and at Tontian Ridge. What she truly couldn't understand was how Wenru could so readily use the word protect him. For others, protecting one's inner strength was crucial. But for Chu Qing, was it important? Anyone who dared to barge in at this moment would be instantly killed by his violent true energy and complex internal energy characteristics. Even if the heavenly evil cult leader himself came, he wouldn't dare do anything to Chu Qing. He might even go far away after his seclusion. While this thought was somewhat exaggerated, ever since learning the details of the battle at Yusong Mountain, Mutonger's already high confidence in Chu Qing had become even more boundless. Chu Qing's chaotic internal energy affected more than just this room. It also spread outside the room, causing chaos throughout the entire city lord's mansion due to the yin and yang energies and various methods. Furthermore, the 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, caused the entire city to resound with the clang of swords. Above the city lord's mansion, the sun sometimes blazed overhead, and at other times, it felt as if a frigid realm had descended. Dark clouds obscured the bright moon, and a biting wind swept through the entire Xiongnan city. These winds and clouds were far from normal, naturally causing widespread panic. Looking towards the city lord's mansion, it seemed to be hidden in the mist, almost invisible. All these strange phenomena originated from this, causing considerable anxiety. However, this didn't last long. About half an hour later, the strange phenomena began to dissipate, and the ever-present cold wind disappeared. The sky-covering clouds finally allowed the bright moon and countless stars to appear. The mist that had swirled around the city lord's mansion seemed to have been pulled away by a giant hand, revealing the mansion clearly. The alternating heat and cold sensations vanished completely. However, the expressions of Mutonger and Wenro in the room remained unchanged. Because Chu Qing, sitting not far away, now looked like a hodgepodge. His entire body was shimmering with vibrant colors, a testament to the inner energy coursing through him. Fortunately, these colors gradually faded with time. The shepherd boy, with his extraordinary insight, vaguely guessed that Chu Qing was undergoing a process of breaking through and rebuilding. The various phenomena that had arisen and then dissipated, or rather, not dissipated, had been absorbed back into his body and integrated into his own learning. She gently squeezed Wenru's hand. He must have succeeded. Third brother's martial arts have improved again. Wenru spoke softly, her once unfathomable eyes now filled with undisguised admiration. The shepherd boy grinned, unsure what to say. They say that great things come from great accumulation, but Chu Qing hadn't seemed to have accumulated any real skill, he only unleashed it. At the same time, Chu Qing's spirit soared within his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, ignoring the changes within his body. His thoughts shifted, and the system notification reappeared. He decided to open the second treasure chest directly. Chapter 565. Activation successful, finger technique acquired, divine startling finger. Chu Qing thoughtfully looked down at his hands. The subtleties of this finger technique's operation flowed into his mind. He pondered for a moment. The divine startling finger consists of 24 fingers, named after the 24 solar terms. It is a supreme technique combining offense and defense. Its power is like a swift wind and torrential rain, like mercury spilling onto the ground. Its defense is like a master's touch, neutralizing the enemy's attacks invisibly. Besides this, there are 3 fingers derived from these 24, called the 3-finger heaven striking technique. In fact, there are 27 moves in total. However, the power of the last 3 fingers is almost profound. Among them, the startling dream finger can further enhance one's combat power. With Chu Qing's current cultivation level, he wondered how much it could amplify his power. In Chu Qing's view, the second finger technique, breaking evil, was fairly standard. However, the third finger technique, natural enemy, could draw upon the energies of the 4 elements of heaven and earth, subtly aligning with Chu Qing's heavenly ultimate formless divine power. The combination of the two would likely further enhance its power. In short, while this martial art wasn't exactly a godsend, it was certainly a welcome addition. Chu Qing wasn't lacking in such techniques. After integrating his own martial arts and deducing from the martial arts monument, he had almost completely mastered various methods. His moves were gradually moving from a variety of styles towards a state of no moves are better than moves. Every gesture was unpredictable in its power. Overall, opening these 2 boxes today was quite good. The gains were considerable. Especially the consistency technique, which involves conviction and willpower, martial arts with extremely high ceilings and often defy logic. Chu Qing meticulously dismantled and broke down the core principles of one principle, and even dismantled the heavenly limitless divine power before finally integrating the core essence of one principle with the heavenly limitless divine power. The process was undeniably arduous. The dangers involved were far too great for outsiders to comprehend. When he did this, Chu Qing was in an extreme state and hadn't yet realized what was happening. Now, calmly reflecting on it, he felt a profound sense of treacherousness. A single misstep could have meant certain death. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. The system and the martial arts monument's enhancements, coupled with the divine meditation state, allowed him to find a stable balance amidst countless perils, bringing everything back on track. Through this battle, heavenly ultimate formless divine power advanced from the initial 7th level to its peak, just 1 step away from the 8th. I reckon once I reach the 8th level, my internal energy can advance even further. The characteristics of various techniques will also be further enhanced. Chu Qing had always relied on system rewards to fuse martial arts and advance through realms. This resulted in the feedback from his internal energy cultivation advancements being rather subtle. These realms seemed merely decorative, nothing more. In reality, it wasn't like that. Each realm advancement brought a significant leap in the power of his martial arts. Take the Heavenly Thrust Fist, for example. Early on, facing Wen Fusheng, Chu Qing had used the Heavenly Thrust Fist once, albeit as a test, a moment of gathering power. But it was enough to demonstrate its power. If the same situation were to occur now, it wouldn't just be Wen Fusheng's room that would be frozen. The entire Luochen Manor might be engulfed in ice. This was partly due to the increasing depth of his internal energy, and partly due to the feedback from his internal energy breakthrough. Chu Qing flicked his fingers lightly, dismissing the thought. After receiving the divine finger technique, he felt no unusual sensation in his fingers. In fact, given his current state, the martial arts skills rewarded by the system were more than enough for him to use. His cultivation was improving daily, and his physical abilities were constantly rising. He already possessed the capacity to handle anything. Relaxing slightly, Chu Qing glanced back at the bed. He saw Wenru and Mudomer sitting side by side, both covered by the blankets, their heads peeking out, staring intently at him. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wenru replied without hesitation, "You're handsome." She was generous with her praise, seemingly believing Chu Qing deserved all the compliments in the world. Mudomer was even more unconventional. "What about you?" Chu Qing's face darkened slightly. "Sleep. Want to come?" Mudomer asked simply and directly. Chu Qing snorted. "Third brother," Wenru called softly, and Chu Qing felt his bones loosen several pounds. He went to the bed, pulled Mutonger off, climbed up, and hugged Wenru tightly. "Let's sleep, ignore her." Mutonger pointed at herself, her face full of anger. Finally, she huffed and puffed as she climbed back onto the bed. "What's so great about her?" She huffed, then tried to pull the covers over herself. Chu Qing and she battled with the covers for a while, but finally Wenru yawned and fell asleep first. To avoid waking Wenru, the two of them called a truce. Time flew by, and it was already the morning of the next day. When Chu Qing opened his eyes, He found himself moved from the innermost part of the bed to the middle, unknowingly. Looking down, he saw Winru on his right and Mudong'er on his left. They were both sound asleep, nestled in their respective arms. Chu Qing paused for a moment, then looked up at Ding Qian. After a long while he sighed, what a scumbag. Leaving aside what happened after they fell asleep, he had actually held the power before they did. If he hadn't given them any chance, Mudong'er wouldn't have stayed. Now that he had all the advantages, what right did he have to say anything else? Ultimately, Mudong'er hadn't done anything wrong, the fault lay with him. However, it was too late now, and right or wrong didn't seem to matter anymore. He carefully pulled his arms away from under the two women's necks, and tiptoed out of bed. After putting on his outer clothes and washing his face, he went to the study. No sooner had he left than Winru and Mudong'er opened their eyes simultaneously. Both girls were slightly flushed. They had actually woken up a little earlier than Chu Qing, but neither of them got up, afraid of waking him. Before Chu Qing woke up, the two of them had been gazing at each other across him. Now they were both up, silent. Sorry. I ruined your good time, Mudong'er spoke first. If she hadn't come uninvited last night, Winru would definitely have succeeded. Winru didn't mind, there's plenty of time. She had Chu Qing's promise to her, and didn't care about a moment. Mudong'er breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. She felt she still needed to maintain good relations with Wu Qianhuan and Winru. Fortunately, neither of these girls was heartless. Chu Qing's attitude had wavered somewhat last night. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed him to stay overnight. Sure enough, once he got past his own hurdle, everything was moving in a positive direction. In the study, listening to Lu Xiaoyan and the others report on yesterday's battle, Chu Qing, who had initially been somewhat absent-minded, slowly frowned. His absent-mindedness stemmed from seeing Wu Qianhuan when he arrived. His official fiancée, with a half-smile, asked him about last night. Chu Qing felt a little guilty at the time, only to later learn that she had seen Winru when she came. She had originally intended to come, but worried that Winru would be embarrassed, so she gave up the idea. Then she discovered that Mudong'er had also gone. Feeling that Chu Qing's room must have been very lively last night, she came to inquire about the situation this morning. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, but chatted with her briefly, at least figuring out Wu Qianhuan's attitude. Wu Qianhuan didn't say anything, only letting Chu Qing handle it himself, and also made one request. No more. Chu Qing, sitting in his study, was still pondering the meaning of no more. But now, he couldn't think about that. The battle at Xiangnan City yesterday should have been cleaned up, and the damage reported by then. Considering the difficulty of the battle, Chu Qing told him to rest after cleaning up, and to summarize the situation today. As expected, although yesterday's battle was won, the losses were considerable. Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Fengzi took the blame, saying that they hadn't considered things carefully, and were suspected of underestimating the enemy. Fortunately, only generals under the earthly slaughtering army master came this time. If the heavenly evil cult master had come in person, Xiangnan City would likely have been wiped out before Chu Qing arrived. Chu Qing inquired about the preparations Lu Xiaoyan and his group had made for the battle, as well as their 3 strategies. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. The heavenly evil cult is no ordinary martial arts group. Their methods are mostly unrestrained by rules, and the generals under the 4 army masters are inherently skilled in battle. It's not entirely your fault. But there is indeed a suspicion of underestimating the enemy. They always assumed that once they set a trap, the enemy would fall into it according to their plan. This is unacceptable. Lu Xiaoyan and the others nodded in agreement. However, these 3 strategies were not without effect. After Senior Shan dealt with those generals, his coordinated attack from within and without was quite effective. With the heavenly evil sect's elite forces wiped out, yesterday's battle can be considered a reversal of fortune. If it weren't for Prince Meng's sudden intervention, this battle would have been over before I returned. Overall, these 3 strategies still worked, so there's no need for punishment. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. These 3 strategies weren't inherently flawed. The only problem was underestimating the opponent's insufficient preparation. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect used a group of elderly, women, and children as their vanguard, hindering their advance towards the southern city. This forced the battle to reach a stalemate. This matter will be left at that for now. We still need to devise a plan for handling the affairs of the fallen comrades, and comforting their wives, children, and elderly relatives. After discussing these matters for about an hour, everything was finally settled. The next task was to reclaim the lost territories of the western regions. Because of the battle before Xiangnan City, this step would be much easier. There would be virtually no obstacles afterward. The group of Western region experts currently imprisoned in Xiangnan City also needed to be dealt with. If handled properly, the various parts of the western regions would be completely reclaimed from the heavenly evil sect. Afterward, Chu Qing became busy again. Time flew by. From the Tianyi Sect Martial Arts Conference in June, it was now mid-September. All affairs in the western regions had been settled. What needed to be reclaimed had been reclaimed, what needed to be dealt with had been dealt with, and what needed to be appeased had been appeased. The remaining one city, 2 pavilions, and 2 manors were also returned to their respective positions, and the 5 top experts returned to handle their respective sect affairs. Afterward, manpower was allocated from the western regions to join forces in the southern region, heading towards the northeastern gateway of the southern region to prevent a sudden attack from the eastern region. News from the eastern region informed Chu Qing that the 7 executioners had been causing trouble. Chu Qing had considered making a trip to the eastern region several times to kill the 7 executioners. However, he had no concrete information about this person. In fact, the news was always delayed. It seemed someone was intentionally concealing his whereabouts. The news from the eastern region scouts was not timely. After some thought, Chu Qing decided to wait until the matters in the southwest and southwest regions were resolved and the situation stabilized before personally making a trip to the eastern region. Besides, there were also many matters to be handed over to the northern region. Now that Chu Qing alone controlled 2 regions, it was impossible for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to remain silent. The northern region was still under the rule of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and had some reservations about Chu Qing. The main reason was that Chu Qing had made a special detour to Dafeng Tower last time to kill Bai Tian. On the surface, Bai Tian was under the jurisdiction of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Since Chu Qing had killed him so easily, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors naturally wanted an explanation from him. Chu Qing was actually quite reluctant to deal with him. These people all had their own agendas. Some were purely evil, some were driven by self-interest, and some couldn't judge character. Like Tao Emperor Xianzong, for example, he seemed to be condoning evil. Knowing there were problems with the head of Wanbao Tower, they simply didn't address them. Upon further questioning, they claimed it was for the greater good, and it wasn't that they didn't understand the principle of pacifying the internal before dealing with external threats. They just felt they had managed to appease the internal situation quite well. Unbeknownst to them, the problem was slowly festering in this complacent process. Now, with the head of Wanbao Tower nowhere to be found, in the vast world of the 4 regions and 1 province, who knew where these people were hiding, dreaming of unifying the world? Regardless, Chu Qing didn't openly break ties with them tomorrow. The alliance was still necessary. However, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors refused Chu Qing's request to venture deeper into the northern region to lend them a hand. Chu Qing didn't mind. Since they didn't need his intervention, they could simply help each other. Anyway, it wasn't Chu Qing who was in a hurry. However, news from the Central Plains indicated that the heavenly evil sect leader had been quite quiet lately. Since the battle before Xiongnan City, or rather, since the battle at Yusong Mountain, there had been no news of him. Was he planning to quietly accomplish something big, or simply disappear? Chu Qing felt the latter was highly unlikely. It was more probable that this guy was planning something big. Chu Qing couldn't fathom what this person was thinking for the time being. The location of the heavenly evil sect was still a secret, and further investigation was needed. But before that, several expected guests arrived on Chu Qing's side. They brought Chu Qing news of the Mirror of Karma. Chapter 566. Back at the river bend, Chu Qing had made a strategic move. The 5 people Li Juechen sent to assassinate Song Chengdao had, to some extent, been turned by him. They provided a crucial clue. A gathering would be held at the Mirror of Karma on the 5th day of the 10th month. At that time, the exorcism list, the Book of Life and Death, the Judge's Pen, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform, and even the current head of the Mirror of Karma would all be present. The feud between Chu Qing and the Mirror of Karma had a long history. Looking back, he was merely a lowly assassin at the Mirror of Karma, codenamed Sword Ghost. A tiny, insignificant ant. But it was precisely this identity that forced him to be extremely cautious, always walking carefully, fearing discovery and the resulting death. Later, he no longer worried about death. If the Mirror of Karma didn't come, fine. If they did, it would be suicide. However, he remained worried about his family's situation, fearing these people would use them against him, and therefore dared not easily reveal his identity. It wasn't until he became the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance, leading his group in numerous endeavors, including the battle against the Ghost Emperor at the 10 Absolute Caves, where he faced the pinnacle of martial arts, that his identity as the Night Emperor was finally revealed. Anyone with ulterior motives, who wanted to use this as a springboard could easily discover that the Night Emperor was Chu Qing. Therefore, he never concealed it afterward, directly using the name Chu Qing. This caused quite a stir at the time. After all, given his status at the time, neither Tianwu City nor the Chu family, even his mother Lu Zhohua's status as the eldest daughter of the Tianyin mansion, were insignificant compared to him. How could a mere Tianwu City, an insignificant little Chu family, produce someone like Chu Qing? To put it bluntly, it was like a golden phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. Therefore, it was inevitable that some people would gossip. However, these discussions quickly subsided. Who would dare to keep discussing the private affairs of the Martial Arts Alliance leader? In fact, from another perspective, if he hadn't achieved such success, would Chu Qing have dared to easily reveal his identity? It was precisely because he had already reached the pinnacle of the martial arts world, and was confident in protecting his family and friends that he could treat the Mirror of Calamity as nothing. But treating it as nothing was merely strategic contempt. Chu Qing never intended to let the Mirror of Calamity go easily. Not to mention, he had a quest chain that depended on the Mirror of Calamity. Quest: no name on the list. Exterminate all those on the evil extermination list. Current stage: end. Current progress: 0. Quest reward: 3 crimson treasure chests. To be honest, Chu Qing didn't know why this small Mirror of Calamity would give him 3 crimson treasure chests. After all, this was the price of 3 emperors and 5 kings. But whatever the reason, he wouldn't let these 3 blood-red treasure chests go. So he had been waiting for this crucial moment, the 5th day of the 10th month, for a long time. Mainly, he was waiting for the 5 lives he had saved at the small river bend. Their arrival was within Chu Qing's expectations. But it wasn't 5 people who came. This was unexpected. Only 2 people came, taking advantage of the night. They originally wanted to sneak in, but Chu Qing was currently in the western region's mountain and sea city. The city lord of Mountain and Sea City, Qi Liantian, was one of the 5 top experts in the western regions, who had submitted to Chu Qing. This place was his home turf. Chu Qing felt this place was good, located in the center of the western regions. He could reach it quickly no matter which direction he went, so he decided to stay here for the time being. The city of Shanghai was heavily guarded, with the city lord's mansion being the most important of all. Therefore, their infiltration failed halfway through, and they were nearly captured by the city's numerous experts. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, they shouted that they wanted to see the alliance leader. This gave them a chance to turn things around. Even now, in the study, the 2 of them were still shaken. Chu Qing glanced at them. Long time no see. Remember me? The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Looking at Chu Qing again, they felt even more that he was unfathomable. After parting that day, they had completely forgotten what happened in the cave. After returning, their lives were fraught with danger. Then, not long ago, they received a notice of the Niejing platform gathering, and suddenly remembered what Chu Qing had told them that night. This led to their trip today. Chu Qing's gaze swept over them again. How come only the 2 of you are left? They're dead, the red-haired man said with difficulty, adding with a hint of unease, their deaths were very unusual. Oh! Chu Qing thought of Li Juechen, tapping her finger lightly on the table. Tell me about it. The red-haired man didn't understand why Chu Qing wasn't concerned about where the Mirror of Karma was gathering, but instead focused on the cause of death of his 3 companions. He didn't hide anything, but his description was also perplexing. Because the 3 men died inexplicably, they weren't killed in a fight, nor were they sent on a mission and killed after being outmatched. They simply vanished without any apparent reason. In the end, the 3 men only found 1 corpse. The corpse was found in a mass grave. It should have been buried, but the person who buried it wasn't very careful. Wild dogs dug it up. By the time we found it, the body was almost half-eaten. The red-haired man's eyes reflected a look of reminiscence. To be honest, I didn't even dare to recognize him at first. Not because the body was incomplete, but because he seemed to have aged more than 20 years overnight. If it weren't for the armor he was wearing, even if I saw the corpse, it would have been difficult to connect him with Lao Si. Aged more than 20 years? Chu Qing looked up at the red-haired man. He nodded. Yes, his skin was aged, his arms and legs were noticeably thinner, his face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was gray. It's like... He hesitated, seemingly unsure how to describe it. The other man beside him added, it's like he was drained dry by a demon. Whether this metaphor is apt is debatable, but at that moment, Chu Qing thought of someone, Wang Fu Chang Kong. Then he thought of the heaven-stealing demonic art. However, as he thought of this, Chu Qing felt something was amiss. The heaven-stealing demonic art should be in the hands of the head manager of Wan Beilu, so why were Li Juechen's subordinates harmed by it? Could it be that Li Juechen and this head manager joined forces? The heaven-stealing demonic art is extraordinary, quite remarkable. It can not only steal an opponent's martial arts techniques, but also their combat experience, completely overwhelming them. The ability to age an opponent and absorb their essence and spirit is a byproduct of the heaven-stealing demonic art, and hardly worth mentioning. However, it is still a distinctive feature. The reason Chu Qing didn't suspect the head manager was responsible was because the main reason for the tragic death of the heaven-stealing venerable was the incompatibility of the heaven-stealing demonic art. This incompatibility was even more severe than the star-absorbing great art that Chu Qing knew about. The star-absorbing great art relies on foreign true energy. If the heaven-stealing demonic art could even steal things like martial arts experience, it would place an enormous burden on the user. Not only true energy, but also internal energy and mental pressure would be enough to drive someone mad. If the head manager were to do something so reckless, he would probably kill himself without Chu Qing even needing to intervene. As for Li Juechen, he created the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token and the Cold Corpse record, Wooden Corpse technique, Fire Corpse chapter, Remnant Corpse seal, and Ghost Corpse path techniques cultivated by his subordinates all originated from the same source as his. Even if he stole them with the heaven-stealing demonic art, it wouldn't cause a backlash in terms of true energy. As for whether he could withstand it mentally, that's hard to say. But in any case, it's much better than the head manager personally taking action. Therefore, Chu Qing subconsciously suspected that there might be something fishy going on between these two. But upon further reflection, she felt that even if there was something fishy, it would be reasonable. If Tao Emperor Xian Song could tolerate evil, then which of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was an ordinary person? Li Juechen had even more schemes in mind. Perhaps their clandestine collusion didn't start recently, but rather a long-standing plot. Of course, all of this was just speculation. Whether the situation was as he suspected remained to be seen by Li Juechen himself. These thoughts, though varied, only flashed through his mind in an instant. Without keeping the two before him waiting long, Chu Qing directly asked, "Where is this gathering at the Mirror of Karma taking place?" Before answering that question, "Could you promise us one thing?" The red-haired man looked at Chu Qing, asking in a slightly hesitant tone. Chu Qing frowned slightly. "You think you have the right to bargain with me?" The red-haired man quickly replied, "I have no intention of bargaining, it's just a favor." "Tell me." The two exchanged a glance, then spoke frankly, "We want to stay here, and we asked the Alliance leader for a meal." Chu Qing chuckled. "I remember you once said that Li Juechen could control your lives with the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. Aren't you afraid now? The Alliance leader is going to that gathering to surely exterminate the Mirror of Evil." The red-haired man immediately said, "We suspect Li Juechen will also participate in this gathering, so he might die on the 5th day of the 10th month. If the 2 of us go with him at that time, he might drag us down with him. Staying here might offer a glimmer of hope." The reason wasn't just that. The mysterious deaths of his 3 companions also instilled a great sense of crisis in them. Even if he survives the disaster on October 5th, he might still die an unexplained death like his 3 companions. Now, on the other side of the Mirror of Retribution, everyone like themselves is living in fear. Since they have this opportunity and this possibility, why not take a gamble? Of course, they don't need Chu Qing to stay here. Even if they were allowed to stay in the western regions temporarily, find a place to hide, and survive until the 5th day of the 10th month, their lives might be completely different. But while this situation seems free, it's not guaranteed. After much thought, they felt that staying by Chu Qing's side and working for him might be a promising path. That's why they dared to bring it up to Chu Qing. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. "That's not impossible. However, just in case, I need to place some restrictions on you. Furthermore, until I return from the gathering at the Mirror of Retribution, I must temporarily restrict your martial arts. Can you accept this?" The 2 men exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously, yes. Chu Qing didn't say much. With a flick of his hand, the clouds transformed into water, and the droplets froze instantly. With a flick of his wrist, 2 life and death talismans landed on their bodies. Knowing they were protected by new armor, Chu Qing targeted only exposed acupoints to avoid wasting his efforts. As the life and death talismans entered their bodies, excruciating pain immediately surged through them. The 2 men screamed in agony. Chu Qing then pointed 2 fingers, alleviating their pain. "This technique is called the Life and Death Talisman. You already experience this slight pain. This pain flares up once a year, requiring you to take the pills I concoct to alleviate it. Therefore, you must know that if you dare to disobey, I will make you wish you were dead. Your subordinates dare not." The 2 men knelt on one knee. simultaneously clasping their hands in greeting. Chu Qing nodded. Can you speak now? The red-haired man quickly said, the gathering place of the Mirror of Karma is in the eastern region. The eastern region, Shaixia Mountain, Forget Love Cliff. I heard that a Forget Love Manor has been built there, which is the opening ceremony of this underworld assembly. The underworld assembly. Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile, then he nodded. A fine underworld assembly. All right, you can leave now. With that, he flicked his fingers, and the two men's bodies trembled slightly as they realized their internal energy was no longer circulating smoothly. An intense feeling of weakness instantly enveloped their bodies, but the two men still clasped their hands in greeting to Chu Qing. Yes, thank you, Alliance Leader. Chu Qing called someone over and arranged accommodations for the two of them. Then he sat in the study, lost in thought. A pair of gentle hands moved from behind to their shoulders, lightly massaging them. Wu Qianhuan's voice came from behind. Is the grudge with the Mirror of Karma about to end? Yes. Chu Qing nodded. It's almost over. That's a good thing. Why do you seem a little unhappy? It's not that I'm unhappy. Chu Qing took one of her hands and pulled it to his chest. I just feel that there might be some unexpected trouble at this underworld assembly. How so? I don't know yet. I just have a premonition. Then Wu Qianhuan opened her mouth, but swallowed the rest of her words. Chu Qing finished for her. Would you like to come with me? Wu Qianhuan pursed her lips slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yes, okay. Chapter 567. The situation in the southwest regions has now stabilized. Although if the heavenly evil cult leader were to recklessly come and wreak havoc, no one except Chu Qing would be able to withstand him. However, such an action would be meaningless. The heavenly evil cult has never wanted a single city or territory, they want the world. Based on the heavenly evil cult leader's movements over this period and his reaction in the battle at Yusong Mountain, Chu Qing judged that as long as this person hadn't found a way to counter his Maha boundless power, he would never return. In other words, if he appeared, he would definitely be confident of killing him. Unfortunately, Chu Qing was completely unfazed. With the unwavering power and the three-finger heaven-piercing flick of the divine finger, even if the heavenly evil cult leader appeared before him now, he wouldn't be as pathetic as last time. Plus, with a powerful weapon like Maha boundless power, he expected that if this person truly came confidently, he would surely make Chu Qing cry for his parents and run away. Under these circumstances, Chu Qing didn't find it difficult to take some time to leave the western regions and go to the eastern regions to handle some business. The reason he agreed to take Wu Qianhuan along was to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. It was like adding a safety net. However, once this door was opened, Winter naturally couldn't sit still either. Recently, this girl and Mutama had become very close, and the two of them spent their days figuring out how to sneak into Chu Qing's room. They had already accumulated quite a bit of experience. Knowing that Chu Qing was going to the eastern regions, the two of them decided to go with him without hesitation. Herding one sheep is the same as herding two sheep, so Chu Qing didn't care about these trivial matters. This time, Chu Qing again deliberately created a diversion, using the disguise of the painted skin to temporarily leave a decoy. It wouldn't serve any real purpose, just to scare the heavenly evil cult leader. It's hard to say how useful it would be, but if the heavenly evil cult leader was truly, as Chu Qing suspected, already terrified, then it would probably be quite useful. Besides, Shang Qiuyu remained in the western regions, assisting Lu Xiaoyan and others in handling affairs in the southwest regions. Of course, he didn't need to exert himself, he simply acted as a high-level enforcer. He was happy to have some peace and quiet, basking in the sun and drinking tea, living a rather comfortable life. Finally, on an uneventful night, Chu Qing and his group quietly left Shanghai City. They traveled through the northern region, heading straight for the eastern region. They kept a low profile throughout their journey, trying to avoid trouble. However, upon reaching the northern region, a small incident still occurred. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors knew that Chu Qing had killed Bai Tian, but not many people in the Great Wind Pavilion knew. Therefore, the old guard of the Great Wind Pavilion were still striving under the slogan that avenging the old master would allow them to inherit the position. And the Great Wind Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as a powerful force in the northern region. When Chu Qing and his group passed through this area, they encountered many people searching for Chu Qing. However, things happened too quickly that day. Chu Qing summoned the person, swept 2 fingers across them, and before they could even react, their heads were already gone. Afterwards, Chu Qing turned and left. Many people didn't even see what Chu Qing looked like before it was all over. This also meant that the wanted poster drawn up by the Great Wind Pavilion was completely unrelated to Chu Qing. Although they posted notices everywhere, and their disciples seemed incredibly busy running around, Chu Qing himself was completely bewildered when he first saw the notice. He simply couldn't tell who the person in the portrait was. Later, after a busybody proudly told him the secret of the murder of Bai Tian, the master of the Great Wind Pavilion, Chu Qing suddenly realized the person in the portrait was actually himself. Wu Qianhuan and the other two laughed so hard they almost died laughing. Chu Qing sighed, feeling that these powerful forces were being far too reckless. Using such a notice to track down a murderer? He could only wish them good luck. If they actually caught him, it would be a human tragedy. Of course, to keep a low profile, Chu Qing didn't do anything about the portrait. However, he might help them correct the problems with the portrait after the underworld assembly. Recalling this incident, Chu Qing couldn't help but glance at Mu Tong'er again. Is that really how you handle things? Wan Chunhua, constantly on edge from being hunted by the Dafeng Tower, was in a state of high alert. This led to Mu Tong'er's personal maidservant being mistaken for a pursuer and killed when she went to help him. The maidservant was wronged, and Mu Tong'er was furious. Wan Chunhua declared that if Chu Qing killed Bai Tian of the Dafeng Tower, he would atone with his life. In fact, Wan Chunhua did just that. However, just as he was about to commit suicide, Mu Tong'er stopped him. She said that the girl was kind-hearted, and would certainly not bear to let Wan Chunhua commit suicide to atone for his sins. But this matter couldn't be left unresolved, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. They couldn't let their previous promises go unfulfilled. So, the shepherd boy sent Wan Chunhua to perform 100 acts of chivalry in the martial world. If he died during this process, it would be considered paying for his life. Conversely, if he completed all 100 acts and was still alive, then it would be considered that the girl's spirit in heaven had forgiven him. This debt would be wiped clean. However, how to weigh the importance of each act, and which ones were truly worthy of praise as acts of chivalry, was up to Wan Chunhua himself. Wan Chunhua remained silent for a long time, then finally turned and left without a word. Now, when Chu Qing asked, the shepherd boy said, Wan Chunhua is a man of his word. These 100 acts, if done by someone else, might have been done perfunctorily, but he wouldn't. So rather than letting him die in vain, it's better to spare his life so he can save more people. This would be a way to accumulate good karma for that girl and also to atone for his own sins. Compared to taking his life, I personally feel this choice is better. Chu Qing nodded, saying nothing more. After all, this was Mu Tong'er's own business. As the maid's mistress, she had the right to handle it entirely. The little incident on the road ended there, and before leaving the northern region, they encountered some minor incidents. Sometimes bandits, sometimes thugs, and occasionally members of the heavenly evil cult. They dealt with them casually. For Chu Qing now, these were insignificant. He didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with these people. And taking advantage of the free time along the way, Chu Qing also gave Wu Qianhuan and the others some pointers on their martial arts. The best way to help them improve quickly was to start with what they were familiar with. This would be the fastest way to enhance their combat strength. Therefore, Chu Qing didn't teach them new martial arts. Instead, he started with their most familiar areas, providing a high-level overview to help them reach even greater heights. However, Mu Tong'er had little interest in martial arts. She preferred lightness skills. Chu Qing happened to be an expert in this area, which helped her progress much faster. And so they traveled from the northern region to the eastern region. For the first while after entering the eastern region, they didn't notice anything unusual, but when they entered their first city, they all fell silent. The city was large. From afar, they could see 3 large characters written on the city walls, Zhejiang City. But there was no one outside the city, unlike the bustling scenes at the city gates of other regions. Following the path inward, the city remained deserted. Only a stench wafted in the air, and rats, no longer confined to the darkness, swaggered brazenly through the streets. Chu Qing frowned slightly, took out a black cloth, and had the group cover their faces. She then took out an antidote pill prepared by the yin-yang hermit, and had them take it before continuing along the street. Soon, she saw a child, probably only 7 or 8 years old, sitting on the steps by a gate. Her pupils had long since lost their luster. She had been dead for some time. She was emaciated, as if she had starved to death. Chu Qing felt a slight pang in her heart, but forced herself not to look any longer and continued walking. Occasionally, she would see corpses along the street, seemingly struggling to climb forward, one hand raised in the final moments, as if searching for something precious. There weren't many corpses on the streets, but most were children. When they reached the city center, they were met with a living hell. Countless corpses were piled up, forming a towering mountain. Wild dogs ran up the mountain, Rats scurried in the shadows, the bodies long since rotting and stinking, a gloomy atmosphere spreading everywhere. The blood accumulated on the ground, mixed with the soil, churned like flesh and blood. A strong sense of unease filled Winra's heart. Her sense of smell was already keen, and at this moment she could no longer bear it. She turned around, threw off her mask, and vomited violently. This commotion attracted the attention of the wild dogs and rats in the mountains, and frantic barking erupted. Several wild dogs came charging down from the mountaintop. Having tasted the dead flesh, they had finally found a few living people, and were not about to let them go. Even the rats in the shadows seemed like black streams, converging into a river amidst the filthy flesh and blood. He joined the group of wild dogs with bloodshot eyes, ready to feast. Chu Qing took a step forward, and ice spread from his feet, instantly freezing the already frenzied rat dogs. With a surge of inner energy, the ice shattered, adding more crimson to the ground. At this moment, the rats that hadn't died seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by humans, cowering into the shadows, afraid to take another step. Chu Qing silently looked up at the indescribable mountain of flesh and blood, and slowly closed his eyes. The entire city was dead. It was the heavenly evil sect that did it. There was no need to think about it. Only they could be so ruthless as to slaughter an entire city so easily. Chu Qing was not unfamiliar with similar methods. Back in Lingbei, several cities had been massacred by the Heavenly Slaughter Lord and his heavenly evil cult disciples. The scene was exactly the same as now. However, after the Battle of Immortal Cloud Mountain, representatives from the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans went to handle the aftermath. Chu Qing had only learned of the carnage from their words. This was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. The killing intent that had been dormant in his heart for so long began to boil once more. Those children, they were hidden by them, Wu Qianhuan suddenly said. She suddenly understood why most of those sitting at their doorsteps, starving to death, were children. Because when the chaos began, parents instinctively hid their children. Some couldn't be hidden and died in the center of this city. They became part of that mountain. Some hid, but because they were too young, after the villains left, they cried and screamed as they came out of their homes, only to find their families gone. Lost and confused, they didn't know where to go, what to do. Though they had the instinct to survive, they were ultimately too young. Perhaps some children escaped the city and found a way to live, but most remained here forever. Wu Qianhuan couldn't imagine what those children were thinking when they came here and saw these countless corpses. She also dared not think that when their lives came to an end, would they wonder what had happened? How could their peaceful daily lives yesterday have suddenly been utterly shattered? Their living parents suddenly died under the butcher's knife? Let's go. Chu Qing's voice reached the 3 women's ears. They were silent for a moment, then finally nodded. This mountain was too high, they couldn't handle it. Even with Chu Qing's exceptional martial arts skills, he was powerless in this situation. But just as they were about to leave, Chu Qing suddenly looked up at the distance of the street. Wu Qianhuan and the other 2 knew he had noticed something and followed his gaze. After a long while, they saw a group of people appear at the end of the street. Their expressions were blank. Some carried coffins on their backs, others had straw mats tucked into their waistbands. There were many of them, their footsteps light and dense, swarming towards this place. The burial men. Chu Qing hadn't seen these people for a very, very long time. The last time he saw them was in Divine Blade City. After that, they were never seen again, not even in Immortal Cloud Mountain, 10 Deadly Caves, Absolute Heaven Pass, or Ghost God Gorge. Chu Qing and his companions stood there, while the group of burial workers remained silent, advancing without a word, never avoiding them, as if they didn't exist. They arrived at the mountain and began to slowly shake it, separating the rotting, mangled corpses from the mountain, then silently leaving the city to find a suitable place to bury them. They were silent, yet for the first time, Chu Qing felt a silent shock. Leaving Zhejiang City, they continued towards Jiaxia Mountain, looking at the rows of new graves standing in the wilderness. These graves were silent, with tombstones, but no inscriptions. They must have been the work of the burial workers. They passed through city after city, 3 in a row, all empty cities, leaving only fields of graves. When they reached the 4th city they encountered, they finally saw a living city. However, to Chu Qing's surprise, the moment he stepped into this place, he saw a familiar face. The sword named Jing Hong stood there. The unkempt man was completely drunk. Chapter 568. No one knew how much Dongfang Jing Hong had drunk to make a dignified emperor, like the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors so drunk. After carrying away the empty wine jar, the waiter leaned against the wall, watching him sigh. Chu Qing glanced at him twice, then walked over. He looked at the waiter, What's wrong with him? The waiter's enthusiasm lasted only a moment. Once he confirmed it was just a good thing and not a customer, his mood calmed down. His professional smile vanished, and he sighed. Who knows? Maybe he has some grievances on his mind, and his heart is heavy? Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. Were the standards for being a waiter so high now? To say something like that, he must have been educated, right? Then the waiter continued, but in this world, just being able to survive is already a rare feat. How many people can live freely and unrestrained? That makes sense. Chu Qing nodded and gestured for Wu Qianhuan and the others to sit down. He didn't go far, sitting right at the table where Dongfang Jinghong was. He was already completely drunk, so if they simply carried him away, he probably wouldn't even notice. After having the waiter bring up some wine and food, he casually remarked, "This world is indeed turbulent." Along the way, 9 out of 10 houses are empty, and cries of agony fill the air. Ultimately, it's the scourge of the martial world. You can't say that. The waiter quickly gestured for silence. Once he realized no one was watching, he sighed and said, "That's just how the world is. What can we do? I heard that the southwest regions are quite stable now. It seems a leader or sect master has emerged, and they've driven out all those evil cultists. Many people are heading towards the southwest regions now, but very few actually make it." "What do you mean?" Chu Qing frowned slightly. "What else can I say? The world is a dangerous place." The waiter smiled helplessly. The heavenly evil sect kills ruthlessly, in groups, without any regard for the law. There are a few powerful figures in the eastern region, but they can't stop them. Just a few days ago, I heard that some sect tried to stop a few members of the heavenly evil sect from killing. Not only did they fail, but they also lost their own lives. I heard they died a particularly gruesome death. In this kind of world, who dares to wander around? It's chaotic, morality has collapsed, everything is in chaos. People who can't afford to live have gone to the mountains, becoming outlaws, but they live in constant fear. They say they become outlaws, but really they just found a place to hide. There are fertile fields down the mountain, but even with 1,000 acres, who would bother to cultivate them? If you sow in spring, who knows if you live to harvest in autumn? To be honest, this area used to be a very prosperous and bustling city. Caravans came and went in an endless stream. Although there were bandits and highwaymen back then, at least someone upheld justice. But now, it's deserted. Everyone's just living one day at a time. Living one more day is a bonus. The southwest region is too far, thousands of miles away. You'd die on the road before even leaving the eastern region. Even if you barely make it to Tongtian Ridge, there's no guarantee you'll be able to cross it. Staying here is a dead end, leaving is also a dead end. The waiter's tone wasn't despair, but a resigned acceptance of everything. Chu Qing slowly exhaled, feeling a sense of oppression in the eastern region's sky. He lightly tapped the table. Dongfang Jinghong rubbed his head irritably, deciding to change his position and continue sleeping. But the annoying sound seemed to follow him relentlessly. He suddenly flew into a rage, sitting up abruptly, his eyes wide with fury, as he glared at Chu Qing. The waiter was startled. He didn't know Chu Qing's identity, only that in this era, his delicate skin suggested he was pampered. Not to mention, he was accompanied by 3 beautiful women. He didn't know Dongfang Jinghong's identity either, but he had seen the Jinghong blade. Dongfang Jinghong, capable of wielding such a weapon, must possess such skill. If this young master angered him, a casual sweep of the blade would be enough to finish off these men. The waiter wanted to intervene, but hesitated. Just as he was struggling with this internal conflict, he noticed that Dongfang Jinghong's previously furious eyes suddenly cleared considerably. Then he shook his head violently. "I really drank too much. I even dreamt of Alliance Leader Chu." "Senior Dongfang, what brings you here?" Chu Qing asked softly. Dongfang Jinghong was taken aback, looked at Chu Qing again for a moment, and then his gaze fell on Wu Qianhuan and the other 2. After a long while, he gasped, "Am I seeing things? Is it really Alliance Leader Chu in person? You really did drink too much." Chu Qing smiled helplessly, took the wine pot, poured himself a cup, and drank it by himself. Dongfang Jinghong was surprised. Alliance Leader Chu isn't in charge of the overall situation in the southwest region, so why did he come to the eastern region? The waiter hadn't thought much of it when he first heard Alliance Leader Chu, but now, hearing this, he suddenly felt a chill. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Qing. Just now, he'd been saying that the southwest region had produced an alliance leader or sect master, and now this swordsman was calling this young master Alliance Leader Chu, and even saying he'd take charge of the southwest region? Could this be the person who could drive away the heavenly evil cult? His previously somewhat vacant eyes suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope. "There are some things I need to do in the eastern region," Chu Qing said calmly. "At the same time, I begin planning, leading my comrades from the southwest region to reclaim the eastern region." The young man, who had initially been somewhat skeptical, immediately understood upon hearing this. He met the real deal, although he didn't know why this incredibly powerful figure was a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. That didn't matter. He looked at Chu Qing, wanting to say something, but knew now wasn't the time to interrupt. He could only turn around, return to the base of the wall, and watch the two of them expectantly. Then, Dongfang Jinghong's next words made the waiter want to strangle him. "The eastern region, you can't come yet." The waiter immediately glared at Dongfang Jinghong. He didn't know anything about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but from those few words, he had already gleaned a message. Chu Qing wanted to lead the martial arts masters to rescue the eastern region. This on the other side disagreed. Chu Qing's face showed no complicated expression, only a mocking tone as he said, "A buffer? At least after killing the heavenly evil cult leader." Dongfang Jinghong spoke softly, but after saying it, he couldn't help but sigh. Chu Qing sneered. "Are you worried that once the heavenly evil cult members are driven out of the eastern region, the heavenly evil cult leader will go all in?" Dongfang Jinghong remained silent. This wasn't his idea. It's just that while the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors supposedly jointly ruled the world, the one with the most power was the ancient sovereign. The ancient sovereign's reasoning was similar to Chu Qing's. The heavenly evil cult had been plotting for years, and the upheavals in the southwest regions were unexpected. If even the eastern region fell at this time, the heavenly evil cult leader, having nothing left to lose, would likely launch a frenzied attack on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Once any of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors died, the balance of power would shift, and the heavenly evil cult leader could potentially defeat them one by one. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were gone, the world would inevitably collapse. This reasoning convinced Dongfang Jinghong. But when he arrived in the eastern region and saw the empty cities, the countless graves, and the burial men everywhere, he couldn't help but doubt whether this decision was right or wrong. They had casually sat down for a meeting, and the fate of countless people thousands of miles away had been decided. Along his journey, he saw many corpses, and Dongfang Jinghong even felt he bore a great responsibility for their deaths. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. That's why he drank himself into a stupor here. Looking at the Jinghong blade in his hand, the more he looked, the angrier he became. Holding a precious blade, yet unable to bring peace to the common people, the so-called Blade Emperor seemed like a joke. Even so, when he heard that Chu Qing wanted to take over the eastern region, he still subconsciously spoke from the perspective of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But facing Chu Qing's questioning, he dared not look up. Dongfang Jinghong. Chu Qing's voice suddenly reached his ears. "I never imagined that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all cowards who clung to life." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jinghong abruptly looked up. "I am not. You left this so-called buffer zone to appease the heavenly evil sect. Isn't it just because you're worried the heavenly evil sect leader will use you as a scapegoat? So, for your own survival, you can disregard the lives of the people of the eastern region. Are you crazy to say you're cowardly and afraid of death?" Chu Qing's words were slow, yet felt like dull knives stabbing into Dongfang Jinghong's heart. An invisible aura blew through his sleeves, a faint clanging sound emanating from the Jinghong blade, its blade trembling slightly. With a single misstep, the Azure Heaven Overlord blade might appear above his head. Chu Qing, however, seemed completely unconcerned. If you weren't cowardly and afraid of death, why would you fear the heavenly evil sect leader's desperate gamble? Shouldn't you have set a trap long ago, waiting for him to walk right into it? Still drinking here? Dongfang Jinghong paused, suddenly realizing that this made perfect sense. A great battle between the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the heavenly evil cult leader was inevitable. Dongfang Jinghong had initially thought that he should wait until he found the heavenly evil cult's location before gathering all his forces to attack it. But now it seemed that it was better to wait for the enemy to come to him than to waste his efforts searching. As long as he could kill the heavenly evil cult leader sooner, what reason did he have to stay here drinking alone? Alliance leader Chu's words were like a wake-up call. "I will go and prepare immediately." He stood up, about to leave. Chu Qing suddenly stopped him, looked him intently, and seeing the urgency in his eyes, sighed, "You won't succeed." "Why?" "Because someone will stop you." "No." They just didn't consider this. Not everyone is as straightforward as you. Chu Qing poured himself another cup of wine. They're all seasoned veterans of the martial world. What I can think of, how could they not think of? They just don't want to risk their lives for strangers. No, Alliance leader Chu doesn't know much about them. Don't make assumptions. Dongfang Jinghong said, when you go to 5 Emperor's City next time, I will introduce them to you. Seeing his expression, Chu Qing knew his mind was made up, so he didn't try to persuade him further. These past few meetings had left a fairly deep impression on Chu Qing. This man was courageous but not particularly clever. He was also easily swayed. Therefore, his performance was sometimes less than satisfactory. Now that Chu Qing had found him a better path, he was naturally eager to take it. But someone would inevitably interfere and prevent him from getting his way. Unfortunately, he wouldn't listen to Chu Qing's advice. He would only learn his lesson after hitting a wall. Of course, he might also be persuaded again because of his susceptibility to persuasion. Thinking this, he heard the footsteps that had seemed to fade into the distance return. Chu Qing glanced at him and saw him sit down with a gloomy expression, and was taken aback. You figured it out? No, you misunderstood them. Dongfang Jinghong said in a deep voice, I'm not leaving because there's something I haven't investigated yet. What's the matter? Chu Qing asked casually. The fact that this guy even appeared in the eastern region already spoke volumes. At this stage, unless something significant happens, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will not easily separate. If the heavenly evil cult leader were to kill 2 of them by surprise, then everything would truly be over. Therefore, it must be something of utmost importance that made Dongfang Jinghong leave the 5 emperors city of Zhongzhou and come to the eastern region. Dongfang Jinghong glanced at Chu Qing, remained silent for a long while, and then said, Luo Kongming has disappeared. The Fist King Luo Kongming? Chu Qing tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. When did this happen? A few months ago, after you left the 5 emperors city. Now that he had spoken, Dongfang Jinghong did not continue to hide it. Chu Qing smiled. I remember, when we were in Xiangnan City, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors decree was already in my hands. As a member of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Luo Kongming has encountered such a major incident. And I didn't even know? Dongfang Jinghong knew he was in the wrong, and simply lowered his head and remained silent. Let me guess. When Luo Kongming first disappeared, surely someone among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors suspected that I was responsible. That's unlikely. Dongfang Jinghong scratched his head. Chu Qing sneered. He was increasingly disdainful of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. To be honest, compared to those in the 5 emperors city of Zhongzhou, Chu Qing felt even Ghost Emperor Moto was far superior. At least Ghost Emperor had a clear goal and consistently worked towards it. On the other hand, these people from Zhongzhou were all obsessed with the big picture. Everything they did was for the greater good. It seemed that mentioning those 2 words justified all their actions. Thinking of this, Chu Qing's lips curled into a colder smile. Besides Luo Kongming, are there any other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who have disappeared? Yes. Dongfang Jinghong said. Martial Emperor Li Juechen is also missing. Some time ago, I received news that someone saw Li Juechen in the eastern region, so I came to investigate. Chapter 569. Chu Qing glanced at Dongfang Jinghong with some surprise. So, you suspect that Luo Kongming's disappearance is related to Li Juechen? Dongfang Jinghong fell silent. Seeing Chu Qing staring at him, he nodded helplessly. I do have this suspicion. It's because I can't understand Li Juechen lately. Just like I don't know what grudge you have with him that led him to attack you so viciously at Yusong Mountain. He clearly stayed in 5 Emperors City before, but concealed his whereabouts. If Luo Kongming hadn't suddenly disappeared, and I hadn't started investigating, I wouldn't have known he had appeared in 5 Emperors City. You're actually right. Initially, they did suspect you. After all, that day in 5 Emperors City, in the Sword Emperor's mansion, Luo Kongming and you exchanged a punch. He hindered your actions, and they suspected you might hold a grudge. But ever since I learned of Li Juechen's appearance in the 5 Emperors City, I felt that, compared to you, his suspicion seems a bit greater. But until this matter is thoroughly investigated, it's impossible to completely absolve me. So, that's why you concealed this information? Chu Qing frowned slightly. Seeing Dongfang Jinghong nod somewhat sheepishly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, it wasn't unreasonable for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to have suspicions about him. Regarding the situation in the northern region, there was actually quite a bit of conflict between the 2 sides. On one hand, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't allow Chu Qing to set foot in the northern region. On the other hand, Chu Qing wouldn't interfere in the southwest regions with them. Although they were united, there was also a sense of rivalry between them. This meant that, to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Chu Qing had likely become another major threat, second only to the heavenly evil cult. However, the catfish effect brought by the heavenly evil cult leader was still present. As long as this catfish was alive, they wouldn't easily break ties with Chu Qing. From this perspective, concealing Luo Kongming's disappearance was perfectly normal. If Chu Qing truly intended to overthrow the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he might even seize this opportunity to strike them down. Making a facade of peace to make Chu Qing hesitant to act was even more reasonable. But this almost caused Chu Qing to lose crucial intelligence. The 2 who brought Chu Qing news of the underworld assembly mentioned the death of their companion, a cause that led Chu Qing to suspect that Li Juechen had obtained the heavenly stealing demonic art. All those who had practiced those martial arts would become Li Juechen's food. Even all these people combined probably wouldn't be as powerful as Luo Kongming, the king of fighters. If Li Juechen stole all of Luo Kongming's martial arts, and combined with those others, it's hard to say how much his martial arts would have improved. Dongfang Jinghong glanced at Chu Qing, hesitated slightly, and then said, "Alliance leader Chu, could you tell me about the grudge between you and Li Juechen?" "Sure." Chu Qing nodded. "This grudge involves the mirror of karma. It's a long story, you have to listen carefully." He then recounted how he had once been an assassin for the mirror of karma, and how his investigation revealed that Li Juechen was behind it all. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jinghong was utterly astonished. Li Juechen actually secretly controlled the mirror of karma? Chu Qing picked up the wine jug, but it was empty. He had the waiter bring another jug. I was quite surprised when I learned of this matter. But before this, I wasn't entirely certain about it. However, Yu Songshan's meteoric rise and Li Juechen's sudden assassination attempt forced me to suspect the nature of his relationship with the mirror of karma. After all, aside from this, I have no connection whatsoever with him. Dongfang Jinghong hesitated before speaking. "Then why did you come to the eastern region?" "It was also for this person." Chu Qing smiled slightly. "Enmities must eventually be resolved. If he weren't the current head of the mirror of karma, there would still be some room for maneuver between us. But if this person really is, then only one of us can survive." Dongfang Jinghong suddenly looked up at Chu Qing, his expression bitter. Chu Qing knew what he was thinking and suddenly smiled. "To be honest, Senior Dongfang, your thinking is actually unacceptable. Peace in the world is not achieved through cowardice, nor can it be concealed through embellishment. For survival can only delay, not completely solve, the problem. You need to make your own decision." Dongfang Jinghong was currently in a conflicted state. On one hand, he possessed a chivalrous heart and couldn't bear to see human suffering. But he was also influenced by Gu Huang Yisheng and others, feeling that the greater good was paramount. Personal grudges were insignificant. But now, in the eastern region, because of this greater good, countless people had died or been injured. If it were Dongfang Jinghong in charge, that would truly be a world of swords and shadows, a place of swift and decisive revenge. But now, on one hand, he felt that Chu Qing's approach was not inappropriate. Repaying kindness with kindness, and settling scores with settling scores is only natural. The problem is, Jianzhou has already been killed by Chu Qing. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have now lost 1 ghost emperor, 1 sword emperor, and the Xian emperor is unreliable. Their strength has been further diminished. Even if Chu Qing's martial arts are high, how much can he fill this gap? Therefore, from this perspective, the overall situation is truly important. Dongfang Jinghong picked up the wine jug the waiter had just brought and downed it in one gulp. The waiter snorted under his breath, thinking, "Why didn't I drink you to death?" After Dongfang Jinghong finished the entire pot of wine, he suddenly stood up. "Since you came specifically for this person, you should have some information." Chu Qing nodded. "Yes." "Then I go with you." "Just to annoy me?" "Not at all." Dongfang Jinghong waved his hand. "I want to ask what Li Juechen is really thinking. His thoughts are probably different from normal people." The meal was long over, and the wine was almost finished. Chu Qing paid the bill, and the group stood up. The waiter finally couldn't hold back. "Alliance leader Chu." Chu Qing turned to look at him, but the waiter's lips moved, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Chu Qing sighed. "Don't panic, it will be soon." The waiter nodded repeatedly, and although the hidden meridian in his heart was still there, he had already seen a glimmer of hope. It was still early, so there was no need to rush. The unexpected encounter with Dongfang Jinghong was unforeseen, but Chu Qing didn't turn him away. The group found an inn in the city to rest. However, business was slow at the inn. The atmosphere was somewhat desolate upon entering. They booked several rooms, and the innkeeper personally led them to their rooms. Around midnight, Chu Qing was meditating in her room. She heard footsteps hurrying downstairs. Recognizing the voice as Mu Tongers, Chu Qing paid closer attention. Soon, Mu Tonger's footsteps returned, but instead of going to her own room, she came over and pushed Chu Qing's door. Chu Qing was speechless. Intending to pretend she was asleep and not open the door, she wasn't in a hurry, so she knocked gently. After a while, Chu Qing reluctantly opened the door. The shepherd boy burst in. "Why didn't you open the door?" "I was asleep." "You're kidding me. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that." The shepherd boy was so angry he wanted to bite someone. He shoved Chu Qing aside and suspiciously closed the door. Then, ignoring Chu Qing's reaction, he climbed onto his bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and shivered. "Wait, why are you shivering?" Chu Qing looked bewildered. The shepherd boy, his face slightly pale, made a shushing gesture. "Shh. Keep your voice down. Quick, come here." Chu Qing blinked, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. "You come up with something new?" Along the way, the shepherd boy had truly come up with all sorts of tricks, though most of the time he was with Winru. She tried every possible method to open Chu Qing's door and take over his bed. She went even further, using prying open windows, releasing sleeping gas, and employing all sorts of tricks. Of course, Chu Qing didn't let her succeed. Was she planning to play the submissive woman tonight? What new tricks? Mu Tonger said with a dark face, "You don't know? I just went to the outhouse and overheard the innkeeper and the night watchman greeting each other." "You could hear them greeting each other in the outhouse? What's the innkeeper talking about with the night watchman in the middle of the night?" Chu Qing was a little confused. "How would I know?" Mu Tonger waved her hand, "But that's not the point. The point is this city is haunted by monsters." "How so?" "People are disappearing every few days. If it were all young women and wives who went missing, it could be the work of lecherous thieves. But if it's all teenagers going missing, then it might be a slave-catching team or something. The problem is, most of those who get lost are young and strong, both men and women." "That feels strange," the shepherd girl said, feeling a chill in the air, and couldn't help but beckon Chu Qing again. "Come here, I'm freezing." Chu Qing thought it was definitely psychological. But seeing her pitiful look, he didn't refuse too firmly. Taking off her shoes and getting into bed, the shepherd girl shared part of the blanket with Chu Qing, then snuggled into his arms and said, "Speaking of which, when you're holding such a beautiful girl like me, don't you really have any, feelings for me?" "That's impossible." Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. Only a gentleman like Lu Xiaohui could remain unmoved by a woman in his lap. "I'm not a good person." "Who is Lu Xiaohui?" "A gentleman." "I don't believe it." The shepherd boy said, "There's no such thing as a gentleman in this world. It's all about weighing pros and cons." "Pa, who wanted to talk to you about that? You said you didn't feel anything when you held me, so what do you feel now? Weren't we telling a ghost story?" Chu Qing gave her a speechless look. "What are you doing now?" "I'm in your arms. Who cares about monsters?" The shepherd boy chuckled foolishly. "You could call me a monster now. I eat you right now." Chu Qing's hand reached under the covers and grabbed the hand that was messing around his waist and chest. "Stop fooling around. Your hand is quite cold. Are you really scared?" "I wasn't joking with you just now. I really heard it." The shepherd boy said, "Think about it. Specifically targeting young men, it must be for eating meat and drinking blood. The child is too young. The food probably won't be chewy enough. Older people have weak blood and energy. Their flesh is mostly tough. Only young adults are suitable to be kidnapped by monsters. If they encounter a wicked monster, they might even think they're edible and fun to play with." Chu Qing playfully flicked her nose. "What kind of nonsense are you thinking all day long?" "I don't care, I'm scared. I want to sleep with you tonight." Mu Tonger had decided there was only one tactic, shamelessness. Anyway, she had already smoothed things over with Wu Qianhuan. As long as Chu Qing nodded, she would have succeeded. Chu Qing looked at the beautiful young woman in his arms, speechless for a moment. Just as he was about to tell her to stop fooling around, he suddenly frowned. "Wait! There's someone outside the window." The shepherd girl was startled, looked up, and sure enough, saw a shadow through the window. But it didn't look like a human shadow. Rather, it looked like a bat with outstretched wings. A monster? The shepherd girl looked at Chu Qing, her tone not actually afraid. After all, she was a female tomb raider who dared to go alone, her courage astonishing. She had only overheard something from the shopkeeper, and was using it as an excuse to make a scene at night. If it really was a monster outside, she would want to see it for herself. Chu Qing told her to be quiet, and was about to get down to investigate. The shepherd girl didn't want to be separated from him, so she wrapped her arms around his neck. Chu Qing sighed, holding her as if she were a pendant, and the two went to the window. Just as he was about to open the window to look, the figure suddenly disappeared. Chu Qing was startled, then opened the window. The shepherd boy, clinging to Chu Qing, was the first to peek out, only to find the outside empty. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard Chu Qing sneer, "This is the ghost corpse path." "What's that?" The shepherd boy, considering himself the daughter of the Xin Emperor, was well informed. But the term ghost corpse path was completely new to him. Chu Qing didn't answer. His gaze narrowed slightly, and then, using a telepathic technique, he connected with Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. He then leaped out of the window. Just as he reached the rooftop, two figures followed, flying out as well. It was Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. Wenru glanced at the shepherd boy. "You're unethical." The shepherd boy quickly climbed off Chu Qing, about to say something, when Chu Qing pointed. Following his finger, he saw a figure carrying someone in each hand, rushing away into the distance. "There really are monsters," the shepherd boy exclaimed in surprise. "If we catch them, lock them in cages, and build a big shed, charging 1 tael of silver per person to come in and see them, wouldn't we be able to make a small fortune?" Chapter 570. The shepherd boy's words carried a hint of longing. Chu Qing shook his head mercilessly. "No." "Why? If he really were a monster, you could probably earn some silver, but he's just a human." Chu Qing's figure flickered, and he led the three of them to follow behind the man. No one would spend silver to see someone locked in a cage. The man's clothes were somewhat peculiar. His arms outstretched resembled a giant bat, moving with incredible speed, his figure appearing and disappearing like a ghost. When he vanished, even with Chu Qing's martial arts skills, it was difficult to detect his presence. In the entire world, only the ghost corpse path could achieve such an effect in concealing one's aura. Those who cultivate the ghost corpse path are all considered disciples, and grand disciples of Li Juechen. At this juncture, instead of using the heaven-stealing demonic art to enhance his own strength, why is Li Juechen sending his men to capture people in the city? What is he planning? A faint sword intent emanated from behind him. Without turning around, Chu Qing knew it was Dongfang Jinghong. Since they were all staying at the same inn, it was impossible for Dongfang Jinghong not to notice Chu Qing and the other three coming out. He must have seen the bat-like figure, and decided to secretly follow them with Chu Qing and the others. The journey wasn't far. Leaving the city and heading southwest for less than 5 miles, they reached a dense forest. The figure disappeared into the forest instantly. When Chu Qing and the others arrived at the forest, Mutonger glanced at it and said, "This forest has been set up with an array. Can it be broken?" "Of course." With that, Dongfang Jinghong landed. "Alliance leader Chu, do you know who that person was just now?" "Senior Dongfang doesn't know?" Chu Qing gave Dongfang Jinghong a strange look. Li Juechen's actions could be kept secret from the world, but how could Dongfang Jinghong, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, be kept in the dark? Sensing Chu Qing's strange gaze, Dongfang Jinghong didn't think much of it, simply shaking his head. Such exquisite life-saving techniques and concealment skills. I never heard of them before. Chu Qing sighed. "Senior Dongfang, may I ask, what is your relationship with the other members of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" "Naturally, we're very close." "I thought so." Chu Qing muttered silently. "If they weren't so close, why would they treat you like a fool?" Dongfang Jinghong was bewildered, not understanding why Chu Qing asked such a question, nor why he reacted this way after his answer. Mu Tongwei had already led everyone into the forest. She was an expert in this area. In just a short while, she had figured out the traces of the formation, and then led the group out of the forest after walking for a short while. In the heart of the forest lay a secluded paradise, a vast clearing where a manor stood. However, the manor was somewhat dilapidated, seemingly uninhabited for a long time, its crumbling buildings exuding an aura of death. Dongfang Jinghong frowned deeply. How could such a ghastly place exist here? "Alliance leader Chu, what do you know?" Chu Qing didn't answer Dongfang Jinghong's question for the moment, but instead walked directly towards the manor's gate. With a casual push, the dusty door swung open. A scene of utter devastation unfolded before them. The walls were covered in splattered, dark marks, and the shadow wall was half shattered, seemingly not from the ravages of time, but from being forcibly smashed. This saved the group the trouble of bypassing the shadow wall. They could walk directly across the broken structure, seeing numerous signs of a struggle along the way. What happened here? Someone suddenly started killing people. Those dark marks on the ground must be blood. Judging by the direction, these people were all fleeing. But their pursuers aren't going to let them go. Wu Qianhuan pieced together a certain degree of deception from the surrounding evidence. Chu Qing nodded slightly, and led the group into the main hall of the manor, which was even more dilapidated. Judging from the scene, a fierce fight had taken place. Besides some broken furniture, there were many dark, foul-smelling objects. They looked like human entrails. Could it be that the killer didn't use a weapon, but rather their bare hands? Dongfang Jinghong said, speaking of which, Luo Kongming also possesses an extremely fierce and ruthless eagle claw technique. A casual grab has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. A sweep of the 5 fingers across the heart can rip a person's heart out alive. Chu Qing nodded. Eagle claw is inherently a ruthless martial art, so such an effect wasn't surprising. They bypassed the main hall and continued walking, following the trail through 3 or 4 courtyards in one go. Judging from the situation in these courtyards, the person had indeed fought their way out. They charged through the courtyards in one go, finally being cornered in the main hall. A fierce fight ensued, finally intimidating everyone. They initially dared not oppose him, but unfortunately, the person had no intention of letting them go. They fought their way through, but none of them managed to escape the courtyard. But this raises a question. Chu Qing glanced at the group. Why is there no body? Perhaps the murderer collected and buried the body? Dongfang Jinghong casually offered an explanation. Chu Qing didn't rush to refute, but instead looked at Wenru. The trail ended here. Now they have to rely on Wenru's sense of smell. Turning around, he found Wenru holding a notebook, reading by the starlight. Chu Qing was taken aback. Your senior brothers aren't here either. Wait, isn't this your notebook? I just found it. Wenru had read it quickly. While Chu Qing was speaking to her, she had already skimmed through the contents of the notebook. Hearing Chu Qing speak, she handed it to him. Take a look. Chu Qing didn't think much of it, flipping through the notebook and reading rapidly. In a short while, he had read through all the sparse contents of the notebook. Then he sighed. So that's how it is. Dongfang Jinghong, holding the Jinghong blade, scratched his head. What is it? Chu Qing didn't answer, but simply handed the notebook back to him. Dongfang Jinghong was overjoyed, quickly starting to read it, but as he read, a murderous aura gradually emanated from his entire body. The notebook's owner's name wasn't written on it. Judging from the description, this person should be quite young. Initially, his heart was filled with anticipation, because he had been chosen by the Martial Academy and become a nominal disciple of the Martial Emperor. Everyone harbors a dream of becoming a chivalrous hero, especially living in an era like this. The owner of this notebook must have been the same. He wrote down many aspirations in it. He wanted to study martial arts diligently, and not let down the Martial Academy's cultivation. He wanted to achieve great things, and become a revered hero. He wanted to repay Li Juechen in the future. But soon, these pure and beautiful sentiments vanished. His records were filled with doubt and fear. He discovered that many of his classmates had given up martial arts, especially a person named Yu Jiang. In the records, he was a young man full of sunshine, with countless beautiful fantasies about the future. The two of them had been talking about life and ideals just the day before, feeling they were kindred spirits. Then, the very next day, he was told that Yu Jiang couldn't bear the hardships of the Martial Academy, and had given up continuing his martial arts studies. The notebook's owner didn't want to believe it, but everyone he spoke to gave him the same message. Gradually, he became confused. But when a classmate, whom he had been told had left, appeared outside the manor as a corpse, the notebook's owner was utterly terrified. He knew those people hadn't left the Martial Arts Academy, hadn't given up martial arts. They had simply disappeared. The academy was deceiving them, and might even kill them. This realization plunged the notebook's owner into a state of immense panic. He wanted to escape the academy, but he dared not. He wanted to give up martial arts, but for him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one he would never have again. Moreover, if he left, how would he explain it when he got home? Would he say he discovered the Martial Arts Academy's secret? Or would he admit he couldn't endure the hardships of martial arts training? Ultimately, he decided to endure a little longer. Perhaps it was good luck, or perhaps it was his talent. Although his classmates would occasionally disappear, such things never happened to him. Until that day. A person emerged from the tunnel, displaying an extremely ruthless martial art, slaughtering everyone who rushed to kill him. In the midst of the chaos, the notebook's owner also saw that person's face. It was Yu Jiang's face. The once bright and cheerful young man was gone. His body was covered in wounds, and his eyes, once full of warm sunshine, had become bloodshot, like a vengeful ghost, as if about to bleed. Up to this point, only one sentence remained. The notebook's owner wrote, Yu Jiang killed everyone. There were bloodstains on this page of the notebook, splattered blood. Perhaps, he was struck by lightning at the very last moment before he put pen to paper? After reading it, Dongfang Jinghong suddenly looked at Chu Qing. What exactly happened? Chu Qing sighed. Li Juechen tricked Song Chundao out of his original Dao scripture, using it to deduce many new martial arts techniques. However, martial arts are no ordinary path. A slight mistake can be fatal. Once one goes mad with internal energy, even a powerful martial emperor will perish. To minimize this risk, he decided to use others to help him deduce several martial arts techniques. And for these new techniques, he also needs a lot of experimentation and a large number of people. Thus, the Martial Academy was born. Dongfang Jinghong could hardly believe what he was hearing, instinctively taking 2 steps back. This is impossible. How could this be? Why would he do this? Song Chundao explained to me that many years ago, Li Juechen already knew of the existence of the Heavenly Evil Sect and knew that these people would inevitably cause great trouble. Therefore, I won't comment on his initial motive for deceiving me into obtaining the primordial opening scripture. Perhaps it was simply for personal gain, or perhaps it was truly for the sake of justice in the martial world. But over the years, he used the primordial opening scripture and his own knowledge to create 5 unique martial arts: Cold Corpse Record, Wooden Corpse Technique, Fire Corpse Chapter, Remnant Corpse Seal, and Ghost Corpse Path. The person we've been following all this way cultivates the Ghost Corpse Path. These 5 martial arts, taken together, are called the 5 Ghost Heavenly Corpse Tokens. Each of these martial arts techniques is extremely unpredictable and ruthless. And this place is undoubtedly one of his lairs, where he lured those who yearn for the Martial Arts Academy here by exploiting their desires, to use their bodies to complete the incomplete 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Order. Chu Qing paused slightly, then continued. However, it seems he's messed things up. Someone actually broke free from the control of the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Order and slaughtered everyone here. Not all of them, Wu Qianhuan reminded him. Chu Qing nodded. Yes, there's still a master of the Ghost Corpse Path, probably hiding in the so-called underground passage. He glanced at Wenru again. Wenru pointed to a stone tablet at the edge of the courtyard. It should be right below here. Dongfang Jinghong, unsure why the girl was so certain, wanted to ask further, but Chu Qing had already walked towards the stone tablet. After searching briefly, a cracking sound was heard, the stone slab scraped and a mechanism rolled, revealing an extremely hidden passage. However, to Chu Qing and the others' surprise, as soon as the passage opened, a figure flew out from it. Judging from the figure, it was the expert who cultivated the Ghost Corpse Path. Chu Qing reached out, and the man in midair immediately felt a powerful pull. His body flickered repeatedly, trying to use the movement techniques of the Ghost Corpse Path to evade Chu Qing's grasp. Unfortunately, Chu Qing's hand was like a shadow, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't escape Chu Qing's grasp. In the end, Chu Qing pulled him close and grabbed his neck. Just as they were about to ask a question, a figure flew out of the tunnel. After glancing at Chu Qing and the others, it ignored everything and flew directly out of the manor. Stop him! Chu Qing immediately shouted. With Dongfang Jinghong by his side, this man couldn't escape. Dongfang Jinghong didn't hesitate either. He flicked his Jinghong blade, about to attack, when a figure appeared from outside the manor. With a flick of his finger, the movement was incredibly precise. The fleeing man was no ordinary person. He roared, "Get out of my way!" He was only met with a sneer. The next moment, the figure opened his 5 fingers, revealing a fiery red lotus in his palm. The fleeing man's expression changed. He seemed to realize the danger, but with Chu Qing and the others right behind him, turning around meant certain death. He gritted his teeth and thrust out his palm, colliding fiercely with the fiery lotus in the newcomer's palm. With a muffled thud, the fleeing man fell to the ground. The newcomer then revealed himself, and Dongfang Jinghong was slightly taken aback. Song Chundao, what are you doing here? Chapter 571. In Dongfang Jinghong's eyes, Song Chundao was a fellow who had disappeared for many years, and suddenly returned to the first path. He didn't know the intricacies of the situation, only that this man had been away from the first path for many years, and now that he had finally returned, it was the perfect time to reorganize the first path and regain control. How could he possibly appear inexplicably in a dilapidated manner in the eastern region? Song Chundao smiled slightly, but ignored Dongfang Jinghong, instead looking at Chu Qing. Long time no see, Alliance Leader Chu, how have you been? Dongfang Jinghong's face darkened. His title of Sword Emperor was becoming increasingly uninteresting. Chu Qing didn't take him seriously, and even seemed to look down on him. Although Chu Qing had never said it, one shouldn't underestimate the observational abilities of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When Dongfang Jinghong was drinking with Chu Qing today, He noticed that the way this guy looked at him sometimes carried a strange pity. Song Chengdao was even more outrageous. Although the first Dao was a reclusive sect in Zhongzhou, Song Chengdao, as its Dao master, held a similarly revered position. But how could he, the mighty sword emperor, be so utterly ignored? Wasn't that a bit too much? Chu Qing didn't bother speaking to Song Chengdao, merely nodding at him. After casually tossing the person in his hand to the ground, he went to the man Song Chengdao had knocked down. Seeing this, Song Chengdao finally clasped his hands in greeting to Dongfang Jinghong. Greetings, Sword Emperor. No need for your greetings. Dongfang Jinghong also had a bit of a temper. These people were treating him, the Sword Emperor, like he was nothing. Song Chengdao chuckled. Sword Emperor, you're so old, why are you still acting like a child? The reason I'm here is at the invitation of Alliance Leader Chu. Not only me, but the First Path has already quietly infiltrated the eastern region with quite a few people. Dongfang Jinghong was taken aback, then suddenly looked at Chu Qing. Why did you send the First Path to the eastern region? After speaking, he looked at Song Chengdao. No, he told you to come, so you come? Why haven't you First Path been so obedient before? The First Path's supreme martial art, the primordial opening scripture, is extremely powerful, said to be the origin of all martial arts in the world. Therefore, the First Path has a very high status. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not give it face. But Chu Qing told them to come, and they came? Just now, Song Chengdao spoke to Chu Qing, and Chu Qing ignored him. Yet he wasn't angry. What exactly is the relationship between these two? So you're from the Heavenly Evil Sect, a general under the 7 killing soldier master. Chu Qing had already stood up and said to Song Chengdao, how did you find this place? Chu Qing told him to come to the eastern region, but didn't say they should meet here. The discovery of this place was purely accidental. Since returning to the First Path, I've been investigating Li Juechen. These past 2 days, I happened to be in this area, and remembering the clues from my investigation, I learned about this manor. So I thought I'd come and take a look. I never expected to meet the Alliance leader here again. Song Chengdao said with a smile, I thought we meet at Shaixia Mountain. Shaixia Mountain? Dongfang Jinghong asked again, why did you choose that place? He followed Chu Qing to find Li Juechen, but he hadn't yet made a choice between prioritizing the greater good and seeking revenge. Chu Qing hadn't told him that the underworld assembly would be held at Shaixia Mountain. He was naturally confused. However, some things are easier to guess than said, especially since Song Chengdao had just mentioned investigating Li Juechen. So, after asking, Dongfang Jinghong, without waiting for Chu Qing's reply, blurted out, Li Juechen will go to Shaixia Mountain? Chu Qing shook his head. Whether he will go or not is still uncertain, but it's an opportunity nonetheless. But we discuss this later. Let's look at these two first. His gaze fell on the 2 people on the ground. Why are the people from the Heavenly Evil Sect here? Dongfang Jinghong asked first. The eastern region is currently under the control of the 7 Killings Army Master, and these people seem to have decided not to show themselves easily. Instead, they're running rampant throughout the martial world. Attack a sect today, slaughter a city tomorrow. There are no sects left in the entire eastern region that can be called a name. The order has collapsed, and morality has crumbled. This has become the darkest period in the eastern region in the past few hundred years. They are using the murder scripture. They continuously improve their strength. However, while the murder scripture was powerful, it ultimately had its limits. At this stage, no matter how many people they killed, their improvement was finite. The 7 slaughter soldiers, leading this group of experts, clearly intended to act as a surprise attack. Their real target was likely the southwest region, where Chu Qing was stationed. There was no reason for them to cause trouble in Li Juechen's territory. The question Dongfang Jinghong wanted to know was also what Chu Qing wanted to know. So he approached the general and said softly, the Blade Emperor has something to ask you. Speak the truth, and I can give you a quick death. The general remained silent, only giving a cold laugh. Unfortunately, the people he encountered today were no ordinary individuals, and they didn't care whether he spoke or not. Seeing that Chu Qing was about to make a move, Song Chengdao smiled and said, Alliance Leader Chu, please calm down. There's no need for you to intervene. Just watch my methods. Oh! Chu Qing smiled, stood up, and took 2 steps back. In that case, please, Taoist Master, make your move. Song Chengdao didn't hesitate, flicking his finger and pressing it against the man's brow. In an instant, Chu Qing noticed that the man's eyes were empty, his mind seemingly stolen. Then Song Chengdao spoke calmly, I ask you answer. Who are you? Wang Quanhui, a general under the 7 killing soldier master of the heavenly evil sect. Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tong'er exchanged glances, finding it somewhat amusing. This name didn't sound like that of a martial arts world person at all. Chu Qing thought it was alright. Who said a martial arts person's name had to be obscure and impressive? Quan Hui, what a great name! Knowing everything, it embodies the parents' hopes for their child. Song Chengdao didn't pay attention to this trivial matter, but continued to ask, what brings you here? I'm here for the Heavenly Corpse token. Song Chengdao looked at Chu Qing upon hearing this. Chu Qing frowned. Why is it the Heavenly Corpse token, not the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token? Song Chengdao repeated the question. But Wang Quanhui clearly didn't know much about this, stubbornly repeating, I'm here for the Heavenly Corpse token. Did the 7 Killer Soldier Lord send him? Chu Qing asked again, and Song Chengdao relayed the question. Wang Quanhui then said, it was the sect leader who ordered the Soldier Lord to find the Heavenly Corpse token. Mentioning the Heavenly Evil sect leader, Dongfang Jinghong couldn't help but glance at Chu Qing. Chu Qing nodded slightly, urging him to calm down. Have you mentioned anything special about this Heavenly Corpse token? The sect leader said that the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token seems to possess profound mysteries. The chapter on exorcising ghosts in the Heavenly Corpse token must have secrets, and we can use it as a reference to examine it. How do you know there's a Heavenly Corpse token here? It's rumored that Li Juechen created the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token and 5 bizarre divine skills using the primordial opening scripture. He continuously improved it with the help of young men, but an anomaly emerged, accidentally achieving the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Corpse token, breaking free from the constraints of the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, and leaving the manor. However, this place isn't completely abandoned. There are experts who have cultivated the techniques created by Li Juechen, often lingering nearby. Therefore, the sect leader suspects that the secret of the Heavenly Corpse token creation is still preserved here, which is why he sent me to investigate and search. These words reminded Chu Qing of the notebook Winter had found, containing the name Yu Jiang. But why didn't the Heavenly Evil cult leader, having uncovered so much, directly confront Yu Jiang? Thinking this, he asked, only to be told that the Heavenly Evil cult also didn't know Yu Jiang's whereabouts. Since leaving, Yu Jiang seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. This is interesting. Chu Qing stroked his chin. Neither the Heavenly Evil cult nor Li Juechen are easy opponents. Even if Yu Jiang accidentally mastered a technique like the Heavenly Corpse token, it's impossible for him to hide so thoroughly under the combined search of such a vast force. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. It must be the work of the ancient Emperor Yisheng and his group. Dongfang Jinghong laughed and said, Li Juechen trying to play tricks right under our noses? It's not that easy. His actions are perverse, utterly inhuman. Yisheng must have known about the suffering Yu Jiang endured, which is why he hid him to prevent him from being harmed by Li Juechen. But after saying this, he noticed a strange pity in Chu Qing's eyes. If he hadn't asked, Chu Qing probably would have told him that his gaze was one of pity for a mentally challenged child. Song Chengdao also looked at Dongfang Jinghong strangely and sighed, after all these years, how can you still be so naive? Hearing him say this, Chu Qing couldn't help but click her tongue. He let out a soft sound. Song Chengdao's face flushed red instantly. He knew Chu Qing was mocking him for being deceived by Li Juechen. To cover his embarrassment, he coughed lightly. Shall we continue asking? Ask him where the 7 Killings Lord is now. Chu Qing pondered. If he was nearby, he could go and kill him while he was at it, and clean up the eastern region at the same time. However, this might attract Li Juechen's attention. Let's wait until after the 5th day of the 10th month. Anyway, there aren't many days left. But Wang Quanhui's answer didn't satisfy Chu Qing and the others. The 7 Killings Lord was currently operating like a gorilla, never staying in one place for more than 2 days. So although Wang Quanhui had been sent to investigate the Heavenly Corpse order, he would need to be found using secret codes or something similar to rejoin the team. After asking a few more questions, Chu Qing waved for Song Chengdao to release him. Wang Quanhui instantly regained his senses and remembered everything that had just happened, his face turning ashen. Chu Qing didn't give him time for sentimentality, reaching out to press his hand on his head. The heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique quietly activated, and after a moment, he released Wang Quanhui and said to Wenru, Do you have any writing materials? Yes. Wenru had a habit of carrying these things with her. She took out her small bag, rummaged through it, and after a moment, pulled out a notebook. Just as she was about to hand it to Chu Qing, as if remembering something, waved his hand. I said, You write it. Okay. Wenru nodded. Third brother, you're becoming more and more self-aware. Chu Qing's lips twitched, and he lightly tapped her forehead. Winter didn't take it seriously at all, rubbing her head as she said, "Go ahead and say it." Chu Qing thought for a moment, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. The way of heaven is to take from those who have more and give to those who have less. This opening passage from the 9 manual of his past life came naturally to him. This passage was originally taken from the Tao Te Ching, naturally containing profound meaning. Then Chu Qing combined his understanding of the 5 ghosts, heavenly corpse, order martial art with many seemingly plausible, but ultimately flawed martial arts principles. The content was utterly unorthodox, as thrilling and bizarre as possible. He rambled on for a total of 2,300 words. Then he kept one page, naming it the Night Emperor's Enlightenment Scripture. He tore off this page and had Winra write the 3 characters Heavenly Corpse Order on the cover. Only then did he place the book on Wang Quanhui's body. With a single touch, Wang Quanhui stood up, stunned. "Aren't you leaving?" Chu Qing asked. Wang Quan immediately leaped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Qing glanced at Wang Quan's departing figure with a half smile, then tossed the piece of paper bearing the inscription Night Emperor's Enlightenment Scripture onto the ground. Dafeng Jinghong frowned. "Will this work? What did you do to him?" "I made him believe I erased his memory." Chu Qing didn't hide anything. Dafeng Jinghong felt like his head was filled with stars. This sounded like a tongue twister. Song Chengdao pondered. "In other words, he knows you tampered with his memory and believes you succeeded, but in reality, that memory wasn't erased. He think you failed." "Exactly. Then this manual you wrote?" "He heard me clearly when I read it aloud." Dongfang Jinghong was speechless for a moment. "Then what's the use of this thing? They know everything you done. They definitely know the manual is fake. Do you really expect the heavenly evil cult leader to practice this fake manual?" "Of course not," Chu Qing said softly, "but you too mustn't forget, the heavenly evil cult leader was hailed as the #1 genius in the heavenly evil cult for hundreds of years. And now, this #1 genius has been defeated at Yusong Mountain, leaving behind a bad reputation. He's arrogant, conceited, and extreme in temperament. Even if he knows this manual is fake, as long as he knows it came from me, he will definitely examine it carefully, trying to distinguish the genuine from the fake. But everything written in this manual is ambiguous, making it difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. Once he tries it with the intention of discerning truth from falsehood, he'd definitely go mad." Wu Qianhuan suddenly grinned. "But what if he actually succeeds?" "Don't worry, he definitely won't succeed." Chu Qing gently shook his head. "To mistakenly practice a divine skill and achieve astonishing power. He's not the protagonist of a novel. How could it be so easy?" Chapter 572. Reality is not a novel, and the heavenly evil cult leader is not a novel protagonist. While coincidences are understandable, for him to achieve divine power through a mere fabrication, aside from novel protagonists, who else receives such treatment? A mere Wang Quan we cannot influence any situation. However, if this could be used to give the heavenly evil cult leader a thoroughly satisfying experience of demonic possession, why wouldn't Chu Qing be happy to do it? In fact, Chu Qing felt that the possibility of the heavenly evil cult leader experiencing demonic possession was quite high. After the Battle of Yusong Mountain, the heavenly evil cult leader earned the title of Naked Cult Leader, and given his personality, he would never let it go so easily. His long absence likely indicates he is plotting against his Maha Wuliang. At this moment, a copy of the Night Emperor's Enlightenment Scripture, written by himself, is presented to him. He will not let this opportunity slip by. Chu Qing was unaware that the heavenly evil cult leader had been suffering from a chi deviation ever since he left. The group didn't linger upstairs, leading the expert, who had cultivated the ghost corpse path into the underground passage. Upon entering, they discovered a completely different world. The space below was vast, but not empty. Cages hung in midair, each containing a person. Both men and women were present, all young and strong. Before Chu Qing and the others appeared, these people were all sitting cross-legged in their cages, seemingly practicing some kind of martial art. On the ground below the cages were various instruments of torture. Chu Qing's gaze swept across the area, finally settling on several tables at the far end. Many books were scattered there, now appearing in disarray. Scattered on the ground were papers covered in hastily scribbled notes, most of which were unsatisfactory and crumpled into balls, scattered everywhere. The arrival of Chu Qing and his group was noticed by the young men and women in the cages. Realizing that the person cultivating the ghost corpse path had been captured by Chu Qing and his group, they immediately reacted and began to cry for help. Chu Qing didn't speak for the moment, but looked at the man in his arms. "Want to talk, or want to die?" The man was silent for a moment, then sighed. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He had witnessed everything that had happened at Wang Quanhui's gathering. Knowing that he was dealing with no ordinary people this time, even if he wanted to hide anything, it was impossible. They had plenty of ways to pry them open. Rather than that, it was better to cooperate and confess. Chu Qing didn't stand on ceremony and asked him some questions. From this man, he learned that this place had indeed been abandoned by Li Juechen for a long time. Back then, after Yu Jian was driven out, Li Juechen returned once, but never came back. The reason this person has set up such a scene here is to create a diversion. Capturing so many young men and women is to emulate Li Juechen. However, he's not here to deduce those evil martial arts, but to find a way to counter the 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse Order. The 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse Order and those 5 martial arts are closely linked. He can decide our lives with a single thought. I cannot accept being controlled like this. Even if the opponent is a martial emperor, it's unacceptable. So, I want to use them to find a way to break this cycle, and from then on, the sky's the limit. It was a very simple idea. But after saying this, Dongfang Jinghong's face turned extremely ugly. Haven't you realized that what you're doing now is no different from Li Juechen's? These people you captured are following the same wrong path you taken before. You want to break free of your shackles. So why are you harming others? The man glanced at Dongfang Jinghong with indifferent eyes. You're not me. So what right do you have to question my decisions? What I endured, what I experienced, what do you know? Dongfang Jinghong was furious and wanted to say something more, but Chu Qing suddenly patted the man's shoulder. You're right. Without experiencing what you experienced, you naturally can't understand the pain you suffered. In your view, anything is justified in order to break free from your shackles. And frankly, if we were in your shoes, I'm afraid I'd be even more ruthless than you. The man glanced at Chu Qing with some surprise, feeling no relief from her words, but rather a strange tension. You. What are you trying to say? We can't speak for others, Chu Qing said softly. Therefore, I won't stand on the moral high ground to condemn your mistakes. Similarly, I can't help those you killed, or those still imprisoned here, let you go. Because I am not them. The man's heart sank. But Chu Qing changed the subject. In all this time, have you come up with any methods? The man shook his head dejectedly. Chu Qing sighed. Since that's the case, then let's go. No, spare me, Before he could finish, Chu Qing had already struck him on the head. His life was instantly extinguished. Chu Qing didn't deny the pain he had endured, and admitted that if he were in his shoes, he would probably be even more ruthless. But Chu Qing was ultimately not him. That statement was merely hypothetical. However, the person who died because of his actions was truly dead. As the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the Southwest region, it was Chu Qing's duty to uphold justice in the martial world. Moreover, his targets were ordinary people. This was a red line that no one could cross. Dongfang Jinghong gave Chu Qing a complicated look. I thought you would sympathize with him. Yes, Chu Qing said softly, but that won't stop me from killing him. Dongfang Jinghong felt that Chu Qing was too complicated, yet he also felt that his actions were not wrong. He had no choice but to go over and help, releasing all the people in the cages. After thanking them, the group intended to disperse. But Chu Qing stopped them, examined each of them, and then told them to leave the tunnel and wait outside. Because there was a formation outside the manor, even if they exhausted themselves, they wouldn't be able to get out. After they had checked the place, he would take them with him when they left. After settling the group in, Wu Qianhuan asked, Did you see anything from them? Chu Qing thought for a moment, then shook his head. The 5 martial arts created by Li Juechen are closely related to his own life. That man made them practice these 5 martial arts, hoping to find a weakness. Which is actually the most foolish method. The best way is to start with the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token itself. However, he has neither the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token nor the primordial opening scripture. They can only use this foolish method to reverse engineer the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, but they are limited by their own martial arts and knowledge, so these people simply cannot master those 5 martial arts. They haven't even scratched the surface of the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, and instead, they caused many deaths. There's been absolutely no progress. Those people do have some internal energy now, but it's far too weak to be of any use. Wu Qianhuan sighed. Ever since Chu Qing said this trip wouldn't be simple, she had felt a vague sense of unease. She thought that finding this place might lead her to a method to break the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. Even if it wasn't perfect, at least it could provide Chu Qing with some ideas and make this battle easier. But it turned out to be a futile effort. Chu Qing chuckled lightly. Don't overthink it. We just stumbled upon this place by accident. To expect something from such an easy accidental encounter. Well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. After saying this, Chu Qing led them to the table. They began searching through the books, not hoping for much, but just in case they found something. As it turned out, they did find something. They found the manual for the Ghost Corpse Path. This was because the person in question had limited abilities. He himself practiced the Ghost Corpse Path, which, along with the other 4 martial arts, shared the same lineage. Judging from his notes on the paper, he seemed to intend to use this to deduce the other 4 unique skills. Unfortunately, the gains were limited. However, he thoroughly dissected the various methods of the Ghost Corpse Path, revealing all its secrets. Chu Qing read the manual twice, finally sighing and looking at Song Chengdao. The primordial path scripture, there really is something in it. That's the foundation of my first path. Song Chengdao rolled his eyes. Naturally, there was something there. Having found nothing underground, the group decided to leave. Led by the shepherd boy, they led the group of young men and women out of the dense forest. It was already late at night. These people had nowhere to go for the time being, having been captured in the city where Chu Qing and his group had previously stayed. Naturally, they had to return to the city with Chu Qing and the others. They traveled in silence until they reached the city gate, only to be stopped by the tightly closed gate. Passing through was easy for Chu Qing and his group, but bringing all the captured people inside would be troublesome. They decided to have them wait outside until the city gates opened the next day. The group didn't linger, thanked Chu Qing profusely, and then looked for hiding places to spend the long night. Chu Qing and his group scaled the city wall and returned to their inn. By this time, dawn was approaching. None of them were sleepy, so they woke up the innkeeper, asking him to order some food and wine. The innkeeper was furious and wanted to curse, but on one hand, Chu Qing and his group didn't seem like easy targets, and on the other hand, Chu Qing had offered a lot of money. He decided to abandon his outburst of curses, and instead muttered to himself. After a while, the food and wine were served. Song Chengdao raised his cup. The first cup should be to Alliance Leader Chu. If it weren't for Alliance Leader Chu, Song Chengdao would still be a muddle-headed fool. Chu Qing drank a cup with him, and then asked, "How is your wife?" Song Chengdao's face darkened instinctively. Stop thinking about her. Chu Qing was taken aback, then laughed and cried at the same time. Alliance Leader Song, you're just a man of your nature. Who told my wife to be so beautiful? Song Chengdao snorted. Chu Qing was speechless. The proprietress was indeed not ugly, but as for beauty, it was only because Song Chengdao was blinded by love. Dongfang Jinghong began to inquire about the relationship between Chu Qing and Song Chengdao. Song Chengdao didn't hide anything, and recounted how Li Juechen had framed him years ago. Then Dongfang Jinghong fell silent. In his mind, Li Juechen deserved to die 100 times over. Just the fact that he tricked Li Juechen out of the original Dao scripture was enough to make the first Dao sect lead all its disciples to fight him to the death. But the bigger picture? The bigger picture. What should be done about the bigger picture? Chu Qing knew he was conflicted, but she didn't offer any advice. The group drank and toasted each other until dawn, when the sun had risen above the horizon, before finally ending the meal. With a slight shift of their inner energy, the slight intoxication in their minds dissipated. After packing their things and settling their bills, the group left the inn and continued their journey to Jiaxiao Mountain. On the way, they discussed what to do once they arrived at Jiaxiao Mountain. After finalizing their plan, Jiaxiao Mountain came into view. Unbeknownst to them, at the same time, in another corner not far from Jiaxiao Mountain, a pale-faced young man sat cross-legged in a thatched hut. If Chu Qing were there, he would be greatly astonished, for this man was none other than the leader of the heavenly evil cult. Before him lay an open manual, and beside it, a piece of paper. The paper bore 5 large characters, Night Emperor's Enlightenment Scripture. Chu Qing had deliberately left this paper inside the manor, yet it had now appeared here. Clearly, Wang Quan, whose memories had not been erased, had returned to search after Chu Qing, and the others left the manor, finally discovering the paper with the inscription Night Emperor's Enlightenment Scripture on the ground. The heavenly evil cult leader held the paper in his hand, examining the torn page. After comparing the marks, he exhaled, "This manual is definitely fake. That Chu fellow is no good. He wants to use something like this to deceive me, to make me suffer a chi deviation? That's utterly delusional." He coughed twice as he spoke. Since the Battle of Yusong Mountain, his injuries had never healed. Especially within the heavenly evil cult's headquarters, his attempts to deduce the Maha Boundless had failed every time, and each failure worsened his injuries. This was the main reason he hadn't shown himself for so long. His martial arts had regressed rather than improved during this period. The thought of Chu Qing's Maha Boundless made the veins on the heavenly evil cult leader's forehead throb. Looking at the Night Emperor's enlightenment scripture in his hand, he felt an irresistible itch. Could it be that he accidentally wrote a couple of lines containing the core essence of that martial art? Even if he didn't, could it be that there's some related content? With my abilities, I can distinguish truth from falsehood. With just the slightest clue, it wouldn't be difficult to deduce the whole picture. But is it really that easy? He went to such lengths to create this secret manual, probably just to make me suffer a chi deviation. No, I can't let him succeed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The person who entered knelt on the ground. Reporting to the master, we have discovered the Grand Manager's whereabouts. Chapter 573. The leader of the heavenly evil cult traveled a great distance from the cult's headquarters to the eastern region. Naturally, it wasn't for the Night Emperor's enlightenment scripture compiled by Chu Qing. In fact, it was a complete accident. The disappearance of Luo Kongming, the fifth king among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, seemed like a watertight matter. However, the heavenly evil cult was known for its vast resources, and obtaining this information wasn't particularly difficult. Following the clues, the leader of the heavenly evil cult quickly traced it back to Li Jueshan. Only then did he learn of the heavenly corpse token. He was currently suffering from backlash while deducing the Maha Boundless, exhausting his efforts without success. Now, knowing that there was a heavenly corpse token based on the primordial enlightenment scripture, he thought of using a foreign method to improve his own. But further investigation revealed some subtle details that seemed to involve the Wan Bailu, prompting him to decide to personally intervene. On one hand, the matter was of paramount importance. On the other hand, he, the dignified leader of the heavenly evil sect, truly felt a lack of capable men. 2 of the 4 great military masters were dead, the Wenqing Pavilion was completely wiped out, and the 12 holy kings were practically defunct. He brought along the remaining survivors, Prince Meng and Prince Shi, as well as 2 capable holy maidens from the heavenly evil sect. This was enough to bolster his forces. However, just 2 days ago, he received extremely bad news. His men discovered that Chu Qing was also in the eastern region. This infuriated the heavenly evil sect leader, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He subconsciously suspected that Chu Qing had come to the eastern region to hunt him down. But then he thought again, and realized something was amiss. No one knew he was in the eastern region. Even if Chu Qing possessed immense power, it was impossible for him to have planted a spy at the heavenly evil sect's headquarters. Otherwise, why would he bother with such a long and arduous journey? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just unite with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and attack directly? In the end, the heavenly evil cult leader attributed everything to coincidence. But even coincidence must have a reason. However, this reason cannot be investigated for the time being, and he didn't come here for Chu Qing. In the beginning, the heavenly evil cult continuously accumulated power, intending to sweep across the entire world with overwhelming force. But as it turns out, there are always people in this world who are unwilling to live according to others' wishes. And the martial world has never lacked peerless geniuses. Circumstances create heroes, and the hero created now is Chu Qing, not him, the heavenly evil cult leader. This grand plan is now practically fragmented. Therefore, to succeed, the heavenly evil cult leader must find another way. Fortunately, the martial world is no longer the domain of the heavenly evil cult, nor is it the domain of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although Chu Qing controls 2 regions and his power is immense, unifying the world is still a long way off. Although the Wan Bailu alliance of the world was hidden in the abyss, it would eventually emerge. The path the heavenly evil cult master sought lay here. However, whether it would succeed was uncertain. The heavenly evil cult master actually disliked situations where things were out of his control. But now he had no other choice. At first, his plan was simple: kill Chu Qing, and everything would be resolved. But the result was not as expected, and many plans were disrupted. He rubbed the Night Emperor's enlightenment scripture in his hand again, slowly exhaled, and gave 4 words: act according to plan. Although Chu Qingyu also had some tentacles, they were clearly not as effective as those of the heavenly evil cult, so he had no idea that the heavenly evil cult master had arrived in the eastern region. They have now arrived at the foot of Zhaixia Mountain. The 5th day of the 10th month is tomorrow. It is now evening. The autumn wind is bleak, and the night is slightly chilly. The first group has assembled. This time, there are quite a few people, at least more than last time at Zai Hewen. Zhang Mo Wu Ding, Bai Sheng, and Qian Cheng, these 4 experts, are all present. However, to Chu Qing's surprise, even Jiangli has come. Chu Qing stands with his hands behind his back on a cliff edge, gazing at the night scenery. Jiangli stands beside him, still wearing the same painted mask. Chu Qing glances at her. How is this painted mask? It doesn't stick even after wearing it for a long time. It's a good thing. Jiangli chuckles. Alliance leader Chu, you suddenly mentioned this item. Do you want me to be grateful? Chu Qing smiles wryly. It seems that Pavilion Master Jiang has been doing quite well lately. She's even learned to joke. Chu Qing is not one to take advantage of kindness, and Jiangli is not so lacking in emotional intelligence. This was clearly a joke. Jiangli took a deep breath. It's definitely more relaxed than ever before. Chu Qing glanced at her silently. How much do you know about the World Alliance? Jiangli looked at Chu Qing. What is that? I know nothing. Chu Qing didn't detect any deception in Jiangli's gaze. He pondered for a moment, then recounted the events involving Jian Jiao and Huangfu Changkong. Jiangli's expression grew increasingly serious. Only after Chu Qing finished speaking did she speak in a deep voice. In that case, perhaps I am not entirely ignorant of this so-called World Alliance. At least there are some clues. Back in Xia Hewen, my method for manipulating Huangfu Yixiao was to say I wanted to write a letter to Huangfu Changkong. This wasn't because I had a particularly good relationship with Huangfu Changkong, or even Jian Jiao. It was because the head manager once said he had a very close relationship with this Sword Emperor. I seen this Sword Emperor several times at Wanbeilu, which is why I felt this method was perfect for manipulating Huangfu Yixiao. Now it seems the origin of this so-called close relationship is the Tianxia Alliance. However, I never heard the head manager mention them in all these years. Lord Jiang. Chu Qing paused slightly after saying these 3 words before carefully asking, how much do you know about the origins of Wanbeilu? This question didn't stump Jiangli. She thought for a moment and said, I know quite a bit about Wanbeilu. After all, I was once the second manager of Wanbeilu in the 5 Emperors city of Zhengzhou. The origins of Wanbeilu are a very, very ancient story. It is said that long, long ago, before the Great Qian dynasty, and so many previous dynasties existed, Wanbeilu already existed in this world. Alliance leader Chu, do you know that inheritance is an extremely difficult thing? Not to mention ordinary families or clans. Even a powerful dynasty like the Great Qian dynasty only existed for a few hundred years. But Wanbeilu has been passed down to this day, for at least 1,000 years. Its existence is a legend. Chu Qing understood what he meant. Wanbeilu's ability to endure for so long truly makes it a legend. You must know that over countless years, all sorts of things happen. Simply developing in isolation doesn't guarantee continued existence. Too many unexpected events can cause fluctuations. A single misstep could lead to its demise. Even the most powerful expansion can crumble before the overwhelming tide of change. To remain undying, and to grow ever stronger, is not something that can be achieved simply by talking. Jiangli, seeing Chu Qing's expression, knew these words were well-intentioned. She continued, Wanbeilu has survived for so many years not just because of business. Many, many years ago, before Wanbeilu existed, or rather, before that immense power was known by the name Wanbeilu. It relied on extremely powerful martial arts. Wanbeilu has its own lineage. Unfortunately, I know very little about it. My status is humble. I don't even know how I climbed to this position. Therefore, I haven't received much of the inheritance. Even so, I can confidently say that I am a first-rate master in this martial arts world. There are no ranks in the martial world. The so-called first-rate is simply the top tier, but not the absolute elite. The absolute elite are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly evil cult master Chu Qing. They are beyond what can be simply categorized as first-rate or top experts. Such titles are unworthy of them. Chu Qing glanced thoughtfully at Jiangli. Just some minor inheritances can reach this level? Is the Wanbeilu's inheritance even above that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were able to continue their lineage for 300 years, and the Wanbeilu's contribution may have played a part in that. Jiangli gave Chu Qing a sidelong glance. So even though Dao Emperor Xianzong knew the Grand Manager was secretly stirring up trouble, he didn't actually fight them. You must understand, this one move. It will shake the very fabric of the world. For 300 years, Wanbeilu has been intertwined with history. Even the achievements of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might have been inseparable from Wanbeilu's support. There are too many intricate connections. No wonder the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors dared not act rashly. At least the Dao Emperor, the Fist Emperor, and the Ancient Emperor wouldn't easily touch Wanbeilu. However, this time the situation is different. If the Grand Manager is secretly supporting Jian Jiao to steal the Sword Emperor's throne, it means they have also crossed a red line that absolutely cannot be crossed. Xianzong went to Wanbeilu with Chu Qing for this reason. However, whether there's an element of wanting Chu Qing to be the scapegoat is open to interpretation. Chu Qing stroked his chin. So, the Grand Manager has no one backing him anymore? No. Jiang Li's expression held an indescribable sense of desolation. She turned to look at the rolling sea of clouds in the night sky and said softly, "Actually, I always felt that something's off with the head manager. For many years, Wan Beilu has adhered to the principle of taking from the people and using for the people. However, since I joined Wan Beilu, I noticed that things seem a bit different. I heard that Wan Beilu wasn't like this in the past, but things have changed since the head manager took power." She paused, then hesitated before continuing, "Actually, I heard another secret, but it's hard to say whether it's true or not. Just casual conversation, you can take it as idle talk, Master Jiang." Chu Qing smiled. How should I put it? I overheard some of the older folks at Wan Beilu mentioning it. In the beginning, although Wan Beilu was still referred to as a Grand Manager, it wasn't that simple. Behind Wan Beilu was a family that had been deeply entrenched in the martial world for countless years. Based on my understanding of Wan Beilu's origins, this family was the true, long-standing force. They were simply the ones who brought Wan Beilu to the public eye. But many years ago, Wan Beilu experienced a massive upheaval. That family seemed to have suffered a severe blow. Some say they were wiped out. The Grand Manager was originally the second manager, but because the original Grand Manager had died, Wan Beilu couldn't be without a leader, so he took over. This was also the first Grand Manager from outside the family in many years. Similarly, this is why I said the Grand Manager no longer had anyone supporting him. Perhaps there was support before, but then, it was gone. Hearing this, Chu Qing felt that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. He subconsciously asked, could the downfall of that family be related to the current head manager? "I don't know," Jiang Li said. "Actually, this matter is like a taboo within Wan Beilu. I only heard about it occasionally, but I haven't had the chance to find out the whole story. What's more, I don't even know the family's real surname." Chu Qing glanced at her and suddenly smiled. "What if their surname is Jiang? Maybe you're a descendant of the family behind Wan Beilu. The head manager investigated this matter, found you, and that's why he entrusted you with this important task. How did you know I often have dreams like this?" Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed. "What a pity. I always feel lost for a long time after waking up from a dream." Chu Qing smiled as well. Wu Qianhuan and the others arrived with Song Chengdao and Dongfang Jinghong. Hearing their laughter, they were curious. "What are you laughing about?" "Nothing, just talking about some daydreams," Jiang Li said with a smile. "Is everything arranged?" "Yes." Song Chengdao nodded, looking at Chu Qing. "Will we do it as we agreed?" "Okay." Chu Qing glanced at Wu Qianhuan. "You stay here and travel with the first path. Be careful," Wu Qianhuan said softly. Wenru and Mudomer also looked at Chu Qing. "Don't worry, it's just a mere forgetful manner. It's not worth being so alarmed." Chu Qing then looked at Dongfang Jinghong. "Have you thought it through?" Dongfang Jinghong nodded. He had been struggling with this decision the whole way. But as his eyes fell upon the eastern region, fragments of memories flooded his mind, and he suddenly felt that sometimes, the so-called greater good didn't seem so important after all. He was by nature a chivalrous hero, and if it weren't for the repeated admonitions of Yisheng and others, why would he have compromised for the sake of the so-called greater good? This time, he intended to act according to his own will. He would have a good, satisfying revenge. Chu Qing's lips curled slightly at this, and his gaze towards him finally stopped showing pity for a mentally challenged child. He turned and said, "All right, I take my leave now. See you tomorrow." With a single step, he vanished in the blink of an eye. His destination was clear, Forget Love Manor. He planned to infiltrate Forget Love Manor and wait until the underworld assembly opened tomorrow, when Li Juechen appeared, to strike and crush the old man to death. An assassin. A sneak attack, a kill, a single, decisive blow, and 1,000 miles away. Doing it this way wasn't shameful. Chapter 574. Wei Dongming, known in the martial arts world as 1,000-Mile One-Sword Wind. He was renowned in the martial arts world for his swift and exhilarating sword technique, and in his 13 years of practice, he had rarely suffered a defeat. Furthermore, he was known for his upright character, integrity, and philanthropy, thus earning him the title of a great hero in the martial arts world. However, he was active in the Eastern region's martial arts circles. With the invasion of the Heavenly Evil Cult into the Eastern region, and the Seven Killings Lord's powerful campaign, heroes from the Eastern region's martial arts circles spearheaded a battle against the Heavenly Evil Cult. Wei Dongming was among those invited. However, before that battle, Wei Dongming disappeared. Many people believe that Wei Dongming had been murdered by the treacherous villains of the Heavenly Evil Cult, But no one knew that Wei Dongming had no intention of participating in this battle. He had already quietly fled beforehand. Simply because Wei Dongming had another identity. One of the top masters on the 72 demon-slaying list of the Mirror of Karma. His mask bears the mark of a knife, his registered name, Mad Demon Blade. One thought can make you a demon, one thought can make you a Buddha. Wei Dongming is currently at the Forget Love Manor, raising his cup to invite the moon, but alas, it is the 5th day of the month, and the moon is nowhere to be seen. He sighed with a sense of loss. Everyone in the martial world knows the swift blade technique, and also knows Wei Dongming's benevolent and upright character. But no one knows that his uprightness is merely a facade, and his benevolence is just for show. Everyone harbors a demon within. We usually use morality, right and wrong, and bottom lines to bind this demon. The higher one's moral standards, the stronger the restraint on the demon. But for some, the more they suppress the demon within, the more terrifying it becomes. Wei Dongming was such a person. He wove a rope of benevolence and integrity to suppress evil, but he failed. In a moment of weakness, over a trivial argument, he killed a very good friend. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. He couldn't relinquish his status in the martial world, nor could he face his friend's tragic death. Ultimately, he blamed everything on the Mirror of Karma. Using the Mirror of Karma's name, he fabricated charges against his friend. He disguised himself as the Mirror of Karma's henchman. He remained the same upright, benevolent 1,000-mile one-knife wind. The matter was over, but the act of killing an innocent person gave him an addictive quality. The demon within him had been unleashed, and he grew increasingly frenzied. He began to secretly kill, deriving unimaginable pleasure from it. And most of his victims bore the mark of the Mirror of Karma. The truth will out eventually. The reason no one dared to take the blame for the Mirror of Retribution for so many years was mainly because their intelligence network was extremely powerful. That's how Wei Dongming came into the Mirror of Retribution sights. Was he threatened, or did Wei Dongming intentionally join the Mirror of Retribution? These things are hard to say now. Just occasionally recalling what happened back then, Wei Dongming felt that the twists and turns of life were truly indescribable. A single thought can lead to vastly different outcomes. However, he could put aside his melancholy for now. He was more curious about what would happen at the Underworld Assembly tomorrow. The eastern region was no longer a viable place. The Mirror of Calamity had suffered an unprecedented blow in the southern region. The western region was even more severely damaged. First, the heavenly evil cult swept across the land, and many who appeared to be great heroes, but were actually assassins for the Mirror of Calamity, died unknowingly in the chaos. Later, Chu Qing led the martial arts world of the southern region to the western region to restore order. Incidentally, they also ravaged the Mirror of Calamity once again. Now, the Mirror of Calamity is most active in the northern region and the central plains. But for some reason, the location for this underworld assembly was chosen in the eastern region? Could it be that they are planning to join forces with the heavenly evil cult? Thinking of this, Wei Dongming suddenly felt an indescribable excitement, even a tremor. In this massive upheaval sweeping across the martial arts world, the Mirror of Calamity, as an assassin organization, had to make a choice to gain more benefits from this storm. After all, no matter how loudly an assassin organization shouts its slogans, its ultimate goal is profit. Either hide completely, wait until the storm subsides before stirring up trouble again. Wei Dongming disliked the latter. He preferred the former's unbridled arrogance. I hope tomorrow's underworld assembly won't disappoint me. He put down his wine cup, picked up the wine pot, and was about to pour himself another drink. But just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you expecting? His hand, which was pouring wine, froze on the spot. Wei Dongming felt a tremor, but it wasn't simply from fear. He also felt an irresistible excitement. This was the excitement brought by crisis. Wei Dongming knew he loved the feeling of being on the brink of death, licking blood from a knife's edge. The person behind him, able to appear in his room so silently, was undoubtedly a master among masters. To contend with such a person would certainly be extremely interesting. In a flash, Wei Dongming had already decided how to proceed. He would turn around immediately and smash the wine jug in his hand towards the person behind him. Immediately following, he would activate his movement technique. The swift blade technique, derived from the Confucian classic, a touch of righteous spirit, 1,000 miles of swift wind. Therefore, this blade technique inherently possesses an extremely formidable movement technique. The 1,000 miles in his 8,000 miles of blade wind also originates from this. Thus, his movement technique was far beyond that of ordinary people. He had to activate it in an instant, then decide his next move based on the reaction of the person behind him. If the person caught the wine jug and immediately counterattacked, then he would inevitably have to engage in a few rounds of combat. At that time, he would seize the opportunity to grab his blade and unleash the swift blade technique to kill the attacker. If he were forced into a corner by the wine jug and became flustered, he could simply draw his knife and kill him. Of course, if he wasn't bothered by the wine jug at all, Wei Dongming planned to leave the room first. In short, he needed to be in an invincible position. All his thoughts were conceived in an instant, summarized in a split second. The next moment, Wei Dongming twisted his waist, about to throw the wine jug. However, before the wine jug was thrown, he saw the person behind him. It was a young man, sitting there with a very normal and relaxed posture, like a guest visiting the place, a slight smile on his lips. However, perhaps the curve of this young man's lips was somewhat dangerous, or perhaps his eyebrows were too sharp, like a drawn sword. When Wei Dongming saw this face, he actually felt a sharpness. But he quickly realized it wasn't just a feeling of sharpness. It was real sharpness. The wine jug hadn't been thrown. It was already in the other man's hand. All the strategies he had considered became useless the moment he saw the other man. A sharp pain shot through his throat. He instinctively reached up to touch it, only to find his hand covered in blood. His body slid off the chair, a hoarse sound escaping his throat, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know who the person was. He didn't know why he wanted to kill him. Most importantly, he didn't know when he had been attacked. That person hadn't done anything, he had only glanced at him. Why did his throat feel as if it had been pierced by a long sword? He was Qianli Daofeng. He was the mad demon blade of the demon-slaying list. How could he die so easily at the hands of a stranger? A thick, viscous resentment, like a wad of phlegm, choked Wei Dongming, utterly robbing him of his life. Chu Qing stepped over his corpse, sat down by the window, opened a new wine cup, and poured himself a drink from the wine jug he had just taken from Wei Dongming. After taking a small sip under the cover of night, he decided to get down to business. To kill by surprise, concealment was essential. Concealing his identity, concealing his weapon, concealing his killing intent. He killed Wei Dongming not only because he was a master on the demon-slaying list, but also because Wei Dongming's situation was perfect for his disguise. Of course, Chu Qing could also directly slaughter everyone in the forgetful love manner. However, this would most likely prevent the underworld assembly from taking place tomorrow. Many people who hadn't arrived yet would appear tomorrow, including even the head of the Mirror of Retribution. If he were to start a massacre now, these people would escape. To be on the safe side, he would naturally have to wipe them all out tomorrow. And the first person he wanted to kill was the head of the Mirror of Retribution. So he took out what he needed from his small pouch, then took out a mask and began to scribble. After a while, he compared it to Wei Dongming's corpse on the ground, then put the mask on his face. I reckon even Wei Dongming's own mother would have a hard time finding a flaw in this face. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, but looking at Wei Dongming's figure, he noticed that the man was a little shorter than him. Thinking this, he slightly gathered his qi, and heard a series of cracking sounds as his figure shrank slightly. This was the bone shrinking technique. The bone shrinking technique was actually a very common martial art. Being common didn't mean it was bad, it was precisely because it was a good thing that it was so widely known. However, this martial art was mostly used for petty theft, and its reputation wasn't very good. The bone shrinking technique used by Chu Qing was different from that of ordinary people, because it was taught to Mutong'er by Yuzong. Mutong'er would go to any lengths to get into Chu Qing's bed, using the bone shrinking technique to sneak into Chu Qing's room more than once. Chu Qing occasionally discussed this with her, and she didn't shy away from revealing the key points of the bone shrinking technique. With Chu Qing's current martial arts knowledge and cultivation, he already had a glimpse of its essence. After a few tries, he got the hang of it. Now, putting it to the test was just right. After finishing, he hid Wei Dongming's body. He wiped away the bloodstains, sprinkled some powder on it, and completely dispelled the stench of blood in the room. Only then did Chu Qing change into the clothes Wei Dongming had brought, tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and finally nodded in satisfaction before lying down to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, a masked assassin brought Chu Qing breakfast. However, the food was poisoned, which greatly surprised Chu Qing. He took out some dry rations, and ate a couple of bites, then heard a commotion outside. Looking up, he saw that there really was an unlucky guy who had eaten the poisoned breakfast, and was being carried away. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. The Mirror of Retribution was always full of bizarre incidents. Even attending the Underworld Assembly carried the risk of death. To be honest, it truly lived up to the name Underworld. However, upon emerging, Chu Qing noticed that not many people had been carried away. Those who had experienced numerous underworld assembly sessions were already quite accustomed to it. Chu Qing didn't intend to inquire, but from their conversations, he understood that this was an old tradition. Assassins must remain vigilant at all times, even within the Forgetful Love Manor or the headquarters of the Mirror of Karma. They cannot afford the slightest lapse. The slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. This was a central message the Mirror of Karma wanted to convey. Furthermore, some poisons were lethal, some not. The ultimate purpose was to send a warning, using the lives of one or two to teach everyone a lesson. The losses were also within the acceptable range for the Mirror of Karma. Chu Qing had nothing to say about this. Breakfast was a test. Once he passed it, he could truly participate in the Underworld Assembly. However, despite being called the Underworld Assembly, it wasn't as eerie as it seemed. Chu Qing put on the mask that originally belonged to Wei Dongming, and followed the little assassin, who was leading the way. They walked through several corridors, and arrived at the main square of the Forgetful Love Manor. Tables were already set up, spaced about a meter apart. People were already entering, each with their own table. Chu Qing, bearing the name of the Mad Demon Blade, naturally also had a table. And Chu Qing was quite satisfied with the location of this table. The entire main square was divided into two sections, leaving a walkway in the middle. Chu Qing's table was located beside this walkway. This walkway was very likely reserved for important figures from the Mirror of Karma. Perhaps soon the person in charge of the Mirror of Karma would pass by here. Of course, if he didn't, it didn't matter. Chu Qing's position was very close to the tables near the entrance of the hall. Less than 3 zhang. 1 zhang is 3.3 meters, so 3 zhang is 9.9 meters. For an ordinary person, this is not a short distance. But for Chu Qing, it was just a hand's breadth away. The reason he wanted to replace Wei Dongming was precisely because the position Wei occupied was uniquely advantageous. Time passed quickly. The assassins remained composed, refraining from whispering. Occasionally, they exchanged glances, but these were cold and aloof, maintaining their aloof persona. Once the entire hall was full, important figures appeared. First were the 6 experts from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform, followed by the judge's pen of the Book of Life and Death. These were the key contact persons. In the past, Chu Qing would have shown considerable respect to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform, but now, looking across the world, besides the heavenly evil cult leader, there was no one else he cared about. The so-called 6 experts of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform were nothing special in his eyes. Just as his gaze shifted away from them, someone shouted, "The Master Mirror has arrived." Chapter 575. The head of the Mirror of Karma is the one in charge of the Mirror of Karma. This person is so mysterious that even with Chu Qing's current immense power, it would be difficult to investigate him clearly in a short time. Only those who have cultivated deep roots in the martial world for many years, such as the ancient emperors among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or those like the one Bailu, might be able to find traces of this person using the intelligence accumulated over many years. Of course, someone with extraordinary abilities, like the leader of the heavenly evil cult, might be able to investigate in a short time. However, judging from their attempt to contact the Mirror of Karma back in Luochen Manor, they probably didn't know much about this organization. Although their goals have aligned to some extent since then, they are still far from being able to cooperate. Moreover, if the current head of the Mirror of Karma is indeed Li Juechen, then they probably really won't have any chance of cooperating anymore. Li Juechen is inherently ambitious, and the heavenly evil cult's ambitions are common knowledge. Even if Li Juechen didn't consider things from the perspective of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he couldn't possibly be of one mind with the heavenly evil cult. Of course, nothing is absolute, so it's not entirely impossible. Chu Qing could sense that everyone reacted differently when the words Master of the Mirror were uttered. However, most looked towards the direction the voice came from. Chu Qing didn't stand out. Even if he wanted to appear ordinary, he wasn't indifferent or aloof. The best way to hide is to be like everyone else, not to feign indifference. He walked back the way they came with the others. A man dressed in black, wearing a mask that was half black and half white, slowly walked towards them. His robes were made of exceptional material, embroidered with a strange beast Chu Qing couldn't name. A black cloak trailed behind him, billowing in the wind and adding to his imposing aura. His mask was split in two, one half black and one half white, but conspicuously positioned between his brows was a coin-sized circular patch of inverted black and white. Through the eye openings of the mask, only a pair of somewhat lifeless eyes were visible. Chu Qing compared these eyes to those of Li Juechen. This was a small experiment for Chu Qing. In the past, when watching TV dramas, there were always instances where someone was completely unrecognizable after their face was covered. But as a viewer, Chu Qing could clearly discern someone's true identity from their eyebrows and eyes. Even more outrageous, some people could conceal their identity simply by wearing glasses, utterly ridiculous. Now, Chu Qing wanted to see if he could compare his own eyes to Li Jueqin's based on their characteristics. The result was, he didn't seem to possess such a magical ability. Thinking back, when watching TV back in the day, they always gave such close-ups. He wished the camera was permanently attached to his face. But now, as the mad demon Blade, how could he stare intently at the cameraman? At most, a quick glance would suffice. Besides, the mask's eye openings were too small, and the angle was poor, making it difficult to spot anything familiar. Therefore, he could only sigh, his attempt a failure. But that didn't matter, he was almost in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing considered for a moment, deciding that since he was going to kill someone, he had to go all out. He planned to directly slap the 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme phrase onto the cameraman's face. Chu Qing's move was no longer reliant on weapons, but he happened to have a knife at hand, Wei Dongming's knife. Wei Dongming was a renowned swordsman, so his knife was naturally of high quality. But the change occurred unexpectedly. Just as Chu Qing was counting down the man's death, a figure rose into the air without warning. This person sat beside Chu Qing, his killing intent so subtly concealed that Chu Qing only noticed him a split second before his attack. If he was like this, the others were even more so. Just as everyone was preparing to capture the moment, they saw this person rise into the air, and with a single palm strike, wisps of qi intertwined. It was described this way because his qi was incredibly complex. There was cold air, heat waves, and a gust of wind that intensified the heat. A chilling, cruel, and ruthless cunning, along with tangible and intangible variations, all swirled together almost simultaneously. Judging solely from the sheer force of the energy, no one would suspect that only one person had attacked at that moment. If you closed your eyes, you would at least think that 5 people were attacking simultaneously. But the situation changed instantly at the very instant the attack was made. The 5 types of energy merged together in an extremely strange way. The power that had enveloped the entire forgetful manor was condensed into a single palm strike. An indescribable palm strike, filled with unwavering determination. Chu Qing silently watched this palm strike aimed at Zhang Jing's chest, but couldn't help shaking his head inwardly. This palm strike was ingenious. The fusion of techniques was also exquisite. But if this Zhang Jing was truly Li Jueqin, then this palm strike was far from sufficient. Just as this thought crossed Chu Qing's mind, Zhang Jing also moved. Chu Qing's brows furrowed instantly. Everyone knew that Li Jueqin's signature move was 1,000 elements 1 path, myriad transformations returned to 1. The martial arts used by this person, who suddenly jumped out to kill, were not even worth Li Jueqin's time to retaliate. With just 1,000 elements 1 path, myriad transformations returned to 1, even if the attacker stood still, he would be dead. But the palm striker not only moved, but his fist did. Chu Qing's gaze turned extremely strange in an instant. He didn't know if others had such insight, but Chu Qing had already recognized it. This punch was Fearless King Fist. The punch was like a devastating force, the move like a raging wave. Before the Dharma image appeared behind him, the punch had already struck the palm strike. The true energy, condensed from 5 different forces, was instantly reduced to ashes by this punch. In a flash, the man screamed in agony, his arm had been broken, and he was sent flying backward. Several unlucky men, caught off guard, were struck by the man, along with the table, and tumbled against the wall. The master mirror slowly withdrew his fist, saying nothing, only waving his hand lightly. Before the men behind him could react, Chu Qing had already stood up, taking a single step to the assassin, pinning him down, and dragging him before the master mirror. Who are you, daring to cause trouble at the underworld assembly? The master mirror glanced at Chu Qing with an inscrutable expression, then his gaze fell on the assassin. The assassin looked up, his eyes filled with deathly stillness. He tried to break free from Chu Qing's grasp, but was powerless. He could only grit his teeth and look at the master mirror. My name is Yu Jiang. I come to kill you to collect a debt. Although Chu Qing had already guessed the man's identity when he made his move, hearing it now still filled him with emotion. However, Yu Jiang didn't occupy Chu Qing's attention much at the moment, because he smelled a fragrance emanating from the man in charge of the mirror. It was very strong, yet very strange, because there were other scents mixed in with the fragrance. While they couldn't compete with the fragrance, they were definitely there. This scent gave rise to a guess in Chu Qing's mind, making him feel regretful and disappointed. Although Chu Qing disapproved of the actions of certain people among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and had no good feelings towards Tao Emperor Xian Song and ancient Emperor Yi Sheng. He was even less fond of Luo Kongming. This man was rigid and inflexible, just like his martial arts, single-minded. But he never imagined he would meet such an end. Just then, the gates of Wanqing Manor were suddenly forced open, and figures rushed into the manor. The leader was none other than Song Chengdao. Chu Qing and his team's plan was simple. They would split into two groups. One group would be Chu Qing infiltrating Wanqing Manor to assassinate the Master of Mirrors. The other group would be Song Chengdao leading the first-rank experts to launch a strong attack on Wanqing Manor. With this coordinated approach, whether Chu Qing planned to launch a surprise attack on the Master of Mirrors while they were off guard, or strike amidst the chaos caused by Song Chengdao, the problem could be easily solved. As long as Li Juechen was dead, the remaining people were no threat. As for if Li Juechen wasn't the Master of Mirrors, then wiping out Wanqing Manor would be acceptable. However, the situation had changed. Yu Jiang had suddenly taken the lead, probing the Master of Mirrors' fearless King Fist, so Chu Qing no longer needed to reveal himself. So, the moment Song Chengdao appeared, Chu Qing used the heavenly sound transmission technique to connect Song Chengdao, Jiangli, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mudomer. He is not Li Juechen. I will remain still for now. You all proceed according to plan. Song Chengdao's heart stirred slightly, but he was not surprised by the heavenly sound transmission. Chu Qing's ability to awaken his sealed memories from his spiritual world and break Li Juechen's 3 Yang soul locking token demonstrates his mastery of this technique. Being able to transmit a voice to one's own heart is not a remarkable feat. However, the fact that the one in charge was not Li Juechen, while not exceeding their expectations, still left them somewhat disappointed. Song Chengdao's expression remained unchanged, only a faint smile. I heard that Forget Love Manor is exceptionally lively today. I have come uninvited. I wonder if you all welcome me. There were quite a few people present, and Song Chengdao's words immediately caused a stir. Meanwhile, not far outside Forget Love Manor, Li Juechen gently rubbed his fingertips, gazing into the distance towards the Forgetful Manor, his brows furrowing slightly. How exactly did this matter leak out? You underestimate Song Chengdao. Beside Li Juechen sat rather unkempt on a large rock, wearing a mask, though it was Askew. The character she on the mask was particularly eye-catching. He chuckled, not to mention, behind Song Chengdao stands a second Domain Alliance leader. I knew he was extraordinary when I first met him in Qingxi Village, and it hasn't been long since he reached this level. Shut up. The speaker wasn't Li Juechen, but the heavenly evil cult leader, who sat cross-legged on another giant rock. He held the Night Emperor's Enlightenment scripture in his hand, carefully reading it while reprimanding Prince Shi. Prince Shi dared not argue, only obediently saying, this subordinate knows his crime. Everyone knew of the heavenly evil cult leader's defeat at Yusong Mountain, fleeing naked. At this moment, Prince Shi was praising Chu Qing's prowess in front of the cult leader. How could the heavenly evil cult leader tolerate this? Fortunately, although his martial arts were mediocre, his status was exceptional, and even the heavenly evil cult leader didn't harbor murderous intent because of his words. Beside the heavenly evil cult leader stood a middle-aged man, with his back to the crowd. He stood with his hands behind his back, a jade ring on his right thumb. The middle-aged man gently turned the ring, sighing softly, I haven't seen Chu Qing. He must be here. The heavenly evil cult leader's words were resolute. Because he had already seen Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, everything about Chu Qing was already laid out on his desk. Therefore, he was well aware of the relationship between Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Chu Qing. On an occasion like today, with these two women here, Chu Qing couldn't possibly be absent. As long as this person doesn't show himself, even if the Forgetful Manor is completely wiped out, you must not act rashly, the heavenly evil cult leader coldly stated. Heh. I didn't expect the cult leader to be so terrified by this person. The middle-aged man chuckled, his words lacking in respect. He wasn't a member of the heavenly evil cult, and couldn't understand the cult's reverence for its leader. In fact, just a few days ago, they weren't even friends. Of course, they still aren't. Even with a brief period of cooperation, they could never become friends. Their goals were diametrically opposed. Logically, cooperation was impossible. But the problem was, a terrifying giant catfish had appeared in the fish pond. If they couldn't make a choice now, they were all likely to be devoured by this catfish. This was the opportunity for cooperation. However, once the catfish was divided and eaten, everything would return to its original state. Li Juechen coldly glanced at the heavenly evil cult master. The mirror of karma is in my hands. When did it become your place to predict his fate? The heavenly evil cult master slightly raised his eyes, and glanced at Li Juechen. Although his face was pale, and although he had been injured since the battle at Yusong Mountain, these injuries weren't inflicted by Chu Qing, but rather from his repeated attempts to comprehend the Maha Boundless, resulting in repeated chi deviations. Even so, the heavenly evil cult master's gaze was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Li Juechen felt an intense fear rise from his heart, causing his blood to circulate far beyond normal, his heart pounding like a drum. This single glance was enough to overwhelm even the 1,000 yuan Dao. Myriad transformations returned to one technique. But Li Juechen was, after all, the current martial emperor, his martial arts unfathomable. A subtle aura swirled around him, as he flicked his sleeve and snorted, "What is the meaning of this, master?" The heavenly evil sect master's eyes blazed with murderous intent, but the intense flames eventually subsided. He sighed softly, "I told you days ago that the underworld assembly was unnecessary. You all ignored my advice. Now we're stuck in this mess. Who can we blame? The mirror of karma is yours. So do you have the ability to take it back? If you dare touch it, you die, believe me?" Chapter 576. Are you threatening me? Li Juechen was not afraid of the heavenly evil cult leader. Not only because his power had recently increased significantly, but more importantly, he knew that since the heavenly evil cult leader had taken the initiative to seek cooperation with him from the head manager, he would never turn against him at this time. They both knew very well what the consequences would be if the alliance collapsed. A fleeting look of arrogance crossed the heavenly evil cult leader's face, followed by a slight grin, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. "I'm just stating the facts." Li Juechen didn't dwell on this issue with the heavenly evil cult leader, but instead looked at the head manager, who stood with his back to the crowd. Although he couldn't see Li Juechen's gaze, the head manager knew that Li Juechen was waiting for his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. "His martial arts are indeed very high. To possess such martial arts at this age, I would also call him the #1 prodigy of our time. But there's no need for the leader to boost others' morale while diminishing his own. In the battle at Yusonghan, if he truly had the strength to spare, the leader would probably have been dead long ago. In my opinion, he only has one move that can decide the fate of the world, but it might not even be enough to truly kill the leader. Today here, with all of us joining forces, do you think we can't take down Emir Chu Qing?" The head steward's words weren't solely for Li Juechen's sake. The Heavenly Alliance and Li Juechen weren't necessarily that close. But people have varying degrees of closeness, and for now, their goal was the same. To kill Chu Qing. If Chu Qing died, then the Heavenly Alliance and Li Juechen would stand against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the heavenly evil cult. Therefore, if Chu Qing and Song Qingdao's group were allowed to wipe out all the experts of the Mirror of Calamity at this point, they would lose many bargaining chips and capable men in future power struggles. The world is driven by profit, and everyone is driven by self-interest. Even for profit, the Grand Manager couldn't allow Song Qingdao to join forces with Chu Qing to completely annihilate the Mirror of Calamity. Moreover, his words weren't unfounded. Given Chu Qing's situation on Yusong Mountain at the time, he truly lacked the strength to unleash another powerful attack like the Maha Boundless, completely annihilating the heavenly evil cult leader. Although the heavenly evil cult leader was eccentric and tyrannical, he was by no means stupid. He had always known this, but he dared not easily verify it. A slight misstep could lead to his death and annihilation. He felt he was ordained by heaven to become the supreme ruler. How could someone like him die from a moment's carelessness? However, the head manager's words made sense. Perhaps he could try again? At worst, if they truly couldn't win, they could push Li Juechen and the head manager into the great immeasurable abyss, letting them take the brunt of the disaster for them. Each of them harbored their own secrets, and ultimately, all eyes fell on the heavenly evil cult leader. The heavenly evil cult leader remained silent for a short while before finally nodding. "Then let's try. If things don't go well, abandon the mirror of karma and prioritize our own lives." Of course, the head manager immediately nodded. But in his heart, he thought, if even with Li Juechen and the heavenly evil cult leader joining forces to attack Chu Qing, they still couldn't win, then there was no future to speak of. With such a huge obstacle blocking their path, who could possibly have a future? A person like him shouldn't exist in this world. Li Juechen's words were even colder. This was also his truest thought. Chu Qing was too monstrous. Li Juechen considered himself a genius, but compared to Chu Qing, he was nothing. Why could Chu Qing possess such martial arts skills at such a young age, while if he wanted to reach even greater heights, he would have to gamble everything? At this moment, the playful prince slightly beckoned with his finger, glanced at everyone, and announced, "It begins." What begins? No one asked, because they knew it was the first battle against the Mirror of Karma that had begun. There was too little idle talk, especially since the Mirror Master hadn't uttered a word from beginning to end, so Song Qingdao's intentions were revealed after only a few words. A fierce battle thus began within the forgetful manor. Song Qingdao, naturally, didn't hesitate and directly attacked the Mirror Master. The 6 experts from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform also leaped into the air, meeting by Wu Qian and Zhang's group of 4. Chu Qing, holding Yu Jiang captive, feigned a slip and threw Yu Jiang aside as the first expert charged. Once freed, Yu Jiang glanced around the arena and knew he couldn't interfere with the fight between Song Qingdao and the Mirror Master. The 6 experts from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform had 2 more than the 4 from the first platform. Bai Wuqian and Zhang's group of 4 each faced one opponent, while the remaining 2 faced Jiang Li and Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. Yu Jiang, realizing the others weren't worth his time, and having failed to avenge his capture by seeking revenge on Chu Qing, decided to join forces with the experts from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform to kill them first. He chose the nearest option, going directly to Jiang Li's side, and using the Heavenly Corpse token to attack the opposing expert. With his help, the experts of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform were forced to retreat by him and Jiang Li, gaining a significant advantage for a time. The others in the first path didn't know where Chu Qing was hiding, nor that he had transformed into Wei Dongming. Naturally, some of them also attacked him. Chu Qing didn't want to get entangled with them, so he turned and, in coordination with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform expert, who was fighting Wu Qianhuan and the other 2, began to fight Wenru. Wenru used Tai Chi swordplay in her right hand, and 9 Heaven Star finger in her left, her sword and finger techniques combined to a remarkable degree. She didn't know who the person before her was. Chu Qing had never revealed his actions since entering the forgetful manor. Therefore, her attacks were ruthless, leaving Chu Qing flustered and overwhelmed. On the other side, Mu Tonger cooperated with Wu Qianhuan. While the experts at the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform were formidable, they hadn't reached the level of the 12 Holy Kings. With Chu Qing's assistance, Wu Qianhuan and Chu Qing diligently practiced their skills nightly, their internal energy advancing rapidly, and now they were no less powerful than their opponent. Furthermore, the Dawn Moon Lonely Cold Sword technique made them both offensive and defensive, and their occasional use of ingenious moves from the Heavenly Bright Sword technique made them even more unpredictable. However, the truly troublesome opponent was Mu Tonger. Her martial arts were unremarkable, but her exceptional lightness skill was extraordinary. She moved without a trace, like a ghost. A sudden, unexpected attack, even if not particularly powerful, was still terrifying. Especially since her moves were unconventional. Sometimes she would stab him in the back with a dagger, sometimes she would scatter poison powder, and even more outrageous, for reasons unknown, she pulled out a rope resembling a silkworm thread from her bundle, intending to strangle him. This time it was quite dangerous. When the expert realized something was wrong and turned around, the rope was almost around his neck. In shock and anger, he struck out with a palm. If Wu Qianhuan hadn't saved him with moonlight like a sword, Mu Tonger would have been seriously injured. Suddenly, both sides unleashed their full power, and Chu Qing and the expert from the 6 Paths Reincarnation platform were now side by side. The expert turned and glanced at Chu Qing. Good swordsmanship. Just ordinary. Cooperate with me to take down this woman in red first. The other 2 are nothing to worry about. If we can capture them alive, I give you one. Which one do you like? You can choose first. Chu Qing was stunned. Aren't they all mine? Why are you giving them to me? He casually pointed at Wu Qianhuan. I think the one in red is quite nice. Wu Qianhuan raised an eyebrow, feeling a strange familiarity with the flippant gaze of the person before her. Subconsciously, she asked through the heavenly melody transmission, "Is it you?" Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. How could she recognize him? He looked exactly like Wei Dongming. How could Wu Qianhuan recognize him? In truth, when 2 people are familiar enough, a mere glance, or even a feeling, is enough to recognize each other. Chu Qing was currently in disguise. If Wu Qianhuan had changed her appearance, Chu Qing would likely recognize some familiar features too, though he wouldn't be so certain. However, now was not the time to reveal himself. He reached out and patted the expert, saying, "Take him down first." The expert laughed heartily and leaped into the air, saying, "All right, I do as you say." Mid-air, about to unleash his attack, he suddenly felt himself freeze. A chill, seemingly from nowhere, spread from his dantian, a terrifying chill that froze his bones, muscles, and meridians. He instinctively tried to circulate his internal energy to dispel it, but at that moment, a sword light as bright as moonlight pierced his heart. The chill within him was naturally sent in by Chu Qing through that palm strike. The attack was felt without warning, and its eruption was equally unexpected. Wu Qianhuan's sword strike wasn't particularly skillful, but killing someone who couldn't move was naturally extremely easy. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned, but through the heavenly melody transmission, he heard Wu Qianhuan's delicate rebuke. Humph, it really is you. So what if it is? What's with the humph? Unaware of the situation, Winra continued her attack on Chu Qing. He retreated, deliberately drawing the battlefield to Jiang Li's side. Yu Jiang, who was cooperating with Jiang Li's expert at the Mirror of Slaughter, was instantly consumed by old and new grudges upon seeing Chu Qing approaching. Forgetting his cooperation with Jiang Li, he wanted to kill Chu Qing first. Chu Qing was playing with Winru when Yu Jiang's palm strike silently appeared behind him. He shifted his stance, clearing a distance of 10 feet, and Yu Jiang immediately pounced, pursuing Chu Qing relentlessly. Wu Qianhuan's face darkened. Forgetting about the Mirror of Slaughter, she instinctively reached for Yu Jiang's sword. Fortunately, Chu Qing, through a telepathic message, told her to calm down. She glared fiercely at Yu Jiang, then, along with Winru and Mudomer, joined forces with Jiang Li to forcefully kill their opponent. Yu Jiang had suffered greatly, and had lived cautiously for a long time. He could clearly sense the malice in the eyes of others. He had just been glared at by Wu Qianhuan, and he could sense the killing intent in her gaze, but for a moment he was puzzled. Fortunately, after glaring at him, Wu Qianhuan joined forces with Jiang Li, otherwise, he would have thought Wu Qianhuan was going to kill him. He felt Wu Qianhuan was acting inexplicably. But seeing Chu Qing, who seemed to be able to handle any attack, his killing intent grew even stronger, and he unleashed a flurry of attacks on Chu Qing. With his martial arts skills, injuring Chu Qing was a pipe dream. However, Chu Qing noticed that while this man's martial arts were decent, he hadn't unleashed the true power of the Heavenly Corpse token. Ultimately, this was because the Heavenly Corpse token was obtained by chance. His foundation was actually too shallow. He might be fine against ordinary people, but against a true master, he would easily suffer losses. Furthermore, the fearless King Fist he had just used was not easy to defend against, and Yu Jiang was already severely injured, further diminishing the power of his martial arts. While dealing with this man, Chu Qing also had time to observe his surroundings. Bai Wuqian and Zhang, along with their companions, were all top-tier experts, fighting the Six Paths Reincarnation Platform members to a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. The First Path members were engaged in fierce combat with the 72 demon-slaying list members, as well as those from the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen. The battle was intense, with casualties on both sides. However, the most noteworthy battle remained between Song Chengdao and the Mirror Master. The Mirror Master was no longer concealing himself. His fearless King Fist was flying with power, though his Dharma form remained hidden. Song Chengdao, on the other hand, moved with lotus-like steps, his moves seemingly simple and unremarkable, yet they were a simplification of complexity. With his foundation in the primordial Tao opening scripture, he was suppressing the Mirror Master, preventing him from raising his head. Suddenly, Song Chengdao's palm struck in 3 stages. The first strike was blocked by Zhang Jing. Then, the second strike was more powerful, with 4 fingers bent into a half-fist shape. The force was more than twice that of the first strike, making Zhang Jing's arms feel like they could barely support themselves. The final segment condensed entirely into a fist. The force was approximately 3 times that of the second segment. This punch, originating from a small space, unleashed a massive burst of power, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami. It completely shattered the Zhang Jing's fist technique, striking him squarely in the chest and abdomen. The Zhang Jing was sent flying backward, his mask shattering instantly, as fragments flew, revealing a resolute face. However, this face was deathly pale, not like a living person, but rather like the face of a dead one. Song Chengdao wasn't surprised by the face beneath the mask, but he was utterly astonished by the man's condition. What is this? Before he could finish speaking, Luo Kongming, who had just been struck, returned, unleashing the fearless King Fist once more. But at that moment, dark clouds turned in the sky, and in a daze, it seemed as if a god parted the clouds, unleashing a 100-foot-long blade of light from the heavens. Azure Heaven Overlord Blade. Dongfang Jinghong, who had been hiding to the side, had intended to strike with a surprise attack, but now, seeing Luo Kongming join the Mirror of Karma, his grief and anger drove him to abandon all pretense of concealment and launch a powerful attack. This strike was ruthless and merciless. Luo Kongming, however, acted as if he couldn't see it, his fists charging forward relentlessly towards Song Chengdao. It seemed he intended to take Song Chengdao down with him. Just as he was about to die under this strike, a figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Kongming, his hands crossed in a defensive stance. The 100-foot-long blade of light instantly twisted, and then the figure assumed a blade-wielding posture. The 100-foot-long blade of light suddenly turned, and with a downward slash, Azure Heaven Overlord blade changed hands. It instead struck Dongfang Jingheng. Li Juechen. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, but it was Yu Jiang who uttered these 3 words. Chapter 577. The Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Order is an extremely evil martial art. Once mastered, one becomes impervious to blades and spears, cannot be buried alive, cannot be extinguished by water, and cannot be harmed by fire. Its foundation is a fusion of 5 extremely evil martial arts: Cold Corpse Record, Wooden Corpse Technique, Fire Corpse Chapter, Mutilated Corpse Seal, and Ghost Corpse Path. To cultivate these 5 martial arts, one must endure the ultimate pain in the world. This is not because Li Juechen enjoys self-harm, but because he has gleaned a principle from the primordial opening scripture. In plain terms, it means that you reap what you sow. As a contemporary martial arts master, Li Juechen naturally doesn't understand it so superficially. He connects this principle to the idea that to strike, one must learn to take a beating, arriving at the conclusion that to gain something, one must endure something. Ultimately, it slowly becomes, the greater the damage you inflict on your opponent, the greater the pain you must endure. Based on this foundation, he gradually delved into the human body's structure, using pain to unleash his potential, ultimately mastering these 5 ultimate techniques. Afterwards, he established numerous martial arts academies, using them for extensive experimentation, eventually obtaining the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, a masterpiece that brought these techniques to their zenith. Not only did his own martial arts skills break through barriers, reaching new heights, but he also mastered the key to controlling the other 5 ultimate techniques, using the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. Yu Jiang, as a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, was essentially a guinea pig used by Li Juechen for experiments. However, thanks to his exceptionally high aptitude and his ability to maintain a certain level of consciousness regardless of his condition, those in charge of the manor at the time conducted numerous experiments on him. Ordinary people only need to cultivate one skill, but he forced himself to cultivate 5 ultimate techniques. Pain isn't a simple additive formula. With each additional technique, it increases exponentially. What happened to Yu Jiang was enough to drive any normal person mad. So, after accidentally mastering the Heavenly Corpse token technique through various torments, he didn't hesitate to unleash his fury. In his eyes, Li Juechen deserved to die, and his subordinates deserved to die too. But those who entered the martial academy, like him, hoping to achieve mastery and benefit the martial world, they didn't deserve to die. But by then, he was in a killing frenzy, no longer caring about who was who. When it was all over, he regretted it so much that he wanted to commit suicide. But ultimately, he didn't, because the instigator of it all wasn't him, Yu Jiang. It was the high and mighty martial emperor, enjoying the worship of the masses. This pain transformed into raging flames, sustaining his body and nourishing his spirit, making him, to a large extent, a normal person. But in reality, that body, which had teetered on the brink of collapse countless times, that mind, which had endured endless suffering yet stubbornly refused to fall unconscious, was already different from a normal person. Therefore, the moment he saw Li Juechen appear, he abandoned Chu Qing without hesitation and charged towards Li Juechen. All the pain erupted in that instant, causing his body to change due to the Heavenly Corpse decree. The 5 internal energies merged into one, with 3 swirling within his body: Remnant Corpse Seal, Ghost Corpse Path, and Wooden Corpse Technique. 2 energies swirled around him. The Fire Corpse Chapter condensed in his left hand, and the Cold Corpse Record condensed in his right. He unleashed both palms simultaneously, each carrying the chilling aura of the Remnant Corpse Seal, fiercely striking towards Li Juechen. This contemporary martial emperor would pay the price for everything he had caused. He would have to endure this strike, brimming with his rage, but when he looked up at Li Juechen in midair, his spirit jolted. Yu Jiang had imagined countless times Li Juechen's reaction to him. Fear, shock, or disdain. But at this moment, he saw only indifference in Li Juechen's eyes. This indifference was like a high-ranking god looking down upon the most lowly ants, watching them burn everything they had, struggling and climbing, ultimately unable to change anything. Would the gods be swayed by such emotions? Perhaps humans would, but gods wouldn't. What drove Yu Jiang even more insane was that, in the next instant, Li Juechen even averted his gaze, then lightly waved his hand. This wave was utterly effortless, leaving not a speck of dust. Yet Yu Jiang discovered that this simple wave made every drop of blood in his body radiate fear. He would die. With this single flick of his sleeve, he would die. An ordinary person might have flinched, but Yu Jiang wouldn't. Not only wouldn't he, but he also wore a maniacal smile. So what if he was afraid? He had experienced fear more than once. He had endured countless torments unimaginable to ordinary people, and in that process, fear had arisen from the depths of his heart more than once. But fear couldn't change anything. He had faced death more than once, and contemplated ending his own life several times. If it weren't for his desire to kill Emperor Li Juechen, he would have long since given up on living. So what was there to fear in death? Fear and death alike could not change Yu Zhang's resolve. At the moment he transcended life and death, the heavenly corpse token underwent an indescribable change, to the point that even Li Juechen uttered a soft eh. Boom! A violent roar echoed across the plaza in front of the forgetful manor. This was not only a battle between Yu Jiang and Li Juechen, but also Li Juechen's return of the strike to Dongfang Jingheng using a 1,000 yuan's path. 10,000 transformations returned to one. The intense gale force blade light surged around, causing everyone to retreat. Even experts did not want to be caught in the aftershocks of their fight, each using their own techniques to dodge. Yu Zhang's body, like a kite with a broken string, trembled violently before being sent flying backward. His face showed no regret for failing to defeat Li Juechen. He had given his all, wanting only to settle things in his own way. Whether he ultimately succeeded seemed irrelevant. Because, regardless, he had tried his best, and Li Juechen, having withstood the attack, was far from unscathed. His body trembled slightly, his right sleeve ripped open, revealing black, serpentine lines twisting beneath his skin. The next moment, a flicker of anger appeared on his calm face. You escaped by sheer luck, yet you dare to come here to die instead of living a life of shame. With a flick of his fingers, Yu Jiang, who was flying backward, was frozen in midair, about to fly towards Li Juechen. Just then, a hand pressed down on Yu Jiang's shoulder, forcefully pulling him down from midair. Yu Jiang thought he was surely dead, but unexpectedly, someone came to his rescue. Startled, he looked up. And it was the very person who had captured him first after his failed assassination attempt on the Mirror Master. How could he possess such skill? How could he have snatched him from Li Juechen's grasp? A moment of astonishment flashed through Yu Zhang's mind. How is it you? But Chu Qing didn't answer him. The instant he blocked Yu Zhang's path, 8 desolations and 6 directions, I Am Supreme had already struck. The distance wasn't too far, at least for Chu Qing. Attacking at this moment was no different from a sneak attack. As Li Juechen lowered his head, he heard a series of clanging swords. He looked up abruptly, only to find himself surrounded by swords. Not only were he caught in the crossfire, but even Luo Kongming wasn't spared. When Li Juechen suddenly looked at Chu Qing, only then realizing that Wei Dongming was acting strangely. In fact, Li Juechen had been observing this place for quite some time. He couldn't ignore the heavenly evil sect master's attitude. Chu Qing was indeed very astute. His brilliance surpassed that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, reaching another level. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate him, and Li Juechen certainly wouldn't. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still hoped Chu Qing wasn't here. That way, today's outcome could be predetermined. In fact, during his observation, he hadn't seen Chu Qing. He had seen Wei Dongming, but when he saw Winter ruthlessly attack him, while he was constantly evading Yu Zhang's pursuit, he hadn't taken him seriously. Unexpectedly, it really was him. He had to admit, upon realizing this, fear began to grow in Li Juechen's heart. Just like the look he had when facing the heavenly evil cult leader. The Chu Qing of today was enough to instill fear in any expert in the world. But at the same time, it ignited an indescribable fighting spirit. He had only clashed with Chu Qing twice. Once atop the broken peak of Yusong Mountain, and once below it. The first time, he hid in the shadows and launched a surprise attack. But he was intercepted by Dongfang Jingheng and Shang Qiuyu. The second time, he didn't dare to confront Chu Qing directly, taking a finger strike from Chu Qing and fleeing thousands of miles away. Afterwards, his skill became increasingly unfathomable, and now, seeing him again, he naturally wanted to compete with him. But at this moment, it was too late. 8 desolations and 6 directions, I Am Supreme was created from Chu Qing's lifelong learning. What appeared to be a dazzling display of swordplay, seemingly chaotic and disorganized, was in reality a meticulous fusion of all sword and saber techniques. The saber techniques combined orthodox and unorthodox methods, while the swordplay emphasized both form and intent. Furthermore, the 49 moves of the dual sword and saber techniques balanced and refined the entirety, creating a seamless whole. And then, there was the endless stream of boundless sword energy. Once caught in it, it was as if one had stepped into an infernal hell, a storm of swords and blades. No matter how skilled one would inevitably succumb to this clash of swords and blades. Li Juechen initially tried to break free using 1,000 elements, 1 path, 10,000 transformations, 1 unity, but he quickly found himself overwhelmed. Every martial art has its limits. Even 1,000 elements, 1 path, 10,000 transformations, 1 unity, seemingly encompassing all the world's ultimate techniques, and making it difficult for any other martial art to apply its power. In reality, limits still exist. He wanted to retaliate, to use the enemy's own methods against them. But the 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme technique, seemingly a single move, was in reality 1,000 moves and countless methods. He gained 1, but couldn't return 10. Initially, he could use Chu Qing's swordsmanship to retaliate. But the ensuing barrage of swords and blades immediately overwhelmed him. He could only defend himself from the front, not the back. He could defend his left, not the right. Having endured the first few blows, he tried to meet the subsequent sword attacks, but quickly gave up resisting. Silently, he activated the 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse order. When the blades cut flesh, he used the Wooden Corpse technique to heal, and then tried every means to dodge with the Ghost Corpse path. At times, he used both hands, unleashing the Fire Corpse chapter and Cold Corpse record, attempting to put up a fight, but found it futile. Time ticked by, but the swords and blades showed no sign of weakening. If he was in such a state, Luo Kongming was even worse off. It wasn't because Luo Kongming's martial arts were inferior, but because Luo Kongming was already a dead man. He had been controlled by the Prince of Shi using the puppet show technique, and his martial arts were already reduced to less than a tenth. His fight with Song Chundao relied on his remaining internal energy, and the internal energy from the puppet show technique to hold on. That's why he hadn't used a single aspect of his Dharma form throughout the fight. Now, in this 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, he only withstood a few punches before being overwhelmed by the hard blade light, his limbs severed and his head cut off in an instant. Although Li Juechen wasn't moved by Luo Kongming's fate, the fear in his heart slowly turned into torment. He had made significant progress since the battle at Yusonghan. First, he took Luo Kongming's internal energy. He did this with extreme caution, proceeding in stages, and immediately taking steps to resolve any conflicts that arose. The entire process proceeded smoothly. The only challenge was maintaining balance. Generally speaking, Li Juechen's own cultivation was sufficient to suppress Luo Kongming's internal energy, and then absorb it into his own power. However, with the stealing heaven demon art, the more he stole, the more Luo Kongming's internal energy would gradually gain the upper hand, leading to an imbalance of internal energy and a chi deviation. This is why he stole the internal energy of those who had practiced his 5 evil arts. Without this advantage, he truly wouldn't have been able to subdue Luo Kongming's internal energy. After this transformation, his internal energy was far superior to Yu Songshan's at that time. But even now, facing Chu Qing's attack, he was still completely helpless. Perhaps if he hadn't been completely trapped by this attack, there would still be a chance, but Chu Qing, despite his unparalleled martial arts skills, was utterly devoid of martial ethics. A sudden sneak attack, utterly hateful. Could it be that I truly perish here today? Li Juechen's heart was filled with resentment. But at that very moment, a magnificent yet archaic arc flashed in midair. This was swordsmanship. A swordsmanship Chu Qing had never seen or even imagined before. This swordsmanship contained an indescribable magic, seemingly capable of severing all obstacles in the world. Even 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme was cleaved open by this brute force. Immediately afterward, a figure reached out a hand, forcefully pulling the mangled Li Juechen out from the clash of swords and spears. It seems that the so-called invulnerability of 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse order was not without its limits. Li Juechen barely managed to look up. You have finally arrived. He felt as if each day had dragged on forever, unaware that being caught up in 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme had only taken a few breaths. Alliance Leader Chu, we meet again. The heavenly evil cult leader, his face pale, released Li Juechen's wrist and coughed, long time no see. Chapter 578. It's been a month since we last met. It seems the sect leader is unwell? Since the other party greeted him so politely, Chu Qing naturally had to return the courtesy. As he spoke, he casually removed the mask from his face. Winter's eyes widened immediately. Third brother. Chu Qing turned and glanced at her, smiling slightly. Your swordsmanship is quite good. Winter blushed deeply. Just now, she had been using both the 9 Heaven Star Finger and Tai Chi swordsmanship, attacking Chu Qing fiercely. At the time, she didn't have any other thoughts. She just felt that this person's martial arts were incredibly powerful. Her Tai Chi swordsmanship was all about intention and form, not just anyone could dodge it. Yet, although that person was disheveled, he had avoided the killing blows by the slightest margin each time. Now, seeing that it was actually Chu Qing, well, it's alright then. This sword technique was taught to her by Chu Qing, so how could it possibly harm him in the slightest? No wonder Wu Qianhuan said those inexplicable things in the Heavenly Melody transmission. It turns out she recognized him long ago. No one noticed her gentle little thoughts, but Chu Qing's words about being unwell made the Heavenly Evil Sect leader somewhat vulnerable. Why was he unwell? Wasn't it because of that Maha Boundless? But what could he accuse Chu Qing of? Accusing him of creating that Maha Boundless, which was so profound and unfathomable that even he, the dignified leader of the Heavenly Evil Sect, couldn't comprehend it. Even as the leader of the Heavenly Evil Sect, despite his eccentric personality, he simply couldn't utter such shameless words. After all, being eccentric and violent is different from being shameless. He simply smiled coldly. This sect leader is perfectly fine. Chu Qing nodded. That's good. His gaze then shifted to the middle-aged man with the knife. And who is this? He's the head manager. Jiangli approached Chu Qing and spoke softly. Since his appearance, the head manager had barely glanced at Chu Qing, his gaze fixed on Jiangli. Now, hearing Jiangli speak, he finally sighed. It really is you. Jiangli, you really weren't captured by the Heavenly Evil Sect, but hid in the first path. So, the battle at Xia Hewen was a staged event by you? We can't compare to the head manager. At least we can't really get the Heavenly Evil Sect to cooperate. Jiangli responded calmly. If the head manager hadn't come in person, Jiangli wouldn't have run to Chu Qing's side and introduced herself. She knew that a mere disguise couldn't fool the head manager's eyes. Besides, he was now colluding with the Heavenly Evil Sect. The matter at Xia Hewen could no longer be hidden. It was better to be open about it. Do you hold a grudge against me? The head manager's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he looked at Jiangli. Jiangli shook her head. No grudge. If you hold no grudge, why leave? I have no grudge against the past, but if I stay at Wanbeilu, I might develop one. Jiangli chuckled lightly. I don't want to stay at Wanbeilu. I want to leave, find a place where I can breathe freely, and be a free person. Free. The head manager lowered his head slightly, gently rubbing his fingertips. When he looked up again, a strange smile was on his face. You don't deserve it. He enunciated those 3 words with such emphasis that even an outsider could hear the resentment and bitterness in his voice. But where did this resentment and bitterness come from? Not only was Chu Qing confused, but Jiangli was also completely bewildered. To be honest, just from what these two had said earlier, and from the manager's gaze, Chu Qing had almost suspected that the manager had taken a liking to Jiangli, which was why he wasn't letting her leave. But when those 3 words came out, this was hardly affection. People would believe there was some deep-seated hatred between them. Jiangli was even more puzzled. What makes you say that? Because you are? The head manager pointed with his finger, but he didn't finish his sentence. He withdrew his finger halfway through, a strange smile on his face. Gentlemen, in today's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, if you can capture this traitor of Wanbeilu alive and hand him over to me, I will reward you handsomely. Jiangli, however, felt her mind was in turmoil. Head manager, is there some old grudge between us? Since she could remember, she had been a wandering orphan, later sold to Wanbeilu. She had endured hardship, climbing. She had reached the position of second manager. She thought this would pave a way out for herself, but unexpectedly, she was still just another commodity within Wanbeilu. She couldn't accept this future, which was why she tried every means to escape Wanbeilu. But given her past experiences, there shouldn't be any unknown grudge between her and the head manager. Unless, the grudge against the head manager wasn't hers, but that of the previous generation, then her so-called ordeal of being sold to Wanbeilu was probably not a coincidence. The head manager remained silent, and Li Jueqin's body, under the effect of the wooden corpse technique, had been restored to its original state. The Heavenly Evil Cult leader, pale-faced, coughed occasionally. He nodded. All right, if we win, this woman is yours to do as you please. The head manager smiled. Thank you for your generosity, cult leader. Jiangli was already used to this kind of inhumane treatment, where people could be used as favors at will. She sighed softly. It seems getting an answer from the head manager won't be so easy. Song Chung now chuckled. Alliance leader Chu, those 3 seem to regard us as nothing. Chu Qing withdrew her gaze from the distance, glancing at Li Jueqin. That glance didn't reveal much emotion, yet it inexplicably made Li Jueqin's heart skip a beat. He felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling that Chu Qing had tricked him. But upon closer thought, he couldn't fathom what Chu Qing would scheme against him for. Driven by this feeling, he roared, attack! Li Jueqin took a step forward. his figure shifting as he appeared directly in front of Song Chengdao. Years ago, Song Chengdao was no match for him. Over the years, Song Chengdao's martial arts had stagnated, while Li Juechen's had soared to new heights. The moment he attacked, Song Chengdao felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Judging by this, he couldn't withstand even a single blow. Chu Qing was not far from Song Chengdao, but he didn't attack. Not out of desperation, but because the auras of the heavenly evil cult leader and the Grand Manager were both locked onto him. A single rash move would subject him to a devastating blow from these two. Although the heavenly evil cult leader was constantly suffering from internal energy deviation, his Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record remained extraordinary. As for the head steward, Chu Qing had never encountered him before, but the way this man had just cleaved through 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, was terrifying, even to Chu Qing. It seemed to have entered a profound and mysterious realm of ultimate power. No longer a dazzling blade of light, nor a dazzling gale, but simply a single, clean strike. Yet this strike seemed to paint within the cracks of the rules of heaven and earth, like a master butcher carving up an ox, clearly slicing through all illusions. With this man, and the heavenly evil sect master joining forces, even Chu Qing dared not act rashly, lest he fall into a disadvantageous position. However, there was another reason he didn't act. He didn't need to. The sky was filled with rolling clouds and howling thunder. 100-foot blade of light parted the dark clouds, seemingly splitting the heavens in two. It was none other than Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Overlord blade. This strike had been instantly deflected by Li Juechen upon his appearance, and returned to Dongfang Jinghong. Dongfang Jinghong, already enraged, hadn't noticed Li Juechen's presence, and was caught off guard, set flying by the backhand slash. Now, returning just in time, seeing Song Chengdao in dire straits, and Chu Qing facing 2 powerful figures, the heavenly evil sect leader and the Grand Manager, she immediately unleashed the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade at Li Juechen without hesitation. Li Juechen sneered, first using the Corpse Remnant Seal to force Song Chengdao back dozens of feet. The Corpse Remnant Seal technique can be summed up in one word: crippling. Once it hits, it's enough to shatter even the most deadly limbs. However, Song Chengdao possessed the primordial Tao opening scripture, so he wouldn't be crippled. Furthermore, Li Juechen had no intention of killing, he only wanted to deal with the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade above him. Therefore, after forcing Song Chengdao back, Li Juechen simply raised his hands, intending to repeat the same tactic. But at that moment, the 100-foot-long blade of light suddenly shattered. It transformed into countless blade beams, like sunlight slanting down. Then, Dongfang Jinghong laughed wildly. Li Juechen, did you think I only knew one move, the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade? Today, I show you the power of the Great Sun Divine blade. Dongfang Jinghong, having mastered the art of swordsmanship, naturally couldn't be limited to just one move. Besides the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade, he also possessed the Great Sun Divine blade and the 5 Extremes Azura blade, among others. However, on one hand, the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade was magnificent and powerful, best used to seize the initiative, making it Dongfang Jinghong's favorite. On the other hand, against ordinary people, he didn't need to use other sword techniques. Now, by transforming the Azure Heaven Tyrant blade into the Great Sun Divine blade in battle, it was clear that his martial arts had reached a terrifying level of subtlety and refinement. The changes in his moves were seamless and unified, completely. There was not a trace of hesitation. The blade hung high like the blazing sun, its light transforming into blade energy. This move was actually somewhat similar to Wu Qianhuan's Dawn Moon Lonely Cold sword technique. Wu Qianhuan could conjure a bright moon, from which sword energy emanated. This was similar to the blade energy emanating from the blazing sun. However, they were actually 2 completely different things. Even at its peak, Wu Qianhuan's Dawn Moon Lonely Cold sword technique could not transform moonlight into sword energy. This was because the bright moon she conjured used her own internal energy as a conduit. It used her internal energy to transmit and propel the sword energy. But the Great Sun Divine blade was inherently composed of sword intent. In other words, it was a blazing sun formed from pure sword energy. It could be directly activated without needing Dongfang Jinghong's intervention. Once activated, countless blade beams, like a blazing sun, instantly enveloped Li Juechen. An indescribable number of blade beams relentlessly slashed at Li Juechen's body. Li Juechen's face was grim, and clanging sounds emanated from his body. This was due to the invulnerability of the 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse token against the sudden attack of the Great Sun Divine blade. 1,000 blade clashes resounded throughout the area, but Li Juechen roared angrily, taking a step forward against the overwhelming blade beams. Then, his fists transformed, unleashing a torrent of sharp energy. Behind him, a Dharma image seemed to rise up. Dongfang Jinghong was initially shocked by Li Juequan's ability to withstand the great Sun Divine blade unscathed, but upon seeing this Dharma image, his expression changed drastically. Fearless King Fist. The fearless King Fist of the Fist King Luo Kongming. Dongfang Jinghong had already seen Luo Kongming there, but he hadn't expected that Li Juequan would unleash the fearless King Fist in its guise. What was going on? He was momentarily confused, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Li Juequan clenched his fists, and the guys behind him raised its fists high as well. In an instant, the 5 ghosts' heavenly corpse order fused with 8,000 elements. 10,000 transformations returned to one, appearing on the guys, yet merging into one in an extremely bizarre way. The next moment, as Li Juequan's fist slammed down, the guys' enormous fist smashed fiercely towards Dongfang Jinghong. This punch not only possessed the unstoppable force of the fearless King Fist, but also carried a shattering power, containing both ice and flame true energy, further amplified by the wooden corpse technique. As the fist struck down, the moves became erratic, appearing and disappearing intermittently. This is the wondrous technique of the Ghost Corpse Path. Not to mention, it's also fused with the 1,000 Elements Path. All transformations return to one. This move is impossible to dodge. The fearless King Fist is already overwhelming, leaving no place to hide, neither in heaven nor on earth. It's impossible to block. One can't even make contact with the opponent's fist. The Ghost Corpse Path is ethereal and difficult to grasp. Even if one manages to land a blow, it's still difficult to overcome the high wall of the 1,000 Elements Path. All transformations return to one. Dongfang Jinghong, caught in the crossfire of this punch, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Song Chengdao, his eyes bloodshot, hastily attacked, attempting a diversionary tactic. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then murmured, "The time has come." His voice was very soft, only the heavenly evil sect leader, who had been watching him closely, heard it. In an instant, his heart skipped a beat. The time has come. What time has come? What is he waiting for? The next moment, the heavenly evil cult master knew what Chu Qing was waiting for. The sound of bones breaking rang out abruptly. Braving the raging storm of the great Sun Divine blade, his Dharma image awe-inspiring, Li Juequan, who had unleashed a strike capable of terrifying any expert in the world, suddenly lost an awe right before everyone's eyes. Everyone, including Li Juequan, was bewildered. Li Juequan looked at his hand, even more incredulous. Why was his hand broken? Just then, another cracking sound rang out. This time, it was his other arm that broke. He was performing a fist technique, and his arms bore the greatest pressure, so they were the first to break. Thanks to this fully buffed, incredibly powerful punch swept past Dongfang Jinghong without touching him in the slightest. Crack! Crack! The next moment, Li Juequan's leg bone shattered, and he knelt on the ground amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Chapter 579. The moment his arm bone broke, Li Juequan knew he had been hit. When Chu Qing unleashed his attack, 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, I am supreme, he added a contingency plan. This was a strange force. It entered silently, clinging to the bone throughout his body, and once unleashed, it was devastating. Li Juequan had tried to stop it, to find it, to force this power out. But he couldn't find it. The bone-melting palm wasn't a particularly profound martial art, but the power it contained was extremely unique. If it were earlier, not even 6 months ago, Chu Qing using this move would have been impossible to hide from Li Juequan's eyes. However, now Chu Qing, with the blessing of the martial arts monument and the assistance of the divine meditation, had elevated all his skills to an extremely high level. Even the bone-melting palm had long since been transformed. Even this dignified martial emperor didn't notice anything amiss. However, Li Juequan was no longer the same Li Juequan he was at the foot of Yusong Mountain that day. Since he couldn't dispel it, he would simply let it develop. If it shattered, then let it continue to shatter. How can one build without breaking? As for this minor defeat in his fight with Dongfang Jinghong, he didn't care much. Dongfang Jinghong was no longer his match, and neither was Song Chengdao. As long as he could still stand, killing them would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. His only concern was Chu Qing. He didn't know if Chu Qing would suddenly appear at this moment to kill him. Li Juequan felt there was a possibility, but with the heavenly evil sect leader and the grand manager present, the possibility was slim. Even with Chu Qing's unparalleled martial arts skills and his commanding presence, he dared not recklessly lose the initiative when facing the grand manager and the heavenly evil cult leader. Otherwise, even he would die. Therefore, he could wait for the bone-melting palm to destroy his bones. then used the wooden corpse technique to regenerate. However, at this moment, Chu Qing suddenly took a step forward. This step exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone knew the reason why Chu Qing hadn't moved. He was the core of today's battle. With him standing there, everything was settled, but his movement changed everything. The heavenly evil cult leader and the Grand Manager both felt a surge of joy. In the next instant, the heavenly evil cult leader's figure soared like a dragon, rising above the heavens. Dragon roars echoed, drawing cries of anguish from all directions. The Grand Manager, wielding a divine blade, appeared behind Chu Qing in a single step, the blade slashing straight down. This strike left no room for maneuver, holding nothing back. The blade traces a single line, and even ghosts and gods flee in terror. However, Chu Qing neither looked up at the heavenly evil cult master in midair nor paid attention to the blade about to fall upon him from behind. He simply raised his finger and pointed, awakening of insects. Like a spring thunderclap, the rapid sound pierced the air. What Chu Qing released with his fingertip was not an ordinary burst of energy, but a beam of blue-white light crackling with lightning. Scorching, dazzling, brilliant, its speed was like a shooting star streaking across the sky, arriving in an instant. And with Chu Qing's internal energy, the beam of light unleashed by this finger was as thick as a bucket. It looked as if he had sent out a gigantic pillar of light with this single finger. Li Juequan's eyes widened suddenly. Too fast. It came too fast. He tried to dodge, but not only were his legs not fully healed, his feet were also shattered. The only thing he could do was roll around like a lazy donkey. Li Juequan was not one to sacrifice his life for dignity. Rolling around like a lazy donkey might not look good, but if it meant survival, he was willing to do it. He didn't do it because he couldn't. A subtle cracking sound rose from his spine. He lost all control of his body. His spine was shattered. Li Juequan was still considering the possibility of survival, but Chu Qing's finger struck faster than his mind. A massive beam of light struck his chest, taking away nearly a quarter of his torso. Li Juequan subconsciously looked down and found only a huge hole in his left chest. The edges were perfectly clean, a flawlessly clean cut. He grinned, as if he had something to say, but ultimately uttered no words before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing backward. Commission complete. Successfully assassinated Martial Emperor Li Juequan, obtaining 1 crimson treasure chest. The system notification arrived as scheduled, and Chu Qing's eyes gleamed. Li Juequan's death yielded a crimson treasure chest. If he were to sweep away all the experts on the 72 demon-slaying rankings of the Mirror of Karma, he would obtain 3 more crimson treasure chests. This is a total of 4 crimson treasure chests. A huge profit, but this was not the time to consider such things. The blade's edge was already upon him, and the heavenly evil cult master was about to descend from above. The heavenly evil cult master was, after all, the #1 expert in the world. Although the Grand Manager's reputation was not widespread, his swordsmanship was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The combined attack of these two was bound to be earth-shattering. Chu Qing didn't hesitate, his figure suddenly surged. Maha Boundless. A gust of wind, black clouds, ignited the chi of wind and cloud, and in an instant, the violent internal force transformed into a raging gale connecting heaven and earth. Further infused with yin and yang energies, flames and ice intertwined, and endless sword energy layered upon layer, merging into the fine, yet continuous wind. The heavenly evil cult leader was already a frightened bird. Although he recognized Chu Qing's weakness at this moment, he had also been constantly on guard against Chu Qing's Maha Boundless. Therefore, this Dragon's Roar 9 Heavens attack was 3 parts attack and 7 parts defense. 3 parts power external, 7 parts internal, the slightest mishap allowed for a retreat. As it turned out, he was right. Otherwise, it would have been a classic historical replay. The black dragon in midair turned and instantly appeared 100 feet away. Meanwhile, the head manager's slash into the Maha Boundless realm also failed. Not only that, but a powerful suction force seemed to be pulling at the head manager from 1,000 hands, trying to drag him into the Maha Boundless realm. The head manager naturally knew the consequences. Once inside, he would likely die. Therefore, he twirled his blade, unleashing that strange move again. The blade seemed capable of severing all causal entanglements between heaven and earth. He could even cut through the suction force generated within the Maha Boundless realm. Once the suction force disappeared, he leaped, already dozens of feet away. His face showed surprise and uncertainty. What kind of martial art is this? The news that the heavenly evil sect master had been so frightened by Chu Qing's move that he dared not leave his house for months, while not exactly common knowledge, could not possibly be kept from the head manager of one Bailu. Even upon hearing this news, the head manager couldn't fully believe it. He knew exactly what kind of abilities the heavenly evil cult leader possessed. But at this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. The violent internal energy within the Maha Boundless formation was terrifyingly powerful. Once caught in it, any martial art or technique in the world would be completely devoured by its violent force. The head manager had barely stopped when he saw the Maha Boundless formation already heading towards the heavenly evil cult leader. The heavenly evil cult leader leaped 100 feet, about to turn back to observe the situation, but what he saw filled him with horror. Chu Qing was actually carrying the Maha Boundless formation, chasing after him like a black whirlwind. "You gone too far." The heavenly evil cult leader roared in anger, but lacked the courage to face Chu Qing. He turned and ran again. His lightness skill was superb, his speed extremely fast, leaping another 100 feet in a single bound. Seeing this, the head manager knew this man was probably unreliable. His gaze swept over Jiangli, and in the next instant, his step shifted, and he appeared directly above Jiangli's head, grabbing down from midair. "Come back with me." Although Jiangli had been observing Chu Qing, she hadn't let the head manager off the hook. She sensed his movement the moment he moved. With a surge of energy, she condensed a massive handprint, which crashed down from the sky. "You won't get away with this." Heavenly overturning divine palm. The head manager roared in fury. "You dare use the martial arts I taught you against me?" He swung his blade, and a tearing sound filled everyone's ears. The palm strike, formed from true energy, was forcefully cleaved in two by his blade. It was as easy as slicing through a piece of cloth or cutting a sheet of paper. Jiangli staggered back 2 steps, injured by the backlash of his inner energy. Just as he coughed up blood, the head manager lunged at him again. Song Chengdao and the others were too late to help. Suddenly, a hand gripped the head manager's neck. "Head manager, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the heroes of the martial world for bullying the weak?" Chu Qing's voice reached the head manager's ears. The head manager felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "You clearly chased after that evil cult leader. How could you return? If not, how could I have captured you so easily?" Although Chu Qing said this, there was no smile on his face. He had intended to use his inner energy to infuse the head manager's body, but the man's martial arts were perfectly integrated, making it impossible to penetrate. Not only that, although Chu Qing held the head manager's neck, his inner energy continued to fluctuate. The object in his palm was like a swimming fish, slippery and impossible to grasp. Then it forcefully broke free from Chu Qing's grasp. Without a second thought, Chu Qing unleashed his dragon claw hand. He employed a series of techniques, including playing the zither, and striking the lute, and striking the weak points, repeatedly trying to persuade the guest to stay. But the head manager seemed to have made a firm decision, determined to leave Chu Qing. After a few back-and-forth movements, both men displayed exquisite skill. Ultimately, Chu Qing prevailed. The head manager was temporarily held by the shoulder, and with a swift movement of his feet, both figures soared into the sky. Having reached midair, Chu Qing turned, head first, and slammed the head manager's body against the main building of the Forgetful Love Manor. A deafening explosion. Followed by a series of thuds, the sound of the explosions continued, as the head steward was slammed from the rooftop of the main building of the Forgetful Love Manor to the ground floor. Afterwards, all that could be heard were the sounds of thuds coming from inside the building, but no one could see what was happening inside. As the two fought, holes were torn in the walls, and huge cracks appeared. Then, with a loud bang, everyone saw the head steward. His head had pierced through the wall. His desire to see everyone was unstoppable, even by the thick stone wall. The head steward seemed surprised to see the people outside in this way, but in the next moment, he forgot about greeting them. His expression changed abruptly, his eyes widened, and then an irresistible force propelled him like a knife, slicing through the stone wall. Rumble, rumble. The sounds of shattering echoed, and after cutting through 8 or 9/10 of the wall, the head manager vanished from sight. The next moment, another series of cracking sounds rang out. Following a deafening roar, a figure pierced through the building and soared into the sky. It was the head manager. However, the head manager now looked quite disheveled. His jade thumb ring was shattered, and his face was covered in bruises and welts. Although his martial arts were highly skilled, trying to single-handedly contend with Chu Qing was utterly delusional. What truly set him apart was that despite being beaten so badly by Chu Qing, he remained energetic and vigorous. In midair, he drew his sword and attacked. 8 consecutive slashes were unleashed, but not towards the pavilion. Following this, Chu Qing's figure soared into the air, but just as he blew through the pavilion's roof, he saw light. Blade light. The head manager's 8 slashes were followed by a leap that instantly merged into the blade light, using these 8 points of light as focal points to suddenly unfold a vast curtain. Chu Qing was caught in the middle, with no time to think. His indestructible golden body materialized. The golden light was enveloped in red and white, with dragon roars echoing around it. But all of this paled under the blade light. In an instant, the indestructible golden body was torn apart, but just as the head manager was about to kill Chu Qing with a single strike, Chu Qing pinched the blade with 3 fingers. The head manager let out a shout, and with a surge of blade light, he slashed down fiercely, pressing down on Chu Qing's body. A deafening roar erupted. The moment Chu Qing's feet touched the ground, a powerful shockwave reverberated throughout every corner of the Forgetful Love Manor. Instantly, pavilions crumbled and buildings collapsed. All the experts present knew the situation was dire, and immediately leaped into the air to escape the devastating force. Those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly killed. When they landed again, Forgetful Love Manor was gone, leaving only ruins. Not even a large rock remained. The head steward's roar continued, the blade in his hand expanding to an absurd degree, its murderous aura surging to the heavens. But Chu Qing's 3 fingers remained unwavering. At that very moment, a mournful cry echoed across the land, and everyone seemed to witness a world of utter despair. Without even looking up, Chu Qing knew that the heavenly evil cult master had returned. Sure enough, in midair not far away, the heavenly evil cult leader pointed down, unleashing the elegy of heaven and earth, a move from the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record. Chu Qing parried the head steward's strange sword technique with one hand, while his other hand extended 3 fingers. 3 streaks of light flashed, their power spanning thousands of miles. The 3-point divine finger, a returning origin strike. Chapter 580. The overall framework of Chu Qing's heavenly ultimate formless divine power can be traced back to the 3-part returning origin chi. He used the 3-part returning origin chi to define his own cultivation method, defining yin and yang chi and wind and cloud chi as the 3-part returning origin. With this framework, he could manipulate all his internal energy, with everything obeying and relying on it. Therefore, the 3-part divine finger, extended from the 3-part returning origin chi, can be said to be the essence of Chu Qing's internal energy, all its mysteries contained within a flick of the finger. As soon as the finger strikes, light gathers, first rooted in the swirling yin and yang chi, then entwined with wind and cloud chi. In this way, other internal energies can attach to it, greatly increasing its power. It's no exaggeration to say that, looking across the world, only a handful of people could withstand this finger strike. But the heavenly evil cult leader is precisely one of these few. His elegy of heaven and earth evolved into Song of Burial, its power unparalleled in the martial world. The internal energy unleashed from the 2 fingers collided in midair in an instant. A loud buzzing sound followed, and a massive force suddenly spread through the air. Fortunately, no one was in midair, otherwise, they would have been injured by this force. Only a bird returning to its nest, about 10 miles away, was accidentally swept away by this force, its body instantly split in 2 and falling to the ground. Chu Qing's returning origin strike was now locked in a stalemate with elegy of heaven and earth. This was because Chu Qing, after obtaining the one-sided consistency technique, possessed an unyielding, relentless, and ruthless spirit within his internal energy, determined not to turn back until he had broken through the wall. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it. At the same time, the head steward's attack continued to escalate, attempting to join forces with the heavenly evil sect master to kill Chu Qing on the spot. Now, both the heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager were filled with regret. They finally understood the true nature of Chu Qing's actions today. Leaving aside the previous pretense and concealment, those were secondary details, neither truly deceiving the heavenly evil cult leader nor causing any real harm. The 2 who were truly deceived and attacked Chu Qing were Wenru and Yujiang. Ultimately, insignificant. The key was Chu Qing's actions after the heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager revealed themselves. Looking back, the head manager was filled with rage. And at that time, Chu Qing's use of 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme to strike Li Juechen with the bone-melting palm, was the crucial element. This caused Li Juechen to unleash a sudden burst of power when dealing with Song Chengdao and Dongfang Jinghong, breaking many of his bones. The heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager had locked onto Chu Qing with their auras, intending to suppress him and prevent him from focusing on anything else. Once Li Juechen killed Dongfang Jinghong and Song Chengdao, Chu Qing would face a combined attack from 3 top experts. If things had developed to that point, Chu Qing would likely have died. But then came the bone-melting palm technique, causing Li Juechen to fail at the last second before he could succeed. Chu Qing acted decisively, killing Li Juechen in a single move. completely ignoring the fact that he was still locked onto by the head manager and the heavenly evil cult leader's auras. The head manager had initially thought Chu Qing's actions were driven by greed and a willingness to risk his life. But the result was different. He killed Li Juechen, then used the Maha Boundless technique to frighten back the heavenly evil cult leader, rendering his own swordplay ineffective. By this point, Chu Qing's objective was clear: dismantle their alliance and then defeat them one by one. The heavenly evil cult leader, terrified by Maha Wuliang, turned and fled. Chu Qing feigned pursuit, leading the head manager to believe he had an opportunity to take Jiangli away. But once the head manager's attention shifted to Jiangli, Chu Qing instantly returned, seizing the chance to capture him. Before the heavenly evil cult leader returned, Chu Qing did everything in his power to thoroughly beat the head manager, aiming to weaken him and, more importantly, kill him outright. If this succeeded, the heavenly evil cult leader would be no threat at all. However, the head manager was no ordinary man. After several exchanges, he couldn't kill him. But upon reflection, the head manager realized his initial advantage had vanished. If he had joined forces not only with the heavenly evil cult leader, but also with Li Juechen, could Chu Qing have so effortlessly seized the blade with one hand and made a finger strike with the other, to fight 2 against 1, displaying such divine power? Amidst his regret, Chu Qing's status was elevated immeasurably. This young man, not even 20 years old yet, how cunning and calculating was he to be able to secretly unleash a bone-melting palm strike even after Li Juechen's crushing defeat and imminent death? How profound must his scheming be? His subsequent actions, his decisions, his understanding of human nature, every step was flawlessly executed. Every step was a stroke of genius. It was truly terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, the head steward disregarded everything else and shouted at the heavenly evil cult leader, "Today, even if it costs us everything, we too must kill this man, otherwise, our plans will be shattered." The heavenly evil cult leader paused for a moment, then immediately nodded. His killing intent was no less than the Grand Manager's. If they could join forces to kill Chu Qing today, he would naturally be more than happy to do so. The two of them immediately exerted their strength again, instantly creating ripples in the air. In the Grand Manager's view, no matter how many schemes and plots Chu Qing might have, at this moment, they were all meaningless. Killing him with 3 people working together could guarantee success. Now that only 2 remained, although it would be more difficult, it wasn't impossible to kill him by force. And facing such a master, what use were all the schemes? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Chu Qing suddenly turn around and look at Dongfang Jinghong. Wait, there's also Dongfang Jinghong. The Grand Manager's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no! He had been so focused on Chu Qing that he had forgotten that Li Juechen, that good-for-nothing, hadn't even killed Dongfang Jinghong. This is bad? The thought flashed through his mind when Chu Qing shouted, "Dongfang Jinghong, what are you waiting for? Attack!" Dongfang Jinghong didn't say a word. With a flick of his wrist, dark clouds instantly gathered above his head. Thunder roared, the dark cloud split in 2, and a 100-foot-long blade of light descended from the sky, carrying the power of thunder. This move, Azure Heaven Overlord Blade, was truly Dongfang Jinghong's forte. Moreover, despite repeated defeats, it hadn't diminished its sharpness. On the contrary, it had made it even more formidable. As Dongfang Jinghong pressed his hands down, the 100-foot-long blade of light crashed down. The head manager suddenly looked up, a wave of despair washing over him. This Chu Qing was truly hateful. This thought only lasted a moment before he turned to flee. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, but in times of trouble, they fly away separately. He and the heavenly evil cult leader weren't even husband and wife. If Chu Qing died, they would fight to the death. Risking their lives for a temporary partner wasn't worth it. But how could Chu Qing allow him to leave? With a quick shift of the Qianquan Great Shift and the shifting flower jade technique, the knife that had tried to leave Chu Qing's fingers was instantly stuck fast. The head manager was both shocked and furious. The heavenly evil cult leader, however, was greatly surprised. He truly hadn't expected the head manager to be so loyal. While the Azure Heaven Overlord Blade wasn't a particularly impressive martial art to him, taking a direct hit without warning was something even the heavenly evil cult leader couldn't withstand. He had to be incredibly stubborn to survive. The head manager, even with the knife about to pierce his forehead, his face contorted, stubbornly refused to move. A true hero. The heavenly evil cult leader had never admired anyone before, but at this moment, he genuinely admired the head manager. While admiring the manager, he couldn't simply let him die. After all, if the manager died, Chu Qing's pressure would be greatly reduced, and with a swift move like the Maha Wuliang, he himself would suffer the same fate. Therefore, whether he admired the manager's courage or simply wanted to cooperate with him to kill Chu Qing, the heavenly evil cult leader launched a strike from midair, landing a palm strike on the blade's edge. This palm strike was no ordinary technique. It was called One Thought God and Demon. One thought can make one a god, one thought a demon. The transformation between god and demon is instantaneous, as is the change in palm strike power. However, whether god or demon, the power of this palm strike remained undiminished. It was a peerless divine palm strike created by incorporating the scripture of good people and the record of evil people. With a muffled boom, the 100-foot-long blade of light, just before it was about to kill the head steward, was shattered by this palm strike. Dongfang Jinghong, reeling from the force of the palm strike, couldn't help but cough up blood and was sent flying backward. He almost lost his grip on the Jinghong blade. However, with the heavenly evil sect leader's palm strike, heaven and earth elegy internal energy was greatly reduced. Chu Qing seized the opportunity to draw in the head steward's blade intent, using the shifting flowers and jade technique to channel it into the three-point divine finger. In an instant, his internal energy surged. The heavenly evil sect leader, seeing Chu Qing's finger strike closing in, rapidly activated the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record, barely managing to parry, when he heard the blade's cry piercing his face. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk in such a rush, how could he possibly react? The piercing blade light rolled down his arm, leaving several bloody gashes on his shoulder in an instant. It was a testament to his strong bones that his arm hadn't been completely cleaved. The heavenly evil cult leader's defenses were breached by this attack, and he was sent flying backward. While in midair, the blood scattered around him chased him back into his flesh, his mind in utter chaos. Chu Qing's finger strength was unparalleled, which was one thing, but why did it not only contain invisible sword energy but also this terrifying blade intent? Moreover, this blade intent clearly belonged to the head manager. These two bastards teamed up, so when the Azure Heaven Overlord blade fell, the head manager neither dodged nor evaded, not out of chivalry, nor to force Chu Qing to kill him. But rather, he wanted to lure him out, to expose a weakness so Chu Qing could kill him in one fell swoop. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant, and although he knew it might not be as he thought, he couldn't completely ignore it. A moment's hesitation inevitably arose in his mind. In that instant, Chu Qing, wielding the head manager's blade, swiftly stepped back, pulling the blade forward. The head manager tried to break free, but the blade was locked by Chu Qing's internal force. Now, helpless, he could only follow Chu Qing's rhythm forward. After one step, his chest suddenly trembled violently. Chu Qing slammed into him with his shoulder, and the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. Chu Qing's arm followed the blade up to his shoulder. Crack! 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 Like playing the zither and the lute, striking the void and striking emptiness, chasing the wind and grasping the shadow, clinging to the remnants and guarding the flaws, 8 consecutive strikes in quick succession. Chu Qing's hands were covered with true energy like dragon claws, piercing through the head manager's bones and muscles, the sound of bones shattering echoing. At the joints, they were all crushed. The head manager couldn't help but let out a scream, and the heavenly evil cult leader snapped out of his daze. He immediately lunged forward, unleashing a one-thought god and demon strike at Chu Qing. His other hand swiftly reached out, and the head manager's body was involuntarily pulled away by the heavenly evil cult leader. Chu Qing unleashed a palm strike, only then realizing the power of this one-thought god and demon attack. This palm strike wasn't just a change between feints and real attacks, but a switching between two completely different styles. Suddenly, it was like a gentle drizzle, continuous and gentle. Suddenly, it was like a raging storm, turbulent and relentless. The change between the two was entirely in a single thought. To receive the attack, one needed a different response. But the problem was, no one knew whether the force received in the next moment would be a gentle drizzle or a raging storm. Chu Qing simply snorted and unleashed a palm strike, gathering all his inner strength. Then, 3 consecutive booming sounds exploded in midair. The immense force of the blow made everyone in the forgetful manner lose their footing. Even the heavenly evil cult leader and the head steward he was holding were instantly blown more than 10 feet away. Chu Qing also stumbled slightly. Then came the voice of the heavenly evil cult leader. Today's favor will be repaid in the future. Chu Qing, we meet again. Chu Qing was stunned. No, you're running away. The heavenly evil cult leader completely ignored him. To escape, he even turned around, his body enveloped in true energy like a dragon, instantly covering dozens of miles away. Today's battle, managing to snatch the heavily injured head manager from Chu Qing's hands, was already a stroke of luck. However, This also gave the heavenly evil cult leader hope for victory. If they could rescue the head manager, the two of them could plan carefully next time, joining forces against Chu Qing. Without Dongfang Jingheng's interference, Chu Qing would most likely be unable to defeat them. Once Chu Qing was killed, everything would be much easier. Chu Qing watched the two disappear before his eyes in the blink of an eye, and subconsciously, he wanted to give chase. But looking back at the forgetful Love Manor, he seemed to see 3 crimson treasure chests beckoning him. So be it. Although he hadn't killed the heavenly evil cult leader today, he had crippled the head manager. Next time they met, he would have 4 more crimson treasure chests to aid him. Even if those two joined forces, they would be no match for him. Then, it would be their death. With this thought, he turned back and looked at the forgetful Love Manor. Immediately afterward, he raised his index and middle fingers together, and with a whoosh, a long sword left on the ground suddenly flew out, weaving through the crowd, splattering blood. At the same time, Chu Qing's quest progress list soared. In just a moment, it had reached its peak. Quest completed, no name on the ranking.